heavens were a hazy gray-white as morning mist began to rise. The crimson sun had just emerged, its rosy clouds piercing through the mist, opening up the view before one's eyes. Looking out over Linhe village in Qingyuan town, one could see a sparse scattering of about 100 households. Qinglin heading up the mountain, a youth of about 15 or 16 clad in a short jacket of animal hide and carrying a longbow on his back was waving over. It's brother Qingshi. Yes, I'm coming, wait for me. Turning towards the voice, he saw a youth of about 14 or 15 dressed in linen clothes wearing a felt hat with a somewhat refined face, staring at the sky lost in thought. Hearing the call, Chen Qinglin's dazed eyes slowly refocused as he turned to respond. Chen Qinglin looked into the distance, and for a moment it seemed he saw towering skyscrapers stand and vehicles stream endlessly by. Coming back to his senses, he saw only a few wisps of cooking smoke rising in the distance. Walking towards a nearby house made of thatch and rammed earth, Chen Qinglin wondered why something like reincarnation had to happen to him. It wasn't exactly transmigration. Reincarnation was a better word. He had been in this world similar to ancient times for 14 years. Only this morning he had suddenly recalled memories of over 20 years of life from another world. There were no regrets. In his past life, he had been just one of the masses living a peaceful, if not wealthy life, occasionally fantasizing about going to another world and living an extraordinary life. Entering the house, he picked up his hanging longbow. The house was mostly empty. His parents were busy with farm work, and his younger siblings had gone to the fields with them. Chen Qinglin had made plans a few days ago to go up the mountain with Chen Qingshi today. He suddenly understood the meaning of the strange scribbles he had seen by chance before. Chen Qinglin. Lifespan 1456. Realm mortal. Skills archery proficient 23,500 spearfishing. Proficient 107,500 farming mastered 435,000. Seeing mastered for farming, Chen Qinglin couldn't help but smile wryly. With a thought, the data changed to skills archery proficient 23,500. He let out a long breath, turned, and walked out of the house, deciding to hide these life skills for now. After meeting up with Chen Qingshi, they headed towards the back mountain together. They occasionally ran into some acquaintances, exchanged greetings, and continued on their way. In the woods, a sharp twang rang out and a pheasant fell from the sky. Qinglin, your archery is getting better and better. What's the trick? Teach your big brother, want you? There's no trick. It's all about personal effort and practice finding the arrow feel. What is arrow feel? It's a feeling you get when shooting. When you release the arrow, you just know if it hit or missed. Alright, I'll go think about it these next few days and teach you then. Sounds good. He picked up the pheasant and Chen Qinglin looked into the forest. Brother Qingshi, we've gone quite deep into the woods. Any further and it might get dangerous. Yeah, we have gone a bit deep. Let's go back. We have enough here. Chen Qingshi patted his hunting bag. This patch of forest was in the outer reaches of the Qingyuan mountains. There were no large prey, just the occasional wild boar, but it was safe enough. Deep in the mountains, large beasts roamed. Legend had it that even deeper there were demonic beasts. The village elders often warned the children not to go further inside. Chen Qinglin knew his own limits, so he wasn't the type to court death. The two of them started to head back. Qinglin, my dad is going to send me to the town martial arts school to train soon. After that, I won't be able to come hunting with you anymore. Is that so? Congratulations. You've wanted to practice martial arts since we were kids. It seems your wish has finally come true. That's right, Qinglin. Why don't you talk to your uncle and we can both go? Well, we'll see. I'll go back and talk it over with my dad. All right, I'll be waiting to hear from you. After leaving the woods, they chatted and walked until they unknowingly returned to the village. They split the game and went to their respective homes. Big brother is back. Chen Qinglin heard the voice and saw a small figure dashing towards him. He looked at Chen Xiaoxiao, who was hugging his leg, and put down his hunting bag. Chen Xiaoxiao immediately let go of his leg and crouched beside the bag, asking, "Brother, what did you catch?" Chen Qinglin opened the bag, revealing 3 pheasants and a rabbit inside. "We're having meat tonight. You little glutton." He scooped up the 7-year-old Chen Xiaoxiao, pinched her little cheek, and walked inside the house. "You're back, big brother." Looking up, he saw a very ordinary farmer and his younger brother Chen Qingyun, who had just run over. "Dad, where is Mom?" In the main room. Turning his head, he saw a woman in simple homespun cloth, wearing a red silk skirt embroidered with a few flowers at the waist, busy with her work. "Mom, I'm back. We're having meat tonight." "Ah, Qinglin is back. Xiaoyun, take your brother's game inside." The family was laughing and joking, but Chen Qinglin was thinking about practicing martial arts, unsure how to bring it up. Martial arts was no small matter. The cost was considerable and success was not guaranteed. It was only in the last 2 years since Chen Qinglin had learned to hunt that the family's life had gradually improved. They had a little savings, but when it came down to it, he hesitated. Qinglin, what's wrong? Chen Liangwu, sitting nearby, noticed his son's distraction and spoke. Father, I want to learn martial arts. After a moment of silence, Chen Qinglin spoke. Chen Liangwu took a long look at his son, got up, went into the inner room, rummaged around for a bit, and came back saying, If you want to train, then go ahead. Your father supports you. Thank you, father. Chen Qinglin's face lit up with joy. The harvest has been good these past few years. If you want to go, you can. Looking at his father, who had always been supportive, Chen Qinglin opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. After a moment, he finally said, I will definitely train hard in martial arts. I want to go too. The 11-year-old Chen Qinglin, not understanding what was happening, just wanted to follow his big brother. Don't be a pest. Wait until you're older in a couple of years. The mother stroked Chen Qinglin's head with a smile. At night, with stars shining brightly, Chen Qinglin sat in the yard looking up at the sky. Chen Liangwu was also nearby, enjoying the cool evening air. Your great-grandfather once said that our Chen family had a martial arts heritage. Without it, we couldn't have made it to Linhe village back then. But it was all lost during the escape. After arriving in Linhe village, we didn't dare show it. Up to now, I'm not sure if any of it remains. Chen Qinglin listened quietly to his father, thinking about how the Chen family had made no mark in Linhe village. He knew that the martial arts heritage was probably gone. Otherwise, his eldest uncle wouldn't have sent brother Qingshi to learn martial arts in town. His father had 3 brothers and 2 sisters. His second uncle had left for town when he was young to work at a tavern, eventually saving up enough money to start a noodle stall. At least he had left the farm behind. The village land was all cultivated by his uncle and his own family. His father and uncle would send some grain to his second uncle every year. His 2 aunts were married off, one to a neighboring village and the other to a merchant in town. They would visit every few years, but their specific lives were unknown. In the 23rd year of Dashuan, the aftermath of the tumultuous era had yet to settle. The realm was vast, and in remote regions mountain bandits roamed freely, while martial arts strongmen secretly controlled entire counties. After the sect alliance helped the Shen Emperor end the chaos, the 14 provinces of Dashuan were ruled jointly by the sects and the imperial court. Half a month later, beneath the city gate of Qingyan town, people carried loads on shoulder poles, pushed small carts, and merchant caravans loaded with goods passed by. Some entered the town for the market, others departed. The crowd ebbed and flowed with diverse activities. Qinglin, it's so lively here, said a voice from an ox cart slowly approaching the gate. On the ox cart were Chen Qinglin and Chen Qingshi, who had come to town to learn martial arts, along with Chen Liangyuan, who had rented the cart, because he worried about the 2 boys. Yes, so many people here. Chen Qinglin responded while observing the city gate for the first time. Though he had seen more prosperous scenes in his past life, this was indeed his first glimpse of an ancient city gate, which felt quite novel. Uncle, should we go visit second uncle first? Well, see your second uncle first, then go to the martial arts hall. From now on, you'll have a place to turn to if anything comes up. In ancient clans, mutual assistance was a virtue, especially among close cousins. After entering the city gate, there was a bluestone avenue lined with 2 rows of antique-style houses. After turning several alleys toward the south side of the town, they arrived at a noodle stall, the stall run by Chen Qinglin's second uncle Chen Liangpin. Though it was not yet mealtime, 2 or 3 customers were already eating. Chen Liangpin placed a bowl of noodles before a customer, then turned and saw the 3 standing before the stall. Big brother, what brings you here? Come in and sit. Haven't eaten yet, right? I'll fix you some bowls of noodles. Liangpin, don't bother. We ate this morning. I'm just bringing these 2 youngsters to get familiar with the place so they'll have somewhere to come later. Qingshi and Qinglin are here. It's been so long, you've both grown so tall. After chatting for a while, Chen Liangpin waited until the customers finished eating, closed the stall, and led the group toward the martial arts hall. Soon they arrived in front of a hall bearing a sign that read Iron Sword Martial Arts Hall. A martial arts disciple stood guard at the entrance. The 4 approached the gate. Chen Liangpin cupped his hands and said to the disciple on duty, Brother Xiao, I have 2 nephews who wish to train at your hall. Please announce our arrival. A boss Chen. Wait here. Thank you, Brother Xiao. After hearing this, the martial arts disciple turned and walked inside while the group waited at the door. Second uncle, you know people from the martial arts hall? Chen Qingshi asked. Well, you know, your second uncle runs a noodle stall. Disciples occasionally come to eat, and I've gotten to know a few over time. Before a cup of tea's time had passed, the disciple returned with a young man who motioned for them to follow. Please come with me. The newcomer gestured for the group to enter the martial arts hall. He led them through the inner compound into a courtyard, where a middle-aged man sat on a stone chair, holding a teacup and drinking tea. On the stone table was a teapot. Behind the man stood 2 disciples respectfully. These 3 were Lin Hua, steward of the Iron Sword Martial Arts Hall, and his disciples. After the group entered the room, Lin Hua set down his teacup and asked, "So you are the ones who wish to train at my Iron Sword Martial Arts Hall? Where do you come from?" "We report to the steward we are from Linha Village and wish to learn some skills at this hall." "Linha Village? It's admirable that you have such ambition." Lin Hua nodded, recognizing the village. "Do you know the rules of this hall?" The group exchanged glances, then Chen Liangpin stepped forward to reply. "We do not know them. Please enlighten us, Master Lin." "Martial arts training costs 2 taels per month, does not include board and lodging. You may arrange accommodation outside. Whether you succeed or not depends on yourself. Your tuition is non-refundable. Do you understand?" "We understand, Master Lin." So saying, Chen Liangyuan took out 4 taels of silver and stepped forward to offer it. "Since you understand, Ming, take them out. They only need to arrive by Chen hour tomorrow." "Yes, Master." He led the group out of the room and said to Chen Qingshi and Chen Qinglin, 2 junior brothers, "I am sure Ming. From now on, if anything comes up, you can come to your senior brother." "Thank you, senior brother," said both in unison. "Lately many young people from nearby villages have come to train here, all about the same age as you two. Most of them rent rooms near the hall. But since you two are old Chen's nephews, you needn't worry about accommodation," Shi Ming said, with a smile, looking at Chen Liangpin. Talking and laughing, they soon reached the hall's entrance. "Brother Shi, please stay. We'll take our leave now." The group cupped their hands to Shi Ming. "Remember to arrive by Chen hour tomorrow." "Instructor Xie doesn't like to wait," Shi Ming said, waving his hand before turning and walking back into the hall. Chen Liangpin led the 3 away, then took them to a small house not far from his own, negotiating a rent of 181 per month. He also took them around the town to buy bedding. After everything was settled, he finally brought them to his own home. Taking advantage of the early hour, Chen Liangyuan bid them farewell, mounted the ox cart, and returned to Linha village. Chen Liangpin led the 2 boys through an alley and arrived at a house. He opened the door and went inside. "This is your second uncle's home. I originally wanted you 2 to stay with me, but your father insisted otherwise. Second uncle, we can take care of ourselves. Besides, we're not far away. If anything comes up, we brothers will come to you." "That's good then." Chen Liangpin entered the main room, which was empty at the moment. He motioned for them to sit, then said, "Your aunt is not home. Your elder sister has been betrothed, and your elder brother is nearly 20 but still hasn't settled down. He's out gallivanting all day." Sigh. Upon speaking these words, the wrinkles on Chen Liangpin's forehead seemed to multiply. "You both know your own family's circumstances. Your parents spared no effort to send you here to train. You must achieve something worthwhile and not let their hard work go to waste." As if something else occurred to him, he offered them another heartfelt piece of advice. The 2 boys nodded repeatedly, quickly comforting Chen Liangpin with many kind words. A night passed. Before Chen hour, the 2 arrived at the martial arts hall. Entering the training yard, they found several disciples already practicing. After a while, more people gradually arrived. Looking around, all were teenagers around 10 to 15 years old. About a third wore coarse linen clothes, half wore cloth and leather garments, and a few wore fine outer robes. Suddenly Chen Qinglin saw a man in his 40s with a stern face enter the yard. "What's all this noise? Get in line." After the disciples formed 2 rows on the left and right, Xiefeng introduced the newcomers. He then launched into a recitation of the hall's great achievements and scolded a few drowsy disciples. Only then did he begin teaching the disciples martial arts. "Watch carefully. This is our hall's iron thread fist. This technique is grand and expansive, relaxed and graceful in execution, delivering explosive power. It emphasizes force and momentum above all." After demonstrating once, Xiefeng began guiding the disciples through the forms. "Practice this fist until you feel a surging of qi and blood inside you. Quiet your mind and sense it. Then try to control that qi and blood. That is the entry threshold. Once you break through, you enter the body tempering realm. This stage is about nourishing qi and blood, tempering tendons and bones, and polishing the physical body." Xiefeng spoke while correcting the disciples' stances. He guided the new students a few more times, then summoned an older disciple to oversee them before leaving the yard. In Chen Qinglin's eyes, it transformed into received instruction from a minor master of the Iron Fist Art, Proficiency 7. Proficiency 7. Proficiency 7. Chen Qinglin, lifespan 1456. Realm mortal. Skills archery, minor achievement 342-1000. Iron Fist Art. Beginner 11,100. Chen Qinglin began to practice the Iron Fist Art. Initially somewhat unfamiliar, as he progressed through the forms, he soon appeared quite competent. After completing 1 full cycle of the fist techniques, Proficiency 1. Seeing this, Chen Qinglin practiced with even greater diligence. Who else could comprehend this feeling that effort always yields reward? Chen Qinglin felt an urge to push himself relentlessly. The supervising disciple named Li Lin watched the crowd practicing martial arts, yet he knew in his heart that most of these people would not stay long. Most families could only support them for a month or two. If they could not cultivate their qi and blood within this time, they would likely be destined to never become martial artists. When his gaze fell upon the new disciples, his eyes narrowed, and he observed them more closely, muttering to himself, "It seems among this batch of disciples there is one with some talent." Such disciples with a modicum of talent appeared once every few years. Li Lin silently memorized the face of this new disciple, planning to observe him further later on. After practicing 4 or 5 times, Chen Qinglin could feel his strength increasing. Soon after, he felt his stomach empty and began to feel hungry. "Qingshi, going for a meal?" "Yes, I've been starving." They informed Li Lin and left the martial arts school with Chen Qingshi to eat outside. The martial arts school also had a dining area, but it was reserved for official disciples. For disciples like Chen Qinglin, the school only taught fist techniques and nothing else. Only by stepping into the body-tempering realm could one become an official disciple. That came with room and board, disciple benefits, and instruction from renowned masters within the school. The two squatted by the roadside, gnawing on bought steamed buns. Chen Qingshi complained, "Qinglin, money in this town really doesn't last. At this bun shop, a plain bun cost 1 coin and a meat bun 3 coins. When they came, they had brought a total of 300 coins. After paying the martial arts school's training fees, this represented most of the savings from both families. If they couldn't achieve anything in a month, they would have to pack up and return to the village. Perhaps at best they might find work as gatekeepers for a wealthy household. It doesn't last indeed. Let's train for a few days, then go check the hills outside town in a while." Hearing this, Chen Qinglin also felt the need to find a way to earn money. He wasn't worried about failing to enter the path of martial arts, given his talent. His fist techniques had already begun. He estimated that before long, he would be able to sense his qi and blood and step into the body-tempering realm. With more money to buy meat and more practice sessions, his progress would be even faster. Thinking of this, Chen Qinglin planned to make his breakthrough in the next few days before going hunting outside the city. Alright, with the skills of US brothers, going into the forest is like going on a supply run, right? Chen Qingshi took a fierce bite of his bun, already fantasizing about wreaking havoc in the mountains. After another half-day of training at the school, the two left, bought some vegetables, and reluctantly bought a pound of meat before returning to their lodging. After preparing the food, the two practiced martial arts in the courtyard. As Chen Qinglin practiced, he suddenly felt his entire body heat up, his blood surging like boiling water. He quickly sat down, calmed his mind, and focused on sensing his own qi and blood. He emptied his thoughts, his consciousness perceiving the changes within. In a flash, he seemed to see wisps of mist slowly rising inside his body. Chen Qinglin attempted to control and condense these wisps of mist. They coalesced into a strand of qi and blood slowly circulating through his body. Meanwhile, Chen Qingshi, seeing Chen Qinglin suddenly sit on the ground, his body flushed red, seemed to realize something, and began to stand guard, keeping watch for Chen Qinglin. Chen Qinglin felt his strength increase and opened his panel. Chen Qinglin, lifespan 1456. Realm body tempering, first layer. Skills archery, minor achievement 342-1000, iron fist art. Beginner 24,100. Having advanced to body tempering, Chen Qinglin recalled what he had seen and heard at the martial arts school that day and estimated his own strength to be around 150 gene. The body tempering realm was divided into 9 layers. The first layer integrated one's strength to 150 gene. The second layer 300 gene. The third 500 gene. By the fourth layer, one possessed 1,000 gene of strength. Even those born with divine power would be no more than this. After feeling his own strength, Chen Qinglin slowly opened his eyes and saw Chen Qingshi standing not far away, looking at him with a worried expression. Fine, brother Qingshi." Chen Qinglin looked at Chen Qingshi and spoke. "Qinglin, you. Have you?" Chen Qingshi stammered as if realizing something. "Yes, it's just as you think, but don't spread it around." Chen Qinglin did not conceal it. Oh, Qinglin, you're amazing. You've become a martial artist so quickly." After saying this, Chen Qingshi grinned, thinking that his younger cousin had become a martial artist so quickly and might one day become a great figure. If Qinglin becomes successful, doesn't that mean I will too? Seeing his cousin grinning foolishly, Chen Qinglin's face darkened. "This bit of martial prowess is nothing. Don't go telling anyone. They'll correct your fist techniques later, brother Qingshi. If you train hard, you'll have your day too." "Thank you, Qinglin, haha." Chen Qinglin couldn't be bothered with him. Thinking that this progress might be a bit too fast, he said to Chen Qingshi, "Tomorrow go to the school and tell senior brother Li that we're short on funds and need to go to the hills outside town. We won't be coming to the school for the next few days." Qinglin, what does short on funds mean? Chen Qingshi scratched his head after hearing this. "It means we're out of money." Chen Qinglin said in exasperation. Remembering that the two had only studied for 2 years with the clan elders, he understood Chen Qingxi's confusion and let it go. Early the next morning, Chen Qingshi went to the martial arts school and informed Li Lin of the situation. Li Lin didn't mind and simply acknowledged it before letting him leave. After all, at the school, as long as you paid, they would teach you for that month. If you didn't come, it was your own loss. Come or not, it was up to you. Li Lin had seen this scene countless times. He just sighed, thinking that it was truly difficult for the poor to practice martial arts. Unless one had talent, it was a hard road. Even among the town's common folk, Li Lin felt they were just throwing away their money. It would be good if 2 or 3 managed to enter the ranks of martial artists. If one were born into a wealthy family with family support and daily instruction from a martial artist, then there might be a chance to reach the body-tempering realm. Thinking this, Li Lin shook his head, lamenting that the promising young disciple Chen seemed to have some talent, but he wondered when he would enter the school's inner circle. Chen Qinglin prepared his bow, arrows, and hunting pouch. After some thought, he went to an herbal medicine shop to procure some powders and also inquired about the nearby forests. Only then did he go to meet Chen Qingshi at the city gate. After leaving the city, the two headed straight north. Before long, they were surrounded by green mountains and forests, the ground thick with fallen leaves. Brother Qingshi, this is our first time in these woods, so we need to be careful. To be safe, Chen Qinglin had also prepared insect repellent powder, realgar powder, and some medicine for snake venom. This forest was frequented by people from the town, including hunters and martial artists who came to gather herbs or team up to hunt large beasts. Having stepped into the body-tempering realm combined with his archery skills, Chen Qinglin could now hunt somewhat larger wild animals. The two entered the woods, covertly surveying the terrain and listening intently to the sounds around them as they ventured deeper. After an unknown span of time, Chen Qinglin heard a clamor emanating from the forest to his left front. He puckered his lips to signal Chen Qingshi, and the two gradually approached the dense woods following the sound. As they neared, a strong scent of pine resin assailed their nostrils. Parting the thick foliage, Chen Qinglin beheld a ferocious visage with 2 pale cyan-tinted tusks jutting out and small jet-black eyes gleaming with a certain light. Then came the body, about 2 meters long and over 1 meter tall, massive, coarse, and entirely covered in a thick layer of mud. Had Chen Qinglin not attained the first level of body tempering and improved his archery, he too would have given such a wild boar a wide berth. He signaled Chen Qingshi to keep his distance, knocked an arrow, slowly drew the bow, and took a deep breath. Whoosh! A crisp sound rang out as the arrow pierced the boar's eye. The beast reared up, thrashed twice, and then collapsed. After waiting a while, Chen Qinglin shot another arrow. Seeing no further movement, he approached to inspect. He called Chen Qingshi over, and together they carried the boar out of the mountains. Reaching the outskirts of the forest, the two, somewhat exhausted, fashioned a makeshift stretcher from local materials before returning to town. Qinglin, your archery has improved again. Chen Qingshi marveled on the way, finding his cousin's rapid progress in both martial arts and archery utterly incomprehensible. Was this the world of geniuses? Chen Qinglin smiled. This boar will be enough for us brothers to train on for a while. If you don't want to spend your life in mediocrity back home, train hard when we return. Only then can you see a broader world. Qinglin, you've got to help me out with this. Martial training requires your own effort. I can only assist you from the sidelines. To practice martial arts, one needs at least talent, diligence, or resources, and to go far, all three are indispensable. Chen Qinglin had some ideas, but his own martial progress was too rapid, likely outpacing the clan's development. Alas, it seemed he could only rely on his own talent. Back at their residence in town, he sent Chen Qingshi to fetch their second uncle Chen Liangpin to help find a butcher to buy the boar. After some haggling, the price was set at 8 copper coins per gene. The boar weighed 216 gene. They kept 15 gene, gave 1 gene to the butcher as payment for cutting, and ended up with 1 tail and 6 strings of cash. They gave 5 gene to Chen Liangpin. Second uncle, don't refuse. Since we came to town, you've been busy on our behalf, even neglecting your own business. This is a token of our filial respect. Chen Liangpin was quite moved. After all, family was family. Your aunt is home today. Let's go to my place and have her cook a few dishes. The 3 of us can have a good drink. Great, second uncle. Back in the village, my dad never let me touch alcohol. I'm definitely going to enjoy it at your place. Chen Qingshi grinned, tugging at Chen Liangpin. Seeing this, Chen Qinglin went inside to put things away, locked the door, and the 3 headed to Chen Liangpin's house. Upon seeing them, Zhou Shi's expression soured. These 2 had caused her husband to neglect their noodle stall business for days, and now they were coming to freeload. But upon learning they had hunted a boar and gifted her family 5 gene of meat, her demeanor shifted instantly. She praised them profusely, reminiscing about how she had cared for them when they were young, even carrying them as babies. Chen Qinglin rolled his eyes, struck by a strange sense of familiarity. Was this universal? Chen Qinglin, embarrassed by the compliments, scratched his head awkwardly. "Oh, Qinglin, you're here." As they chatted, Chen Qinglin emerged from the inner room. Hearing inside that his two cousins had bagged a boar, he rolled his eyes, came out to greet them, and was about to say something when Chen Liangpin shot him a glare. Chen Qinglin had no proper occupation, loafing around the streets with thugs from the Black Tiger gang. His parents lived in constant fear of their son's gang involvement and were thoroughly displeased with his ways. In these gradually peaceful times, what future could there be for a mediocre fellow like Chen Qinglin in a gang? His parents dreaded hearing bad news about him. But the young had their own ideas, charging headlong down that path, unable to grasp their parents' worries. Alas, the love of parents the world over. Qinglin, you too have a bright future. Don't be like your elder brother, wasting his days everywhere." Then he turned to Chen Qinglin. "I can't control your usual antics anymore, but if you dare lead your younger brothers astray, I'll beat you to death." Seeing his father's fury, Chen Qinglin wilted and fell silent, abashed. The group then sat around the table chatting about old times and family matters. Uninterested in these stale tales, Chen Qinglin focused on the fatty meat on the table, polishing off 2 extra bowls of rice. Chen Liangpin found him even more irksome, leading to another round of commotion. Chen Qinglin chuckled inwardly. After the meal, he took a somewhat dizzy Chen Qinglin and left. With silver in hand and ample meat supply, the two temporarily shelved their hunting plans and devoted themselves entirely to martial training. 5 days later, Chen Qinglin was practicing martial arts in the yard. After completing a round of the iron wire fist, he exhaled softly. He put away his stance and opened the panel. Chen Qinglin, lifespan 1456, realm body tempering, first layer skills, archery mastery 475000, iron wire fist proficient 27200. With ample meat supply, his fist technique had reached proficiency, and the flow of qi and blood had accelerated. Chen Qinglin estimated he would break through to the second layer of body tempering in a few days. He walked over to Chen Qinglin, who was still training, and corrected him. In the cauldron lifting stance, plant both feet on the ground. Power rises from the ground, passes through the waist and shoulders for maximum effect. The linking form. Chen Qinglin recounted the essentials he had gleaned from practicing the iron wire fist, gradually correcting Chen Qinglin's improper techniques. He figured that in about 10 more days, Chen Qinglin should achieve initial mastery. With a steady supply of meat, entering the body tempering realm within a month should be feasible. Unfortunately, the silver from the previous hunt wouldn't last long, supporting 2 people's training. Chen Qinglin planned to inform the martial hall of his progress, the next day become an official disciple, and look for other ways to earn money. At the Iron Sword Martial Hall, disciples were training with fervor. Chen Qinglin warmed up and approached Li Lin. "Senior brother Li, while practicing last night, I felt my qi and blood surge. After calming my mind, I sensed a warm current within my body. I'd like to seek your advice." "Oh, follow me." Chen Qinglin followed Li Lin to a row of stone locks. "See that stone at the edge? Try lifting it." Li Lin pointed to a smaller stone lock. "Yes, senior brother." Chen Qinglin approached and saw the words 150 carved on it, understanding the implication. It had been 5 days since Chen Qinglin broke through to the first layer of body tempering. His strength had been steadily increasing, now reaching around 250 to 260 gene, not far from the second layer. Pretending to struggle, he lifted the stone lock, held it for a few seconds, then set it down as if exhausted. "Excellent. Junior brother, you truly have remarkable talent. You've reached the first layer of body tempering in just a few days. Come with me to the inner courtyard." Li Lin had previously felt a twinge of regret for this junior brother's potential, but in just a few days Chen Qinglin had brought him a pleasant surprise. Entering the inner courtyard of the martial hall, only a few disciples were training. Li Lin led Chen Qinglin through, introducing him along the way. Second senior brother Zhang Zhong, tall and robust, clad in a dark blue short jacket, wielded a great sword while demonstrating his swordsmanship, his cultivation at the 7th layer of body tempering. Third senior sister Wu Jianxue, dressed in black martial attire, with her hair tied up in a silk scarf, held an iron sword, exuding an air of heroic grace. Upon seeing them, she greeted the two before resuming her training. Her cultivation was at the 5th layer of body tempering. Fifth senior brother Zhao Dingming appeared taciturn and reserved. He had joined as a disciple 2 years ago and was at the 3rd layer of body tempering. "I am the 4th disciple," Master took in. "If you formally join, I will be your 4th senior brother. The senior brother has gone to Dingyuan County Town. You won't meet him for a while." Senior brother Xie Jingjiang was the son of Xie Feng and the grandson of the hall master Xie Song. "You've met Uncle Lin Hua before. He is Master's junior brother, a master on the verge of breaking through to the inner Qi realm." As Chen Qinglin listened, he gained a general understanding of the martial hall structure. The old hall master Xie Song, along with his son Xie Feng and disciple Lin Hua, formed the martial hall's upper echelon. Below them were 5 formal disciples followed by attendant disciples taken in by the hall and paying disciples like Chen Qinglin. It was said that Master Xiefeng also had a daughter who had joined the martial sect Qingfeng Mountain as a child and rarely returned. Li Lin had never met her either. He had joined in the same batch as third senior sister Wu Jianxue only 3 years prior and currently trained disciples at the hall, his cultivation merely at the 4th layer of body tempering. Nearing the courtyard, they saw Xiefeng practicing his swordsmanship. He thrust his sword, his figure weaving like a swimming dragon as he moved about. His sword technique was as swift as lightning, fierce in momentum, and with each swing falling leaves burst apart. After 13 consecutive strikes, Xiefeng leaped into the air, descending like a predator from a high peak. A flash of silver light appeared, and a fresh sword scar marked the boulder before him. Witnessing this, Chen Qinglin felt a dormant beast awaken within him. This was what he truly desired. Having entered this world, how could he not behold the magnificent river of martial arts? The sea stretches to the horizon, the sky its shore, or the mountain climbs to its peak, and I am the summit. Amidst the roaming of chivalrous figures and the crisscrossing sword aura, a surge of heroic pride welled up in Chen Qinglin's heart. Lin, is something the matter? Li Lin tugged at the excited Chen Qinglin before speaking. Master, this junior brother Chen has reached body tempering, so I brought him to pay respects. Oh, come closer and let me have a look. Xiefeng placed his hand on Chen Qinglin's arm, sensed the vitality within his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. How long have you been at the martial hall? Disciple entered the hall 6 days ago. Chen Qinglin replied respectfully. Good. Mastering the fist technique and reaching the 1st layer of body tempering in 5 days. Your talent is considered superior. Xiefeng nodded and continued to Chen Qinglin. Where are you from? And are your parents still alive? In reply, Master, this disciple is from Linhe village under the town and both parents are alive. Are you willing to become my disciple? Xiefeng nodded after hearing this. Thank you, Master. This disciple is willing. As Chen Qinglin was about to kneel and kowtow, Xiefeng stopped him. First inform your parents and bring them to the hall. We will hold the apprenticeship ceremony in a few days and then you may pay respects. Perform the iron thread fist for me. Xiefeng wanted to see the level of skill in his Suntobe disciple's fist technique. Yes, Master. Chen Qinglin assumed the fist stance and demonstrated the iron thread fist at an introductory level. In this linking form, do not exhaust your force. Use 7 parts and hold back 3, allowing your energy and power to circulate continuously. After watching, Xiefeng pointed out issues in Chen Qinglin's technique. Proficiency increased by 7-7. Then he spoke to Chen Qinglin about the hall's history. The Iron Sword Martial Hall was founded by my father over 20 years ago after he brought me and your uncle Lin here to settle down. I, your master, also have several junior brothers. Some remain in the town, such as the father of your 3rd senior sister, while others ventured out. Unfortunately, the outside world is not so easy to navigate. Speaking of the Xiefeng side, your 5th senior brother's father returned gravely wounded 2 years ago. After entrusting your 5th brother to the hall, he passed away a few days later. Only I and your uncle Lin remain to guard the hall. Half a month ago, your martial grandfather took your senior brother to visit friends in the county town. When they return, I will bring you to pay respects. According to 4th senior brother, the senior brother had already reached the 9th layer of body tempering, and had likely gone to the county to seek an opportunity to break through to inner chi. Xiefeng spoke for a while longer before dismissing them. Senior brother, I saw that 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior sister both practice swordsmanship. When will I be able to learn? Haha, you'll find out once you formally become a disciple. We formal disciples are different from the outer disciples. We learn the hall's inner transmission, the iron sword art. The iron thread fist you practiced before is a simplified version of the iron sword art. Unless you master the fist technique to perfection, it will be slower than the iron sword art in cultivating blood and chi. In martial cultivation, only by advancing step by step quickly can one break through to the next major realm before one's blood and chi begin to decline, thus extending one's training years. After saying this, he sighed a few times, recalling that he himself had only reached the 4th layer of body tempering at the age of 20. Breaking through to inner chi before 30 seemed a slim hope. Starting martial training too late had caused him to miss the optimal time. And after 30, unless one had precious spiritual medicines, alas. Thinking of this, he said to Chen Qinglin, junior brother, you are still young, right in the prime time for training. Even master said your talent is superior. Perhaps you can step into even higher realms in the future. I hope you won't waste this talent. Train hard, advance courageously, and climb to greater heights. Perhaps this junior brother of mine could go far. If he occasionally thought of me, his senior brother, and casually spared some resources, breaking through would be a matter of moments for me. He shook his head, discarding these impractical thoughts. He led Chen Qinglin to the courtyard where the other senior and junior brothers were training, exchanged a few words, and then went to supervise the outer disciples' training. Time flowed and half a month had passed. Under the moonlight, Chen Qinglin was practicing his sword in the courtyard. Since becoming a formal disciple of the martial hall, he only needed to focus on training. During this half-month, when news of his impending acceptance as Xiefeng's disciple reached his village, Chen Yuqing, the Chen clan chief, gathered the clan for a meeting. They pooled some silver coins, and when Chen Qinglin returned to the village to prepare to bring his parents to Qingyan town, the chief pulled Chen Qinglin aside, handed him the silver, and urged him to train diligently and not let everyone down. 10 days ago, with his parents as witnesses, Chen Qinglin performed the 3 kneels and 9 prostrations, offered tea, and formally became Xiefeng's disciple in the apprenticeship ceremony. The day after the ceremony, Xiefeng passed the iron sword art to him. The art included both sword techniques and a mental cultivation method. The sword techniques were divided into 9 forms: iron sword, slanting, reflecting light and shadow, chasing wind and lightning, sword, light, leaping, breeze, brushing the top, sword, shadows, overlapping, linking and slashing, boulders, falling from high mountains and sweeping through the mountains. The first 6 forms prioritized speed, while the last 3 required a combination of strength and speed to unleash more powerful attacks. The sword techniques and mental cultivation method complemented each other, achieving a 1 plus an greater Thantwa effect and enhancing training speed. It was a legacy that could be cultivated up to the inner Qi realm. Chen Qinglin opened his status panel. Chen Qinglin. Lifespan 1456. Realm body tempering 3rd layer. Skills archery great success 275450000 iron fist mastery 317500 iron sword art. Proficient 23,200. Currently, Chen Qinglin had trained the sword art to proficiency, enabling him to initially execute the first 3 forms and unleash its power. Even his master Xiefeng had not yet attained great success in the sword art. The final form, sweeping the mountains, remained beyond his full execution. Only the old hall master Xiefeng might have achieved great success and could wield the complete sword technique. As for mastering the art to perfection, that was the domain of prodigies. Not only could they unleash martial might beyond the norm, but the most gifted among them could even comprehend its profound mysteries, overcoming the strong with the weak and crossing realms in battle. Such feats were not unheard of. Since taking a master, Chen Qinglin no longer had to worry about training resources in the short term. Devoting himself wholeheartedly to martial arts with Xiefeng's frequent guidance, his progress in the martial path was remarkably swift. He had already broken through to the 3rd layer of body tempering, able to lift a 500 boulder. Yet even so, his increase in strength had not quite kept pace with his martial arts advancement. His power grew with each passing day. As for archery, Chen Qinglin lacked the time to practice it extensively, only squeezing in sessions when he could, which was why he had yet to perfect it. As an official disciple, he was entitled to live within the martial hall, but to take care of Chen Qinglin remained in the rented small courtyard. In his spare time, he could instruct Chen Qinglin in martial arts. Now that Chen Qinglin had achieved initial mastery in fist techniques, and was sensing his qi and blood entering the body tempering realm, was likely a matter of days. It was worth noting that since Chen Qinglin became Xiefeng's disciple, some had learned he was Chen Liangpin's nephew. Consequently, no gang dared to collect protection fees from Chen Liangpin's stall, and his business had been thriving. He had also visited his second aunt with Chen Qinglin. Having been in town for over half a month, it would have been improper not to go. Qinglin, I still haven't sensed my qi and blood. Am I too stupid? Chen Qinglin approached as Chen Qinglin finished his practice and spoke. What you need now is to calm your mind and focus on training, not to dwell on sensing qi and blood. When the time comes, it will happen naturally. Lately, your forms have even become distorted. How could you possibly sense your qi and blood? Chen Qinglin pointed out the reason, seeing that Chen Qinglin had been overeager and out of sorts in his training over the past couple of days. Isn't it because I'm too anxious? Chen Qinglin felt a bit embarrassed. Having a formidable younger brother, who often guided him, he was the envy of the other martial arts disciples. To fail to even enter the threshold despite such help would be too shameful. Martial arts are cultivated for yourself, not for others. Don't let external influences affect you. Train at your usual level, and you'll enter the body tempering realm within days. Qinglin, I've noticed you're starting to resemble Uncle Liangwen a bit. The two had studied under Chen Liangwen for a year or two. Chen Liangwen was one of the few literate men in their generation of the clan. The clan leader had gathered some grain and cloth from everyone to hire him to teach the clan's children to read. Go focus on your training. Chen Qinglin rolled his eyes at him in exasperation. As an official disciple of the martial hall, he was entitled to 3 bowls of body tempering decoction each month. Although Chen Qinglin had only been a disciple for half a month, Xiefeng allowed him to claim the 3 bowls for this month as well. Not only that, but after noticing his rapid progress, Xiefeng became even more pleased with him, occasionally giving him private lessons and teaching him techniques to conceal his qi and blood fluctuations. He advised Chen Qinglin never to become complacent or show off recklessly, for one must always be wary of others. Chen Qinglin wholeheartedly agreed, Had he not known a technique to conceal his aura, even Xie Feng would not have known his true progress. Though Chen Qinglin was not an overly cautious person, keeping a card hidden and retaining some trump cards was never a bad idea. Given his rate of progress, he might even reach the peak of body tempering in a year. For now, revealing himself as being at the first layer of body tempering and after a year showing the third or fourth layer would be entirely reasonable. Lost in thought, he entered the martial hall with Chen Qinglin. Today was the day of the monthly distribution of the body tempering decoction, and he could not afford to miss it. Leaving Chen Qinglin outside to train, Chen Qinglin headed toward the inner courtyard. Look, that's senior brother Chen Qinglin. I heard that within 5 days of joining the martial hall, he became Master Xie's disciple. Wasn't it 6 days? Oh, that doesn't matter. Just know that senior brother Chen is formidable. Qinglin, I envy you for having such a younger brother. With your brother guiding you at any time, you must have already achieved initial mastery in fist techniques. The envy of the disciples training beside Chen Qinglin was evident. Yes, senior brother Qinglin is probably about to sense his qi and blood and enter the body tempering realm, right? Haha, it's not that exaggerated. Chen Qinglin understood the reasons behind their flattery. Unfortunately, some of these people would likely have to leave the martial hall in a few days. Chen Qinglin himself was a newcomer to the martial path, only able to open this door thanks to his cousin's support. He was in no position to look after others. On the path of martial arts, one could only rely on oneself. Fourth senior brother. Chen Qinglin called out to Li Lin ahead. Little junior brother going to collect the body tempering decoction. Yes, senior brother. Shall we go together? Let's go together. Li Lin turned around and saw Chen Qinglin, and the two walked toward the distribution point. Senior brother, senior sister. When they arrived, 3 senior brothers and sisters were already there along with a few disciples of Uncle Lin Hua. Senior brother, sure, senior brother Lin. These two were the ones standing behind Uncle Lin Hua when Chen Qinglin first joined the martial hall. He had met them a few times since then. Supervising the disciples' training was not solely 4th senior brother Li Lin's duty. The martial hall provided subsidies for this task, so another senior brother would take over every month. Depending on which senior brother or sister was supervising those who broke through to body tempering during that period would naturally take a different master. Little junior brother, how is your sword art coming along? Want to train with your senior sister? I can teach you. Perhaps because he was the youngest, Wu Jianxue enjoyed teasing this newly joined junior brother every time they met. No need, senior sister. I'll practice on my own. Over the past half-month, Chen Qinglin had come to know the senior sister's temperament and refused her outright without hesitation. Oh, I see. So you actually want to come to my house. Don't be shy. It's not impossible to go home with your senior sister. Chen Qinglin kept a straight face as he watched her antics. Just then, second senior brother Jiang Zhong approached. Senior brother, I'll be escorting the Zhou family's merchant caravan to Dingyuan County in a few days. Is there anything you junior siblings would like me to bring back? Senior brother, remember to buy me some rouge from Hongling Lane. The rouge in town is outrageously expensive. Rest assured, junior sister. I'll bring it back for you. Li Lin stood by his expression somewhat gloomy. 5th senior brother Zhao Dingming collected his decoction and immediately returned to training. Chen Qinglin watched the scene deep in thought. It seemed that both 4th senior brother Li Lin and 2nd senior brother Jiang Zhong had feelings for 3rd senior sister Wu Jianxue. 4th senior brother Li Lin had been brought back by Master Xie Feng from outside 5 years ago. It was said that his entire family had been killed by bandits, and when Xie Feng arrived, only Li Lin was left. Taking pity on the orphaned boy, Xie Feng brought him to Qingyan town, nursed him back to health, and later taught him martial arts. Li Lin was deeply grateful, treating the martial hall as his home and dedicating himself wholeheartedly to its affairs. But this also left him with a sense of inferiority. Faced with 3rd senior sister Wu Jianxue, whom he trained alongside, he dared not reveal his feelings even though he harbored them. Chen Qinglin couldn't be bothered with such matters, nor did he have the authority to intervene. In both his past and present life, he had never felt much about romance and lacked experience, making it difficult for him to comprehend the convoluted logic of such people. The cliched soap opera plot, where you like her, she likes him, and he doesn't like her but instead likes someone else, was something Chen Qinglin had grown all too accustomed to. For Chen Qinglin, nothing was more practical than practicing the sword. With a heart devoid of thoughts of women, his swordplay would naturally reach divine heights. After collecting his benefits and consuming the elixir, Chen Qinglin headed to the courtyard to practice his swordsmanship. He could feel his blood and qi accelerating the tempering of his flesh, his strength steadily increasing. Unfortunately, while the martial arts school could guarantee a supply of meat, the resources for body tempering had to be distributed among many, leaving each person with only a meager share. Even with money, there was nowhere to purchase more. Chen Qinglin shook his head and focused on his sword practice. 111. He relished this tranquil, uneventful life. But how could life be without a little surprise? In the afternoon, fourth senior brother Li Lin walked in and told him someone from Linha village was looking for him. Chen Qinglin went out and saw his eldest uncle Chen Liangyuan talking with Chen Qingshi. Chen Qinglin turned back to inform Li Lin, and the three of them headed toward the residence. Eldest uncle, why have you come? Chen Qinglin asked, a hint of confusion in his voice as they walked. Alas, Ernius in the village is dead. A great tiger has come to the mountain behind our village, and Erniu ran into it while gathering firewood. Alas! The village chief sent me to ask you to find someone from the martial arts school to go to Linha village and eliminate that tiger. The schoolmaster's fee will be covered by the village. With that tiger around, everyone is anxious, afraid it might enter the village one day. As he spoke, Chen Liangyuan's voice trembled with fear. Don't worry, eldest uncle. I can handle this matter myself. Chen Qinglin, after hearing the full story, felt a sense of calm settle within him. It was just an ordinary beast, even if it was a tiger. With his current martial prowess and a bow of over 3 stones, he would face no real trouble. Qinglin, you mustn't be reckless. This could end badly. Chen Liangyuan, thinking Chen Qinglin was being overconfident, quickly tried to dissuade him. Trust me, eldest uncle. Even if I can't kill that tiger, I can retreat without any harm. There's no danger. But he'll need a good bow. Without a strong bow, Chen Qinglin wasn't certain he could defeat the tiger, but self-defense was no issue. The problem was that the tiger's muscle density was too high, and he lacked a sharp enough sword, or otherwise, he could kill the beast with a long blade. As a last resort, he could always slide under it. Chen Liangyuan was skeptical. He didn't know much about martial artists, only that they were formidable, and his concern for his nephew compelled him to ask more questions. Moreover, he had already learned from Chen Qingshi that his nephew was a martial artist. Hiring someone else or hiring his own nephew, it was all the same. Rest assured, eldest uncle. With that, he led the two of them to the blacksmith shop at the end of the street. The blacksmith, surnamed Chow, was a tall man. At that moment, he raised his hammer high and brought it down with full force, sparks flying everywhere. Each strike landed precisely on the anvil like the beats of a musical movement full of rhythm. As they entered the shop, a youth of about 15 or 16 came to greet them. What do you need, sirs? Do you have any bows over 3 stones? Yes, we have 3 stone, 4 stone, and even a 5 stone bow. Which one do you need? What are the prices? The 3 stone bow is 800 when the 4 stone is 1,301, and the 5 stone is 2,001. Let me see the 4 stone and 5 stone bows. Please follow me inside. The youth led Chen Qinglin into the shop to inspect the bows. Chen Qinglin tested both, and the youth watched him intently. If you buy the 5 stone bow, sir, it comes with 12 fine iron arrows as a bonus. He was being cornered. He had only 4 or 5 taels of silver on him, and this would cost half of it. But a craftsman must sharpen his tools to do his work. You can't catch a tiger without spending silver. I'll take the 5 stone bow. He paid the silver, took the bow and arrows, which came with a quiver, and had no complaints. He also bought some trinkets, then returned to pack his things and followed Chen Liangyuan back to Linha village. In Linha village, he gave gifts to his parents' younger brother and sister, and the family had a harmonious dinner together. Chen Xiaoxiao and Chen Qingyun were playfully teasing each other, but soon Chen Xiaoxiao's cries rang out. The little sister, who loved to play but was terrible at it, was sobbing. Chen Qingyun tried to defend himself while their mother Yang Xiao held Chen Xiaoxiao in one arm and scolded Chen Qingyun with the other. Chen Liangwu and Chen Qinglin sat aside chatting. The father and son were long accustomed to this familiar scene at home. Chen Liangwu looked at his eldest son. Since he had gone to town, he had grown increasingly mature, and the topics between father and son had become more frequent. The next day, Chen Qinglin entered the Great Mountain, while several members of the Chen clan waited at the edge of the forest for news. Do you think old Wuss boy can really kill that tiger? I heard Li Ernius' body was never found. Who knows? Deep in the mountains, in the dense forest, ancient trees reached for the sky, their twisted branches coiling like snakes and dragons, adding to the forest's mystery. Chen Qinglin advanced along a winding, narrow path, surrounded by bushes shrouded in a thin layer of mist. The morning fog had yet to dissipate, and through it, he glimpsed a patch of bare rock covered in moss, as if telling stories of the passage of time. Chen Qinglin followed the tiger's tracks, moving deeper into the forest. Villagers gathering firewood rarely ventured far into the mountains, so the tiger couldn't be too far away. Chen Qinglin searched carefully, then suddenly stopped, hearing a faint sound. He slipped into the treetops, concealing himself. Peering through the dense foliage, he spotted a massive form lurking in the jungle. Following its gaze, he saw a wild boar foraging alone. That foolish pig. It seemed its brethren wouldn't need to call it for dinner anymore. The tiger lay in ambush deep within the jungle. Suddenly a lithe figure shot forward like a flash of lightning, charging out without hesitation and sinking its fangs into the boar's throat. The boar let out a piercing scream, struggling in agony, but it couldn't escape the tiger's jaws, its life ending in terror. The tiger pinned the boar's body with its powerful forepaws and tore at its flesh with its gaping maw. Its jaws gradually loosened, blood dripping from the corners of its mouth, its eyes gleaming with brutality and satisfaction. Chen Qinglin grew even more patient, waiting for it to finish eating and seeking the perfect angle for his shot. The bowstring sang like a thunderclap, the muffled twang echoing through the forest. A roar. It was accompanied by the tiger's screams and furious roars, uncontrollable and thunderous. A fine iron arrow pierced its left eye. Before it could see where the enemy was, another fine iron arrow plunged into its mouth as it roared, the immense force driving straight through its brain and out the other side. The roars ceased, abruptly replaced by a low whimper. The great beast lay in the forest, its tiger eyes filled with bewilderment before reluctantly closing. Letting it die with a full stomach. At least it wouldn't be a hungry ghost, Chen Qinglin thought, feeling rather merciful. Chen Qinglin still underestimated his own strength at this moment. With a fine bow paired with masterful archery, even martial artists at the 4th or 5th layer of body tempering could fall as prey to his arrows. Without any unnecessary complications, Chen Qinglin hoisted the tiger onto his shoulders and emerged from the forest. What do you say, should we go in and take a look? Why bother? If even Qinglin can't handle it, going in would just be throwing our lives away. But, look, isn't that Qinglin? Several members of the Chen clan were squatting on a rock chatting when the sharpie Chen Qingji spotted someone carrying a tiger out of the woods. Following Chen Qingzi's pointing finger, they saw Chen Qinglin approaching. Wow, Qinglin really did kill the tiger. I knew he could do it. Bullshit, weren't you just doubting him a moment ago? Did I? You must have misheard. Stop your damn chattering, Qingji. Hurry back to the village and inform the clan head. Right, and tell the village chief too. On it. Chen Qingji leaped off the rock and sprinted towards the village. Qinglin, you're incredible. Yeah, amazing. The group gathered around the emerging Chen Qinglin, their faces alight with excitement as they saw the tiger on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Chen Qingji had returned to the village ahead of them. From a distance, he began shouting, breathless. Clan head, Qinglin, killed the tiger. The tiger is dead. Village chief Li Changhe and Chen clan head Chen Yuqing had long been waiting at the rear of the village, anticipating news from the mountain. When Chen Qingji got closer, he repeated himself, still panting. Is it true? Li Changhe asked, a flicker of excitement in his eyes as he grabbed Qingji. I saw it. With my own eyes. No mistake. Gasping, Chen Qingji leaned on his knees. Good, excellent. Turning to Chen Yuqing, he said, Old Chen, your Chen family has produced a capable man this time. He's from our Chen family, but isn't he also a man of Linhe village? Chen Yuqing stroked his beard. True, he's one of ours too. In the past, when ferocious beasts came to the back mountain, we couldn't even hire a martial artist with money. By the time we got someone to kill them, who knows how many villagers would have died. Shanghe village is much better off because a woman from there married a martial artist. So many girls want to marry into Shanghe. Even our own village girls are desperate to go there. Many of our eligible young men are still unmarried at 20. But now our village has its own protector. The chief sighed deeply. Indeed. Chen Yuqing, recalling the past, felt the same, and the one who brought this change bore the surname Chen. For remote villages like theirs nestled near the mountains, the threats weren't just natural disasters and human misfortune, but also wild beasts. Large predators especially could cause heavy casualties if not dealt with promptly. Over time, the population of such villages would dwindle, everyone flocking to larger, safer settlements. Fortunately, the dynasty had just been established and the farmland was still in the hands of the villagers. By the time Chen Qinglin and his group neared the village, most of Linhe village was waiting at its edge, eager to see the tiger and the man who had slain it. Who would have thought Qinglin was this capable? You can say that again, he doesn't look like a man with 3 heads and 6 arms. Qinglin is the type who keeps his talents hidden. Hetsuihua am also a man of hidden depths. You, with your mere inch or two, there's nothing to hide. Damn it, don't ruin my reputation. Hey, does anyone know if Qinglin has a sweetheart? I don't think so. He's only 14, turning 15 next year. I've never heard his mother mention it. Not to brag, but I have a niece who's quite pretty. He'll go to Old Wuss place later and have a word with his wife. While the foolish were still talking, the clever ones had already started to act. After advancing to the body tempering realm, Chen Qinglin's sight and hearing had sharpened. As he dealt with the villagers, he overheard someone planning to play matchmaker for him. What a joke, I'm still a child. Thinking this, he excused himself to the chief and clan head, then hoisted the tiger and hurried home. Qingyun, Xiao Xiao, come quick. Your brother killed a tiger and carried it home. He's amazing. Several children were playing games in the village when one ran over and shouted at the top of his lungs. Chen Xiaoxiao and Chen Qinglin upon hearing this dropped everything and raced home. Upon entering the yard, they saw the tiger lying there, startling them both. They scurried behind Chen Qinglin, clutching his sleeves with their small hands. Chen Qinglin patted them both, then comforted Chen Xiaoxiao. Don't be scared, Xiaoxiao. The big tiger is dead, it won't move. Chen's father and mother were also very excited, but more than that they were worried about Chen Qinglin. Qinglin, are you hurt? Let your mother see. Yang Xiao, her face full of concern, pulled Chen Qinglin to inspect him. Mother, I'm fine. What's on me is all tiger blood. After checking and finding no injuries, her heart finally settled, and her face lit up with joy. My son has truly made something of himself. Beside her, Chen's father also wore an expression of pride in his son. Uncle Chen Liangyuan and his family came out of the house looking at the tiger and sighing. Wu, I told you it would be fine. Now you can rest easy. As the family talked, village chief Li Changhe and clan head Chen Yuqing knocked and entered. Qinglin, this is a little money the village scraped together as a reward for killing the tiger. Don't think it's too little. After exchanging a few words of praise for Chen Qinglin, with his parents, Li Changhe pulled a few taels of loose silver and several strings of copper coins from his sleeve, amounting to about 10 taels in total. Chief, I'm a man of Linhe village too, and my home is here. How can I accept this money? Chen Qinglin quickly refused. There was money he could take, but taking this kind of money didn't sit right with him. Seeing them pushing the money back and forth and noticing Chen Qinglin's sincere refusal, Chen Yuqing praised Qinglin and then advised Li Changhe to take it back. Chief, please return this money to everyone. Very well, since Qinglin insists, I'll go explain the situation to everyone and give the money back. After a few more words, the two elders left Chen Qinglin's home together. The two families went inside to talk, shooing the children back into the house, and then Chen Qinglin began to process the tiger. He stayed home for a few extra days this time. He only planned to sell the tiger's pelt. The meat he would salt and preserve, and the bones he would steep in wine and store in the cellar. After spending several days tanning and drying the tiger skin, he was ready to return to the city. He left some tiger meat for the family, but planned to take most of the salted portion with him. Of course, he left items like the tiger's penis for his father. Over the following days, he went into the forest several more times, hunting wild boar, antelope, pheasants, and hares to stock the larder. He led the village hunters on a sweep of the mountains, and the hunters who followed him these past days also made some good catches. The village even received a share of the meat several times, helping to clear some potential dangers. As for his family, Chen Qinglin planned to take his younger brother Qingyun to the martial arts school to train next year once he turned 12. The best age to start martial arts training is 12. Before Chen Qinglin awakened to his own potential, he was merely intelligent, but he had never considered learning martial arts. Moreover, he hadn't had the conditions to train back then, but it wasn't too late now. He told the two little ones to obey their parents' promise to bring them gifts on his next return, then gathered his things, boarded the carriage, and rode towards Qingyan town. In these past few days at Linhe village, matchmakers had practically worn a path to his doorstep. Chen Qinglin, greatly vexed by the commotion, instructed his parents not to agree to any marriage proposals, for his utmost priority now was to focus on martial arts training. These days he had concentrated his efforts on archery, while his fist techniques and sword arts had seen no substantial breakthroughs. Chen Qinglin. Lifespan 1456. Realm body tempering 3rd layer. Skills archery perfected 110000 iron thread fist mastery 43150 iron sword art. Proficient 85,200. With his archery now perfected, techniques like the chain arrow, the curving arrow, and killing 2 birds with 1 arrow came to him with effortless ease. Tiger meat nourished chi and blood, strengthened bones and sinews, and possessed many wondrous properties. The strength in his hands now approached 800 or 900 gene, and he was not far from reaching the 4th layer of body tempering. As for 4th senior brother and 5th senior brother, judging by their usual training performance, their iron thread fist had at most reached a proficient level. 5th senior brother trained day and night, yet his sword art had only achieved proficiency. As for 4th senior brother, the affairs of the martial hall diverted part of his energy, and his sword art was no higher, merely at the proficient level. 3rd senior sister's fist technique was proficient, and her sword art was at mastery. Moreover, her family was fairly wealthy in the town, and the master said she was not far from reaching the 6th layer of body tempering. It seemed 4th senior brother was drifting further and further from his romantic aspirations. As for senior brother Xie Jingjiang, Chen Qinglin had yet to meet him and did not know his exact strength. 2nd senior brother Jiang Zhong had joined early, and both his fist and sword arts had reached the mastery level. Previously, Jiang Zhong had escorted the Zhou family's merchant convoy to the county seat. He should be back by now. We've arrived at Qingyan town. A voice came from beside him, breaking Chen Qinglin's train of thought. He looked up and saw the city gate. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. Don't mention it. It was no trouble." After paying the fare, Chen Qinglin carried his large bundle back to his residence in town. Recalling that grain and silver were occasionally lost on the street, he felt it was unsafe to leave these things here. It seemed he would need to be vigilant these days. Thinking of some people he had glimpsed on his way back, it was clear tonight would be a sleepless one. In the dead of night, under the cover of darkness, a furtive figure tiptoeing so lightly as to be nearly inaudible crept stealthily up to the courtyard wall. Like a nimble cat, he silently slipped into the yard. But before he could take 2 steps, a sharp cry rang out, "Ah!" Looking down, he saw he had stepped on a trap. Cursing inwardly, he clamped his mouth shut, intending to flee. Just then a voice came from the courtyard gate. "See, Brother Qingshi, I told you some reckless little thief would come tonight." Seeing the 2 men, the thief drew a knife, attempting to threaten them. Chen Qinglin closed the distance in 3 strides, and with a single knife-hand strike knocked the rogue unconscious, cutting his spell short. Early the next morning, they escorted the petty thief to the town guard post. Chen Qinglin told Chen Qingshi to train within the courtyard for the next few days, while he himself took a jar of tiger-bone wine to the martial hall. During his absence, Chen Qingshi had finally sensed his qi and blood entering the body-tempering realm. He had also been accepted as a disciple by Xiefeng, awaiting only the formal ceremony. Upon seeing Xiefeng, he was speaking with a young man. The man had broad shoulders, a tall, straight stature, and sword-like brows over starry eyes, carrying an innate heroic bearing. "Master, I have returned," Chen Qinglin said, entering and bowing to Xiefeng. "You're back. Nothing serious in the village." "Nothing major, Master. Your disciple has already dealt with it." "That's good." Xiefeng then drew the young man over to introduce him. "This is your senior brother, Xie Jingjiang. Jingjiang was in the county, so you haven't met yet." "Little junior brother, I am your senior brother, Xie Jingjiang." Xie Jingjiang introduced himself before Xiefeng could speak. "I heard my father had taken on a new disciple of exceptional talent. This must be you, junior brother." "You flatter me, senior brother. You have already reached the 9th layer of body tempering. It won't be long before you break through to the inner chi realm. How can I, your junior, compare? Alas, though it is but a single step away, I know not when I will break through." Perhaps having seen a wider world, Xie Jingjiang did not rest on his laurels. This level of cultivation might allow one to dominate a town, but it was merely the perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. Perhaps only those at Qingfeng Mountain, where his younger sister was, whose names were renowned throughout the great Shen Empire, could be called true geniuses. Those in the body-tempering realm could only be outer disciples. One had to break through to the inner chi realm before the age of 20 to become an inner disciple. If only he could enter a martial sect, then perhaps his path in martial arts could go further. After a few more exchanges, Chen Qinglin said to Xiefeng, "Master, this is wine your disciple brewed, using the bones of the tiger I hunted along with some herbs. I brought it especially for you to taste." With that, he offered the wine jar. "This visit was hurried, junior brother. Your gift will be made up later." With Chen Qingshi's breakthrough to the body-tempering realm, Chen Qinglin planned for them to move into the martial hall and treat all the senior and junior brothers to a feast. "Don't say that, junior brother. I appreciate your kind intention," Xie Jingjiang said, waving his hand. "How about this? In a few days, when all the brothers are here, I'll treat you to a meal. You must come. How could I refuse an invitation from you, senior brother?" Xiefeng watched the harmonious scene between his disciples, his heart filled with gratification. He called the 2 over and said, "Train hard. At the year-end tournament with the 2 of you, our martial hall might climb a few ranks in the standings and gain more training resources." "Master, what is the year-end tournament?" Chen Qinglin had been there for a while but hadn't heard of it yet. The year-end tournament is a competition held in Dingyuan County to allocate training resources among the county's martial halls. The competition is divided into 2 parts. The first is a contest for disciples who have trained for less than a year, assessing the teaching ability of the martial hall and the talent of the disciples. Since you have become a martial artist, the town guard has already come to register you. The second part is a contest for body-tempering realm disciples, testing the martial hall's accumulated strength. The martial hall's ranking determines the quota of training resources for the following year. Furthermore, at the year's end, people from the sects will come to watch. If there are exceptionally talented disciples, they can be accepted into Qingfeng Mountain for training. Xiefeng explained, "If a martial hall cultivates an outstanding disciple who enters a sect, the hall will receive rewards from the sect, and the disciple can go on to develop in a better place." "What is the standard for entering a sect, master?" "Breaking through to the 7th layer of body tempering before the age of 16. Having the potential to break through to the inner chi realm before the age of 20 allows one to enter Qingfeng Mountain. Xiefeng then imparted a great deal of common knowledge about martial arts and the structure of the Great Qian Empire to Chen Qinglin before sending him off to train. Chen Qinglin now had a rough outline of the Great Qian Empire. The Great Qian Empire was divided into 14 prefectures. Within its borders were 3 major sects: Qingfeng Mountain Yunqiu Valley, and Badao sect, all of which were 8th rank sects with Spirit Aperture Realm martial artists in their ranks. However, none of the 3 sects had more than 5 Spirit Aperture Realm martial artists, or otherwise they would be 7th rank sects. The imperial family possessed the world. The founding emperor Yen Taizu had secured the realm with the help of the 3 major sects, thus seating 9 prefectures to allow the 3 sects to recruit disciples within them. The remaining 5 prefectures were under the direct control of the imperial family. The 3 major sects also bore the responsibility of protecting the people and maintaining peace. It was common for sect disciples to punish the wicked, uphold justice, and capture criminals wanted by the authorities. Songzhou, where Chen Qinglin was located along with the other 2 prefectures, Yunzhou and Youzhou, fell within Qingfeng Mountain's sphere of influence. Consequently, most martial artists from these 3 prefectures joined Qingfeng Mountain. Xiefeng's daughter Xie Jingyun had joined the sect, and it was through her that Xiefeng had broken through to the inner Qi realm. Since Xiefeng broke through to the inner Qi realm, he had considered expanding his martial arts school into Dingyuan County. Unfortunately, the local schools in the county resisted him, making it difficult to develop. This time Xie Jingjiang and Xiesong went to the county after hearing that the auction house there was selling qi-gathering pills. They took most of the school's savings, hoping to compete for them. Unfortunately, they couldn't outbid others, and even if they entertained unscrupulous thoughts, they lacked the strength to act on them. Unwilling to give up, the 2 lingered in the county for over half a month, searching for other opportunities. After half a month of fruitless efforts, they eventually returned to Qingyan town. To break through to the inner Qi realm, they could only rely on their own cultivation. But how easily could that be achieved? As for support from Clearwind Mountain, Xie Jingyun had yet to break through to the inner Qi realm, so how could he provide them with assistance? Xie Jingyun was 18 years old and at the 9th level of body tempering. If he couldn't break through in the next 2 years, he would be expelled from the mountain to serve the sect, managing its properties and earning resources. For now, he still needed to see if they could offer some support from their end. The path of martial arts was arduous. For most, the inner Qi realm was the pinnacle. Chen Qinglin had once asked his master Xiefeng whether the peak of the 9th level of body tempering granted a strength of 10,000 jin. So had anyone ever achieved even greater power? Though Xiefeng didn't grasp his young disciple's thoughts, taking it as mere curiosity, he patiently answered his questions. The body tempering realm was essentially a process of laying the foundation for martial arts. In great martial sects, some prodigious disciples were nurtured with various heavenly treasures and rare materials from birth. By the time they began martial training at 12, they could skip the body tempering realm entirely and start directly from the inner Qi realm. The ultimate limit of strength in the body tempering realm was 10,000 jin. It was said that in ancient times the body tempering realm did not exist. It was created by martial sages who, sensing the difficulty of human cultivation, devised body tempering techniques to make it easier for humans to embark on the path of martial arts. As time passed, these techniques were refined through generations of human cultivation, allowing people to reach the pinnacle of this realm. 10,000 jin. The cultivation stages of this era were body tempering, inner Qi condensation, embrace, origin, spirit aperture, and Dharma aspect. The most formidable martial artists in Dashuan were at the spirit aperture realm. These individuals were invariably the foundation of sects, royal families, and great clans, true ancestral figures. The most powerful person Xiefeng had ever seen was only at the Qi condensation realm. He had only learned of such figures' might from the tales of wandering storytellers. They could shatter mountains, cleave rivers, and soar through the skies. They accomplished feats beyond ordinary imagination. Chen Qinglin's heart yearned for such realms, and he trained even more diligently. As autumn gave way to winter, the weather gradually turned cold. For months had passed since the tiger hunt near Linhe village. Chen Qinglin had joined the martial school in early summer, and now it was already November. The year-end tournament was scheduled for mid-November, and the time was drawing near. Xiefeng instructed them to prepare their belongings. Tomorrow they would set out early for Dingyuan County. Sitting idly in the school's courtyard, Chen Qinglin and Chen Qingshi had already moved in, having given up their previous small yard. For once Chen Qinglin wasn't training. He sat in the yard watching Chen Qingshi practice his fists. He sat there, his gaze vacant, his mind wandering far away, detached from the surrounding noise. Chen Qinglin. Lifespan 1456. Realm body tempering 8th layer. Skills archery perfected 100 001 0000 iron thread fist perfected 331 0000 iron sword art perfected 35851 0000. In 4 months, Chen Qinglin had not diverted his attention to other martial arts. His cultivation had advanced rapidly, reaching the 8th layer of body tempering with a strength of about 7,000 jin. Among his fellow disciples, only his senior brother Xie Jingjiang surpassed him. The progression of body tempering cultivation from the first layer with a strength of 150 jin, the second layer at 300 jin, the third at 500 jin, the fourth at 1000 jin, the fifth at 2000 jin, the sixth at 3000 jin, the seventh at 5000 jin, the eighth at 7000 jin, and the ninth at a full 10000 jin. Actual combat strength was influenced by factors such as realm martial techniques and weapons. Thus, although his strength still lagged behind the 9th layer of body tempering. With the boost from his perfected swordsmanship, his senior brother Xie Jingjiang was no longer his match. The reason he wasn't training today was that since reaching perfection in archery with no further room for improvement, Chen Qinglin had sensed a subtle, elusive feeling. Yet he couldn't grasp it, leaving him somewhat restless. With the journey to Dingyuan County set for tomorrow, Chen Qinglin decided to forego training. Over these months, Chen Qingshi had honed his fist techniques to proficiency and reached the 2nd layer of body tempering. However, the sword art remained elusive, failing to take root, even with Chen Qinglin's guidance. Perhaps he truly lacked talent in that area. On a winter morning before the snow fell, sunlight filtered through the clouds and branches, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the grass. A cold wind swept through, carrying away the last traces of autumn's desolation. On the official road from Qingyan Town to Dingyuan County, a carriage procession slowly approached. "Master, didn't you say there were bandits on the road to Dingyuan County? We've been traveling for 2 days and haven't encountered any. Bandits have brains too." At this time, most travelers heading to the county are martial arts masters and their disciples from various schools. Naturally, they want to provoke them. It was indeed the Iron Sword Martial Schools group. Xie Jingjiang Zhangzhong and Master Lin Hua's 2 disciples were all participating in the 2nd round of the tournament, while Chen Qinglin and his brother took part in the 1st round. To be honest, Chen Qinglin's participation in the 1st round was somewhat of an overmatch. Chen Qingshi was merely going through the motions. Xiefeng didn't expect much from him and brought him along for exposure. "Qinglin, why doesn't the county government wipe out these bandits instead of letting them rob travelers and harm the people?" "Qingshi, let me tell you," Xie Jingjiang interjected, explaining to Chen Qingshi. "It's not that the county government tolerates them. The Qingyan mountain range is too vast. Whenever the county organizes a suppression campaign, these bandits always retreat deep into the mountains. Each time they achieve little, and after a while the bandits reappear. The county has also issued bounties welcoming all chivalrous individuals to slay these bandits and claim rewards with their heads at the county office." Within the Qingyan Mountains, there were not only body-tempering realm bandits, but also more than one at the inner Qi realm. Dingyuan County, being remote and lacking Qi condensation realm martial artists, had gradually become a persistent scourge over the years. Under the setting sun, the group finally caught sight of the city gate. Sunlight bathed the gate, making it gleam. The brass nails and ornaments shimmered brilliantly. Flanking the gate were towering walls covered in moss and vines, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. Beneath the gate, a steady stream of merchants and pedestrians flowed, creating a bustling scene. In the square inside the gate, countless stalls were set up with cries of vendors rising and falling, weaving together into a lively tapestry of sound. A truly prosperous sight. Arriving at the tournament grounds, a servant led them through winding paths to a courtyard, their lodging for the competition. The Iron Sword Martial School would stay here. The adjacent courtyard was already occupied by a school that had arrived earlier, one that Xiefeng knew. He went over to greet them, exchanging pleasantries for a while, before leading his group back to their rooms. After days of travel, everyone was weary. They agreed to explore the county town the next day, and then retired to their rooms to rest. On the 2nd day, as the early morning sun rose, the 2nd senior brother Jiang Chong expressed his desire to take Chen Qinglin and the others to witness the unique scenery of the county town. Uncle Lin Hua's 2 disciples Lin Yun and Zhou Bai had already vanished early in the morning. The 1st senior brother Xie Jingjiang stated he would visit friends, wishing them a good time. Jiang Chong led the 2 on an enjoyable journey through the long streets and narrow alleys, experiencing the local scenery, customs, and various delicacies. As afternoon approached, he brought the 2 to a particularly bustling place with a sly look on his face. Here the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air, with snack shops, bookstores, tea houses, puzzle booths, and crowds of people filling the streets, creating a lively scene. Squeezing through the crowd, they arrived at the foot of a pavilion. The ancient building, adorned with green tiles and flying eaves, displayed a unique architectural style that exuded extravagance. With a red railing, intricately carved doors and windows, and colorful murals, the pavilion resonated with the symphony of various musical instruments. Several beautiful young women dressed in splendid attire leaned against the railing, teasing passers-by. Above the pavilion's grand entrance hung a plaque inscribed with Yue Hong Fong. Beneath it were additional characters: "The moon is bright every month, and the nights are always filled with red." Chen Qinglin glanced sideways at his second senior brother Jiang Chong, realizing that this was the kind of person he was despite his bold appearance. Is this what you refer to as the unique scenery of the county town? Young master, come play with us. One of the young women in a pink and white outfit waved at Chen Qinglin, causing him to blush deeply and be rendered speechless. Today I'm taking you two to broaden your horizons, Jiang Chong said to them. Is that appropriate, senior brother? If the master finds out, we would be in trouble. Hearing this, Chen Qinglin stuttered in reply. However, his eyes were not directed at the opposite side, indicating his desire to go. If you don't say anything, I won't either. How would the master know? Right? Isn't that so, junior brother Qinglin? With that, he hooked his arm around Chen Qinglin's shoulder and headed toward the entrance. Chen Qinglin had no objections. In fact, he was quite eager to see what it was all about. Oh, honored guest, welcome. As soon as they stepped through the door, a brothel keeper rushed over to greet them. I'm looking for Miss Cuihong. Please introduce two good ones for my young brothers here. You are Miss Cuihong's guests. Please head upstairs, the keeper said as he led them into the building. Walking into the brothel felt like stepping into another world. The lavish hall was adorned with pearl curtains, flickering candlelight, and the sound of the guqin resonating beautifully. The colorful murals on the walls decorated the entire space, making it more enchanting, while the faint scent of makeup made one feel as if they were in the clouds, as if in another era. Walking past the corridor filled with colorful flags, ancient melodies filled the air, accompanied by a light fragrance of wine. A group of elegantly dressed beauties passed by, their laughter filling the space. Various people busily engaged in their tasks, collecting tips, serving food, welcoming guests, while the rising and falling sounds of string instruments decorated the brothel, making it even more alluring. The keeper guided the way while conversing with Jiang Chong, leading the three of them to a tastefully decorated room on the second floor. He then asked Chen Qinglin and the others, do you two gentlemen have any favorites? Not really, please find someone skilled in music for us. Chen Qinglin expressed his curiosity about the brothel, but had no interest in exploring the mysteries of life with the women there. Chen Qinglin, lacking any ideas, had the keeper help him find someone. Please wait a moment, the lady will be here shortly. After making arrangements, he closed the door behind them and went downstairs. Chen Qinglin sighed in relief, as he had been extremely nervous earlier, whereas Jiang Chong appeared to be a regular, bringing over some snacks while chatting with the two. Before long, a servant from the brothel knocked on their door, accompanied by three young women. The one dressed in pink immediately approached Jiang Chong. My lord, it has been so long since you last visited me. Didn't I come here now? Jiang Chong warmly embraced the woman, evidently Miss Cuihong. The other two women approached. One dressed in a light purple dress sat beside Chen Qinglin, while the one in yellow and white sat next to Chen Qinglin. My name is Xia Qing. It's an honor to meet you, young master, she said. You must be here for the first time, right? How can you tell, Miss Xia? A person as handsome as you, if you had been here before, I would certainly remember you. Miss Xia, you flatter me. What song would you like to hear, young master? Let's hear one that you are best at. Yes, young master. At that moment, the sound of the guqin filled the room. The music flowed gracefully like a winding stream, constantly delivering delicate notes, immersing one in a serene and joyful atmosphere. No wonder ancient brothels have endured through the ages. They became drunk, forgetting the way back. It wasn't until late at night that the three of them finally left, filled with excitement. If it weren't for Chen Qinglin's presence and the fact that Xiefeng had also come to the county town, Jiang Chong probably wouldn't have returned today. The three of them walked back leisurely, slightly tipsy. Sigh, another day wasted. From tomorrow onwards, I will quit drinking. The next morning, he opened the door and saw Lin Yun and Zhou Bai whispering conspiratorially with Jiang Chong in a corner. With just a glance, seeing the lewd expressions on the three of their faces, Chen Qinglin immediately understood what they were discussing. He walked past with a look of disdain and began his morning practice. When the three finished their chat and were about to go out, they saw Xiefeng returning from outside, looking at them with a stern expression. Oh no, we're done for. Jiang Chong and the others thought Xiefeng had overheard their conversation. Unexpectedly, he merely scolded the three of them for a few moments, telling them to prepare well these days. If they couldn't perform as expected on the day of the competition, they would be in for it when they returned. He then praised Chen Qinglin, who was practicing martial arts, saying, Qinglin, you give me peace of mind. Take a good rest these few days and stroll around the county town. At that time, just perform normally and give those kids from the Chongfeng martial arts school a good lesson. With that, he returned to his room. The master must have had a rough morning. Chen Qinglin turned around and saw second senior brother Jiang Chong looking at him with a resentful expression. Junior brother, you didn't remind me when you saw the master. Senior brother, I didn't see him come back from outside either. By the way, what's the deal with the Chongfeng martial arts school that the master mentioned? Chen Qinglin quickly changed the subject. Sure enough, Jiang Chong immediately began explaining. The Chongfeng Martial Arts School is located in the neighboring Fenglin town. Over the years, our two schools have remained close in ranking, and the disciples in the late stages of body refinement at the Chongfeng Martial Arts School outnumber those at our school. Thus, they have kept us under pressure in recent years. The master probably encountered the head of the Chongfeng Martial Arts School. Jiang Chong glanced towards Xiefeng's room and whispered, "So that's how it is, no wonder." Chen Qinglin exclaimed in realization, "Want to spar, senior brother? Maybe not junior brother. Come on, come on." Ever since I discovered that training with others increases my proficiency faster, I often sought out a few senior brothers for sparring in Qingyan town. Even senior sister Wu Jianxue now avoids me if she sees me. I had clearly held back controlling my swordsmanship to match that of a single person. Life truly is as lonely as snow. In the following days, Chen Qinglin practiced martial arts peacefully in the courtyard, while Chen Qingshi occasionally went out with Jiang Zhong. On the day of the competition, when the Iron Sword Martial Arts School arrived at the arena, a vast square came into view housing 5 fighting platforms surrounded by spectator seats. The referees were already in place on the elevated stage, though the rows of seats behind them remained empty. It seemed the distinguished figures had yet to arrive. The sky was overcast without a trace of sunlight. A cold wind blew carrying a chill, yet it could not dampen the crowd's enthusiasm. The square teemed with people alive with excitement. Martial arts schools from all over Dingyuan County had gathered, some bearing sharp weapons with solemn expressions. Others clad in elegant attire engaged in conversation. They stood or sat, some meditating with closed eyes, others silently praying, all awaiting the start of the competition. Chen Qinglin and his companions arrived at their designated area, marked by a wooden plaque inscribed with Iron Sword Martial Arts School. They took their seats, waiting quietly for the matches to begin. Before long, a crowd escorted several individuals onto the elevated stage. Once they were seated, one of them announced the commencement of the competition. "Brother Han, have any prodigies emerged this year?" "Haha," Brother Shen jests. "What prodigy could rival the disciples of Qingfeng Mountain?" "However, I hear that Bloodblade Martial Arts School has a disciple named Qi Hanfei, barely 15 yet, already at the 7th level of body tempering. Other schools also boast some fine talents. Brother Shen will see for himself." County Magistrate Han Lang gestured toward the platforms. "Oh, that's not bad. At least I won't leave empty-handed." After a draw to determine the matchups, the first round began. A competition for new disciples limited to those under 16. Iron Sword Martial Arts School's Chen Qinglin versus Firm Rock Martial Arts School's Zhao Shiguan. "Master Qingshi am going up. Qinglin defeat him." Chen Qingshi cheered. "Rest assured." Firm Rock Martial Arts School Zhao Shiguan. Iron Sword Martial Arts School Chen Qinglin. Zhao Shiguan, wielding a long staff, grew incensed seeing Chen Qinglin not even drawing his sword. He struck with a fierce overhead blow, but Chen Qinglin sidestepped, countering with a single punch that sent him flying to the ground, unable to rise. Iron Sword Martial Arts School Chen Qinglin wins. The referee announced after inspection. As Chen Qinglin descended the platform, he saw a match on an adjacent platform also conclude. A cold-eyed youth glanced at him before turning away indifferently. 23 martial arts schools participated in this competition, totaling 136 individuals. Apart from the 8 county schools, disciples from town schools were mostly at the 2nd level of body tempering, a few at the 3rd, and only a handful at the 4th. Among the 8 county schools, only a minority were at the 3rd level. Most disciples were at the 4th, with some at the 5th or even 6th level. Soon many schools were lamenting. After just 2 rounds, most of their disciples had fallen. Chen Qingshi also fought twice, once engaging a town school disciple in dozens of exchanges before narrowly winning, and another time facing a 4th-level opponent taken down in 2 moves. 4 rounds were held that day, with Chen Qinglin sweeping through all his matches, each victory achieved in a single blow. He advanced to the top 17 with the final showdown set for the next day. The remaining contestants were mostly from the 8 county schools. Long River Firm Rock Blood Blade Windchaser Divine Fist Fierce Tiger Rainstorm Flying Dragon, and Chen Qinglin's own Iron Sword Martial Arts School. The only ones who required a bit more of his attention were Qi Hanwen of Bloodblade Exine Shuming of Long River and Zhong Qing of Rainstorm, all at the 7th level of body tempering. On the way back that night, Xiefeng was overjoyed as several town school masters congratulated him. "Liner, do you have confidence for tomorrow?" "Master, only Exine Shuming of Long River, Qi Hanwen of Bloodblade, and Zhong Qing of Rainstorm are at the 7th level of body tempering like me. I can't guarantee first place, but at least I'll make the top 4. "You've reached the 7th level of body tempering." Xiefeng was utterly astonished. "Excellent, excellent. My Iron Sword Martial Arts School finally has a prodigy. Ha ha." In that moment, Xiefeng felt as if a young dragon was about to take flight, and it was his own disciple. He returned to his room delighted and had a few drinks. The next day as dawn painted the sky pale and sunlight streamed down, Xiefeng greeted everyone he met with a beaming smile, making no effort to hide his buoyant mood. The master of Longwind Martial Arts School, who had some friction with Xiefeng, muttered under his breath, "What's there to show off? One would think your disciple had already won first place. Yi Hao Lin Long Chi Hanwen Zhoufang Ganyu Chu Wen Chen Qinglin. The 17 of you come up to draw lots." Chen Qinglin reached into the box, pulled out a slip, and opened it to reveal the number 7. Yi Hao, who came up later, opened his slip to find it blank. Grinning broadly, he showed it to the organizers. "Yi Hao Bai. First round, number 1 Windchaser Martial Arts Schools, Ganyu versus number 16 Rainstorm Martial Arts Schools, Chongjian." Both schools were renowned for their swordsmanship, and the two stood facing each other with blades in hand. Once the match began, they wielded their weapons and charged. Swords clashed, light flashed, and the two darted across the platform, unleashing their ultimate techniques in a fierce spectacle. Both were at the 6th level of body tempering, their swordsmanship evenly matched. The Windchaser style was swift and graceful, while Rainstorm was rapid and fierce. Chongjian's strikes grew increasingly relentless, and Ganyu struggled to hold her ground. Chongjian seized an opportunity to knock her sword from her hand, securing victory. On other platforms, blades and swords clashed in dazzling displays, igniting the crowd's fervor. Number 7 Iron Sword Martial Arts Schools, Chen Qinglin versus number 8 Long River Martial Arts Schools, Xian Shuming. "You're no match for me. You'd be wise to concede." Stepping onto the platform, Xian Shuming spoke arrogantly to Chen Qinglin. "Pity. If you hadn't faced me, you might have contended for the top 5. Now you'll have to settle for 10th. The outcome is not yet decided. Anything is possible," Chen Qinglin replied calmly. "Since you won't give up, let me show you defeat, so you'll understand the gap between us." Chen Qinglin said no more. As the match began, he unleashed his mastery of swordsmanship, attacking Xian Shuming. In a flash of lightning, he executed 2 sword techniques, chasing wind and lightning and linked splendor, sweeping aside Xian Shuming's blade and resting his own against his opponent's neck. "Impossible!" Xian Shuming's face was a mask of disbelief. "Now you might have to settle for 10th place, Chen Qinglin," said, sheathing his sword and descending the platform. Xian Shuming, pale and unsteady, stumbled back to the Long River camp. What a fine lad. A promising talent. At the 8th level of body tempering, and he's already mastered his sword art to perfection. Shen Shi stroked his beard with excitement. "Congratulations, brother Shen. It seems the champion of this competition is all but decided." Han Lang offered his congratulations, though inwardly, he schemed to lure Chen Qinglin into the Dashuan Academy, bypassing Shen Shi. "Old fox, don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Let me remind you, this is Zhangzhou. You'd better behave. This young man belongs to Qingfeng Mountain." Shen Shi shot Han Lang a disdainful look. "Ahem, brother Shen, I didn't say anything." Han Lang hadn't expected his plan to be exposed before it even began. "See that you don't." Chen Qinglin defeated Lin Long and Zhou Feng in succession, advancing to the semifinals. His remaining opponents were Qi Hanwen and Zhong Qing. "Brother Chen, I know I'm no match for you, but I still want to try. Please go easy on me. Don't make me lose too badly, or I'll be in trouble when I get back." Zhong Qing stood opposite, speaking to Chen Qinglin with a pleading look. "Brother Zhong flatters me. I'm serious. Who knows, we might end up as fellow disciples someday. Begin." The once genial Zhong Qing transformed instantly, his expression turning stern, as he lunged at Chen Qinglin with his blade. His swordsmanship was swift, fierce, and relentless. Rain drenched by wind, stormy gale, thunder, and lightning. The rainstorm style surged forth. Chen Qinglin's eyes lit up, finally encountering a worthy opponent who had honed his sword art to the minor mastery level. Indeed, one should never underestimate the talents of the world. Chen Qinglin raised his sword to counter. The two swords clashed, producing a series of unimaginably harsh sounds that seemed to shatter eardrums. Yet the two were unaffected, their combat speed growing faster and faster. The moment their swords crossed, they immediately launched the next attack. Chen Qinglin, delighted by the contest, was in no hurry to end the match, feeling his own swordsmanship proficiency rapidly increasing. Reflected light and shifting shadows, overlapping sword images, leaping sword radiance. The sharp blade cut through the air, transforming into a visible stream of light that tore across the battlefield. One form of the iron sword technique after another flowed from his hands. Only when Zhong Qing's strength waned and his sword swing slowed did Chen Qinglin end the match with a move called Gentle Breeze, sweeping the crown. "Are you all right, brother Zhong?" He extended his hand to the collapsed Zhong Qing and pulled him up. "I'm fine, thank you for holding back, brother Chen." "Not at all. Your swordsmanship is excellent, brother Zhong. Let's spar sometime." "Sounds good." The subsequent match against Qi Hanwen was not as eventful. The fierce battle lasted no more than 10 moves before Chen Qinglin defeated Qi Hanwen, claiming first place in the martial competition. Having exhausted too much stamina, Zhong Qing narrowly lost to Qi Hanwen and took third place. Wow, Qinglin, you're amazing. You won streak after streak and defeated all 8 martial halls. Chen Qinglin said excitedly to the returning Chen Qinglin, as if he himself had won first place. Then you should train hard, cousin Qinglin, and stop visiting Yuehong Alley with second senior brother. Then you can do it too. Ha ha. Slander. He's slandering me. Zhang Zhong defended himself. Ha ha ha. Let's head back. Your matches, second senior brother, are in the next few days. Do your best. It's my turn so soon. Master, why didn't you register junior brother Qinglin for the next match too? I think if Qinglin had signed up, he might have taken first place again. Don't you think so, junior brother Zhou? I agree. Qinglin is just too fierce. How was I supposed to know before? Xiefeng also felt a twinge of regret. Although he had known this little apprentice was quite skilled, he hadn't expected him to be this formidable. He swept through all opponents, vanquishing everyone to claim first place in the first competition. Xiefeng was grinning from ear to ear, practically walking on air. You're exaggerating, second senior brother. Your confidence in me is too much. Of course not. Ha ha ha. The next morning, before the second competition even began, someone was already waiting for him. Are you young Master Chen Qinglin? Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, a young servant was waiting outside, accompanied by a splendid horse-drawn carriage. The carriage body was painted vermilion, with exquisite patterns carved on its compartment. Yellow silk draped from the canopy, cascading into tassels. I am Chen Qinglin. As the servant bowed to him, Chen Qinglin quickly returned the gesture. Excellent news, young Master Chen. My master invites you, the servant said with a joyful expression, cupping his hands towards Chen Qinglin. Who is your master? Do I know them? Chen Qinglin was puzzled. He knew no wealthy or powerful figures in Dingyuan County. My master is the county magistrate of Dingyuan. He specifically invites you to the county office for a talk. Please grace us with your presence, the servant said respectfully. I dare not refuse. Please lead the way, young sir. What did the magistrate want with him? Could it be related to him winning first place in yesterday's competition? Yes, sir. Please board the carriage. The servant lifted the curtain for Chen Qinglin, extending a hand towards the compartment. Only after Chen Qinglin entered the carriage did he drive towards the county office. Upon arriving, he found that he was not the only one summoned. Xian Shuming, Qi Hanwen, and Zhongqing were also present. Seeing Chen Qinglin, Zhongqing approached him. I told you brother Chen would come too. Brother Zhong, brother Xin, brother Qi. Chen Qinglin greeted each of them in turn and began chatting with Zhongqing. Brother Zhong, do you know why the magistrate has summoned us? Rest assured, brother Chen. If I'm not mistaken, this is good news. Oh, just as Chen Qinglin was about to voice his doubts, a booming voice rang out. My apologies for keeping you young friends waiting. I was delayed by some minor official business. Please forgive my negligence. Looking up, he saw a robust, dignified official walk in, dressed in an indigo long gown. I am Han Lang. I invited you here for 2 reasons. First, to meet the outstanding talents of our county, and second, someone has asked me to extend an invitation to you. You flatter us, sir. We are unworthy of such praise. Shuming, it's been a while. You've brought your uncle a pleasant surprise. Thank you for your concern, uncle. Your aunt often speaks of you. Visit her when you have time. Yes, it has been a long time since I last saw my aunt. All of you are outstanding talents. Would you be interested in attending the White Deer Academy in the prefectural city? Before he could finish, a roar interrupted him. You old scoundrel Han. How dare you poach from me? Have you no shame? Your turn isn't until next year. Brother Shin, calm down, calm down. I was just joking. How did this old fellow get here so fast? There goes my plan, Han Lang thought to himself. You'd better be joking. Otherwise, in the future. Humph. The newcomer made a mental note to pull the same trick in the future. This is Shen Shi, an outer sect steward of Qingfeng Mountain. He is the one who wishes to see you today. The 4 of you, are you willing to come to Qingfeng Mountain? If not, I won't force you, the man from Qingfeng Mountain said bluntly. Who, in their right mind, would refuse? Entering an academy or sect not only brought resource rewards to one's family and martial hall, but also provided a better environment for cultivation, making one's parents and clan proud. We are willing, sir. Xiefeng had previously told them never to hesitate if they had the chance to join a sect or academy. Upon hearing Shen Shi's words, Chen Qinglin accepted. Good. Our Qingfeng Mountain spans the 3 prefectures of Dashuansong, and you recruiting at least 1,000 disciples each year. Here you might be geniuses, but across the 3 prefectures there are countless others like you. I will take you to the mountain gate where you will be assigned based on your aptitude and cultivation level. Now I'll give you 3 days. After the second competition ends, we depart. Go back. Yes, the 4 replied in unison. Exiting the county office, Chen Qinglin looked up at the sky. He probably wouldn't have time to go back and bid his family farewell, he sighed. Returning, Chen Qinglin informed his master and fellow disciples of the matter, entrusting the martial hall with the care of his parents and family. Xie Feng and several senior brothers all promised to look after his parents. That evening, in the room shared by Chen Qinglin and Chen Qingshi, Chen Qinglin took out 300 taels of silver notes, money he had earned from hunting over the past few months after deducting daily expenses. He gave the money to Chen Qingshi, asking him to explain the situation to his own parents and persuade them to move to town. Cousin Qingshi, it's best if your family also moves to Qingyan town, so we can look out for each other. I leave in 3 days. Please take care of my parents in the meantime. Don't worry, Qinglin. Focus on your training. I'll pass your message to uncle and aunt. I'll take good care of them. When I get back, I'll explain everything to my father and your father. Our two families will move to the area near the martial hall, so we can keep uncle company. Chen Qingshi looked at his cousin, who had grown up with him, joined the martial hall, and trained alongside him, feeling a deep reluctance to part. Yet he did not try to stop him, knowing this was a good opportunity. He wished Qinglin a brighter future. The two cousins talked late into the night before finally falling asleep. In the following 2 days, the competitions of Zhangzhong and Zhou Bai officially commenced. Chen Qinglin arrived at the martial arena as if nothing had happened. Senior brother Xie Jingjiang also returned just as the second round of matches began. This competition truly reflected the real strength of Iron Sword Martial Hall in Dingyuan County. Only Xie Jingjiang had reached the 9th level of body tempering, Zhangzhong, and Zhou Bai were at the 7th level and Lin Yun at the 8th. Compared to other towns, this was decent. Only 2 martial halls among the 13 towns had disciples at the 9th level. Yet they were far inferior to the martial halls within the county, such as Chongfeng and Bloodblade. In this competition, they ranked 9th, similar to previous years. However, this year, with Chen Qinglin's emergence, their overall rank rose to 4th, surpassed only by the 3 martial halls Changhe, Bloodblade, and Rainstorm. It was the best result in the history of Iron Sword Martial Hall. During these 2 days, Xie Feng wrote a letter for Chen Qinglin to deliver to Xie Jingyun upon reaching Qingfeng Mountain. Meanwhile, Zhongqing frequently visited Chen Qinglin, bringing along the proud Xian Shuming and the aloof Qi Hanwen. After all, they were young at heart, and none of them possessed a truly wicked nature. After several gatherings, they set aside the trivial matters of the competition and began to spar, brew tea, and discuss martial arts together. The elders behind them were pleased to see this, often preparing venues and intercepting visitors for them. On the 4th day, Chen Qinglin went to the county office to meet Zhongqing and the other two. Shunshi led the 4 out of the city gate and blew a strange whistle. In the distance, a black dot in the sky gradually grew larger. As it approached, they saw it was a majestic green eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters. He beckoned them onto the eagle's back, took out a round disc, and activated a light shield that enveloped them. The green eagle flapped its wings and soared into the clouds. Despite the eagle's swift movement, Chen Qinglin and the others on its back felt no discomfort. What a marvelous item, they thought, their faces filled with wonder. This is a unique green feather eagle from Qingfeng Mountain. Can travel 10,000 li in a day. We set out at the hour of the dragon and will arrive at the mountain gate by the hour of the rooster. Seeing their astonishment, Shen Shi pointed at the eagle beneath them and explained. Sir Shen, what is this round disc? Xian Shuming, now relaxed, asked. Without directly answering, Shen Shi said, you have now entered Qingfeng Mountain. Once you are registered at the gate, you may call me Uncle Master or Steward. He continued, this round disc was forged by the weapon forging peak of Qingfeng Mountain. It is a mortal grade low-rank artifact. When infused with true qi, it forms a protective barrier. Nothing uncommon. As Shen Shi explained, the weapons in this world were divided into 3 grades: heavenly Dao artifacts, earthly spiritual weapons, and mortal grade artifacts. Each grade was further classified into low, medium, high, and supreme ranks based on power and quality. The weapons Chen Qinglin and the others had used before were all ungraded. An ordinary person wielding a graded weapon could easily sever them. Along the way, Shen Shi described the might of Qingfeng Mountain and answered their questions. In the sky, the green eagle flew over towering mountains and rivers, a streak of cyan light fleeting across the heavens. After an unknown distance, as the setting sun was about to fall, the green feather eagle descended at the foot of a majestic and elegant green mountain. Beyond the green mountain lay a continuous range of peaks, undulating and stretching endlessly into the horizon. White cranes and green eagles danced in the sky, while exquisite palace complexes dotted the landscape like scattered stars. At the base of the mountain was a magnificent city bustling with activity and filled with stunning architecture. The green eagle landed on a vast square at the foot of the mountain, and immediately someone came to greet them. Shen Shi returned the whistle and the round disc, then led them into the city to an ancient building bearing the sign Qingfeng Inn. Steward Shen, the innkeeper called out as he came to welcome them. These are this year's reporting disciples. Arrange lodgings for them here. I will return for them tomorrow, Shen Shi said. Yes, replied the innkeeper. Turning to the four, Shen Shi instructed, rest for now. Tomorrow I will take you to the mountain square for registration. With that he left the inn. Junior brothers, follow me. Rooms have been prepared for you. Recently all inns under Qingfeng Mountain are not receiving other guests. More disciples like you will arrive in the coming days. Thank you, innkeeper. It's my duty. Rest for a while. You can come downstairs for dinner later. Feel free to explore the city at night. The scenery of Qingfeng City is quite impressive. Junior brothers, if you need anything, just call for me. I'll take my leave now. Brother, go ahead. Don't worry about us. The day's experiences had left the young men mentally weary. After agreeing to have dinner together, they each retired to their rooms, quietly awaiting the morrow. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, the square at the foot of the mountain was already filled with disciples from 3 prefectures. Voices of flattery, reminiscence, boasting, and mockery mingled together. Chen Qinglin and his companions were also chatting among the crowd. Silence! A thunderous voice rang out, belonging to an old man with white hair and a youthful face clad in a white robe, his expression naturally imposing. Once the square quieted down, the old man spoke slowly. Welcome, disciples, to Qingfeng Mountain. Here you will enter the true world of martial arts. As a martial sect with a legacy spanning over 1,000 years, Qingfeng Mountain possesses numerous profound martial arts and an orderly tradition. Here you will reach higher realms of martial arts. I hope you. Finally you will. Chen Qinglin felt a chill run down his spine, as if reliving the terror of being dominated by principles and leaders in his past life. Looking around, he saw everyone wearing expressions of utter despair. Some had even begun to doze off on the spot. Now the Mountain Gate assembly officially begins. Chen Qinglin snapped to attention at those words. He nudged the drowsy Xian shumming beside him and straightened his posture. Line up according to your prefecture, disciples from Zhangzhou on the left, Yunzhou in the middle, and Yuzhou on the right. Corresponding tests will be conducted. Do not wander off. Begin the tests. Yitian, Yunzhou Ling Prefecture, 16 7th level body tempering. Grip the stone. A faint cyan glow emanated from the stone. The testing steward examined the light, wrote something down, and announced dim cyan aura, lower middle talent. Yunqing Courtyard. Tian Fugue, Yuzhou Ling Prefecture, 15 7th level body tempering, average talent. Yunqing Courtyard. Lin Wangyu, Zhangzhou Annan Prefecture. Xiao Muyu, Yunzhou Chongling Prefecture, 14 9th level body tempering. A blazing red light shot from the stone into the sky. Supreme upper-class talent. The testing steward exclaimed in shock. Before any outer sect steward or elder could speak, a cyan figure descended rapidly from the sky. This disciple, Eye of Green Lotus Peak, claim her. Little girl, would you be willing to become my apprentice? You will directly become an inner disciple. The figure that appeared was a charming and dashing man in blue robes. I am willing, the girl replied, her face brimming with joy. Could follow me. He took the female disciple and transformed into a cyan streak, vanishing into the green mountain. Where is the person who just emitted the crimson light? Before the disciples could recover, several more figures landed. A woman in a purple dress asked. Elder Yunhua took her. The testing steward quickly answered. Ah, that shameless Mo Yunhua. He struck first. A man in a white robe with a warm smile said, Junior Sister Yunling, there are still many disciples behind. Why not take a look? Humph, don't let me run into him. Continue the tests. Don't delay, the white-robed elder instructed the steward. Yes, elder. The tests continued. Qifeng, Yuzhou Dark Prefecture, 15 8th level body tempering, upper middle talent. Yunqing Courtyard. Hua Yunqing, Zhangzhou Baihua Prefecture, 15 9th level body tempering, upper class talent. Another crimson light flared. She was taken as a disciple by Elder Yunling. By noon, it was finally the turn of Chen Qinglin and his 3 companions. Stimulate your blood qi and grip the testing stone, the steward said, feeling his bones. Yes. Chen Qinglin, Zhangzhou Changyang Prefecture, 14 8th level body tempering, upper middle talent. Yunqing Courtyard. Go that way. A disciple will lead you to Yunqing Courtyard. Yes. Xian Shuming, Zhangzhou Changyang Prefecture, 15 7th level body tempering, average talent. Yunqing Courtyard. Qi Hanwen, Zhangzhou Changyang Prefecture, 15 7th level body tempering, upper middle talent. Yunqing Courtyard. Zhongqing, Zhangzhou Changyang Prefecture, 16 7th level body tempering, lower middle talent. Yunqing Courtyard. How is it? Are you all right? Chen Qinglin approached and asked after seeing the 3 finish their assessment. Alas, you 3 are slightly better off. I'm the only one with mediocre talent. Zhong Qing sighed. Brother Zhong Wai Sai. We're all of average aptitude. None of us are much stronger than the others. Talent doesn't determine everything. Sooner or later, it'll catch up with those with superior talent. Xian Shuming declared with confidence. Let's work together. Qi Hanwen, though cold-faced, still came over to say a word. Thanks. It's just that seeing so many people better than me for the first time made me a bit emotional. I'll treat you all to a drink another day. That would be great. Hey, when we get assigned rooms later, let's pick ones close to each other. We're all from the same county, as sticking together gives us support, so we won't be bullied. We can gather on ordinary days too, since getting familiar with the group Xian Shuming had become the most talkative among them. That sounds good. Though we have no intention of bullying others, we must guard against being bullied. Zhong Qing, persuaded by Xian Shuming's words, agreed. Here are the vacant courtyards. Make your choices. They arrived at the accommodation assignment area crowded with waiting disciples. Let's take this one. Though it's a bit remote, the front yard is spacious. A little cleanup will do. After discussing among themselves, Zhong Qing pointed to a spot on the map. All right, courtyard 414, Cloud Serenity Yard. The attendant handed them keys and registered. When they arrived, it was a secluded small yard with no other dwellings around. The yard had 4 rooms and a sizable open area in front, perfect for martial practice, chatting and discussing lives' aspirations. It suited their needs quite well. After moving in, they cleaned up and then chatted idly in the front yard. I heard that several more with superior talent have emerged and been taken as direct disciples by peak elders. As for us, we have to reach the inner chi realm to become inner disciples. It's so unfair. Xian Shuming vented indignantly to Zhong Qing. Be grateful we didn't start as servant disciples. Those servant disciples can't train constantly like us, and they only get 1 bottle of body tempering pills per month. They have all sorts of chores daily, though the sect offers hope of promotion if they reach the 4th level of body tempering, shedding the servant identity. But with busy chores, no resources, and no guidance in martial arts, it's tough. Zhong Qing sympathized. It's just unwillingness to accept fate, Qi Hanwen said, coldly, leaning against a big tree. Instead of this, why not cut the weeds in the open space and clean it up to make a proper yard? The 3 looked over to see Chen Qinglin carrying a huge boulder. Hey Qinglin, where did you get that rock? What are you planning? You're not going to smash me with it, because you're unhappy with me, are you? If I've done something wrong, tell me and it'll change. Put the rock down first, okay? Chen Qinglin shot Xian Shuming a glare. Less chatter, more work. Or I might really smash your head. Yes, 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 boss. Your little brother will get right to it. Rest easy. Xian Shuming replied with a grin. Zhong Qing watched, covering his face in exasperation. He turned to Qi Hanwen only to find the young man had already drawn his blade and begun sweeping the open space. Seeing this, Xian Shuming followed suit, pulling out his sword and shouting, wielding sword to cut grass, sweeping all directions, chaos and disorder, raising the cup to the eyebrows. Without a word, Zhong Qing joined in. Surprisingly, it was like discovering a new continent. They worked with great enthusiasm. In no time, they cleared a large, clean area. Chen Qinglin set down the boulder, drew his sharp sword to smooth its rough edges, making it usable as a stone table. After clearing the front yard, they headed to the dining hall together. The first floor of the dining hall offered exquisite, ample, ordinary food for free. The second floor was different, providing spirit rice and exotic beast meat, but not for free. Spirit rice contained traces of spiritual energy, accelerating blood and chi accumulation, while exotic beast meat was rich in energy, replenishing training consumption and boosting blood and chi. When they arrived, the hall was bustling. Disciples from all over chatted. They got their meals, found empty seats, and sat down to eat. The food on the second floor is way too expensive. You need spirit stones to buy it. Crazy, considering 1 spirit stone is worth 100 taels of gold or 10,000 taels of silver. Brother, sure, speak carefully. The spirit rice and exotic beast meat are grown and raised within the sect, unobtainable outside. It's a benefit for inner disciples. Brother, he were all from Yunzhou. Why not join us and band together? The Cloud Dragon Society was organized by the young prince. He's already at the 9th level of body tempering, and will likely break through to inner chi soon, entering the inner sect. Besides, the Cloud Dragon Society has 2 other 9th level body tempering experts. If you join now, the young prince won't treat us poorly. Don't miss this opportunity, brother. To be honest, I've admired the young prince for a long time. Since he thinks highly of me, I'll gladly follow. Good brother. Now we can fight side by side again. May I sit here, friends? Chen Qinglin, busy devouring his meal, looked up. The newcomer wore a blue silk robe embroidered with clouds, and pines, a fine jade pendant at his waist. Please feel free. This is where everyone eats. Ah, but first come, first served. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Jingyuan from the Ning clan of Kanggu Commandery in Songzhou. My apologies for disturbing you. He bowed to them. No disturbance at all. This is nothing serious. Yes, yes, please sit, Master Ning. You're too polite. Chen Qinglin and the others returned the bow. We four are also from Zhangzhou, but from an obscure county in Changyang Commandery, not from a prominent family. We dare not accept such a grand bow. Ah, my friend, you're mistaken. Now that we're here, we're all disciples of Clear Wind Mountain. What high or low status is there? Ning Jingyuan chatted warmly with Xian Shuming and Zhong Qing, while Chen Qinglin and Qi Hanwen focused on their meals. Though unsure of this Master Ning's intentions, Chen Qinglin didn't dwell on it. Qi Hanwen, naturally aloof, didn't utter a word. Brother Zhong, have you and your friends joined any organization? After a while, seeing Chen Qinglin and the others nearly finished, Ning Jingyuan paused his earlier topic and asked Zhong Qing, though his gaze fell on Qi Hanwen and Chen Qinglin. He had spent the afternoon gathering information on this batch of Clear Wind Mountain disciples, knowing who among them had above-average talent. His real targets were Chen Qinglin and Qi Hanwen. As for Xian Shuming and Zhong Qing, they were acceptable additions. No, Master Ning. We spent the afternoon cleaning our yard. What organizations are you referring to? Xian Shuming answered without guard. Well, I've organized a mutual aid society, recruiting brothers from Zhangzhou to help each other and advance together. Would you four be willing to join? Though they were country bumpkins from small places, he didn't mind. He needed people. Shouldn't they be grateful and join immediately? Ning Jingyuan couldn't imagine they'd refuse. With little experience once in the society, wouldn't they be easy to manipulate? Just then Qi Hanwen finished his meal. Him heading back first. He stood and left without acknowledging Ning Jingyuan, leaving an awkward silence. Hanwen is like that. Please don't mind Master Ning. Not at all. Though inwardly resentful of Qi Hanwen's disrespect, Ning Jingyuan maintained a magnanimous facade. Master Ning, we four are new here and not yet familiar with things. We need to think it over. Sorry. Chen Qinglin said as Qi Hanwen walked away. I was inconsiderate. Please think it over, no rush to reply. I won't disturb your meal. With that, Ning Jingyuan rose and moved on. Qinglin, we. Xian Shuming started to speak. Chen Qinglin stopped him. Eat first. Well, talk back at the yard. All right. He glanced at Zhong Qing, who seemed tempted by Ning Jingyuan's proposal. Not responding on the spot likely meant he was unsure of Ning Jingyuan's background. Chen Qinglin ate quietly, unconcerned. After all, they hadn't known each other long. He wouldn't influence their choices. In winter, though the weather had already turned bitterly cold, the mountain range remained lush and verdant, the trees in the mountains appearing as if dripping with emerald green, unaffected by the season. Under the starlight, they glistened with tiny crystalline sparkles. In a remote courtyard, halfway up the mountain, the warm yellow lamplight became rather conspicuous in this area. Are you two going to join those so-called Mutual Aid Society or Sword Hall? Xian Shuming said. Me. It'll take a few more days to think about it, Zhong Qing replied, sounding uncertain. What about you, Qinglin? Xian Shuming then turned to Chen Qinglin. Me. I'm not considering joining any for now. I don't even have enough time for martial arts training. I see. Xian Shuming glanced at Qi Hanwen, who remained silent, and dropped the subject. This temporary little group from Dingyuan County had already begun to harbor divergent thoughts within a single day. I'm going to practice my sword. With that, Chen Qinglin walked out of the courtyard. It seemed we were about to walk different paths, Chen Qinglin thought as his long sword danced faster and faster. Beneath the bright moon, streaks of white sword shadows sliced through the air, winding around him like a swimming dragon. The piercing shriek of the blade, cutting through the air, shook the mountain forest. Clang, 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 shing. A dull final sound marked the sheathing of the sword. Chen Qinglin lay on a rock, staring fixedly at the bright moon in the night sky. What night has no moon? What place has no friends? It's just that there are few who can walk the path with you to the end. Had the partings he experienced not been numerous enough, even if I am alone, I shall use the sword in my hand to cut through the brambles and ascend forward. Late at night, Chen Qinglin sat cross-legged on the bed. Blood and qi burst forth from his flesh, and blood, circulating through his entire body, not being consumed but instead growing stronger. The surging of blood and qi showed no sign of running wild, it merely scoured his body over and over again. Finally, as if breaking through some critical threshold, the blood and qi abruptly increased, continuing to rise in a galloping manner. This sudden surge of blood and qi also made Chen Qinglin's control over it less adept than before. On the outside, his entire body was flushed red and steam continuously rose from his body. He then felt a tremendous increase in his muscles, bones, skin, internal organs, and physical strength. It felt as if blood and qi had spread throughout his body, giving him the urge to shatter a mountain with one punch. But he knew this was an illusion and began to adjust his mindset. He slowly exhaled a breath, sat back down to regulate his breathing, and then opened his panel to check his status. Chen Qinglin. Lifespan 1499. Realm body tempering 9th layer. Skills archery perfection 100 001 0000 iron thread fist perfection 30331 0000 iron sword art perfection 65851 0000. Finally broke through to the 9th layer of body tempering. Next is to gain complete control over all blood and chi and then break through to the inner chi realm. Normally martial artists in the body tempering realm have vast amounts of blood and chi. Many spend their entire lives unable to fully control it. Breaking through to the inner chi realm requires condensing all one's blood and chi into a single stream from which true chi is born. The effect of the chi gathering pill is to assist in condensing blood and chi, helping martial artists advance to the inner chi realm. Although Chen Qinglin's talent was only above average thanks to his innate panel ability, he could perfectly utilize all the martial arts he learned and control his own power. As long as he had once unleashed a greater power for even an instant, he would remember that state and permanently remain within that domain. Having just broken through to the 9th layer of body tempering, he still needed some time to adapt. The moment he fully adapted to and controlled the newly increased blood and chi would be the time he broke through to the inner chi realm. The improvement in martial arts also increased the proficiency he gained from daily practice, forming a positive cycle. When he first started martial arts, practicing a fist technique 20 times a day was considered good. Now, besides practicing fist techniques, he also had to practice swords. Every day he could increase the proficiency of iron thread fist and iron sword art by over 200 points. And this was even with some delays recently. According to Chen Qinglin's conjecture, his current proficiency gain relied on quantity, but a person's wisdom and comprehension were not static. As he learned more martial arts in the future, his knowledge and insight would expand, and as his martial realm broke through, his own comprehension and wisdom would also increase. The proficiency gained from each practice session would only get higher. At that time, foundation-building martial arts like the iron thread fist would probably be mastered with just a glance and a single practice and perfected with 2. Thinking about this, the previous trace of melancholy was swept away, replaced by a hint of excitement. Suppressing his joy, he pulled up his small blanket and went straight to sleep. Meanwhile, while he slept soundly, Xian Shuming and Zhongqing were somewhat sleepless. But since they were martial artists, a few days without sleep would not matter much. As for Qi Hanwen, he simply didn't care about the matter at all. He slept when it was time. His routine was very regular. 10 days passed. The new disciples of Qingyun Academy had initially formed the Cloud Dragon Society, composed of disciples from Yunzhou, the Mutual Aid Society, composed of disciples from Songzhou, and the Phantom Rider Society, composed of disciples from Yuzhou. There were also some smaller guilds and lone wolf disciples. Most of these lone wolves were people dedicated solely to martial arts training, or those confident in their own cultivation who didn't want to get involved in matters. Some also looked down on such petty squabbles and couldn't be bothered. Such is the myriad nature of life, and Chen Qinglin and Qi Hanwen naturally belonged to the latter category. Over these days, the life trajectories of Chen Qinglin and Qi Hanwen were very consistent. Practice martial arts in the courtyard, go to the cafeteria when hungry to replenish energy, and then return to practice. They were immersed in their own world. As for Zhongqing and Xian Shuming, perhaps feeling their own talent was not too good, after a few days of observation and inquiry, they eventually joined the Mutual Aid Society. They wanted to obtain more resource support from within, hoping that when someone inside the alliance broke through to inner chi and became an inner disciple, they would give them a helping hand. In these 10 days, the two spent less and less time on martial arts. Instead, they followed the people of the Mutual Aid Society everywhere, trying to recruit those who hadn't joined any guild yet. Even Chen Qinglin and Qi Hanwen were often urged by the two to join the Mutual Aid Society. Naturally, the two of them gave no response. However, recently the Mutual Aid Society, Phantom Rider Society, Cloud Dragon Society, and others, perhaps feeling their wings had grown, began to make moves. First, they asked each member to hand over one body tempering pill, claiming it was to concentrate resources for those with good talent, so they could break through to the inner chi realm first, and then use the increased resources to help the others break through. Then they started to demand a support fee of 2 body tempering pills per month from lone wolf disciples. Those who dared not pay were beaten up and had all their body tempering pills taken. An outer disciple of Qingfeng Mountain received 1 bottle of body tempering pills a month, with only 3 pills per bottle. Handing over 3 pills left nothing for cultivation. So these disciples also joined the guilds and in turn more aggressively collected body tempering pills from unaffiliated disciples. Initially, the guilds were still wary of Qingfeng Mountain's reaction. But when they found Qingfeng Mountain did nothing and let them develop, the situation escalated. Brother Zhong, I heard there are 2 disciples in your courtyard who haven't joined any guild. Brother Wu, those 2 brothers of mine are solely focused on martial arts, so they didn't join any guild. That's where you're wrong. How can you not think of your brothers when there's a good thing? What do you say, Shuming? Xian Shuming was tongue-tied for a moment, unable to speak, his expression somewhat unnatural. All right, no need to say more. Come with us. I want to see just how much face these two brothers of yours have, said the leader Wu Cheng. There were 13 people in their group 3 at the 8th layer of body tempering. Wu Cheng himself was at the 9th layer, and the remaining 9 were martial artists at the 7th layer of body tempering. At the courtyard of Chen Qinglin and the others, a group of people was approaching aggressively. Looking closely, Zhong Qing and Xian Shuming were also among them. Unaware of this, Chen Qinglin and Qi Hanwen were practicing martial arts in front of the courtyard at that moment. Zhong Qing, this is the place, isn't it? Wu Cheng said, gazing at the small courtyard ahead. Yes. Brother Cheng, please don't be too harsh on them. Zhong Qing's expression was complicated, a sense of betrayal gnawing at him. I'm doing this for their own good, for their own good. If not us, others would come, and by then they might suffer even more. He tried to convince himself, seeking solace in the thought. That depends on whether your two brothers will cooperate. Wu Cheng chuckled, leading the way toward Chen Qinglin and Qi Hanwen, who stood before the courtyard. Zhong Qing exchanged a glance with Xian Shuming before hurrying after him. Chen Qinglin and Qi Hanwen, who had been practicing swordsmanship in front of the yard, naturally noticed the group approaching. Something on your mind? Chen Qinglin stopped his practice, his expression impassive as he addressed the newcomers. Haha, nothing much. We often gather for drinks with brothers Shuming and Zhongqing, and today they invited us over. Wu Cheng feigned a hearty demeanor. Glancing at Xian Shuming and Zhongqing, who lingered at the back, Chen Qinglin said indifferently, So you're friends of brother Xian and brother Zhong. Make yourselves at home. With that, he picked up his long sword and turned to leave, seeking a quieter spot to continue his training. Qi Hanwen, after a brief look, prepared to follow Chen Qinglin without a word. Hold on. Where are you two off to? Wu Cheng was taken aback. The yard is too cramped for brother Zhong to host you properly. Well, find another place and leave you the space. No need, the more the merrier. We'd rather not intrude. We're not fond of crowds. With that, they made to leave. Brother Chen, you're being disrespectful. Wu Cheng's expression darkened as the other 10 men closed in, leaving only Xian Shuming and Zhongqing standing still. Caught in a dilemma, they hesitated. Wu Cheng shot them a cold glance. After a moment's hesitation, they approached Chen Qinglin. Qinglin. Useless fool, can't even speak clearly. Seeing this, Wu Cheng addressed Chen Qinglin directly. Brother Chen, brother Qi, we've come to invite you to join our mutual aid society. Surely you won't send us back empty-handed. His gaze locked onto Chen Qinglin. From his intelligence, Chen Qinglin was at the 8th layer of body tempering and Qi Hanwen at the 7th. Wu Cheng was confident they wouldn't refuse, and if they dared, I'm afraid we'll have to disappoint you. We have no interest in joining any guild. Chen Qinglin's tone soured as he sensed their hostile intent. Xian Shuming, Zhongqing, it seems your brothers aren't very cooperative. Wu Cheng turned to the two, then back to Chen Qinglin. Very well. If you're set on training, that's fine. But I've been short on body tempering pills lately. Could you spare some? I'll remember your kindness. We're running low ourselves. Can't help you. Qi Hanwen replied coldly, tightening his grip on his sword. Ha ha ha, excellent. No one has dared to defy me, Wu Cheng, lately. Come, let's test how much they've improved in their training. Don't hurt them too badly. Wu Cheng gritted his teeth, signaling the others. Brother Cheng, please. Zhongqing tried to intercede. A single glare from Wu Cheng silenced him. Meanwhile, the group had already charged forward. Ungrateful brats. Let us show you your place. They shouted. Unfazed, Chen Qinglin drew his long sword. With swift, precise movements, he deflected the incoming blades. His form moved like a gale, and with a kick like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, he sent the front ranks flying. A flash of sword light disarmed several, and within a few moves the rest were sprawled on the ground, bones broken, wailing in agony. Had it not been for the sect's rule against killing fellow disciples, they wouldn't have needed dinner tonight. Impressive, but let me. Before he could finish, Chen Qinglin's sword was upon him, forcing him to parry hastily. Facing unwelcome guests, only the sword could answer. Chen Qinglin's mortal-grade swordsmanship had reached perfection, its power multiplied, surpassing even a proficient human-grade low-tier technique. Avalanche. With a single powerful strike, he overwhelmed Wu Cheng, who was also at the 9th layer of body tempering, gravely wounding him. Wu Cheng writhed in pain. Unless one had cultivated a human-grade or higher martial art to mastery from the start, all of them trained in mortal-grade techniques, barely reaching minor mastery. They were no match for him. It seems this brother won't be training for half a month. What? You want to support me? How embarrassing. He crouched beside Wu Cheng. What are you doing? Wu Cheng cried out. Chatty. A slap sent his head turning, then Chen Qinglin searched him. Oh, you really came bearing gifts. Spotting 5 vials of body tempering pills in Wu Cheng's robe, he added, How embarrassing. Enraged Wu Chang spat blood and fainted. Turning to the other 10, they hastily pulled out their own pills. Exactly. Brother Chen is so talented he shouldn't lack pills. We brought these especially for you. The ones who had been thrown earlier smiled, obsequiously offering their body-tempering pills. Chen Qinglin took them, a wry smile playing on his lips. You're all such good men. All right, you can leave now. Of course. Next time you visit, bring more body-tempering pills. And don't forget to carry him out. He pointed at the unconscious Wu Chang. A youth, able to fall asleep anywhere. The group limped away carrying Wu Chang. Xian Shuming and Zhong Qing stood rooted, their faces a mix of emotions. Qinglin Wei. No need to explain. Everyone has their own path. I don't blame you for being caught in between. But I hope you'll bring fewer people here in the future, Chen Qinglin said flatly. They nodded bitterly, knowing this friendship had run its course. With a cupped fist salute, they hurried after Wu Cheng's group. Thank you, Qing. Brother Chen, Qi Hanwen said, bowing after the others left. No need for formality. Just call me Qinglin, Chen Qinglin replied, glancing at the usually taciturn Qi Hanwen. Qi Hanwen nodded, unsure what else to say. Losing the mood for practice, Chen Qinglin returned to his room. Outer disciples of Qingfeng Mountain could claim one human-grade low-tier martial art, but Chen Qinglin planned to wait until he entered the inner sect. Rumor had it that in 6 months there would be an outer sect competition open to all disciples. The top 3 would earn direct entry into the inner sect along with generous rewards like kigathering pills. But Chen Qinglin couldn't wait that long and had no intention of participating. These past days he had fully mastered his own qi and blood. Tonight he would break through to the next realm. In the chamber, Chen Qinglin sat upon the bedstead. The transformation from blood energy to inner energy reminded him of the shift from quantity to quality, and true qi was a higher-level energy condensed and born from an immense volume of blood energy. Thus he wondered if cultivation in this world was merely the accumulation of quantity followed by a qualitative metamorphosis. Reigning in his wandering thoughts, he began to perceive the changes within his own body. Once he entered a focused state, Chen Qinglin started to mobilize the blood energy throughout his body, directing it to converge at his dantian. The blood energy, which was ordinarily unruly and difficult to control, became as docile as a tame kitten under his command. It surged forth from every direction within his body, merging into a single stream that raced towards its common destination. Chen Qinglin dared not relax for an instant, continuously compressing the converging blood energy at his dantian. As time flowed slowly, a wisp of energy distinct from the blood energy gradually began to appear at his dantian amidst the intense concentration of blood energy. This wisp of energy was resilient yet minuscule. If blood energy were iron, then this was steel forged from the countless tempering of blood energy. No sooner had it appeared than it began to devour the surrounding blood energy, transforming it into true qi. The emergence of true qi signified that Chen Qinglin had officially stepped into the inner qi realm. Slowly opening his eyes, a glimmer of divine light seemed to flash within his gaze before vanishing in an instant. At last he had broken through to the inner qi realm. Chen Qinglin felt as if he had undergone a complete transformation. Catching a whiff of something, he looked down at himself and saw his body was coated in a layer of grime, emitting an unpleasant odor. The thought of marrow cleansing and physique refinement immediately sprang to his mind. He hurried out of his room and went to the bathhouse to wash himself. After cleansing, he felt as light as a swallow, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. Unable to contain himself, he left the small courtyard and bounded and leaped through the forest, venting the joy in his heart. He dashed swiftly, chasing the breath of the wind, forgetting all his worries as he roamed and darted freely among the woods. Finally, he came to a stop on a precipitous cliff. Chen Qinglin experienced a profound and ineffable sensation. Drawing his long sword, he began to wield it. At first, the forms of the sword technique were still discernible, but gradually his movements seemed to devolve into random swordplay. There were no fixed patterns. He had broken free from the constraints of the technique, his form agile, and his speed ever increasing. The fierce wind from the mountains howled incessantly, causing his robes to flap noisily. Yet, as if unaffected, he continued to brandish his sword, unleashing arcs of light. The proficiency of his sword technique soared unceasingly until it reached absolute perfection. Iron Sword Art Perfection 100,001,0000. Then, as he continued to strike, this line of text flickered continuously, as if some mysterious phenomenon was about to manifest. Gradually his sword seemed to merge with the wind. By harnessing the gale, his swordsmanship had transcended the bounds of the iron sword art. Slowly within this mystical state, he gained a sliver of insight into the wind of heaven and earth. The gentle breeze was balmy, the fierce gale was explosive, the hurricane was devastating. The wind was ethereal, free, formless, wild, and ceaseless. As his comprehension of the wind deepened, he actually conceived a brand new technique based on the iron sword art. The trace of the sword strike was indiscernible, like the ubiquitous wind that struck with a dazzling, explosive blow. The sword chi cleaved into the cliff face, splitting the rock cleanly in two. Its momentum unabated, it then sliced through a large tree behind it before finally dissipating. Chen Qinglin closed his eyes, replaying the strike in his mind, immersing himself in this epiphany. It was a long while before he opened his eyes. He pulled up his panel to check his status and was astonished by the changes he saw. Chen Qinglin lifespan 14120. Realm inner chi initial. Martial arts archery perfection 100,001. 0000 iron thread fist perfection 5064. 10000 iron sword art perfection 100,001. 0000 unnamed sword technique perfection. Intent wind intent 1/10. 110,000. The panel's skill category had become martial arts, a change he had controlled and named according to his will. He could choose what was displayed on the panel, but he could not create something from nothing. From this moment he understood that this panel was not some kind of system. Instead, it was an innate talent unique to him, Chen Qinglin, born with it. However, upon seeing the proficiency behind wind intent, he still felt that his talent was somewhat heaven-defying. Could even intent have its proficiency farmed? And what about the future? Chen Qinglin eagerly anticipated what other surprises lay in store. The unnamed sword technique on the panel was the move he had just created based on the iron sword art while comprehending wind intent. It had appeared at perfection. If he wished to improve it further, he likely needed to elevate his comprehension of intent to the next level. Chen Qinglin had a faint conjecture about this. This sword technique borrowed the momentum of the wind, striking along its flow. He named it wind riding slash. As this thought flashed through his mind, a new line appeared on the panel. Sword technique wind riding slash 1/10 wind intent. As for the power of this move, since he had yet to encounter any graded techniques, he had no basis for comparison. Reflecting on his current state, he recalled a similar feeling he had when he had perfected his archery, but he had been unable to grasp it then. It was a pity, he thought. If he had seized that opportunity, he would now have another intent. Thus it seemed that breaking through to the inner chi realm had also slightly enhanced his mental acuity and comprehension. Chen Qinglin's eyes flickered as the answer formed in his mind. He then performed a set of iron thread fist on the spot, and found that its proficiency had increased from 5064 to 5066. The proficiency gain per action had risen from 1 to 2, confirming his previous speculation that the single instance proficiency gain was not fixed. However, it appeared that the enhancement to mental acuity and comprehension from the transition from body tempering to inner chi was not substantial. At which stage of the martial path would a true metamorphosis of spirit and understanding occur? The moonlight grew brighter. In the dead of night, he could clearly see that this cliff was vast and secluded. It was an excellent place for martial training. Committing this spot to memory, he resolved to come here often to practice. His form flickered as he departed. The next morning, just as Chen Qinglin opened his door, he saw Xian Shuming and Zhong Qing standing outside the courtyard, seemingly having waited there for a long time. "Qinglin, I'm sorry. I never expected things to turn out that way. It was my fault," Zhong Qing said upon seeing Chen Qinglin open the door. "I told you it's fine. Don't worry about it. Go about your own business." Considering their decent rapport over the past few days, Chen Qinglin truly did not care and had no intention of taking it out on them. However, it was impossible for him to return to the same attitude he had towards them before. A seed of discord had been planted in his heart. Seeing that they still stood there motionless after he finished speaking, he asked, "Is there something else?" "It's like this," Zhong Qing and Xian Shuming said, their expressions somewhat awkward. "Our guild leader, Master Ning Jingyuan, whom you met before, wishes to invite you to a banquet to apologize." "No need. There's nothing to say. Just don't disturb my training in the future." Having said this, he walked past them and left the small courtyard. "Qinglin." Xian Shuming wanted to say more as he watched his retreating figure, but Zhong Qing pulled him back. Heaving a sigh, Zhong Qing said, "Forget it, Xian Shuming was momentarily at a loss for words, silently watching Chen Qinglin's departing silhouette. Chen Qinglin, of course, paid no heed to what they thought. Today he planned to go to the sect's administrative office to be promoted to an inner disciple. At the Qingfeng Mountains Disciple Advancement Hall, upon arrival, one's eyes were greeted by a delicate and ornate palace flanked by a dozen 3- or 4-story pavilions. Yet this palace was not Chen Qinglin's destination. The adjacent pavilion was. The palace served as the mission assignment hall for inner disciples. Entering the pavilion to the left of the palace, a long counter was placed on the right side of the first floor. A young woman around 16 or 17, clad in a light blue dress, sat there engrossed in a book. Only when Chen Qinglin stepped into the pavilion did the woman put down her book and look at him. It was then that he could clearly see her appearance. Her features were delicate and beautiful, her face as exquisite as a painting, her eyes like crystalline black jade, and her curved brows as graceful as crescent moons. The slight upturn at the corners of her eyes carried an inexplicable charm and playfulness. "Greetings, senior sister. What brings you here, junior brother?" the woman asked, rising to her feet. As she stood up, Chen Qinglin noticed her graceful figure, her chest proudly erect, her waist soft and slender. The light blue dress added a serene and gentle aura to her demeanor. Her large eyes were now curiously fixed on him. "Senior sister, I have broken through to the inner Qi realm." "Oh, I see. Is there anything else?" "Senior sister, I've come to advance to an inner disciple," Chen Qinglin said, somewhat exasperated. Though this senior sister was very beautiful, she seemed a bit scatterbrained. "Ah, my apologies, junior brother. Wait a moment, I'll go inform my master." Ling Ling said, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she felt a bit embarrassed. With that, she quickly ran upstairs. In no time, a man around 30 descended with the senior sister following behind him. The man had jet-black hair, starry eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips. His handsome face was framed by a blue robe, and his every step exuded a composed and dignified bearing. As they came downstairs, the woman pointed at Chen Qinglin and said, "Master, this junior brother wishes to undergo the inner disciple assessment." "Oh, already at the inner Qi realm? Follow me." A single glance at Chen Qinglin was enough for him to discern the disciple's cultivation level. He then pushed open a side door and walked inside. "Yes, elder." Following him in, Chen Qinglin saw that the room's most striking feature was a massive black stone. The man pointed at it and said, "This is the mysterious iron essence stone used for the inner disciple promotion test. Strike this stone with all your might. Only if you can leave a mark on it will you qualify as an inner disciple." Heeding this, Chen Qinglin drew his long sword and executed a horizontal/iron sword slants across. A gash 1 inch deep appeared on the black stone. "Elder, does this count as passing? Having just broken through to the inner Qi realm to possess such skill and seemingly not even at full strength. Could it be that I, Fu Xinxing, have stumbled upon a gem?" He wondered which intake this disciple belonged to, as long as it was within the last 3. "I'll ask further," the man mused inwardly. "Not bad. You've passed. Which outer courtyard are you from?" "Yunqing Courtyard," Chen Qinglin replied respectfully. "Yunqing Courtyard? Yunqing Courtyard. Not Yuntai or Yunxia. Wait, isn't that the courtyard for the newly inducted disciples this time?" "You're a new disciple this term?" "Yes, elder. This disciple entered the sect just this month." Though his expression remained calm, Fu Shengxing's mind was already plotting how to secure Chen Qinglin for himself. "Once a disciple lands in my hands, how could I let him slip away?" Meanwhile, Ling Ling looked at him with admiration and exclaimed, "Junior brother, you're amazing. You've only been a disciple for about 10 days, and you've already broken through to the inner Qi realm. Senior sister flatters me." Seeing Chen Qinglin's composed and unassuming demeanor, Fu Xinxing nodded, secretly to himself, feeling even more satisfied with him. "Have you taken a master yet?" "This disciple had a master when I studied martial arts at a training hall." "Haha, I don't mean your previous master. I'm asking if anyone in Qingfeng Mountain has taken you as a disciple." To answer the elder, "This disciple's talent is dull, and no elder has accepted me as a disciple." "Talent dull?" Fu Xinxing looked at him as if he were being mocked. "Linger, fetch me the new disciple registry." He then asked, "Which prefecture and county are you from?" This disciple was born and raised in Dingyuan County, Chongyang Prefecture, Zhangzhou. Listening to their conversation, the woman retrieved a jade registry from a shelf behind the counter and handed it to Fu Xinxing. Taking it, he wrote Chen Qinglin's name, and immediately the disciple's information appeared on the jade. Chen Qinglin from Dingyuan County, Chongyang Prefecture, Zhangzhou. Talent above average. Body tempering 8th layer. You were only at the body tempering 8th layer when you entered. In just over 10 days you've crossed the body tempering 9th layer and directly broken through to the inner Qi realm. And you call this talent dull? Perhaps this disciple has been a bit more diligent in my cultivation. Fu Xinxing was speechless. There are plenty of diligent disciples. It seems he has some small secrets, but Fu Xinxing didn't mind. Everyone has their own secrets. He then said directly, "I am Fu Xinxing, elder of Qingyun Peak on Qingfeng Mountain. I ask you, are you willing to become my disciple?" Since entering the inner sect meant eventually taking a master, Chen Qinglin didn't hesitate and immediately knelt. "This disciple is willing. Greetings, master." "Excellent, excellent, excellent. I never expected such a gain while stationed at the management hall. This is your senior sister, Ling Ling. She's been stationed here with me this month." "Yes, junior brother. If you had come a few days later, you wouldn't have met me." "Linger, continue your duty here. If any other new disciples come for promotion, use the Jade Talisman to inform me. I'll take your junior brother back to Qingyun Peak first." "Oh, how can this be?" Ling Ling pouted and said, "Understood, master." Little junior brother, I'll come find you to play when I get back. With that, she winked at Chen Qinglin. Always thinking about playing. If you don't work harder, your junior brother will surpass you soon enough, Fu Xinxing said, tapping Ling Ling on the head. He continued, for disciples from previous intakes, take them to the testing room for self-assessment. Let's go. With that, he took Chen Qinglin and flew outward. If he delayed any longer, other peaks might hear the news and come to snatch the disciple away. Ha ha ha. Being flown through the air by someone else for the first time, Chen Qinglin found it quite novel. When would he be able to fly through the sky on his own? They swept past one peak after another before finally stopping at one. The peak was shrouded in mist and clouds with winding mountain paths like ribbons cascading from the heavens. A breathtaking sight. No wonder it's called Qingyun Peak. This is our Qingyun Peak. You don't have an identity token yet, so we'll take you in. Saying this, he took out a jade token which emitted a white glow, and then led Chen Qinglin through the mist. Only upon truly entering did one see its grandeur. The peak appeared and disappeared within the sea of clouds like a beautiful painting that made one linger and forget to leave. He then processed Chen Qinglin's inner disciple identity token for Qingyun Peak and announced to everyone that he had accepted Chen Qinglin as his disciple. He assigned him a residence and personally explained and introduced all aspects of Qingyun Peak in detail. Even Chen Qinglin couldn't help but marvel at how conscientious this master was. Having joined Qingyun Peak, he planned to return to Yunqing Courtyard to pack his things and then move here. He also needed to inquire which peak Xie Jingyun was on, as the letter from Xiefeng was still in his hands. It wasn't that he didn't want to deliver it, but Xie Jingyun wasn't in the outer sect and had recently been in seclusion practicing martial techniques. He simply couldn't find her. Master, your information is outdated. Your daughter has already broken through to the inner Qi realm and become an inner disciple of Qingfeng Mountain. Inner disciples were granted individual courtyards, allowing them to select a small residence on Qingyun Peak. After careful consideration, he chose a spacious area near the cliff's edge. Not far from the courtyard, a gentle stream meandered down from a mountain brook at the summit. Over time, the flowing waters had gathered here, forming a clear, serene pool. The pool was shallow, its waters so crystalline that the beautiful pebbles at the bottom were fully visible. These stones, like those in the stream, had been polished smooth by the constant caress of the current. After lingering in the pool, the stream departed through another outlet flowing westward. Only by maintaining a constant source of fresh water could one remain so clear. Only by preserving vitality could one retain their own clarity. He recalled a gluttonous poet from the depths of his memory, who once wrote, "Even the water before the door can flow westward. Do not lament the passing of years with white hair." Even if one day he grew old, he would be like this stream, forever pressing forward, continuously scaling the peaks of martial arts. It was precisely because of this stream and pool that he had ultimately chosen this place. The surroundings were spacious, but he needed little room for his martial training. Yet no particular inspiration struck him for now. He would see later. For the moment, training in martial arts was the priority. As expected, he would remain here for many years, perhaps planting some favored flowers or plants in his leisure. The place where he had previously comprehended the wind's essence was a sheer cliff which he likely would not revisit. This courtyard built near the precipice might offer some insights into the wind's essence. After familiarizing himself with his new residence, Chen Qinglin changed into the inner disciple's attire, and holding his jade token departed Qingyun Peak. The peak was shrouded in a mist array. Without the token, one would become lost within. Each peak was also guarded by formations, making it impossible to wander without guidance. He would first go to Yunqing Courtyard, then return to seek someone's help with inquiries. At Yunqing Courtyard, the others were surprised to see an inner disciple arrive, but their unfamiliarity kept them from daring to approach and converse. In the 11 days since his entry, Chen Qinglin had done nothing but eat in the dining hall and train in martial arts. In Yunqing Courtyard, he was only acquainted with Qi Hanwen and a few others, or perhaps he was familiar with over a dozen, including Wu Cheng. As Chen Qinglin walked toward his former courtyard, some felt a flicker of recognition tinged with a sense of unreality. These individuals had seen him a few times before, as they shared the same direction. Ignoring them, he went straight back to his small courtyard in Yunqing. Qi Hanwen was practicing martial arts outside. When he saw Chen Qinglin stop, he greeted him, then noticed his attire. "You broke through." Qi Hanwen studied Chen Qinglin, his voice tinged with shock. "Yes, I did," Chen Qinglin replied. "You're back to pack your things then?" "Yes, though there's not much to gather. I came to say goodbye." "Is that so?" For some reason, Qi Hanwen felt a pang of reluctance, perhaps because he had come to regard Chen Qinglin as a friend over these days, especially after yesterday's events. He went inside, collected his few belongings, clothes and elixirs, and stepped out to find Qi Hanwen watching him from the courtyard. "Are you not coming back?" Chen Qinglin sat on a stone chair speaking softly. He was a man of few words but deep sentiment. Probably not, but we're both on Qingfeng Mountain. We'll meet again. It's not like him going somewhere far away, Chen Qinglin said with a smile. These 3 vials of body-tempering pills are for you. Train hard, don't get entangled with them, and break through to inner chi soon. Chen Qinglin handed over the 3 vials. I can't accept this, Chen Qinglin refused upon seeing them. If you consider me a friend, don't decline. Think of it as an early investment. Train well. With that, Chen Qinglin walked away. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Xu Ming and Zhong Qing? Chen Qinglin called after him. No, just tell them for me. He paused, waved his hand without turning back, and continued on. Leaving Yunqing courtyard stirred no reluctance in him. After all, he had only been there a few days. After Chen Qinglin's departure, in one of the courtyards of Yunqing, Ning Jingyuan was visiting and consoling Wu Cheng. Brother Wu, this was my fault. I misjudged Chen Qinglin's strength and caused you to suffer. Ning Jingyuan said self-reproachfully. President, it's not your fault. I was careless. I never expected Chen Qinglin to have broken through to the 9th layer of body tempering. Brother Wu, rest assured. Once you've healed, I'll seek justice for you. Ning Jingyuan comforted him. From the accounts of those involved, he knew Chen Qinglin was formidable, but placating Wu Cheng was the priority. President, Wu Cheng was moved and about to speak when someone rushed in from outside. President, something terrible has happened. The newcomer addressed Ning Jingyuan. What is it? Calm down, junior brother, and tell me slowly. Ning Jingyuan was adept at handling his subordinates, maintaining a charismatic persona externally. Hearing Ning Jingyuan's words, the newcomer relaxed and said, President, we saw Chen Qinglin today. What's strange about that? He's a disciple of Yunqing courtyard. Did he cause you trouble? Ning Jingyuan replied calmly. Chen Qinglin goes too far. Wu Cheng, still lying down, fumed. No, President. We saw him wearing an inner disciple's robe, carrying a bundle, as he left Yunqing courtyard. The disciple quickly explained. What? You say he wore an inner disciple's robe and left Yunqing? Ning Jingyuan was stunned upon hearing this. How is that possible? How did he become an inner disciple? Could it be? He thought of an impossible possibility. Brother Wu, I'm afraid we won't be able to avenge you for now. Chen Qinglin might have already broken through to inner chi. Where did he get the chi-gathering pill? Ning Jingyuan still found it hard to believe. By past standards, the earliest breakthroughs took 2 or 3 months. Even with a chi-gathering pill at the 9th layer of body tempering, one had to maximize control over their blood and chi. One had to reach at least 70 or 80% control, or using the pill for a breakthrough would be dangerous. A single failure, even with a body-protecting pill, would require over a year of recuperation with various medicinal decoctions. Ning Jingyuan had already broken through to the 9th layer of body tempering, but his control over blood and chi had only reached 76%. He dared not rush the breakthrough. Even with his illustrious family background lacking neither chi-gathering nor body-protecting pills, he did not wish to waste time on a failed breakthrough. Did Chen Qinglin say anything? Ning Jingyuan stared at his subordinate. No, he didn't. He didn't even harass our mutual aid society members. The subordinate recalled truthfully. President, let it go. It was us who started the trouble with him first, Wu Cheng said after hearing the account. Ning Jingyuan closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, It seems Chen Qinglin doesn't take us seriously. I've wronged you, Brother Wu. Tell the brothers to leave Chen Qinglin's courtyard alone. Everyone should keep a low profile and focus on martial training. He let out a long sigh. In this world, martial cultivation is the only truth. Dismissed. He waved his hand wearily. It seems I'll have to spend some resources and send a gift to Chen Qinglin. Big brother, he's just at the inner chi stage, isn't that unnecessary? Wu Cheng was puzzled. Even if Chen Qinglin had broken through to inner chi and become an inner disciple, his family background meant he had nothing to fear. Moreover, Ning Jingyuan's Ning family was said to have an ancestor at the peak of the condensing reality stage, on the verge of breaking through to the embracing origin stage. Brother Wu, you don't understand. Breaking through to the inner chi stage in just over 10 days since entering the sect and joining Qingfeng Mountain as an inner disciple. Such a person must not be offended. He paused, then continued. This kind of person advances at a terrifying pace in martial arts. If we must offend him, it must be a fatal blow, leaving him no chance. But there are many inner disciples. Someone like Chen Qinglin will surely become a disciple of some peak's elder. Those elders and peak masters are all great figures at the embracing origin stage. Do you still think Chen Qinglin is easy to deal with? This? Then we should send him gifts to resolve this grudge. It wasn't a big deal to begin with. Wu Cheng grew a bit timid after hearing this. He wasn't hurt, and we were the ones who got beaten. Brother Wu, you are truly magnanimous and clear-sighted. I'll go find someone to inquire about this and arrange a resolution. You rest well, Brother Wu. With that, he left the room. In truth, Ning Jingyuan had another thought. He kept to himself. Someone like Chen Qinglin was bound to be extraordinary in the future. The Ning family was indeed illustrious, but he was not the eldest son. He had several older brothers and sisters. The resources he could obtain were limited, which was why he had come to Qingfeng Mountain. Now that Chen Qinglin had yet to rise, adding flowers to brocade was not as good as offering fuel in snowy weather. He planned to have someone lead him to personally deliver gifts. Allying with Chen Qinglin was a gamble. With this plan in mind, Ning Jingyuan glanced toward Songzhou and murmured to himself, I hope I won't regret this. Chen Qinglin, don't disappoint me. Meanwhile, Chen Qinglin left the cloud-clear courtyard and headed to the disciple promotion office, completely unaware of Ning Jingyuan's thoughts. If he wanted to find someone, perhaps senior sister Lingling would have some information. Entering the small building, this place, apart from Lingling stationed, there was still deserted. On such a vast clear wind mountain were there so few who had advanced to inner chi. Chen Qinglin felt puzzled. Knock knock. Senior sister, is it always this quiet here during the day? Tapping the counter, he found Lingling already bored and dozing off at noon. Chen Qinglin approached without being noticed and had to rouse senior sister Lingling. Who is it? What's the matter? She opened her drowsy eyes and glanced up. Seeing it was Chen Qinglin, Lingling perked up instantly. Junior brother, why are you here? Senior sister, isn't it risky to sleep like this? What could happen? This place is only busy occasionally. Most of the time there's no one around. This month is when new disciples join. Most breakthroughs happen 2 or 3 months later, with only a few from previous years now and then. Seems like a very leisurely job, senior sister Ling. In that urban world, how many would envy such a post? Leisurely? It's terribly boring, junior brother. Ling pouted. There's no one to talk to usually. Why did master take on this task? So annoying. Junior brother, why don't you sit here, and he'll show you what this job is like. With a sly glint in her eyes, Ling leaned closer. Senior sister, I actually came here for something else and need your help. Though the job was easy for Chen Qinglin, it was a waste of time. People change with their environment, let alone across worlds. The lazy, indifferent person who cared for nothing was a thing of the past. The train of time rolled forward relentlessly, and that person was merely a mediocrity left behind. Chen Qinglin would not forget him, for that person was also him. That past life was like a mirror. Chen Qinglin straightened his attire before it determined to transform the reflection into the man he envisioned in this world. What is it, junior brother? Tell me and I'll see if I can help. It's like this, senior sister. Do you know someone named Xie Jingyun? Around 18, from Chongyang Prefecture in Songzhou. Xie Jingyun. Ling tilted her head, thinking. It rang a bell, but she couldn't recall clearly. Wait a moment, junior brother. I have a vague memory, but I can't quite place it. Ling racked her brains, but to no avail. If you can't remember, senior sister, could we check the jade records master used? Right? You reminded me. Ling's eyes lit up as she began searching through the jade records. Ha! Why isn't it here? Are you sure the disciple you mentioned is on Clear Wind Mountain? These records contain information on all past disciples, and I found nothing. Well, if a disciple was recruited by an elder or steward outside, would they be recorded here? Maybe this senior sister didn't participate in the disciple recruitment assembly. Chen Qinglin pondered. It seemed Xie Jingyun was taken in by someone from Clear Wind Mountain on a mission which might explain it. I see. If she didn't attend the assembly, she wouldn't be recorded here. Disciples taken in by elders are directly registered in the sect's jade records and cultivate under them. Realizing this possibility, the senior sister suddenly stood up. Ah, I remember. Follow me, junior brother. Ling pulled Chen Qinglin out of the small building and into the bustling mission hall nearby. Entering the hall, a massive rectangular jade slab loomed before them, listing numerous missions. Find flame grass, 3 merits per plant. Kill bandit Lin Shiji, vicious and cruel body tempering, 9th layer, suspected to have broken through to inner chi. Recommended for inner chi midstage or group. 50 merits. Feed spirit beasts, 1 month duration. 5 merits. Unlike the promotion office, this place was crowded with inner disciples, and even a true disciple could be spotted occasionally. Some who knew Ling greeted her. Junior sister Ling. Ling glanced at them, found them unfamiliar, and ignored them. She pulled Chen Qinglin familiarly into a back area, where mission rewards were distributed. Several disciples, both male and female, sat there. To the right stood a woman in a pink floral dress. She had a delicate face with warm eyes beneath curved brows, exuding a kind and benevolent aura. Ling rushed over and embraced her. Yu Xing, I've missed you so much. Oh, it's been ages. Weren't they together this morning? I saw you two together earlier, a nearby senior brother silently remarked. The woman accustomed to Ling Ling's antics didn't push her away, letting her nuzzle. She said, "What is it, Linger? I'm still working." She patted Ling Ling's head, enjoying the soft feel. "Well, Yuxing, my little junior brother, wants to find someone, and I don't know them, so I came to ask for your help." Remembering the purpose, Ling Ling pulled away from Su Yuxing. "Aren't you Uncle Master Fu's youngest disciple? Where did this little junior brother come from?" Su Yuxing said calmly. "He's behind me. His name is Chen Qinglin and Master took him in today." Ling Ling pointed to Chen Qinglin. "Greetings, senior sister." Chen Qinglin bowed as Ling Ling introduced him. "Oh, so you're Uncle Master Fu's new disciple. Greetings, little junior brother. Who are you looking for? Let me check for you." Su Yuxing smiled at Chen Qinglin's youthful face. "My surname is Su, given name Yuxing. This senior brother beside me is Lu, and you may call him Senior Brother Lu." She gestured to the nearby senior brother. "Senior Brother Lu, I'm looking for a senior sister named Xie Jingyun from Dingyuan County, Changyang Prefecture, Zhangzhou." Chen Qinglin bowed to Lu En and addressed Su Yuxing. "Junior Brother Chen." Lu En returned the greeting with a smile. Su Yuxing took out the sex jade records, which listed all registered outer and inner disciples, excluding only the true disciples of each peak. After writing the names, several matches appeared. Chen Qinglin examined them one by one, finally focusing on the disciple from Green Bamboo Peak. Xie Jingyun from Dingyuan County, Changyang Prefecture, Zhangzhou, brought back by Elder Meng Yuling 5 years ago. "Thank you, senior sister Su. Senior brother Lu. It should be this senior sister Xie from Green Bamboo Peak." "Ah, senior sister Xie from Green Bamboo Peak." Su Yuxing and Ling Ling were 17 from the same batch of disciples. Xie Jingyun was 18, making her their senior. They had seen her around but weren't close. "Junior sister Ling isn't familiar with Green Bamboo Peak and probably knows no one there. Let me take you to see her. Senior brother Lu, I'll leave things here to you." She turned to Lu En. "Don't worry, go ahead." Lu En smiled. "This? Wouldn't it be too much trouble, senior sister? I can find her myself." Chen Qinglin felt embarrassed by Su Yuxing's enthusiasm. "You're Linger's little junior brother, which makes you mine too. What's all this about trouble? Let's go, little junior brother." She got up and led Ling Ling out. "Hey, I'm the senior sister here, Yuxing." Ling Ling pretended to protest now that the person was found. "When your cultivation surpasses mine, I'll call you senior sister. For now, you're the junior sister Linger. Hee. She pinched Ling Ling's cheek playfully. "Ah, I've been trying so hard, but I can't catch up. Does that mean I'll be a junior sister forever? Woo-woo. You call that effort? If you don't work harder, little junior brother might surpass you soon." Su Yuxing pointed at Ling Ling and Chen Qinglin with a smile. "Ah, no way." Watching them banter, Chen Qinglin pretended not to notice and followed them out of the hall toward Green Bamboo Peak. Qingzhou Peak. Its slopes were carpeted with bamboo of myriad hues. Vibrant and kaleidoscopic. Emerald, obsidian, ivory, violet. At the summit grew the legendary spirit-gathering bamboo, a rare cultivable species said to condense celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, transforming its surroundings into a refined cultivation sanctuary. Prolonged residence here naturally enhanced martial cultivation. The essence Qi realm fundamentally entailed accumulating energy to unblock internal meridians, the primary method being absorption of ambient spiritual energy supplemented by spirit pills, spirit, herbs, spirit cuisines, and other keen-rich substances. Ordinary martial cultivators relied solely on the monotonous ambient spiritual energy. A millennium ago, such potent spirit artifacts were monopolized by eminent sects, ancient clans, and imperial dynasties. Legends tell of an invasion by extraplanar demons 1,000 years past, sparking the rise of peerless martial titans, who after a century of war drove the celestial fiends back beyond the heavens. Yet the world bore deep scars. In the aftermath, those titans convened in secret, though the substance of their discourse remains unknown. What is certain is that following the conclave, they jointly proclaimed a mandate to nurture martial cultivation across the true spirit realm, opening vast troves of martial arts manuals, even disseminating legendary techniques for transcending the Dharma form and hollow void realms. The entire world erupted in fervor. Over centuries, countless sects rose and heroes emerged by the hundred. 5 centuries ago, a sudden surge of rare treasures appeared. Exotic spirit beasts, world-shaking secrets, and miraculous cultivation arts. Common cultivators surmised the celestial titans had achieved yet another breakthrough. At the foot of Qingzhou Peak, Chen Qinglin and 2 companions arrived. Su Yuexing tossed a voice transmission talisman into the air, then chatted casually with the others. "Let us wait a while. I know Chong Yen, senior sister of Qingzhou Peak. Once she descends, I'll ask her on your behalf." This voice transmission talisman is truly wondrous. Chen Qinglin feigned wide-eyed wonder. "Convenient, isn't it? Talismancy is a recent innovation. originating in the central region over 5 centuries ago. It reached our lands only 200 or 300 years back. Su Yueshing explained. I saw no object in senior sister's hand just now. How did she produce it? Chen Qinglin asked, deliberately, his gaze fixed on the ring adorning Su Yueshing's finger. Before Su Yueshing could reply, Ling Ling waved her delicate porcelain white fingers before Chen Qinglin's eyes and declared, Junior brother, you've never seen a spatial storage ring, have you? Behold. This is one. Within it lies a void space, a boundless pocket dimension capable of holding countless objects. Thus disciples need carry no satchels when undertaking missions outside the sect gates, and even voice transmission talismans are drawn from within. Chen Qinglin responded with heartfelt admiration, indulging his senior sister's desire to instruct. Inwardly, however, he mused, this martial world holds far more marvels awaiting my discovery. Senior sister Ling, where might one acquire such a spatial storage ring? Chen Qinglin eyed the ring with undisguised longing. The 100 Treasures Pavilion in Qingfeng City sells them. Mine is a grade lower rank earth tier ring. Cost me 100 low-grade spirit stones. Now I'm destitute, working part-time at the disciple promotion office while scouring the realm for promising novices for my master. How pitiful I am. Woo-woo. Ling Ling feigned profound sorrow. Chen Qinglin stared speechless. Is that what you call hardship? Don't believe a word your senior sister Ling says. She stole her master's spirit wine and drank it all. Hence her punishment to undertake this mission. She's never left the sect grounds. Her modest savings come solely from internal sect assignments, and occasional pity gifts from Master Fu Xinqing and her senior brothers and sisters. She shot Ling Ling a knowing, exasperated glance, clearly well acquainted with her friend's nature. Life is hard. Don't expose it, Yueshing. Next time you go on a mission, take me along. I'm nearly out of funds for delicacies. Chen Qinglin regarded the senior sister with newfound respect. She spent freely without undertaking missions, and dared even to pilfer her master's spirit wine. Master Fu Xinqing's punishment seemed scarcely punitive at all. As they conversed a teacup's time later, the person Su Yueshing awaited finally appeared. Yueshing, you've arrived. Following the voice, a striking woman descended Qingzhou Peak. Tall and lithe, clad in azure martial attire, her hair tied in a crisp high ponytail radiating vigor and grace. She greeted Su Yueshing warmly. As she drew nearer, Su Yueshing introduced the parties. Senior sister Chang Yen, you're finally here. Ling junior brother Chen. This is senior sister Chang Yen of Qingzhou Peak. Last time we hunted down rogue cultivators practicing forbidden arts in Youzhou. Senior sister Chang Yen accompanied us. Her guidance was invaluable. Senior sister Chang Yen. These are my dearest friends Ling Ling of Qingyun Peak and her junior brother Chen Qinglin. Yueshing, I heard you're now stationed at the mission hall. What brings you to visit me? Chang Yen exchanged formal greetings with the two, then turned to Su Yueshing. This junior brother Chen wishes to visit someone at Qingzhou Peak, but knows no one here, so I've brought him to introduce him properly. And of course because I missed you dearly. She spoke with such earnest sincerity that Chang Yen, blunt and forthright by nature, could only smile helplessly. Very well, very well. I understand. Who is it you seek? Senior sister Chang, we seek senior sister Xie Jingyun, disciple of Elder Meng Yunling of Qingzhou Peak. Might she be available? Chen Qinglin stepped forward to answer. Ah, senior sister Xie, please wait here. I'll fetch her at once. She added apologetically, Qingzhou Peak admits only female disciples. Male cultivators may not enter without special permission. Senior sisters Ling and Yueshing may accompany me inside. You two go ahead. I'll wait here, Chen Qinglin offered, noticing Ling Ling and Su Yueshing's hesitant glances. Torn between joining Chang Yen and leaving him behind. It shouldn't take long. Then we're off. Wait for us, junior brother. Ling Ling hesitated. Let's go. Chang Yen produced a jade token identifying her as a Qingzhou Peak disciple and led the two women inside. Chen Qinglin waited patiently. Yet before Ling Ling and the others reappeared, several disciples approached him. Upon spotting him, they gathered close and whispered, Brother, you're here to admire the senior sisters and junior sisters of Qingzhou Peak, aren't you? Let me tell you. Rumor has it several newly enrolled juniors are exceptionally beautiful. Looks like you're one of us, brother. They chuckled lewdly. Though handsome and richly attired, their coarse speech shattered any impression of refinement. I'm waiting for someone, senior brother. We understand. We're waiting too. They grinned knowingly, making Chen Qinglin feel inexplicably implicated. He chose not to explain further, simply waiting and listening as they chattered on. Senior brother, will we catch sight of the new juniors today? We've been coming for days. What's the rush? If you're not eager, leave. I'll wait alone. Senior brother, how could we abandon you? Rumor says one of the juniors entering Qingzhou Peak is breathtakingly exquisite. Her name begins with Hua. He scratched his head, momentarily forgetting. Hua Yunqing. Chen Qinglin recalled a young novice he'd seen at the disciple recruitment ceremony, and answered aloud. Ah yes, that's her. See, you are one of us. Denying it won't help. You've already memorized her name. He. They winked conspiratorially at Chen Qinglin. Song Yong. You're corrupting another junior brother again. A voice rang out behind them. They whirled around, and there stood Chong Yen and the others descending the path. Senior sister Chong Yen. We were merely passing through. How dare you slander our innocence? Song Yong protested hastily. Scram, or I'll punch you. Chong Yen wrinkled her nose in disdain. Song Yong was no villain. Merely a man infatuated with beautiful senior sisters and juniors whose tongue ran perpetually loose and frivolous. Senior sister Chong Yen. Please don't strike. We really are just passing by. As he spoke, he subtly signaled the others, and Chen Qinglin, to follow him away. Chen Qinglin watched wordless, then hopped over to stand beside senior sister Ling, sharing her and the others' silent, scornful gaze upon Song Yong and his cronies. Song Yong gaped, then quietly gave Chen Qinglin a thumbs up. I heard a junior brother sought me. Was it you? Descending with Chong Yen were several women. One in a pale yellow gown addressed him directly. Chen Qinglin studied her. Her most arresting feature was her eyes. Lively, bright, brimming with spirited charm. Yes, it is I. Senior sister, do you know the Iron Sword Martial Academy? Ah, how did you know of the Iron Sword Martial Academy? She looked startled yet replied, my father is Xiefeng of the academy. May I ask who you are? Senior sister Xiefeng is my master, and he entrusted me with this letter for you. He withdrew the letter from his inner robe. Xie Jingyun accepted the letter and read it privately. After a long moment she returned and said warmly, so your father's newest junior disciple. Call me Yunjie from now on. I'll look after you. Should any difficulty arise, come speak with me. Here, take this voice transmission talisman. Summon me whenever you need me. Holding the letter from home, Xie Jingyun's composure wavered. Perhaps it had been many months since she last heard from her family. She drew Chen Qinglin into a lively discussion about the Iron Sword Martial Academy, inquiring after Xiefeng, Xie Jingjiang, and others. Gradually, the other senior sisters Ling Ling, Su Yuexing, and Chong Yen joined the conversation. Not until dusk began to soften the sky did Chen Qinglin bid farewell, whereupon Xie Jingyun reluctantly concluded their talk. He thanked the senior sisters profusely, then departed with Ling Ling for Qingyun Peak. Sometimes Chen Qinglin felt himself among the fortunate. In the dead of winter, the wind grew fierce. Chen Qinglin lay on the rooftop, quietly sensing the chill carried by the breeze. Gazing at the twin moons in the night sky, he wondered if this world was a planet, and if those moons were its satellites orbiting around it. Today, he formally acknowledged his master and met several senior brothers and sisters. With the help of senior sister Ling Ling, he also became acquainted with Su Yuexing and senior sister Chong Yen. He successfully delivered Master Xiefeng's letter to Xie Jingyun, not failing the trust placed in him. Tomorrow he would visit the martial arts pavilion. Having advanced to the inner Qi realm, he needed to find a new cultivation technique. The next day, Chen Qinglin first sought out his master Fu Xinxing and informed him of his intention to select a technique and martial skill from the pavilion. Outer disciples could freely choose one technique from the first floor of the martial arts pavilion, while inner disciples could select two from the first and second floors. He planned to claim all his entitlements at once. Fu Xinxing listened and fell silent for a moment before speaking. Qingyun Peak has its unique arts, the Qingyun technique and Qingyun sword art. Unfortunately, the technique is only cultivable by core disciples and the Peak Lord's lineage, though the sword art is accessible to all disciples of Qingyun Peak. You may first visit the martial arts pavilion to explore techniques other than sword arts. The technique I practice was also obtained from the pavilion, but I once acquired a lightness footwork method from outside which I can pass on to you. Go to the pavilion first. My lightness technique focuses on travel speed and is not adept for agile dodging in combat. Yes, master. I will first take a look before deciding which technique to cultivate, Chen Qinglin said solemnly. His talent was not a point allocation panel, but a mere proficiency panel requiring relentless diligence and practice to improve. For this reason, Chen Qinglin planned not to learn a multitude of techniques early on. Only by focusing on a few could he accelerate his cultivation speed. He had not yet reached the stage where he could master all martial arts. Cultivating every technique would only slow his progress. He needed to first master a primary technique to a profound level, enabling him to quickly learn others from a higher vantage point. Just as mastering his iron sword technique allowed him to swiftly grasp mortal-grade sword arts and reach a deep level in a short time. All martial arts share common principles. After comprehending the wind's essence, he felt that cultivating wind-attributed techniques would grant him an advantage. The martial arts pavilion had 4 floors. Inner disciples could access the first 2 to exchange for martial arts. Disciples came and went. Some new arrivals claiming their first techniques, others who had completed tasks and earned enough merits to exchange for arts along with stewards. Entering the pavilion, an old man was lounging at the first floor exit, only stirring to register when disciples brought techniques. As Chen Qinglin passed, the elder glanced at him dismissively. The interior was spacious, filled with shelves of techniques, each shrouded in a soft white glow. Many disciples searched among them for their desired arts. Chen Qinglin joined the crowd in the search. Fist-splitting fist, human-grade lower rank, explosive and heavy. Life-seizing sword art, human-grade lower rank, perilous and cunning. Divine wind leg, human-grade lower rank, swift and agile. The array of techniques dazzled Chen Qinglin. After a full circuit, he ascended to the second floor. Using his disciple Jade token to breach the second floor formation, he found far fewer people there. Examining the techniques, most were human-grade mid-rank. He had hoped to discover some immensely powerful yet difficult-to-master arts, but after a thorough search he found nothing, proving he was not destined to be a protagonist. With a sigh, he set his mind on a goal. The signature techniques of each peak, sword, fist, blade, palm arts, were all human-grade mid-rank, no different from those in the pavilion. Yet Chen Qinglin wanted to test a hypothesis, so he sought a wind-attributed sword art. He also intended to find a wind-attributed technique, but discovered a more suitable one. Return to origin technique, human-grade mid-rank, attributeless with pure and abundant true qi. This technique offered no elemental bonus but produced true qi that was exceptionally pure and voluminous. Many disciples chose it, though it was among the most difficult to cultivate in its rank. For sword arts, he considered wind-chasing sword art and wind-riding sword art, ultimately selecting the latter. Wind-chasing sword art focused on blinding speed, each strike faster than the last, overwhelming foes. Wind-riding sword art harnessed the power of the wind, allowing sword moves to shift and change with the breeze. After reading the sword art, Chen Qinglin marveled at the creator's ingenuity. Initially, it seemed like an ordinary human-grade mid-rank sword art. But if the practitioner were fortunate enough to comprehend the wind's essence, he speculated its power could elevate infinitely. The martial ancestor must have held great hopes for this art. He wondered if that predecessor had grasped the wind's essence. Likely he had touched its edge. According to the text, when he wielded this art, it rivaled weaker human-grade upper-rank sword arts and stood among the best of its rank. Taking return-to-origin technique and wind-riding sword art, he also grabbed divine wind leg from downstairs and handed them to the old man for registration. The elder showed no emotion, perhaps because these arts were commonly practiced. "Return in 1 month?" the old man said, flatly dismissing him. Eager to begin, Chen Qinglin hurried back to Qingyun Peak. Fu Xinxing examined his chosen techniques without comment, then passed on Moonlit Step, instructing him to practice diligently before leaving. Chen Qinglin returned to his mundane training routine. Apart from occasional visits from senior sister Lingling, his other senior brothers and sisters were either absent or occupied with their own affairs. For a time, Chen Qinglin and his small courtyard seemed forgotten. Most disciples on the peak were unaware of his existence. He welcomed the solitude, living each day according to his own rhythm, feeling neither loneliness nor isolation. Deep winter arrived, blanketing the green hills in snow. Qingyun Peak allowed the snow to fall naturally as it benefited disciples practicing related techniques. This natural spectacle also aided advanced martial artists. Amid the white expanse, a figure in blue practiced swordplay, his movements imbued with a subtle essence. Up close, it was Chen Qinglin training in wind-riding sword art. As he had sensed, his progress with this art was remarkably swift. Even his advancement in divine wind leg was astonishing. Opening his panel, he saw Chen Qinglin. Life 14,120. Realm Inner Qi Midstage. Martial Arts Arrow Technique Perfect Iron Thread Fist Perfect Iron Sword Technique Perfect Guiyuan Gong Small Success 3564400 Yufeng Sword Method Perfect 127-924-0000 Divine Wind Kick Perfect 200-002-0000 Tread Moon Step Proficient 210730000 Sword Move Riding the Wind / 1 Layer of the Wind Realm. Realm Wind Realm 1-6608110000. In merely a month, Chen Qinglin had somehow perfected both the Yufeng sword method and the divine wind kick. The wind realm's augmentation was terrifyingly great. Even more astonishing, as Chen Qinglin cultivated the Yufeng sword method and the divine wind kick, the wind realm itself grew in tandem. The expansion of the wind realm in turn amplified his wind-attributed martial arts, a virtuous self-reinforcing cycle. Over the past month, he had roughly discerned the proficiency requirements for low to mid human tier martial arts. A mortal tier technique requires half the proficiency of a human tier low-grade skill. A human tier mid-grade technique requires 4 times the proficiency of a mortal tier technique. A human tier high-grade technique requires 6 times. Thankfully, proficiency does not escalate in unwieldy exponential leaps. An exceptional human tier technique must therefore demand 8 times or more. Some say certain human tier pinnacle techniques can even approach the potency of earth tier methods. Chen Qinglin needed only mid-grade human tier proficiency to practice the Yufeng sword method. With the sword method perfected, the Wind Realm's blessing had already reached the verge of an exceptional human tier sword technique. The sword's final stroke, wind disperses the clouds, had attained the power of a human tier pinnacle blade technique. Progress in Guiyuan Gong and the Tread Moon Step was less ideal, yet those were the honest measures of his current cultivation. Most surprising of all was that his master Fu Xinxing had given him the Tread Moon Step, a human tier high-grade martial art. His current rankings were Mortal tier arrow technique, Iron thread fist, Iron sword technique. Human tier Guiyuan Gong mid-grade, Yufeng sword method mid-grade, Divine wind kick low-grade, Tread Moon Step high-grade. At his normal training pace, he could only bring a human tier high-grade technique to a proficient level within a month. Though he could go faster by throwing himself wholly into training, he had other arts to cultivate, and this was already the limit. If such a pace were revealed, it would surely astonish many. A month spent on a single discipline would leave most people barely past the threshold. He, however, cultivated several arts at once and rose swiftly in proficiency. Thanks to the continual breakthroughs of Guiyuan Gong and the sudden surge of true qi it brought, Chen Qinglin had now opened the 7th meridian in his body. He had surpassed the inner qi midstage, catching up to senior sister Ling Ling. Though both stood at the same stage, Chen Qinglin was not bragging when he thought he could handle 10 Ling Lings in combat without trouble. If he continued his arduous cultivation in this manner, upon Guiyuan Gong's completion, the burst of true qi would carry him through to the late inner qi stage. Afterwards, progress would slow. Like others, he would rely on time to grind gradually until all meridians were opened and inner qi reached perfection. The inner qi realm requires opening the body's extraordinary 8 vessels. Early inner qi encompasses 1 to 6 principal meridians. Opening the 7th causes the breakthrough to inner qi midstage. When all 12 principal meridians are opened and the art circulates through the small heavenly cycle that marks the perfection of inner qi midstage. Opening any one of the 8 vessels besides the Ren and Du meridians advances 1 to inner qi latest stage. Once the Ren and Du meridians are open, true qi flows the great heavenly cycle within the body, the perfection of the inner qi realm. At that point, one may consider breaking through to the condensed truth realm. The current small success, Guiyuan Gong, had accelerated his training speed. Yet to further accumulate true qi, he still needed resources to sustain that advancement. Chen Qinglin decided to visit the task hall to take on errands and earn resources for his martial cultivation. Although he now possessed some martial prowess, he was impoverished. The only 100 spirit stones he had were given earlier by Ning Jingyuan as compensation for that Wu Cheng affair. For the sake of the spirit stones, Chen Qinglin let the matter drop and easily smoothed over the earlier conflict. As for Ning Jingyuan's desire to rely on him, Chen Qinglin politely declined. He had no wish to build a power base now. Ning Jingyuan could only sigh and leave. It seemed the Mutual Aid Association would be Ning Jingyuan's creation, but should his cultivation later falter, he might end up sewing another's bridal gown. He had no interest in those affairs. What remained of his possessions were a dozen or so body-tempering pills, which were of little use to him now. He decided to save them for Qingshi and the others back home. Arriving at the task hall, he scanned the bulletin board for available missions. Manhunt Shen Dingyuan, suspected of cultivating demonic arts, first slaughtered the Shen clan, then massacred 3 villages in the Yulin prefecture of Yunzhou, now believed to be hiding in Shanmen County, Linbei prefecture. Inner Qi early stage. Reward 60 merit. After accepting this mission, Chen Qinglin rented a Qinglin horse from his sect, descended the mountain to Qingfeng City, and purchased a low-grade human tier storage ring at the Treasure Pavilion. He left Qingfeng City at a leisurely pace. The storage ring bonded to him with a blood right. When his consciousness covered it, a space about a cubic meter opened within the void. He placed all his belongings inside and rode out of the city gate on the Qinglin horse, heading toward Linbei prefecture. Clop, clop, clop. The hoofbeats drew nearer and clearer. A youth in a green robe galloped past on a fine mount. Huff, huff. 3 days' ride finally reached Linbei prefecture. That rider was none other than Chen Qinglin. On his first day, he could barely handle the horse. Fortunately, the sex-trained beast had some temper. Otherwise, he would have struggled to travel. Over the last 2 days, his mounting proficiency had improved and riding felt natural. A low-grade Qinglin horse could cover 3,000 li a day. Upon reaching Linbei prefecture, he intended to ask for directions to Shanmen County and resupply in the city. He led the horse into the city and made for an inn. Innkeeper, bring me a table of dishes and please have my horse fed. "Certainly, sir, come inside, I will take your horse to be fed." The innkeep, seeing his bearing, immediately guessed he was a sect disciple traveling the Jianghu. In that line of work people came and went, their eyes were sharp. Chen Qinglin sat and waited for his meal, and casually summoned the innkeep to ask for directions to Shanmen County. "Innkeeper, do you know which way to Shanmen County?" He set a scrap silver on the table as he asked. "Sir, you asked the right man, my wife is from that direction." The innkeep pocketed the silver and his eyes brightened. "You must not travel to Shanmen County these days. I heard a powerful man has appeared along the road from Linbei Prefecture to Shanmen County. If you're caught, they will take both your money and your life." The innkeep urged him to desist. "Oh, was there none before?" Chen Qinglin asked. "There were bandits before, but once you paid, most would spare your life. This new road bandit is not to be trifled with. Many righteous men who went to confront him have vanished. Probably dead." "Is it really that dire?" Chen Qinglin narrowed his eyes. The place sounded suspicious. He decided to finish his meal and then go see for himself. "Yes, sir. If anything, you might wait a while longer. Perhaps sect disciples or imperial patrols will be dispatched to deal with it." "Thank you, innkeeper. I will wait and see." He thanked the innkeeper, who returned to the kitchen with the dishes. Quietly, Chen Qinglin ate and listened to the patrons discuss the news in the common hall. "Who knows when those bandits between Shanmen County and Linbei Prefecture will be dealt with? I can't bring my goods back. If this keeps up, we'll miss the season and lose money on this trip. I'll let it go." Brother Shen insisted on going to Shanmen County. "They say a few days ago someone saw the Shen caravan wiped out. That scene. Sigh. Have you heard? The patrol office posted a mission to investigate and eliminate the bandits on the road from Shanmen County to Linbei Prefecture. Someone has already accepted it." "Really? I wonder who took it." "It seems the road between Shanmen County and Linbei Prefecture will soon be restored to normal." Innkeeper. After finishing his meal, Chen Qinglin paid the bill, led his horse out, and left Linbei Prefecture behind. The Yunling mountain range connected Yunzhou and Dingzhou. If one could traverse it, they could travel from Yunzhou to Dingzhou in a single day. Deep within the mountains, ferocious beasts and demonic beasts roamed, making even embodiment realm martial artists dare not cross the range. Demonic beasts had appeared in this world 1,000 years ago, while ferocious beasts were native creatures. Demonic beasts were peculiar. Upon reaching a certain cultivation level, they could even take human form. Ferocious beasts, however, grew increasingly intelligent as they grew stronger, but their bodies only enlarged with no possibility of transforming into humans. In the woods 50 li outside Shanlin County. "Chief, is this really a good idea? Isn't it too conspicuous?" Shi Xiaohu followed behind Scar Wolf, his voice tinged with unease. "These past few times we've come down the mountain to rob, we've taken both people and money, and now we're tying them all up and bringing them back. Won't someone come looking for trouble? What's there to fear? We've already fallen to this state, our heads are hanging by a thread. Well, enjoy each day as it comes. Besides that person who came to our stronghold a while back, even the chieftain was killed by him. Do you dare to disobey?" Even the fierce Scar Wolf trembled at the memory of that ruthless man. He knew that to survive long on this path of banditry, one mustn't go too far. But what choice did he have? His own life was in the hands of another. That man had poisoned every one of them to keep them from speaking recklessly. Today they had descended the mountain again but caught no one, though he was puzzled as to why the new leader captured people without demanding a ransom. He dared not probe further and feared more what would happen when they returned. "Keep a sharp eye on the road. Don't let anyone escape." "Yes, Chief." On the other side, Chen Qinglin inquired about the direction of Shanmen County, within the prefectural city. Hearing news of bandits robbing travelers at the inn, he paid it no mind. His current task was to find Shin Dingyuan as soon as possible. According to intelligence from Clearwind Mountain, this man was suspected of practicing evil arts, having not only slaughtered his own entire clan, but also mercilessly massacred 3 villages. The victims' deaths were extremely brutal, with all their blood drained dry. The Shin clan members were dismembered beyond recognition. Limbs scattered, no one could tell which body part belonged to whom. The local authorities had no choice but to cremate them all and bury them together. An extremely dangerous man. He would first go to Shanmen County to search for clues. An hour and a half later, Chen Qinglin was already over 300 kilometers from Linbei Prefecture, with another hour left to reach Shanmen County. At that moment, Chen Qinglin saw someone in the middle of the road in the distance, signaling him to stop. He instinctively squeezed the horse's flanks, slowing his pace. Riding closer, he saw several people dressed in black brocade robes embroidered with a red-feathered swallow pattern. As Chen Qinglin approached, the leading woman gestured and then asked, "Who are you and what business do you have here? Don't you know this road is dangerous?" After speaking, she scrutinized Chen Qinglin. a youth of 14 or 15 traveling alone. Though he didn't appear to be a bad sort, she remained inwardly vigilant. Naturally, Chen Qinglin wouldn't wear the attire of a Clearwind Mountain disciple, while on a mission otherwise wouldn't his targets flee at the mere sight of him. Instead of directly answering the woman's question, he countered, "And who are you? Why have you stopped me?" "We are inspectors of the patrol department. I advise you to dismount and submit to inspection." Before the woman could finish, a young man beside her spoke up. "Brother E, this person looks so young, he can't be a bad guy." Another muttered quietly, "You lack experience. Some people can't be judged by appearances." Hearing their words, Chen Qinglin realized they were inspectors from Linbei Prefecture. He dismounted, not wanting to delay, and produced his Azure Peak disciple token, showing it to the woman. After seeing it, the woman said, "So you're an inner disciple of Clearwind Mountain. My apologies. I am Ling Shuyan. Do you have a mission here, junior brother?" "I am Chen Qinglin, a disciple of Clearwind Mountain." "Greetings, senior sister. My mission is not yet convenient to disclose. I ask for your passage." "Very well, please go ahead, junior brother. We have detained you." Ling Shuyan gestured for him to proceed. Chen Qinglin remounted his horse, clasped his fists in thanks, and quickly vanished from their sight. "Sister Yen, why didn't you ask him for help? With an inner disciple of Clearwind Mountain here, we'd have a better chance investigating these bandits." "Sigh, these are just petty thieves. We're already doing them an honor by coming. We just met this man. How can you tell if he's reliable?" I just wanted to finish the mission sooner." "Enough. This junior brother has his own affairs. Xiao, have you confirmed the bandits' area of activity?" "Confirmed, Sister Yen. It's 50 li from here, near Shanmen County. It should be the Mountain Wolf Bandits." "The Mountain Wolf Bandits are a small gang, aren't they? Their chief is only at the 9th level of body tempering. How dare they act so boldly?" Ling Shuyan frowned. "Who knows? Maybe Bloodwolf the chief broke through to the inner Qi realm and got cocky. Humph. If the Mountain Wolf Bandits are courting death, well, go up the mountain and wipe them out." Sister Yen and Brother E are both inner Qi realm martial artists, and Sister Yen broke through to the midstage half a month ago. With us backing them, we're more than enough to deal with the Mountain Wolf Bandits. Let's head to Shanmen County first and gather some people there. Ling Shuyan found it odd that the minor Mountain Wolf Bandits would act so recklessly. There had to be some reason behind it. She decided to go to Shanmen County to find clues. On the other side, "Boss, someone's coming. Listen, hoofbeats. Tell the brothers to get ready." "Yes." The galloping horse tore by like the wind. The bandits, lying in ambush, didn't even have time to stop it before it vanished from sight. "Damn it. In a hurry to die. Crap, we missed again." Scar Wolf slammed a rock into the ground in frustration. Was there someone in those woods just now? Chen Qinglin wondered, recalling the faint figure's head glimpsed hiding among the trees. Who would be hiding in the woods? A thought surfaced in his mind. Bandits. He quickly confirmed his suspicion. "Chief, what now? If we go back, are we dead?" "I don't want to die, Chief." Sure, Xiaohu trembled with fear. He hadn't yet had his fill of women. "What do you suggest? There's barely anyone on this road lately. Where am I supposed to find people to catch?" "Chief, how about we run?" Sure, Xiaohu leaned in and whispered. "Run? Where to? What about the poison in our bodies?" "But if we don't run, we'll die anyway. If we do, we might live a few more days. Maybe there's an antidote in the city and we won't have to die." Scar Wolf was tempted. If they slipped into the city, they could find a doctor. Maybe the poison could be cured. A truly deadly poison wouldn't be wasted on small fry like them. Every brother in the stronghold had been poisoned. It might not be that hard to break. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. But he couldn't tell everyone. More people meant more attention. He glanced at Sure Xiaohu behind him. The kid was sharp. Taking him along would give him a scapegoat if things went wrong. Having made up his mind, the two ordered the others to keep watch and seized the chance to flee. Chen Qinglin, who had returned to investigate, overheard this exchange and thought the two bandits might know something. As the pair ran further away, he quietly followed. "Chief, I feel like someone's watching us," Sure Xiaohu said, a chill running down his spine. "Stop being paranoid. Move." Scar Wolf glanced around but saw nothing. The kid was just a coward. Just as they took a few more steps, a figure drifted down from a tree ahead of them. In the mountain forest, a rare sunny day broke through the winter. Sunlight streamed through the woods, casting dappled shadows. Chen Qinglin glanced at the two unconscious figures, then lifted them and moved to another spot. Earlier, having observed their escape route from behind, Chen Qinglin had silently outpaced them and waited ahead. When they arrived, he delivered an unexpected surprise. "Where is this?" The two stirred groggily, and before they could discern their surroundings, they spotted a figure in azure robes not far away. As their vision cleared, they saw it was merely a youth of 14 or 15. Gaining some composure, their eyes darted as one spoke. "Little brother, did you save us? We two brothers were hunting in the mountains, and we owe our lives to your rescue." What hunter would venture so deep into the wilds? No need for pretense. "I was the one who knocked you out," Chen Qinglin stated. "You're bandits, aren't you? I'm quite interested in your stronghold. I trust you two won't disappoint me." Scar Wolf scanned the area, and seeing only Chen Qinglin, his expression twisted into a vicious snarl. "A snot-nosed brat. That was just a sneak attack on your grandpa, Scar Wolf." With that, he lunged at Chen Qinglin. After a cordial discussion, "Mercy, great hero. I have an aged mother of 70 above and hungry children below. Spare my life. I swear to turn over a new leaf and be a good man." "Yes, yes, great hero. Same for me. Tell me about your stronghold. If I find it interesting, I might just let you live." He addressed the bruised and battered pair. "Yes, yes. Great hero, our Wolf Mountain bandits usually never." As they recounted the stronghold's affairs, Chen Qinglin interjected with occasional questions. Gradually, the full story unfolded. About 7 days ago, a gloomy man in his 20s had arrived at their stronghold, slain their chieftain, and seized control of the Wolf Mountain bandits. He had poisoned them and ordered them to capture people and bring them up the mountain. All captives were thrown into the stronghold's dungeon, which was then sealed off, forbidding entry. He demanded each of them bring in captives. Those who failed would be locked in the dungeon themselves. A few nights ago, the two had heard harrowing screams echoing from within. Moreover, no food had been delivered to the dungeon lately. Those inside were likely. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became, prompting their escape. Piecing it together in his mind, Chen Qinglin deduced that this man was capturing people and imprisoning them with none ever seen emerging alive. Connecting these clues, he suspected the man was also cultivating a demonic art. And since his target Shin Dingyuan had once appeared in Shanmen County, this man was likely connected to his mission. Perhaps even the very person. Having clarified the connection, Chen Qinglin resolved to infiltrate the Wolf Mountain stronghold and investigate. With a glance at the two, he leaped into the forest. Scar Wolf and Shi Xiaohu were overjoyed, but before their elation could settle, 2 stones flew toward them. There was no way Chen Qinglin would let them go. These bandits had plundered and killed for years, whose hands were not stained with innocent blood. Letting them live would not only allow them to harm others in the future, but also potentially bring trouble to himself. At times, Chen Qinglin felt he had truly adapted to this world. His first kill stirred no emotion within him. Silently tailing another group of bandits, he waited for dusk to fall. Why hasn't the chief and Xiaohu returned yet? Maybe they went back already. Damn it, they leave us waiting here while they head back. Well, they're the boss and you're not. The bandits grumbled and complained in the woods. Suddenly one shouted, "Someone's coming." Chen Qinglin focused his gaze and saw that it was Ling Shuyan and her team of inspectors. "Charge! Don't let them escape this time." The bandits drew their blades and rushed toward Ling Zuyan's group. Chen Qinglin was speechless. These fools were practically running to their deaths. As expected, they fell as fast as they advanced, thinking they had found easy prey only to discover a tiger. "Hold! Spare them!" If he hadn't spoken, the 2 men would have been killed already. Chen Qinglin emerged from the forest. Though he knew the stronghold's general location from Scarwolf and the other guide would speed things up, he hadn't spared those 2 earlier because it was still daylight and he didn't want to rush in recklessly. Ling Shuyan had just finished dealing with the bandits who had delivered themselves to her when she heard someone call for mercy. Even without the call, she had planned to keep a couple alive for interrogation. Turning toward the voice, she recognized the young man from before. "Junior brother Chen from Clearwind Mountain. What are you doing here?" she asked curiously. "Senior sister Ling, in pursuing a mission that involves these Wolf Mountain bandits. I was hoping you could spare a guide for me," Chen Qinglin explained. "Wolf Mountain bandits. These are all from that group." Ling Shuyan was surprised that they had stumbled into her path without any effort on her part. "Perfect. We're investigating them too. What a coincidence. Sister Yen, brother Chen, since our goals align, why not join forces?" Qin Wu stepped forward and suggested. Even Lin Yi remained silent this time. With a shared objective and no conflicting interests, having an extra hand was beneficial. Moreover, any disciple sent on a mission from Clearwind Mountain would be at least at the internal energy realm. Agreed. Chen Qinglin considered and nodded. Ling Shuyan and her team then interrogated the 2 captives, learning the situation at Wolf Mountain Stronghold. Aside from the new chieftain, the rest were mere body-tempering bandits. Chen Qinglin shared his deductions with them. Combining that with the inspectorate's intelligence, Lin Yi and the others agreed that the man was most likely Shin Dingyuan. Moreover, he was probably cultivating the bloodthirsty demon art and might have already broken through to the mid-internal energy realm. After discussion, Chen Qinglin and the group decided on a night raid. To prevent the man from escaping, they arranged for Chen Qinglin to remain hidden and strike a fatal blow at the critical moment, leaving no chance for escape. Several figures materialized in the silent forest. Ling Shuyan and the others, now able to make out the stronghold's silhouette, disposed of the two bandits who had guided them. They waited patiently for the cover of night. As darkness fell, they stealthily infiltrated the stronghold, easily neutralizing the guards. Mere body tempering third or fourth stage underlings. Ling Shuyan gestured, and they silently surrounded the main hall and the chieftain's quarters to investigate. After Lin Yi and Qin Wu scouted, they signaled back, and Ling Shuyan frowned. No one was there. Could it be? She signaled them to move toward the dungeon. As they infiltrated, they found it devoid of any living soul. Corpses were piled together, with a lone figure seated cross-legged in the center. Streams of blood energy rose from the dead bodies and poured into him. Who's there? Shun Dingyuan, absorbing the blood energy, sensed a prying presence. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red long sword materialized, and without hesitation he slashed toward the dungeon entrance. A blood-colored sword chi shot toward Lin Yi and the others. Lin Yi hastily raised his blade to meet it. The dungeon collapsed with a roar, and Lin Yi was sent flying, blood trickling from his lips. Sister Yen, be careful. He's at mid-internal energy. Before Ling Shuyan could react, Lin Yi was already wounded. She quickly executed her sword technique and thrust toward the enemy. The dungeon was instantly engulfed in a clash of blood-red and cyan-white sword chi. Lin Yi blocked several incoming strikes and urgently told his brothers to retreat. This man was beyond their ability to handle. As they emerged from the dungeon, the bandits outside, alerted by the noise, swarmed around them. Drawing their weapons, they fought their way out. Blades and swords flashed mercilessly, cutting down the bandits in droves. Those who survived, realizing they were outmatched, fled in all directions. Brother Yi, are you all right? Qin Wu and Ding Cheng asked with concern. I'm fine. The important thing is Sister Yen. A thunderous crash erupted. A deafening roar followed, and they saw the dungeon collapse in a cloud of dust, obscuring everything within. Two streams of sword chi tore through the ruins, bursting outward, followed by two figures. Suddenly a pure sigh and sword light blazed, and a scream rang out as one figure plummeted from the air. The sigh and sword light pressed on without pause, enveloping the fallen figure. By the time Lin Yi and the others could see clearly, the man lay in a pool of blood, his hands and feet completely severed. A figure in azure robes stood nearby, sword in hand. Ling Shuyan felt a chill in her heart. If that sword light had been aimed at her, she would have surely died here today. Such swift swordsmanship, such a formidable person. She approached the azure-robed figure and exclaimed in admiration. Junior brother, your sword art is incredible. Is this your mission target? Indeed, it's him. I've seen his portrait. Isn't that right, Shin Dingyuan? Though phrased as a question, his tone was certain. Who are you? Shin Dingyuan groaned in pain. He recognized the inspectorate uniforms worn by Ling Zuyan's group, having crossed paths with them before. But his question was directed at Chen Qinglin. A disciple of Clearwind Mountain. Chen Qinglin replied calmly. Clearwind Mountain. So that's it. Cough. Shin Dingyuan coughed up blood, realizing this youth had come for him as well. Do you know why I wiped out the Shin clan? It's because I don't care to know. Time to go. A flash of sword light, and the severed head still wore a stunned expression. He took out his disciple token, activated the array on it to record the image of Shin Dingyuan's body, then stored it in his ring. It's late, junior brother Chen. Shall we rest here for the night? Ling Shuyan suggested. Fine. We can also search the stronghold. He searched Shin Dingyuan's corpse and retrieved his storage ring. Lin Yi and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They exchanged glances, and Lin Yi whispered, I didn't offend Brother Chen earlier, did I? Brother Yi, you did say this morning that Brother Chen wasn't a good person, Qin Wu replied earnestly. Oh no, Wu Wu. Go search the stronghold quickly. Junior Brother Chen won't hold a grudge. Let's meet in the main hall later. At the Mountain Wolf Fortress. Xiao Wu, have you found anything? Are these bandits really this wealthy? Damn. This room is filled with medicinal herbs, grain, and salt. Together they hauled all the spoils into the main hall of the Mountain Wolf Fortress. As they marveled, they understood these were goods plundered from merchant caravans in recent days. Sister Yen, these items. Should we hand them over? Qin Wu whispered to Ling Shuyan. Hand them over. Such spoils are usually allocated by the mission inspector on duty. I am not so rigid. Besides, have you forgotten that Junior Brother Chen is still here? The fate of these goods is not entirely ours to decide. With that, Ling Zuyan's gaze shifted to Chen Qinglin. Chen Qinglin said nothing. Instead, he took out Shin Dingyuan's storage ring and emptied its contents. Along with that blood-colored longsword, there were 9 human-grade low-quality weapons, over 1,300 spirit stones, more than 50 bottles of pills, and several martial arts manuals. Mostly mortal-level techniques such as the fierce tiger fist, soul-severing blade, and astonishing spear. 3 human-grade martial arts, the high-quality bloodthirsty art, the low-quality blood shadow sword technique, and the blazing sun art. There were also some rare herbs, ores gold and silver. Most pills were body-tempering pills along with some healing pills and xinyuan pills to boost true qi. The most important find was a bottle of qi-gathering pills. Upon opening it, there were 5 inside. Good heavens, this must be most of the Shen family's fortune. There were 5 people present: Chen Qinglin, Ling Shuyan, Lin Yi, Qin Wu, and Ding Cheng. The bloodthirsty art must be destroyed. Such a sinister technique brings great harm and cannot be left behind. What do you think, junior brother Chen? Ling Shuyan said, holding the manual. Then let us destroy it. Junior brother Chen contributed the most to killing Shen Dingyuan. How about he takes 50% of the spoils and we force split the other 50? After publicly destroying the sinister art, Ling Shuyan spoke again. Without you, senior sister, I could not have completed the mission so easily. With that, Chen Qinglin took 3 human-grade low-quality weapons, including the blood-colored longsword, 500 spirit stones, 10 bottles of body-tempering pills, 3 bottles of healing blood return pills, 2 bottles of xinyuan pills, and 2 qi-gathering pills. He also took some herbs, ores, and money amounting to 30% of the total and stored them in Shen Dingyuan's ring. I will shamelessly keep this storage ring. Does this allocation meet with your approval, senior sister? Chen Qinglin said to the group. No objections. In fact, you are still at a disadvantage. Keeping the storage ring is the least we can do to compensate. Ling Shuyan nodded, thinking the junior brother was still being shortchanged. She then looked at Lin Yi and the others. What do you think? Yi Xiao Wu A Cheng. We have no objections either. It was only thanks to junior brother Chen and sister Yen that we could kill that vicious man. Lin Yi and the others had no complaints. They had merely killed a few small fry. The mission success was mainly due to Ling Shuyan and this junior brother from Qingfeng Mountain. With the mission complete, Ling Shuyan was not one to shortchange her people. Very well. Since you all have no objections, let it be settled. Senior sister, please distribute the rest as you see fit. With that, Chen Qinglin left the hall. The remaining 4 were in the hall. Qin Wu and Ding Cheng eyed the qi-gathering pills with burning desire, staring at Ling Shuyan. What are you looking at me for? You've been with me for over 2 years. Do you think I would shortchange you? Xiao Wu Cheng, you haven't broken through to the inner qi realm yet. There are 3 qi-gathering pills left. Take 1 each. As for you, Lin Yi. After leaving the Mountain Wolf Fortress main hall, Chen Qinglin ignored how Ling Shuyan and the others would divide the spoils. He found a clean room to rest in. The night was deep and the wind high, rustling the leaves. Each person had their own gains and expressions. Qin Wu and Ding Cheng were the most excited. They bounced around the fortress until Ling Shuyan punished them by ordering them to burn the corpses. At dawn, a faint white light appeared in the sky. A blazing fire consumed the once notorious Mountain Wolf Fortress as several figures stood nearby watching. Brother Chen, are you returning to Qingfeng Mountain? Qin Wu asked. Yes, the mission is done. It is time to return. Let us part ways here. I leave the aftermath to you. Senior sister Ling, brother Lin, brother Qin, brother Ding. Until we meet again. He bid them farewell, leaped onto a treetop, and quickly vanished from their sight. I wonder if we will ever see that junior brother Chen again. He is so young, yet his cultivation and swordsmanship are already formidable. In time, he may well become famous across the 3 prefectures. In a few years, we might hear of his renown. Indeed, why have we never heard of him before? Enough. Let us pack up and return to report. Ling Shuyan ended their conversation and withdrew her gaze from Chen Qinglin's departing figure. She agreed with their words, but she had an inexplicable confidence in him. She believed that, in the future, he would surely carve a place for himself in Dashuan. At the foot of the mountain, a peculiar whistle came from Chen Qinglin's lips. Soon the azure-scaled horse he had left in the woods appeared. He approached, stroked its mane, mounted it, and quickly disappeared into the forest. He had allocated the spoils this way to maintain good relations with the government, hoping to rely on Yun Prefecture's authorities for future missions. When he first set out for the mission, 100 spirit stones were nearly his entire fortune, and the sword he used was merely a mortal blade. Had he faced Shen Dingyuan Heiden, that sword would have broken in just a few exchanges. At the time, he had bought several spare longswords. During the distribution, he had taken 3 weapons, all human-grade low-quality swords sufficient for his use. At Qingfeng Mountain, he returned the azure-scaled horse and submitted his mission at the mission hall, but this time he did not encounter Su Yueshing. He returned to Qingyun Peak to rest for 2 days before taking on another mission and leaving Qingfeng Mountain again. On Qingfeng Mountain, merit points were equivalent to spirit stones. 1 merit could be exchanged for 1 spirit stone, but spirit stones could not be converted into merit. Merit could be used not only to exchange for martial arts in the hidden martial pavilion, but also to attend the monthly lectures of the elders. Each peak's elder held a lecture once a month imparting martial arts experience, a valuable opportunity for inner disciples without a master. Merit could also be used to exchange for pills, weapons, spiritual plants, and spirit beasts within the sect. In short, merit was the official currency of Qingfeng Mountain, permeating every aspect of life. Over the next month, Chen Qinglin spent his time on missions. Apart from the first target Shen Dingyuan, the rest were all inner Qi realm martial artists. He completed each mission without incident. His disciple token now held 570 merit points. Aside from the Shen Dingyuan mission, the rewards from other tasks were meager. This was the norm. Such good fortune could not come his way every time. He was being greedy. As the fiery sun slowly sank, the twilight bathed Qingfeng Mountain in a soft, warm glow. After submitting another mission, Chen Qinglin left the mission hall. He planned to pause and focus on training for a while. Over the past month, his combat experience had greatly improved, but he had neglected his swordsmanship. The 23rd year of Dashuan had passed, but the weather was still not warm. Just yesterday, the sky had been overcast. He was 15 now, born in the spring. At this time last year, he was still in Linha village. A wave of emotion washed over him. It felt as though he had experienced more in this past year than in the previous 14. He looked up at the setting sun and slowly made his way back to Qingyun Peak. Cloud-dwelling courtyard was the name Chen Qinglin had given to his abode. Little did he know that as dusk fell, someone was waiting for him. Ling Ling was sitting in front of the courtyard, her chin resting on her hand as she leaned on the stone table. Bored, she swung her legs idly, and before long she had fallen asleep. Golden rays of light fell upon her hair, casting a dazzling brilliance. Only at this moment was Ling Ling truly serene and gentle. Approaching the stone table in the courtyard, Chen Qinglin quietly watched Ling Ling for a while before gently waking her. Ling Ling had come to find Chen Qinglin today, but upon discovering he was not there, she had sat down at the stone table. Bathed in the warm spring sunlight, she had inadvertently dozed off. Only when she seemed to hear someone calling her did she slowly open her eyes and see Chen Qinglin. "Junior brother, where have you been all this time? I came to find you, but you were never here." Seeing Chen Qinglin, Ling Ling was overjoyed. She sprang to her feet, ran over to him, and tugged at his sleeve. "I had some business to attend to. What do you need, senior sister?" Looking at this somewhat playful junior sister, Chen Qinglin's tone softened. "I came to play with you, of course. Senior brother and third senior sister are in seclusion training, and second senior sister took a mission and left the mountain. I'm so bored, so I had to come find you." Ling Ling chattered on without pause. "What about senior sister Su and senior sister Chong? Didn't you go to see them?" Ever since Ling Ling had met Chong Yen, Xie Jingyun, and the others, she often visited Green Bamboo Peak to spend time with them. "They said they're going into seclusion to train recently and don't have time to play with me." Ling Ling felt a little dejected at this thought, and her voice grew soft. "I suspect senior brother, third senior sister, and senior sister Xie Jingyun aren't really going into seclusion. They're just tired of you." Chen Qinglin silently grumbled to himself. "Then why don't you go into seclusion and train with them, senior sister?" Even as he said it, he felt it was a pointless question. Training all the time is so boring. "Junior brother, you're not going into seclusion to train too, are you?" Ling Ling looked at Chen Qinglin with suspicion, her big innocent eyes glistening as she fixed her gaze on him. "Ah, well, senior sister guessed right. I do need to train, but I don't have to go into seclusion. I can still chat with you." Meeting her gaze, Chen Qinglin couldn't bring himself to refuse. "That's great, junior brother. Then let's go find Yu Xing. If we go together, she'll definitely come out when she sees us." "How about tomorrow, senior sister? It's too late now. I'll go with you tomorrow, all right?" "All right then." Having spent time with him recently, Ling Ling knew that this junior brother always kept his promises. She said this happily. "Hurry up and open the door, junior brother. Tell me what you did when you left the mountain. Were there any exciting adventures?" "Senior sister, how can I open the door if you're pulling on me?" Oh. Hearing this, Ling Ling let go of Chen Qinglin. Perhaps because this junior brother was younger than her, or for some other reason, Ling Ling felt there was something special about him. She had grown fond of the days spent with Chen Qinglin. Occasionally, she would come to his small courtyard and sit nearby watching him practice his sword. He would share interesting stories from his travels, which made her eyes sparkle with a desire to venture out into the world herself. At the same time, she was very worried about him taking missions and leaving Qingfeng Mountain. Chen Qinglin had to comfort his junior sister, even though Ling Ling was actually 2 years older than him. Yet in their daily interactions, Chen Qinglin always treated this junior sister like a younger sibling, coaxing and soothing her. Only after repeatedly confirming that Chen Qinglin would accompany her to see Yuxing the next day did Ling reluctantly leave cloud-dwelling courtyard. Back in his courtyard, Chen Qinglin felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was more exhausting than completing a mission. The next morning, dewdrops on the grass glistened like tiny mirrors, each one reflecting a faint yellow silhouette. When Chen Qinglin opened the courtyard gate, he saw Ling already waiting for him. Seeing him emerge, she joyfully rushed forward, chattering about how long she had been waiting and why he had taken so long. She grabbed Chen Qinglin and dragged him toward Qingjing Peak. With a helpless expression, Chen Qinglin had no choice but to follow his junior sister. Along the way, they encountered several disciples of Qingyun Peak who greeted them warmly. Some who had never met Chen Qinglin asked others about him, learning that he was the disciple taken in by Uncle Master Fu 2 months ago. This new junior brother was known as a martial arts fanatic. In the 2 months since his arrival, he had spent most of his time training in his own courtyard. This was the common impression the disciples of Qingyun Peak had of their new junior brother. Seeing him being dragged out by Ling with a look of utter resignation, they couldn't help but smile. Some female disciples looking at Chen Qinglin's slightly youthful face felt a mischievous urge. They planned to form a group another day to visit junior sister Ling and then go find Chen Qinglin. If Chen Qinglin had known the malicious intentions of these senior sisters, he would have realized that sometimes the more beautiful a person, the more perverse their sense of humor. Meanwhile, some senior brothers who had feelings for Ling looked at Chen Qinglin with envy or resentment. Noticing these gazes, Chen Qinglin couldn't help but roll his eyes. When they finally reached the foot of Qingjing Peak, Chen Qinglin thought they would have to wait. To his surprise, Ling actually had a jade token that allowed them to enter directly. She led the way as if she owned the place, weaving through courtyards left and right, enthusiastically introducing Qingjing Peak to Chen Qinglin. Remarkably, all the disciples on the peak knew her, and even the elders spoke to her with gentle warmth. They finally arrived at Su Yuxing's courtyard. Ling immediately began calling out to Su Yuexing, announcing that she had brought Chen Qinglin for a visit. Su Yuexing opened the door, looking at Ling with a headache. When she saw the speechless Chen Qinglin behind her, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She then welcomed them both into the courtyard and entertained them. Time flowed like sand through one's fingers, slipping away unnoticed. The sun had risen and set 60 times, and various flowers had bloomed across Qingyun Peak. During these days, Chen Qinglin spent most of his time cultivating in his courtyard, occasionally accompanying Ling to visit other peaks. In this way, he made many friends. He also gradually grew closer to his other 3 senior siblings. Senior brother Ji Yangchun was a warm and gentle person. Second senior sister Yun, you had a somewhat cold temperament, while third senior sister Shui Chanqian was mild and graceful. Ling was particularly fond of this senior sister, and often brought Chen Qinglin along to visit her. Perhaps due to their master Fu Shangxing's guidance, there were no major conflicts among the siblings. Overall, things were amicable. Chen Qinglin lifespan 15120, realm inner chi, late stage martial arts, Guiyuan art perfected 354, 0000, wind riding sword art perfected 400, 004, 0000, divine wind leg perfected 200, 002, 0000, moon treading step mastery 56343000, blood shadow sword art mastery 162, 0000, spirit concealment art minor success 2246400, wind chasing sword art mastery 1362000, sword techniques, riding the wind slash, 15 wind intent penetrating breeze, 10 penetration intent winds passing, 20 wind intent, wind intent, 21 20,000 penetration intent, 10,000. In the past 2 months, he had exchanged for wind chasing sword art at the martial arts pavilion, while spirit concealment art was a reward from a previous mission capable of concealing one's cultivation and aura. Blood shadow sword art was obtained from Shen Dingyuan during his first mission. The perfection of wind riding sword art and the minor success of wind chasing sword art had elevated his wind intent to 21. When his wind intent reached 20 air, he had entered a mysterious state of enlightenment from which he had derived the penetration intent from archery and created 2 sword techniques. His arsenal of trump cards had grown a little more. Standing on the cliff, Chen Qinglin gazed toward Zhangzhou. His younger brother was 12 now. Had he entered the Iron Sword Martial Hall to train? Was his little sister obedient? How were his parents faring? And brother Qingshi, his master, and his senior siblings? How were they? Chen Qinglin decided to return and see for himself. At the foot of Qingzhou Peak, Chen Qinglin waited there for Xie Jingyun, having already sent her a message via sound transmission. Xie Jingyun hadn't returned to Qingyan Town in 2 or 3 years. It wasn't that she didn't miss home, but the rules of Qingfeng Mountain forbade disciples from descending before reaching the inner Qi realm. Though Xie Jingyun possessed an upper-grade talent, she had spent much time mastering blood energy control. cultivation of blood energy and true qi might progress faster, but it offered no aid in controlling one's own blood energy. Such control was more a test of one's mastery over the self. Different degrees of blood energy control yielded different outcomes when breaking through to the inner qi realm. Normally those with less than 70% control had no chance of achieving this breakthrough. Some heretical methods could force a breakthrough, which was why their practitioners were so hard to eradicate. With control between 70 and 90% aided by qi-gathering pills, one could break through, but only to an ordinary inner qi realm. Achieving 90 to 95% control would double one's cultivation speed upon breaking through, and no qi-gathering pill was needed. Surpassing 95% without reaching perfection would triple the cultivation speed. As for those who achieved perfect control, even Qingfeng Mountain's elders knew not the exact increase. Since the sect's founding, no one had ever achieved perfect blood energy control during the body tempering stage. In over 1,000 years, only the founding patriarch had surpassed 95%. Legend held that the founding patriarch had transcended the spirit aperture realm to reach the Dharma form realm. He had shone brightly in the war against otherworldly demons, but ultimately fell in foreign lands. Had he returned, Qingfeng Mountain would have been far more glorious. Xie Jinjian's master Meng Yunling set high standards for talented disciples. Those with upper-grade talent must achieve at least 90% blood energy control before breaking through to the inner qi realm. This temporary halt was for a farther journey. Xie Jingyun spent 2 years mastering blood energy control. She had reached the 9th level of body tempering over 2 years ago, but only achieved 90% control a month before Chen Qinglin joined the sect preparing for her breakthrough. During that time, she was in seclusion on Qingzhou Peak, which was why Chen Qinglin hadn't heard from her after joining. As for Chen Qinglin, he naturally knew the cultivation speed granted by perfect blood energy control. It tripled the original cultivation speed. If medium-grade talent speed was 5, then upper medium was 7.5, upper grade was 10, and supreme grade was 15. Lower medium and lower upper talents were similar to medium and upper grades. Comparatively, lower medium was around 4 and lower upper around 9. With perfect blood energy control, Chen Qinglin's cultivation speed in the inner qi realm matched that of a supreme grade talent with 90 to 95% control. This, combined with his mastery of the perfected returning origin art, allowed him to reach the late inner qi realm in just 4 months. He had already opened the yin and yang motility vessels and the yin and yang heal vessels, vastly accelerating his cultivation. His speed was so great that he hadn't visited his master Fu Xinxing for guidance recently. He only emerged after mastering the concealing spirit art to a minor degree, enough to hide his cultivation from martial artists of the embryo-holding realm. The concealing spirit art was a special esoteric technique not truly classifiable as a low-grade mortal art, but in terms of proficiency it resembled one, so Chen Qinglin mentally categorized it as such. Now he displayed his cultivation at the mid-inner qi level, still somewhat fast, but he had lacked the concealing spirit art before. Chen Qinglin drifted in thought until Xie Jingyun emerged from Qingzhou Peak. He greeted her as usual, then broached the main topic. "Sister Jingyun, I plan to return home. Would you like to come along?" Chen Qinglin asked. He wanted to go back to Qingyan town, and Xie Jingyun hadn't been there in a long time. So he came to ask if she wished to join him. "Junior brother, you're going back. Wonderful. I wanted to return after breaking through to the inner qi realm, but I thought it unsafe to travel alone. Qingfeng Mountain is so far from home. With you to protect me, I feel at ease," Xie Jingyun said gently. She knew well how formidable her junior brother was. In such a short time since joining, he had reached the mid-inner qi realm, and her master said he had achieved a 91% blood energy control breakthrough. Meng Yunling had learned this from Fu Xinxing, as Ling Ling Chan Qinglin Changyan and Xie Jingyun frequently visited each other. Elder Meng Yunling of Qingzhou Peak and Master Fu Xinxing had somehow become acquainted. Over tea and conversation they naturally discussed their disciples. Chen Qinglin and Xie Jingyun were common topics. After taking Chen Qinglin as his disciple, Fu Xinxing had naturally asked about his breakthrough degree. "Could it be that I am destined to be the matchmaker between Master Fu and Elder Meng?" Chen Qinglin had secretly scorned his master more than once for this. "Since Sister Jingyun also wishes to return, let's pack and set out tomorrow. Better early than late." "All right, Qinglin. I'll inform my master. Shall we go to Qingfeng City together to buy some things? I want to get gifts for my grandfather and father," Xie Jingyun said. "Yes, we should buy some things. I'll go with you this afternoon." Chen Qinglin thought of his younger sister Chen Xiaoxiao and brother Chen Qingyun, a smile tugging at his lips. With that, he left Qingzhou Peak to inform his master Fu Xinxing and also his little senior sister Ling Ling. Looking at the flock of chattering women before him, Chen Qinglin wondered if it was too late to regret. He had only planned to go with Xie Jingyun to Qingfeng City for local specialties, but after telling Ling Ling, she insisted on helping him choose, dragging Su Yueshing along. When they reached Qingzhou Peak, they encountered Chang Yan and other senior sisters by Xie Jingjian's side. Words failed him. Xie Jingyun helplessly shrugged. They went down the mountain together to explore Qingfeng City. Daily life-weary expression, daily excitement from little senior sister Ling Ling. Ling Ling cared little. Once in the city market, she was as excited as a monkey. She dragged Chen Qinglin left and right, asking and looking at everything. Now Chen Qinglin felt his little sister Chen Xiaoxiao might not need so many gifts. Wasn't seeing her big brother the greatest surprise. As for his younger brother Chen Qingyun, he was about to join a martial arts school. Why play? Diligent training was the real matter. Little junior brother, do you think your sister would like this bell? What about this hairpin? And this? This? She liked everything. Just buy it all. Xie Jingyun, Su Yueshing, and Chang Yan watched Chen Qinglin and Ling Ling with amused smiles, enjoying their junior brother's helpless expression. They slowly selected their desired items in the market. Finally, the end of this arduous day. Uncle, how much longer until we reach Changyang County? On the road, a merchant caravan was traveling. Inside one of the carriages, a 12 or 13-year-old girl lifted the curtain and asked her uncle Song Shirtong, who was riding a horse. Almost there. Half a day more, and we should arrive in Changyang County. What's wrong? Homesick. Song Shirtang replied with a smile. His niece had insisted on joining the caravan this time, and his elder brother couldn't refuse her, so he had brought the little girl along to Changyang County. Not at all. I was just asking. We've been traveling for nearly 10 days and still haven't arrived. Chirp. An eagle's cry pierced the clouds. Before she could finish song, Wan Qing looked up at the sky upon hearing the eagle's call. A streak of cyan lightning flashed across the horizon, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a tiny speck. What was that, uncle? Song Wonking's small face was filled with astonishment as she hurriedly asked Song Shirtang. That should be a cyan feather eagle from Clearwind Mountain. Song Shirtang explained, gazing at the sky. The Song family was a renowned clan in Kangwu County, so naturally they knew of the cyan feather eagles from Clearwind Mountain. It was only because his little niece was too young and always kept by her father to study martial arts and literacy that she was unaware. It must be an elder or disciple from Clearwind Mountain passing through on business. Let's continue the journey. Uncle, how wonderful it would be to ride on a cyan feather eagle. Then we could get from Kangwu County to Changyang County in no time without having to travel for so many days. Song Wonking's small face was full of longing. Haha, if you train hard in martial arts, you can join Clearwind Mountain in the future, and that day will come. Song Shirtang laughed heartily, patting his little niece on the head. We'll go back and train hard this time. I will definitely go to Clearwind Mountain. Song Wanqing said, seriously clenching her little fists. Chen Qinglin, of course, had no idea that someone on the ground was discussing the cyan feather eagle they were riding. Since they were returning, he simply rented a cyan feather eagle from the Spirit Beast Peak. Xie Jingyun had initially thought renting a cyan spirit horse would suffice, as renting a cyan feather eagle cost 20 spirit stones. After being taken to Clearwind Mountain by Meng Yunling, she had been training on the Green Bamboo Peak, receiving only a monthly disciple allowance of 5 spirit stones. Previously, she was only in the body tempering stage. It was only after advancing to the inner chi stage that she began receiving the full benefits of an inner disciple 10 spirit stones and a bottle of true chi pills per month. She also had to use them for her own cultivation, so she didn't have many spirit stones left. However, Chen Qinglin had completed several missions, and besides his own cultivation, still had some spirit stones left. He could earn more later. Without further ado, he rented the cyan feather eagle and took Xie Jingyun straight to Changyang County in Songzhou. After another quarter of an hour, a prosperous large city appeared before them. Without any pause, they guided the cyan feather eagle over the city of Changyang County and headed toward Qingyan Town. A small town lay at the foot of a green mountain with a small river flowing beside it. Look, junior brother, we're here. Xie Jingyun exclaimed, a little excited to see the familiar place. Chen Qinglin gazed at the small town before him. Though he hadn't been away for long, seeing it again stirred a different feeling in his heart. He guided the cyan feather eagle to land in a forest not far from the town and let it roam freely. Then he and Xie Jingyun stepped into Qingyan Town. As they entered, the familiar sounds of vendors filled the air. They slowly made their way toward the Iron Sword Martial Arts School. He wondered if his own family and his uncle's family had moved into Qingyan Town yet. Inside the Iron Sword Martial Arts School. Jingjiang, it's your father who has let you down. Xie Feng said, a little ashamed. It's all right, father, Xie Jingjiang replied after a moment of silence. It's all your father's fault for being useless. Sai, just forget about that girl from the Yen family. Xie Feng seemed dejected. Looking at his father's somewhat stooped figure, Xie Jingjiang noticed the white hairs appearing on his head. His father's perpetually stern face had also gradually softened with kindness. Really, it's fine, father. It's not like she's the only woman in the world. There are plenty of good women waiting for your son. Xie Jingjiang forced a smile. Sigh. Xie Feng didn't know what to say. Ever since the martial arts competition in Dingyuan County last year, Jingjiang had often gone to see a woman named Yen. After returning, he had told his father about it. Unfortunately, by the time he sent someone to inquire, he learned that she had already been promised to someone else during that time. The other party had come from Chongyang County promising to marry her and give the Yen family a qi-gathering pill. As for Xie Feng, even if he had a qi-gathering pill, he would have given it to Xie Jingjiang to aid his breakthrough, not as a betrothal gift. It was just hard on Jingjiang. Qingshi, have you noticed that master and senior brother have been in a bad mood lately? Li Lin said as they practiced martial arts in the courtyard. Really? I don't think so. Chen Qinglin was not a perceptive person and hadn't noticed anything unusual about Xie Feng and Xie Jingjiang. All right, just keep practicing. Li Lin felt that master and senior brother were indeed troubled. Lately, senior brother wasn't training enthusiastically and master seemed less spirited than before. When junior brother Qinglin won first place, master was overjoyed. But now he always seemed somewhat disheartened. Li Lin thought he might be mistaken and shook his head, resuming his training. Suddenly, he saw Qingshi pointing behind him, his mouth open, but unable to speak for a moment. After a long pause, he exclaimed loudly, Qinglin. Li Lin turned around and saw Chen Qinglin along with the woman beside him. Qinglin, you're back. Chen Qinglin ran up to Chen Qinglin. Qingshi, I'm back. Fourth senior brother, what's the matter? After only a few months apart, you don't recognize your junior brother. Chen Qinglin said. After a few months, I really can't recognize you. Qinglin, who is this beside you? Although it had only been 4 months since he last saw Chen Qinglin, his change was truly remarkable. The old Chen Qinglin was somewhat delicate in appearance, but having grown up in the village, he was tanned by the sun. His skin was not dark, but neither was it fair. He wasn't very tall either. Now Chen Qinglin seemed to have suddenly matured. His skin had become fair, and he looked very handsome. Fourth senior brother, this is master's daughter, senior sister Xie Jingyun. Don't you recognize her? So this is little junior sister. When she was taken up the mountain, I hadn't been brought back by master yet. I often hear master and senior brother talk about her, but today I finally get to see her in person. Come in quickly. I'll take you to see master. Li Lin was pleasantly surprised. For Li Lin, this martial arts school was like his home, and master was the only family he had left in this world. Xie Jingjian's arrival would surely make master very happy. Fourth senior brother. Xie Jingyu knew of her father's disciple, but had never met him. Not only Li Lin, but she had also never met third senior sister Wu Jianxue or fifth senior brother Zhao Dingming. She only knew that her father had these disciples. When she left, her father had only taken on one disciple, second senior brother Jiang Zhong. Following Li Lin to the inner courtyard, Xie Feng and Xie Jingjiang were overjoyed to see them, momentarily forgetting their previous troubles. Not wanting to disturb the family reunion, Chen Qinglin excused himself and left the small courtyard with Chen Qingshi. He also wanted to go see his parents and siblings. It's not fun here without Xiaohua, Xiaohu, and Azu. But there's so much delicious food here. If you go back, you won't get to eat it. We can go back and visit them another day. You can bring them some tasty treats and fun things. Chen Xiaoxiao had been excited when she first arrived, but gradually, without her familiar playmates, her spirits began to wane. She was now nestled in her mother Yang Xiu's arms. Yang Xiu stroked her daughter's back, gently soothing her. Since their family and their elder brother's family moved to the town, they had used the silver left by their eldest son to buy a small courtyard. The front faced the street as a shop, while the back courtyard housed their family. Next door was the elder brother's family. They had found the place together, buying adjacent homes to look out for each other. Although they had moved to town, Chen Liangwu, who was barely literate and only knew farming, had no idea how to make a living in the city. Chen Liangyuan and Chen Liangwu lacked the talents of their two young nephews and were restless. Coincidentally, 2 months ago, clan elder Chen Yuqing came to the town on business and dropped by to see them. Hearing their worries, he offered a suggestion. Since both families' houses faced the street, they could open a general store, an oil and grain shop, or a fabric and clothing store. With the connections of Chen Qinglin and Chen Qingshi, they were confident that no one within the Iron Sword Martial Hall's territory would cause trouble. The subsequent developments proved Chen Yuqing right. Chen Liangwu opened a general store selling daily necessities like knives, scissors, and sundries. Chen Liangyuan opened a fabric shop, for which he sought advice from his brother-in-law Zhou Jin. The Zhou family in Qingyan town was a relatively large clan. However, Zhou Jin was not of the direct lineage and merely managed the clan's shops in town. When he heard that his wife's family was opening a shop, he was taken aback. He knew well what his two brothers-in-law were like over the years. How could they have the money to open a shop in town? When the eldest brother-in-law came to visit, Zhou Jin called for his wife Chen Qinglin to talk with him. After a conversation, he learned that his two nephews had achieved such remarkable fortune. Stunned, Zhou Jin, though not a man of great stature, knew of the might of martial artists. The Zhou clan had built its current estate thanks to a single body-tempering 7th-layer martial artist. His mind raced with thoughts, and he quickly formed a plan. He decided to have his children frequently visit their uncles' homes. After sharing his own knowledge with Chen Liangyuan in detail, Zhou Jin informed the clan of the matter a few days later. After some inquiries, he learned the general situation. Zhou Jin's perspective was limited. He only knew that his two nephews were martial artists, but not to what extent. However, Zhou clan leader Zhou Ji discovered that Zhou Jin's nephew Chen Qinglin had participated in a competition in the county town last year, was valued by a sect, and had been accepted into it. Without time to be shocked, he immediately instructed Zhou Jin to nurture this family relationship well. He also summoned the clan members managing the fabric business to impart all their knowledge to Zhou Jin, so he could teach Chen Liangyuan. He ordered Zhou Jin to maintain close ties with Chen Lianghua's family, and instructed that from then on all goods sold by the Chen clan of Linhe village to the Zhou family would be purchased at high prices. Only then did he send Zhou Jin back to prepare. This Linhe village had produced a remarkable man like Chen Qinglin. He was destined to soar to great heights. He wondered if his maneuvers would allow the Zhou clan to bask in some reflected glory and elevate their own standing. Linhe village lived off the mountains. Besides farming their fields, they gathered herbs from the nearby forests and brought pelts from hunting to sell in Qingyan town. Ever since the two brothers Chen Liangyuan and Chen Liangwu opened their shops in town, they often purchased goods sold by Linhe village. Chen Yuqing, however, forbade the Chen clan from taking advantage of the two families. He personally went to town to confirm the daily needs of the two brothers' shops, and upon returning set limits on what could be sold to them. After consulting with Chen Liangyuan and Chen Liangwu, he arranged for the village to centrally purchase surplus stock from other villagers under the Chen clan's name. This greatly enhanced the Chen clan's reputation in Linhe village. Following Chen Qinglin walked until they reached a general store. With one glance, he spotted his father sitting inside. Suppressing his excitement, he stepped inside and said, "Father, I'm back. Welcome, what can I?" Qinglin. Chen Liangwu was sitting idly in the shop when he heard someone enter. Thinking it was a customer, he started to speak, but then recognized his eldest son Chen Qinglin. "Liner, come in." "Qingshi, why are you standing outside?" Seeing Chen Qinglin, he was overjoyed. Noticing Chen Qingshi outside, he called him in. Then he called out to the backyard, "Axiu, your son is back. Qinglin is back." In the backyard, Yang Xiu was comforting Chen Xiaoxiao. Hearing her husband's shouts, she was about to let go of the little girl, when Chen Xiaoxiao excitedly broke free from her arms. She ran outside shouting, "Big brother is back." Chen Qingyun was not at home. These days he was studying at a private school in town. When she truly saw Chen Qinglin, Yang Xiu was both joyful and tearful, holding his hand and saying he looked thinner. Her son had made something of himself, but he could no longer stay by her side. As parents, they felt both pride and a tinge of loss. Sometimes there was no perfect solution. After a round of warm greetings and family chatter, Chen Liangyuan closed the shop. The family went into the backyard. "How long do you plan to stay this time?" Chen Liangwu asked. This son of his was capable and destined not to remain with them forever. "A month," Chen Qinglin replied after considering his own situation and seeing the anticipation in his parents' eyes. He decided to stay for an extended period. In 2 months, the Qingfeng Mountain sect would hold an outer disciple competition, but that had nothing to do with him. His cultivation wouldn't improve much in such a short time, and he could practice martial arts anywhere. Well, the truth was Chen Qinglin simply wanted to spend more time at home. "Good, that's wonderful. A month is enough." He glanced at his mother, who also looked pleased. He took out the gifts he had bought for his parents one by one. Chen Xiaoxiao, watching her brother produce various items from his hands, hugged him excitedly and said, "What about me? Did you buy me a present, big brother?" "Your present?" "No." He paused deliberately. Chen Xiaoxiao looked disappointed and a little upset. "That's impossible." With that, he brought out a pile of gifts chosen by many of his senior sisters, among which junior sister Ling Ling had bought the most. "Wow, big brother, you're the best." Seeing the pile of gifts, Chen Xiaoxiao's face lit up and she cheered happily. She then went to inspect her presents one by one, including lots of tasty snacks. Chen Qinglin ignored his little sister, who had forgotten her brother in her delight. He turned to Chen Qingshi and said, "Brother Qingshi, I bought a gift for you too." With that, he produced 3 bottles of body-tempering pills. "These are body-tempering pills. With them you can quickly break through to the third layer of body tempering, and even the fourth layer is not impossible. Since he couldn't look after his family, while at Qingfeng Mountain, Chen Qinglin was the only martial artist among them. The higher his realm, the better. As for qi condensation pills, Chen Qinglin dared not leave them with Chen Qinglin. Such items in the hands of someone unfit would only bring disaster. It's too precious, I can't accept it. Chen Qinglin, hearing the pill's effects, was startled, and tried to return them to Chen Qinglin. These pills have no effect on me anymore, but they're excellent for you. Besides, to me now these things are nothing. We're brothers. Keep them. Chen Qinglin said, then added with a smile. Take them when I tell you to. I've bought gifts for your family and uncle's family too. Take them back to your parents when you go. I'll deliver uncle's gifts later. All right then, I'll accept them. Seeing Chen Qinglin's insistence, Chen Qinglin couldn't refuse. Moreover, after entering Qingfeng Mountain, Chen Qinglin's character remained the same, and Chen Qinglin no longer felt the initial distance. He accepted the gifts. Later, when Chen Qingyun returned home, he was overjoyed to see his elder brother. Yang Xiu then sent him to invite second uncle Chen Liangpin's family for dinner. As for Chen Lianjuan's family, they lived nearby and were already there. Their father Chen Liangwu was so delighted that he had invited his two elder brothers for a meal that evening. Third brother, what good fortune brings you to treat me to a meal? Chen Liangpin's voice rang out before he even entered the yard. As he stepped inside and looked around. Elder brother is here too. Is something really going on? Second brother, what are you saying? We're all in town. Isn't it perfectly normal for us brothers to gather? Chen Liangwu emerged carrying the fine wine brought by Chen Qinglin. Ah, such excellent wine. Chen Liangpin's eyes lit up at the sight of the bottle Chen Liangwu held. Then a trace of regret crossed his face, for his wife had accompanied him, and he feared he wouldn't be able to drink much of this fine vintage. Where did this come from, third brother? Qinglin brought it back, and I immediately thought of you and elder brother. Qinglin, he's back. Where is he? He went out with Qingshi just now, he'll be back soon. And what about Qinghe? Don't even mention him. If Qinghe were like Qinglin and Qingshi, I'd be at ease. As it is, who knows where he's run off to now. Speaking of this, Chen Liangpin couldn't help but feel a pang of envy for his elder and third brothers, because they were hosting a meal for the families of the eldest and second uncles. Chen Qinglin and Chen Qingshi had gone out to buy ingredients. Chen Qingyun and Chen Xiaoxiao, having not seen their elder brother for a long time, tagged along as well. Qinglin, this ring of yours is incredibly convenient. After buying a large quantity of meat and vegetables, all of which were stored away into the tiny ring, Chen Qingshi exclaimed in astonishment. When will I ever get a ring like this? However, it was merely a wistful thought. He knew such an item was beyond his means, having already heard from Qinglin about its price. It required 100 spirit stones to purchase, and no such item was available in Dingyuan County. Even in Chongyang Prefecture, they were scarce, making them nearly impossible for people like them to acquire. One spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 taels of gold, and 1 tael of gold equaled 10 taels of silver. This ring was equivalent to 100,000 taels of silver, yet very few people would ever exchange spirit stones for gold or silver. One couldn't buy a storage ring with just gold and silver. The mere thought of 100,000 taels of silver was beyond Chen Qingshi's imagination. Train hard in martial arts, and when you reach the 9th level of body tempering, I'll give you one. Chen Qinglin looked at his cousin and encouraged him. Really? I will definitely train hard, Qinglin. Chen Qingshi replied excitedly. Of course it's true. He smiled as he answered Chen Qingshi. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. Seeing Chen Qinglin fall silent staring at a certain spot, Chen Qingshi followed his gaze, and saw it was their second uncle's son, his cousin Chen Qinghe. At that moment Chen Qinghe was surrounded by a group of people, and several of his former companions stood nearby, not daring to approach. One of the men said to Chen Qinghe, Chen Qinghe, when are you planning to repay the money you borrowed from Third Master? Bah! I paid back Third Master's money long ago, and even several times over. Chen Qinghe replied angrily, his face showing some bruises and swelling. The little you paid back is far from enough. We have the written records here, don't try to deny it. I advise you to pay up soon or else. Humph, you know Third Master's methods. Oh, and how much does he still owe your Third Master? A voice suddenly came from behind. Sun Tao and the others turned around to see a handsome young man walking towards them. Who are you, kid? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Sun Tao, seeing Chen Qinglin alone, spoke arrogantly. Go back and tell your Third Master to return the money he overcharged. I, Chen Qinglin, will let bygones be bygones. Oh ho! In this street I've never seen anyone more arrogant than me, Sun Tao. Never having met someone who put on such airs, Sun Tao decided he would teach this kid a lesson today. Get him. Teach this brat a lesson. Sun Tao said, retreating behind a group of his thugs. As his words fell, the group of thugs surged forward. And then one by one they were sent flying backward. After controlling his strength and giving Sun Tao a good beating, Chen Qinglin said, "Get lost. Remember to tell your so-called third master what I said, or I will pay him a visit myself." He turned around to look at Chen Qinglin. "Brother Qinglin, come to my house for a meal today." Then with a pointed look at the others nearby, he added, "You can leave now. If I ever see you around Chen Qinglin again, I'll break your legs." "Yes, yes." The few men scrambled to their feet and fled. "Qinglin, thank you so much," Chen Qinglin said, looking at Chen Qinglin with a complex expression. "Don't mention it. We're brothers. Don't hang around with those people anymore. Come on, let's go to my place." "But Chen Qinglin touched his own face, hesitating. Chen Qinglin instantly understood his concern and raised his hand, using his true qi to dispel the bruises and swelling on his face. "There, it's fine now. Let's go." Touching his now smooth face, Chen Qinglin thanked him again, a little embarrassed. "All right, I truly thank you for today." As the few of them stepped into the house, Chen Liangpin looked somewhat surprised. "Where did you run into your cousin?" He then began to scold Chen Qinglin. "Why aren't you out playing with your disreputable friends?" "All right, second brother. It's rare for Qinglin to come by. Say a little less. Come, let's us three brothers have a drink. Let the younger ones go chat among themselves." Raising his wine cup, he beckoned to Chen Liangpin. The two aunts and his own mother were cooking in the kitchen, while his eldest uncle, second uncle, and father were drinking in the yard. Chen Qinglin and his brothers also found a spot in the yard to sit and chat. "Brother Qinglin, stop hanging around those wastrels. It leads nowhere. Practice martial arts with me." Chen Qingshi said to Chen Qinglin. "Martial arts? Am I not too old for that?" Chen Qinglin didn't want to associate with that group anymore anyway. Today's incident had shown him their true colors. But he was already 20 years old. Although Chen Qingshi's words about martial arts stirred something within him, he knew he was past the ideal age and feared he wouldn't amount to much. Yet his gaze still turned towards his younger cousin Chen Qinglin. Seeing both Chen Qinglin and Chen Qingshi looking at him, Chen Qinglin said, "Of course it's possible. Not only should you train brother Qinglin, but also my eldest uncle, second uncle, and my father. For them it would mainly be for health and fitness. But for you, brother Qinglin, there is still a chance for real progress. Even if you can't reach a very high level, it will be more than enough for you here in Qingyan town." "All right, thank you very much, Qinglin." Chen Qinglin didn't bring up the lack of family funds for training, trusting that since his cousin had offered, he would have a plan. Chen Qinglin indeed had a plan. Worldly wealth no longer held much use for him. He had accumulated several 100,000 taels of silver from completing tasks, and he decided to invest some in the clan and use some to acquire properties for his parents and uncles. The next day, the town warden, upon hearing of Chen Qinglin and Xie Jinjian's return, came to pay a visit. As an official of the Great Xian dynasty, he naturally knew that both Chen Qinglin and Xie Jingyun had been accepted into Qingfeng Mountain. Upon learning about the incident involving Chen Qinglin's cousin, the warden assured him that he would strictly manage the public order of Qingyan town and resolutely crack down on such dangerous elements threatening the town's safety. That very day, he raided the gang run by the so-called third master, dealt with them according to the law, and even returned some of the silver that Chen Qinglin had been overcharged. Chen Qinglin thanked the warden, took no extra silver, and only had Chen Qinglin reclaim what was rightfully his. Later, his aunt Chen Liping's family came to visit. Unclean Law Zhou Jin was very hospitable, and Chen Qinglin finally met his older cousin and cousin who he had rarely seen before. Although they had little interaction in the past, his aunt Chen Liping was still family. After entertaining his aunt's family, Chen Qinglin declined to meet any other visitors. He took the whole family back to Linhe village. "Old Wu, why are you back? Just staying for a few days? Your family has really made it." "Haha, what's there to talk about making it or not? As the saying goes, returning home in glory without displaying it is like walking in splendid clothes at night." Chen Liangwu, who had spent most of his life toiling in the fields, finally experienced this feeling. Chen Qinglin also responded to the villagers' words one by one. But with the good naturally came the bad. They slandered in secret, though not openly. Finally, they arrived at the small home in Linhe village, the place where it all began. Chen Qinglin asked to see the clan leader, as he had some matters to discuss with him upon his return. "Liangwu, what do you need me for?" Chen Yuqing said as he entered. "Fifth uncle, it's Qinglin who has something to discuss with you." Chen Liangwu invited Chen Yuqing to sit down and poured him a bowl of tea. "Qinglin, what does he want to talk to your fifth grandfather about?" As the patriarch of the Chen clan and one of the first elders to settle in Linhe village, he had endured many hardships and resolved numerous troubles for the clan and the village. It was only when Chen Qinglin's generation grew numerous and matured that their branch settled in Linha village found stability and ceased to be bullied. With Chen Qinglin's sudden rise, the Chen clan of Linha village enjoyed much better days. Fifth grandfather, I have something to discuss with you. Chen Qinglin then laid out his plans. He intended to donate some money to the clan to establish a school teaching clan members to read and write, and to purchase clan assets for them to manage distributing dividends at year's end. Additionally, he planned to acquire some property for himself, and would need the help of the Chen clan. This is a good thing. There are families in our clan that have lost their pillars, left with widows and orphans. Though the clan supports them, life is still hard. You have a kind heart, Qinglin. Chen Yuqing's eyes welled up with tears. He had grown weary over the years. Seeing someone from the Chen clan step up filled him with great comfort. He then said to Chen Liangwu, Liangwu, you have raised a fine son. Your third brother can rest in peace knowing this. There's more, fifth grandfather. Chen Qinglin thought for a moment and then took out 3 secret manuals from his ring. They were the Fierce Tiger Fist, the Stone-Splitting Sword Art, and the Forest Soaring Technique. These are 3 body tempering stage manuals. Fifth grandfather can have the clan members practice them. It wasn't that he was unwilling to give more, but these were sufficient for the current Chen clan. I will stay in the village for this month and can teach the clan members martial arts. Seeing the martial arts manuals again, Chen Yuqing felt a sense of daze. The former glory of the Chen clan was vivid in his mind, yet it had fallen into disrepair with members scattering in all directions. Only those who were still young had come to Linha village. The fourth uncle who had escorted them here had also lost his life in an accident, leaving none among the survivors who knew martial arts. The dozen or so brothers supported each other, slowly enduring those difficult days. At night, he had once fantasized about the scenes of his childhood, but gradually came to terms with reality. He never expected to see the hope of the Chen clan's resurgence today. Holding the 3 manuals Chen Qinglin handed him, he couldn't help but weep with joy. After calming his emotions, he said, I'll go back and organize things, see which families have children of the right age. Well, trouble you during this time. Send both boys and girls who are of age, fifth grandfather. With that, he took out some silver notes and gave them to Chen Yuqing. Here are 3,000 taels of silver notes. The patriarch can use them as he sees fit, and also ask some uncles and aunties to prepare food. One can't practice martial arts on an empty stomach. Alright, I'll go organize things and try to finish by tomorrow or the day after. Chen Yuqing left the small courtyard happily. He then called a clan meeting and informed the other members of Chen Qinglin's plans. The clan members immediately sprang into action. By the next day, they had gathered the children of suitable age and cleared a spacious area for martial arts training. The other villagers of Linha village, initially unaware of what was happening, learned of the matter a few days later and wanted to join in. They wished for their children to learn to read and practice martial arts alongside the Chen children. Some more audacious villagers even demanded that the Chen clan cover the martial arts training costs for their children, just like the Chen clan members. However, Chen Yuqing turned them all away. Teaching the villagers to read was acceptable, but the martial arts manuals were the foundation of the Chen clan, and using their own resources to support outsiders was out of the question. The wise were few, while those who begrudged others' success were envious or lacked conviction, fueled by instigators, gave rise to these incidents. In light of this, Chen Qinglin decided to change their environment. Rather than waste words with these people, he chose to spend more silver and went to the town with Patriarch Chen Yuqing. After inquiring and negotiating with the town guard, they purchased a cluster of residences, farmland, forests, and shops in Qingyan town. They moved the entire Chen clan into Qingyan town. As for the land in Linha village, they had no intention of letting those people benefit from it. Not everyone in Linha village was bad, and strictly speaking there were few truly wicked people. But Chen Qinglin had no time to judge the matter. Chen Yuqing leased the fields to the Chen clan's in-laws for cultivation, while retaining the land deeds. Chen Qinglin naturally had no objections. Then they left Linha village for good. The remaining villagers, seeing the Chen clan move away entirely, were filled with regret and blame. But it was too late. When conditions permit, to avoid the mire, one must change paths. Ignoring the thoughts of the Linha villagers, the Chen clan's move to Qingyan town stirred up no small commotion. However, all this would fade with time. Patriarch Chen Yuqing and the other elders studied and discussed the cultivation of the land and the use of the shops. Chen Liangwu suddenly found himself with nothing to do, as his son had arranged everything. Declining the offer to manage a small grocery store, Chen Liangwu opened his own, finding a sense of life in it. He also brought his less fortunate sister's family to Qingyan town and found his brother-in-law a job. At least he had done right by his sister. In the days that followed, Chen Qinglin practiced his sword, while sparing time to teach martial arts to the clan at the new estate. Occasionally, he visited the Iron Sword Martial Arts School to see his master and fellow disciples, meeting Grandmaster Xiesong a few times, though they had little to say. Xie Jingyun bought a qi-gathering pill. Regarding this pill, Xie Feng said nothing and gave it to Xie Jingjiang. For Xie Jingjiang, perhaps this pill came a little late, but he had come to understand many things during this time. Some people were simply not meant to be. He did not blame Yan Yu, neither party was at fault. He did not go to Dingyuan County to see Yan Yu. Instead, under his sister Xie Jinjian's guidance, he began adjusting his state, calming his mind, to prepare for breaking through to the inner Qi realm. He was already 25 and his blood energy control had reached 82% with no further progress. Xie Song could also have broken through to the inner Qi realm. Nearly 70, he had remained at the 9th level of body tempering for decades for the sake of his son and grandson. His blood energy control had long reached his limit of 87%. Though his blood energy had declined over the years, he still had a chance. Most at the 9th level of body tempering lived to be 90 or 100 years old. Breaking through to inner Qi would extend their lifespan to 120, granting an extra 20 years. But since Xie Jingyun had only brought back one Qi-gathering pill, it naturally went to Xie Jingjiang. A Qi-gathering pill was worth 200 spirit stones. Since their visit to Dingyuan County, the Iron Sword Martial Arts School realized their meager savings could never buy such a pill. Xie Feng understood his father's sacrifices. It was precisely because he knew his father's devotion that he asked Xie Jingyun how soon she could buy another Qi-gathering pill. Xie Jingyun had already broken through to the inner Qi realm and could now take on missions with senior sisters from the task hall or from other peaks. Exchanging merit points, a single mission might yield only a few or a dozen points. Accumulating enough to exchange for a Qi-gathering pill would take years. Her cultivation was still too low. Not everyone was a genius like junior brother Qinglin. That's right, junior brother Qinglin. Xie Jingyun suddenly thought of Chen Qinglin, but knew that this junior brother had not been on the mountain long and mostly trained in martial arts on Qingyun Peak. He probably didn't have any Qi-gathering pills as he didn't need them, and his cousin Chen Qingshi was far from reaching the stage where he could use one. With no immediate hope, she felt somewhat disheartened. Xie Jingyun had never known her grandmother. Her mother had died in childbirth giving birth to her, but her father and elder brother had never treated her poorly because of it. Instead, they doted on her. She desperately wanted to do something for her family. After joining Qingshan Peak, she trained diligently, saving most of the spirit stones she received besides those used for cultivation. That was how she managed to buy a Qi-gathering pill this time home. She could only ask her grandfather to wait another 2 years. She and Chen Qinglin had been in Qingyan town for nearly a month and would soon have to return. The next time she came back, she would definitely bring a Qi-gathering pill. She said some comforting words to her grandfather, asking him to wait 2 years for her return. Xie Song felt deeply comforted after hearing this. Time never lingers because you are reluctant to let go. A blissful life is fleeting and hasty. No matter how long it lasts, it always feels brief. Perhaps that is the true meaning of happiness. Master, I have something for you. Chen Qinglin produced a Qi-gathering pill and handed it to Xie Feng. Xie Feng took it, examined it, and exclaimed in shock. This is too precious, Qinglin. I cannot accept it. Though Xie Feng desired it greatly, he still refused. He would have accepted fine wine or similar gifts, but a Qi-gathering pill was worth more than the entire martial arts school. Please accept it, Master, Chen Qinglin said. This pill is of no further use to your disciple. Consider it a token of filial piety. If you feel indebted, Master, you could look after my parents and the Chen clan in Qingyan town. Chen Qinglin pressed the pill into Xie Feng's hand as he spoke. Very well, Xie Feng replied. Rest assured, Qinglin, and cultivate peacefully on Qingfeng Mountain. Your master will watch over Qingyan town. Your master knows you are a child with a mind of your own. You and your senior sister are both on Qingfeng Mountain. Take good care of her. Taking you as my disciple is the greatest fortune of my life. Xie Feng held Chen Qinglin's hand and sighed emotionally. Father, Mother, Xiao Xiao, Qingyun clan leader, brother Qingshi. I am leaving now. He leaped onto the azure feather eagle with Xie Jingyun's sword into the clouds and vanished from everyone's sight. He left behind several herbs for martial training, a few bottles of body-tempering pills, and tens of thousands of silver taels for the clan to be managed by clan leader Chen Yuqing. He also gave a few bottles to Chen Qingshi and a few to the martial arts school. His own family needed no mention. Chen Qinglin left sufficient pills and herbs for Chen Qingyun. Now Chen Qingyun was able to practice martial arts and had formally become Xie Feng's disciple. With the support of body-tempering pills, Chen Qingshi had reached the 4th layer of body tempering. These days he trained at the Chen Manor, also instructing the younger children. Over the past month, under Chen Qinglin's guidance, 5 members of the Chen clan had become 1st-layer body-tempering martial artists. The emergence of so many talented clansmen was rather unusual. Chen Qinglin suspected that the Chen clan had once been a martial arts family. Otherwise, there would not be so many gifted members. His own talent was above average, which led him to believe his parents also possessed aptitude. He encouraged his parents to practice martial arts in their spare time, wondering if they would surprise him upon his return. Lost in thought, Chen Qinglin failed to notice Xie Jinjian's gaze upon him. If only my junior brother were a few years older, Xie Jingyun mused as she secretly watched him. Yet, even if he dislikes being in the spotlight, he would surely be among the most outstanding on Qingfeng Mountain. Alas! I wonder if my junior brother would mind. Xie Jingyun, what are you thinking? Junior Chen is only 3 years younger than you. Under the cover of the calming spirit plate, no wind could blow through. Yet both of their thoughts drifted aimlessly. In the sky, the daylight gradually faded. The sky turned gloomy and overcast as a fierce gale swept across the heavens and earth. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed and boomed. A tempest was about to strike, sudden and abrupt. Chen Qinglin was forced to command the azure feather eagle to descend and fly low, preparing to find a cave for shelter with Xie Jingyun. How did it suddenly become about to rain? The sky was clear when we set out. I have no idea. Let us find shelter first. The azure feather eagle cannot fly well in this weather. There were no villages or inns in this area. It seemed they would not return to Qingfeng Mountain today. Qingfeng Mountain lay at the border between Cangzhou and Yunzhou. Departing from Qingyan town in the morning, they could have returned by evening. But caught in this sudden downpour, their return would be delayed. Meanwhile, not far from Chen Qinglin and his companion on a cliff face, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe stood upon the precipice. So this is the rain curtain's secret realm. Wrapped in the black robe, it was impossible to discern the person's gender. Gazing at the cliff, they murmured to themselves, "Half a year. I have finally journeyed from the eastern profound domain to the eastern ridge domain and found this secret realm." A mysterious sword-shaped jade pendant appeared in their hand. The figure hurled it toward the cliff face. Instantly, ripples spread across the stone, gradually forming the shape of a door. Seeing this, the black-robed figure blurred and leaped through the door. Not long after they entered, a giant eagle flew toward this location. "Junior brother, look. Is that a door over there?" Xie Jingyun suddenly spotted a door on the cliff to their left and pointed it out to Chen Qinglin. Why would a door be set into a cliff? Could it be the cave dwelling of some senior? Chen Qinglin also saw it and felt a flicker of curiosity. Yet, recalling tales of fortuitous encounters from storybooks in his past life, he grew eager to explore. Junior brother, could this be the legacy left by some senior? Let's go take a look. Xie Jingyun was excited. In this world, lucky individuals were not uncommon. There were tales of people whose families were slaughtered by enemies, forcing them to leap off cliffs, only to obtain the inheritance of a lofty senior master, profound martial arts, and ultimately avenge their clans. All right. Chen Qinglin guided the azure feather eagle close to the door and instructed it to wait nearby. Then, together with Xie Jingyun, he leaped through the door. The moment they entered, a wave of dizziness washed over them. When his senses returned, Chen Qinglin found himself in a strange place, and his senior sister Xie Jingyun was nowhere to be seen. A teleportation gate. Was this a secret realm space? He looked around. Rain was falling everywhere. Before him lay a lake flanked by 2 peach groves in full dazzling bloom. Gazing far across the lake, he spotted a small island at its center. Perhaps his senior sister had been teleported there, Chen Qinglin thought. Moreover, for some reason, Chen Qinglin felt the rain in this space was peculiar. The endless curtain of raindrops seemed like a world of swords. Startled by his own thought, he wondered how such a mighty being could exist in this small place. Pushing aside the idea, he focused on finding his senior sister first. He easily chopped down a large tree, carved it into a makeshift raft, and pushed it into the water. Leaping onto the log, he propelled himself toward the center of the lake using his true qi. Having entered the secret realm with Chen Qinglin, Xie Jingyun recovered from the dizziness to find herself separated from her junior brother. After searching around, she discovered she was on a small island in the middle of the lake. At the center of the island stood a palace surrounded by exquisite and ornate pavilions, with some pavilions near the water's edge. Unable to find her junior brother, Xie Jingyun decided to explore the palace. Inside the palace was not overly decorated. Upon entering, one felt an ancient and elegant atmosphere. Xie Jingyun noticed that every wall in the hall was engraved with a scene. One wall depicted a person practicing swordsmanship in the mountains. Another showed a group discussing swords. There were duels on mountain peaks, training in courtyards, practicing in the rain, and slaying a flood dragon. Xie Jingyun followed the scenes until she reached a wall engraved with a figure dancing with a sword in the mountains. Her gaze was captivated and her mind became immersed. The black-robed figure who had entered earlier ignored the murals on the outer walls and headed straight for the center of the palace. She knew well that these paintings contained great opportunities. Each was said to hold a complete sword technique. This was the gift from the Rain Sword Emperor to all who came. Even if one failed to obtain the ultimate inheritance, the journey would not be in vain. Alas, in another 5 years this secret realm would truly reveal itself. The goodwill of Senior Rain Sword Emperor would also be shattered by the major powers of the Eastern Ridge domain. Once this secret realm emerged, the Eastern Ridge domain firmly seized control, sealing off all news of it. Afterwards, the major forces of the Eastern Ridge domain joined hands, barring anyone not from their factions from entering the Rain Curtain secret realm. At that time, the great Xian dynasty of this land, because the Rain Curtain secret realm appeared within its borders, immediately formed an alliance with the 3 great sects within the country. This temporary Great Xian alliance thus managed to claim a share of the spoils. Because of this secret realm, the great Xian dynasty, a small nation in the Eastern Ridge domain, produced some outstanding figures. The Eastern Ridge domain even gave birth to several genius swordsmen. One of these prodigies in particular suppressed all other talents in the Eastern Ridge domain at the time, thereby making his way to the central domain. In the early days of the Great Martial Revival era, he once stirred waves and was known as the Little Rain King. Unfortunately, this man ultimately stopped at the Dharma form stage, his sword heart shattered by later monstrous geniuses, and he never recovered. As the great era unfolded, this man faded into obscurity. Bereft of his former high spirits, he slowly revealed the secret of his rise, while drinking with someone one day. He had once received the inheritance of the Rain Sword Emperor. He mocked himself for disgracing his predecessor and being unworthy of the title of Rain Sword Emperor's heir. However, he did not explain how he had obtained the Rain Sword Emperor's inheritance. Yet his careless words drew the attention of some forces in the central domain, who sent people to investigate the remote Eastern Ridge domain. This even sparked a wave of geniuses from the continent traveling to the Eastern Ridge domain. But upon arriving at the Rain Curtain secret realm, they discovered that this realm only allowed entry to martial artists at the inner chi stage, as it was the place where the Rain Sword Emperor selected his heirs. The legendary Rain Sword Emperor of the true spirit world, his inheritance site was in such a small place. Although the most precious inheritance had already been taken, the rarity of the Sword Emperor's secret realm was far from limited to that. Shocked, everyone quickly informed the forces behind them. Afterwards, numerous powers from various domains rapidly entered the Eastern Ridge domain, plunging the small region into chaos and severely disrupting its development. Only later did the True Spirit Alliance intervene to quell the chaos in the Eastern Ridge domain. They completely opened the Rain Curtain secret realm, allowing all suitable martial artists within the true spirit world to enter. This spurred the prosperity and development of the remote Eastern Ridge domain. The secrets of the Rain Curtain secret realm gradually revealed themselves. The rain within the realm contained the sword intent of Senior Rain Sword Emperor. Within this secret realm, one could constantly temper their will and comprehend the sword intent of the Rain Sword Emperor. Truly, it was a sacred ground for swordsmen. And Shi Jiangqingyue had been reborn from the future to the present. Coming to the Rain Curtain secret realm, she was indeed interested in the Rain Sword Emperor's inheritance, but she knew well that the chances of obtaining it were slim. She was not a swordsman nor a genius, and the Rain Sword Emperor's trials were inevitably related to the sword. Even though she had practiced swordsmanship diligently since her rebirth a year ago, it would likely be difficult to meet the standards. More importantly, she came here for the marrow-cleansing rebirth pill. The few geniuses that would emerge in the Eastern Ridge domain in the future had obtained this pill, which greatly enhanced their martial arts aptitude and brought them glory for a time. Her aptitude was merely of high grade, while the marrow-cleansing rebirth pill could elevate a person's talent to that of a genius. For this reason, she had spent time finding the jade pendant to open the secret realm and traveled for half a year from the Eastern Mystic domain to arrive here, not needing to wait 5 years for the realm to manifest. As she thought this, she recalled a person born in this place. A person both regrettable and remarkably brilliant. It happened when that group of geniuses came to this small country. At that time, someone had challenged the martial artists of the great Chen royal family and the 3 sects within the nation. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at Clear Wind Mountain, this challenger was defeated. The remaining geniuses, not expecting a worthy opponent in such a small place, became intrigued. Then more and more geniuses fell at his hands. After this incident, this man became widely known across the True Spirit continent. The True Spirit Alliance thus included him on the True Spirit ranking, and people learned some of his past. His martial arts talent was not very high. He was born in a small mountain village. What was truly astonishing was his comprehension. He mastered any martial art upon learning it and created numerous unique secret techniques and sword moves. His martial cultivation progress was not fast, but his combat prowess within the same realm was outstanding and unparalleled. Even more intriguing were his life stories. The person he was closest to in his early years was his senior sister. After she passed away from illness, until her rebirth, he remained alone, never marrying. Some said he was a martial arts fanatic too devoted to training to wed. However, few believed this latter point. Instead, people favored the former speculation, making him quite popular among women across the various domains of the True Spirit continent. Later, upon learning that a close friend was trapped in a desperate situation, he traveled thousands of miles without hesitation, fought a bloody path all the way, and carried his friend out on his back. He was a very trustworthy person. Countless people wished to befriend him. Who wouldn't want such a friend? He never claimed that everything he did was right, but he always acted according to his conscience. Perhaps it was precisely this that allowed him to advance triumphantly on the path of the sword. Yet, for such a formidable person, his life had few remarkable encounters. Relying solely on his own hard training, by the time of her death, he had already entered the Void Cave realm and earned the title of Divine Wind Sword Emperor. This man, by the time the Rain Curtain Secret Realm appeared 5 years later, had already surpassed the inner chi stage and missed this opportunity. What a pity! If only this person had obtained the Rain Sword Emperor's inheritance. As she mused, Chen Qinglin walked towards the central inheritance site. If Chen Qinglin knew what Chen Qinglin was thinking, he would understand. This mysterious figure in a black robe was actually a reincarnator who knew the future. Should I go to Clear Wind Mountain to see that person? Chen Qinglin pondered. At this time, he should have just joined Clear Wind Mountain, at most at the inner chi stage. If she could befriend him while he was weak, wouldn't she gain the friendship of a sword emperor in the future? With this thought, Chen Qinglin made up her mind. On the lake, circles appeared and disappeared one after another. A light drizzle fell as Chen Qinglin hurried towards the island in the center of the lake, bathed in the rain. Immersed in this rainy world, he felt his proficiency in various sword techniques growing rapidly. Perhaps my guess is correct. This rain realm was formed by the sword intent of a martial arts senior. Such power is truly astonishing. Thump! A dull sound echoed as the logs struck the land. Finally arrived. Chen Qinglin stepped onto the island, surveyed its layout, and headed towards the central palace. Upon reaching the foot of the palace, he realized the grandeur of this ancient hall. Walking straight inside, he soon saw a familiar figure. It was his senior sister, Xie Jingyun. So she had been teleported to the center of this island. Noticing Xie Jingyun's state, Chen Qinglin did not disturb her. He looked at the murals around him, then decided to head to the center of the ancient hall first. The center of the hall was a spacious chamber with a circular stone platform upon which stood a stone statue. Chen Qinglin arrived at this hall. Seeing the stone platform and statue, she seemed to understand something. She stepped onto the platform and placed the sword-shaped jade pendant into the statue's hand. As the jade pendant was placed in the statue's hand, it emitted a blue light, forming an illusory figure before Chen Qinglin. The illusory man wore a blue robe like the sky after a heavy rain. His deep eyes seemed to contain the sun, moon, and stars. So many years have passed, and finally someone has come here. After speaking, he looked at the jade pendant in his hand with melancholy. Chen Qinglin, upon seeing this illusory figure, dared not move and stood still. Yet a storm raged in her heart. Wasn't it said that no one remained in the Rain Curtain Secret Realm? How is the Rain Sword Emperor still alive? The man put away the jade pendant, glanced at the black-robed figure, and smiled. So it's a young lady. As if knowing her thoughts, he said, "If no one had come, I would have faded away in at most 5 years. May I ask what year it is now? Did we win the war against the invaders from beyond?" In response to Senior Rain Sword Emperor, 1,000 years have passed since your era. Not long after you, under the leadership of seniors like the unrivaled War Emperor, we drove the foreign demons out of the true spirit world. Chen Qinglin replied respectfully. Before her stood a towering giant of the sword path. So Ayun Tianqing have been dead for 1,000 years. That unrivaled kid is truly remarkable, achieving what we could not. Haha, good, excellent. This calls for a grand drink. Rain Sword Emperor Yun Tianqing laughed heartily. Then he said to Chen Qinglin, "No matter where you obtained this jade pendant, since you have brought it before me, I can grant you some benefits. If you had come a few years later, even with the jade pendant, I could give you nothing. You would only receive a reward by passing my trial. Speak, what do you desire?" Senior Sword Emperor, this junior's aptitude is not very good. Does senior happen to have a pill that can alter one's aptitude? Chen Qinglin replied softly. Yun Tianqing understood, gave her a knowing faint smile, and handed her a jade bottle containing a single pill. This is the marrow cleansing rebirth pill, which can elevate one's talent to that of a genius. But afterwards, whether you want my inheritance or heavenly treasures, you must pass my trial to obtain them. Removing her hood and cloak, she revealed a face of exquisite, peerless beauty. The girl appeared young, no more than 15 or 16. I wonder what the Sword Emperor's trial entails. Chen Qinglin inquired cautiously. Defeating me at the same cultivation level. Yun Tianqing suddenly glanced outside the hall before continuing. You probably can't manage that. I will suppress my cultivation to match yours. Just withstand 10 of my strikes. Ah! Upon hearing she must defeat the Rain Sword Emperor at the same level, Chen Qinglin was stunned. Though she was a rebirthed soul, she had returned without the battle experience of her past life. She knew the names of techniques and concepts but could not employ them. Was this the price of rebirth? Even if she had retained her memories in her past life, she was merely a minor king-level Dharma image realm cultivator. How could she possibly defeat the Rain Sword Emperor at the same level? She even doubted if the person who obtained the Rain Sword Emperor's inheritance in her past life was truly this formidable. No, back then the senior Rain Sword Emperor was already gone. Her heart sank halfway. Only upon hearing that she merely needed to withstand 10 strikes did she relax slightly, thinking there was some hope. Not a chance. I hope the senior will be lenient. Steeling herself, Chen Qinglin prepared to undergo the trial. Rest assured, when I was at the midstage of internal chi, I had only perfected over a dozen mortal-grade sword techniques and barely touched the concept of the sword. With effort you still have a chance to withstand these 10 strikes. Yun Tianqing comforted her with a smile. As expected of the Rain Sword Emperor, you'd have been better off not saying that. With a wave of Yun Tianqing's hand, Chen Qinglin found herself in a white space, a long sword materializing in her grasp. Opposite her stood a youth holding a sword and watching her. His features bore a striking resemblance to Yun Tianqing. Was this the Rain Sword Emperor in his youth? Are you ready? The voice of the Rain Sword Emperor Yun Tianqing echoed in the space. You may begin, Senior Sword Emperor. Chen Qinglin took a deep breath, calming her mind, and gripped her long sword tightly, ready and waiting. Good. As the word fell, the youth opposite her glanced at Chen Qinglin expressionlessly. His sword light was swift and heavy like a torrential downpour. A single strike fell like a cataclysmic flood descending from the heavens, overwhelming and unstoppable. With that one blow, Chen Qinglин's sword was sent flying and a blade was poised before her eyes. I lost. Chen Qinglин's mind went blank. Was the gap between myself and these top-tier prodigies truly this immense? Then what is the purpose of my return? To be humiliated? Can I change the future world? Can I take control of my own destiny? She fell into a mental fog, beginning to doubt herself. Foolish child, awaken! A thunderous shout echoed in her ears, pulling her back from that abyss. In the martial path, one must not fear failure. Only by daring to climb can one go further. Do not dwell on a single defeat, or your journey in martial arts will end here. Yun Tianqing secretly wondered if he had been too harsh, crushing the girl's martial resolve. Yet he still offered guidance to the young girl. Senior, I understand. Chen Qinglin had momentarily fallen into a demonic barrier. Being awakened, she was soon filled with lingering fear. She could make up for her lack of peak battle experience and techniques later, but if she were to sink into despair now, that would truly be the end. Unable to hold firm to her inner conviction and stay true to her path, she feared she might not even reach the Dharma image realm, ending up even worse than her past self. She seemed unchanged, yet a transformation had occurred within her. Yun Tianqing nodded inwardly. This child was teachable. Sensing his own fading existence, he turned his thoughts to the two children outside, deciding to bestow upon them some blessings. Senior, this junior will take my leave. May you soon find a worthy inheritor. With no reason to stay, Chen Qinglin prepared to depart. Though she wished to remain in the secret realm to train the Rain Sword Emperor, its master was still present. This was unlike 5 years later, when the realm would be masterless, allowing one to stay and cultivate. If only she could stay in the secret realm, she might even comprehend the sword concept. Alas, she was being too greedy. If you have no urgent matters, you may stay a few days in this space. The main hall contains some sword techniques I collected in my lifetime. How much you comprehend depends on your fortune. Thank you, Senior Sword Emperor. Overjoyed, Chen Qinglin expressed her gratitude. Just as she was about to leave, she heard footsteps. Who could be entering this secret realm at such a time? Before she could wonder further, the person appeared at the hall's entrance. Upon seeing his face, Chen Qinglin was stunned, staring at him in utter disbelief. Chen Qinglin stepped into the hall and saw a black-robed girl staring at him in surprise. Beside her stood a young man in blue robes who was also appraising him. Senior, are you the master of this space? Forgive my intrusion. He first bowed to the man, then exchanged a greeting with the girl. The black-robed woman's attire clearly marked her as an outsider like himself. The blue-robed man's ethereal form indicated he was the master of this realm. No matter. Since you have found your way here, it is your destiny. Are you two together? Senior, the woman in the outer hall is my senior apprentice sister. We sought shelter from the rain and stumbled upon your dwelling by chance. I am not acquainted with this lady. A fortunate little one, Yun Tianqing said with a smile. Listening to their exchange, Chen Qinglин's heart churned with turmoil. Though this youth did not know her, she recognized him. Wasn't this the future divine Wind Sword Emperor, Chen Qinglin? I remember he never entered the rain curtain's secret realm. Wait, he sought shelter from the rain. Could it be because of me? My opening of the rain curtain's secret realm stirred the surrounding celestial phenomena, leading him here at this very moment. My apologies, future Rain King Jun Tianzhong. Since the future divine Wind Sword Emperor has arrived, what chance does Jun Tianzhong have now? Moreover, she firmly believed Chen Qinglin was more worthy of being the Rain Sword Emperor's inheritor. With the Rain Sword Emperor's legacy, Chen Qinglin of this lifetime would advance even faster. Forgive me, everyone. Yet as she thought this, her heart bloomed with joy. Because of her actions, a supercharged divine Wind Sword Emperor would emerge. She wondered if future prodigies and monsters would thank her for giving them such a formidable rival. Ha ha ha. As she mused, a smile inadvertently curled at the corners of her lips. Undergo my trial, and you shall receive my inheritance. Without bothering to question how Chen Qinglin had arrived, Yun Tianqing waved his hand, transporting him to a white space. A long sword materialized in his grasp. Facing the younger version of the senior before him, Chen Qinglin showed no fear. He executed the perfected wind-soaring sword art, his opening move being wind dispersing the clouds. The younger senior was momentarily caught off guard, nearly defeated in a single strike. Good lad, I underestimated you. Now I must get serious. As the words fell, Chen Qinglin noticed the senior's demeanor come alive, his eyes now holding a different spark. He immediately grew alert, but his sword techniques did not cease. He unleashed the wind-soaring sword art, the wind-chasing sword art, and the blood shadow sword art in quick succession, startling Yun Tianqing. Though the youth's combat skills were slightly lacking, his mastery of sword techniques was extraordinary. With his keen perception, Yun Tianqing could see that all the sword arts Chen Qinglin had learned were perfected. Mutually impressed, they fought faster and faster. 10 moves, 100 moves. In this contest of the sword, neither yielded an inch. The space was filled with azure and cyan sword chi. Chen Qinglin had never faced such a formidable opponent, and the pressure mounted. Relying solely on sword techniques, he was no match for this senior. But the benefit was that his combat prowess was rapidly improving. Aware of this, Chen Qinglin pulled out all the stops. Divine wind leg, moon treading step. The combination of footwork and swordplay made his strikes even swifter. Good lad. Having slumbered in this secret realm for so many years, Yun Tianqing never expected to encounter such a youth before his fading. Heaven has not been unkind to me. He unleashed the rainstorm sword art, flowing water sword art, torrent sword art, and drizzle sword art. Rainstorm, pouring waters, cascading floods, overwhelming green mountains, drizzle lingering. He wielded his sword to his heart's content, finding it utterly exhilarating. Though satisfied inwardly, Yun Tianqing was stern with his words. If this is all you have, this battle ends now. With that, his sword techniques grew even more powerful, striking Chen Qinglin down in a few blows. Standing still, he looked at the seemingly unharmed Chen Qinglin and said, "It seems you still have a hidden card. Show it to me. Then forgive my impertinence, senior." In past battles, Chen Qinglin had relied solely on his perfected wind-soaring sword art to sweep through his enemies, never revealing the concept he had comprehended. But in this space, he knew this was a heaven-sent opportunity not to be missed. Yun Tianqing watched as the youth's robes billowed without wind. His eyes gleamed brighter. When Chen Qinglin used the wind-soaring sword art again, it felt entirely different. This set of techniques had ascended to a whole new level. His power was several times greater. Incredible. This was the concept of wind. Even in their era, those who comprehended a concept at the internal chi stage were among the most gifted. Yun Tianqing couldn't help but reveal the concept of rain at the same level, enhancing his sword techniques. The battle became even more inextricable. After several hundred more exchanges, their swords parted and Chen Qinglin spoke. "Senior, this junior has 3 self-created sword techniques. I humbly ask for your evaluation." "Oh, then show them to me properly. Why hide them?" Riding the wind slash. The strike came from nowhere, slashing forth at an inconceivable speed. Good fast. This was a sword technique embodying the speed of the wind. Yun Tianqing parried it calmly, his estimation of the youth rising. Wind vanquish. You could see the beginning of his sword stroke, yet you couldn't trace where the blade came from. It was a strike of absolute annihilation. This was the transformation of the wind and the extinguishing of life. Draft through the hall. A deceptively simple swift sword. That was Yun Tianqing's first impression. Slightly disappointed, he thought it would be similar to the first strike. But when their swords clashed, he felt the technique pierce through his defenses, striking him directly. This time Yun Tianqing was truly shocked. A concept of penetration? Was this a strike that touched upon the fusion of concepts? In a white void, 2 youths stood facing each other. The young man in blue robes spoke. "Senior, I have lost." A flicker of disappointment passed through Chen Qinglin's eyes, but soon his mindset regained composure. To be defeated by such a master of the sword was no disgrace. Though inferior now, the future held promise. His conviction hardened once more and his gaze grew even clearer. Yun Tianqing gazed at the boy before him. He had lost to him within the same realm despite employing both intent and superior cultivation for protection. A testament to the youth's brilliance. Perhaps he himself had entered the inner chi realm at a younger age, and at this stage of life, he had already reached the pinnacle of the true condensation realm, even the embrace origin realm. Yet it was undeniable that this youth surpassed his own younger self within the inner chi realm. The only shortcoming was his somewhat inferior talent. However, he could compensate for that. Though not among the most exceptional in this world, possessing the talent of a genius was still acceptable. And he was merely a genius in talent. In this world, geniuses were as numerous as fish in a river. How far one could go would ultimately depend on one's own fortune. No, you did not lose. Shaking his head, Yun Tianqing spoke, your final sword strike pushed me to use a realm beyond your cultivation level. You have passed. Of course, Yun Tianqing would never let this youth slip away. If he missed this chance, he might never find someone so suitable again. But your combat skills still need honing. As a sword cultivator, the most crucial element is the sword intent. You have much to learn, and I will teach you gradually in the future. To prevent Chen Qinglin from growing arrogant, Yun Tianqing added. Catching the implication, Chen Qinglin immediately knelt. Master. In the true spirit continent, one could have more than one master. If Chen Qinglin advanced further beyond the bounds of Clear Wind Mountain, then Fu Shenxing would also advise him to take a master who could guide his continued progress. Excellent. This child is teachable. Looking at Chen Qinglin with satisfaction, 2 pills appeared in his hand. These are the most precious treasures I obtained from slaying a formidable enemy in my early years. Miraculous pills from another world. The transmutation pill and the soul pill. Yun Tianqing then explained the effects of both pills. The former can elevate your talent to the level of a genius, while the latter enhances your soul essence, making it more powerful. A person's comprehension is tied to their soul essence, and martial advancement also strengthens it. The stronger one's innate soul essence, the greater the benefits from realm breakthroughs. Even I have only one of these rare pills left. Each person can only take them once in a lifetime. A second dose yields no effect. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang Qingyue watched the two vanish, understanding they had entered the white trial space. Seeing them absent for so long confirmed her suspicions. After an unknown time, another person arrived at the grand hall. Xie Jingyun walked all the way to the central hall without encountering any traps. Relieved, she entered the hall and found a woman already there. Unable to sense the girl's cultivation level, she realized the girl was stronger and silently became wary. Seeing someone enter, another woman, Jiang Qingyue, recalled that Chen Qinglin had mentioned a senior sister accompanying him and instantly recognized her. It was said that the future Divine Wind Sword Emperor remained in the Eastern Ridge domain solely because of his senior sister, though which senior sister was unknown. Could it be this woman? Noticing the woman kept her distance, aware of her caution, Jiang Qingyue spoke first. A young man named Chen Qinglin was here earlier. Are you his senior sister? Hearing that the black-robed woman knew Chen Qinglin, Xie Jingyun breathed a silent sigh of relief and replied, Qinglin is my junior brother. When Chen Qinglin reappeared alone in the hall, he found the two women engaged in lively conversation. Somewhat bewildered, he wondered what had happened and how they had come to chat. Senior sister, junior brother, how did you suddenly appear here? It's a long story. They'll tell you when we return. Turning to the black-robed girl, he hesitated on how to address her. My surname is Jiang. You can call me Qingyue, she introduced herself. Miss Jiang, my senior sister, and I are going to study the sword techniques in the palace. Would you like to join? As soon as he said it, Chen Qinglin felt it was inappropriate, since he and his sister didn't know this mysterious girl. The invitation seemed presumptuous. Sure. Jiang Qingyue, who had been wondering how to get to know Chen Qinglin, immediately agreed. This girl was rather forward, but perhaps due to the special treatment one gives to beauty, Chen Qinglin didn't find it unpleasant. After all, she was merely at the mid-inner chi realm. If she dared to harbor ill intentions, his sword would claim another corpse. Having taken Yun Tianqing, the Rain Sword Emperor, as his master, and absorbed the 2 pills with his help, Chen Qinglin now felt the world around him clearer, and his sword techniques richer with ideas. Yun Tianqing told him the secret realm would remain open for 3 days before closing. Once sealed, it would vanish into the void. From then on, only he could enter through the heart of the secret realm, the core condensed from the Rain Sword Emperor's creation. It was also one of the Rain Sword Emperor's true inheritances, now merged into his inner void, both within and beyond his body. Only the one recognized by the heart could perceive its existence. He chose not to reveal these secrets, for he was like a child holding gold bricks. Exposure would bring misfortune to him and his loved ones. In a secret realm of the true spirit continent, a heroic man in white stood atop a peak, his gaze piercing the void toward the eastern ridge domain. He murmured, "The Rain Curtain's secret realm has appeared. I hope Senior Yun finds a worthy successor this time." Wushuang, the Rain Curtain's secret realm. Is it the Rain Sword Emperor? A stunning woman in ornate palace robes asked. Yes, but according to calculations, wasn't it supposed to appear 5 years from now? The woman said, "Heavenly calculations. If we blindly trusted them, how could we have driven those otherworldly beings from the true spirit continent?" The white-clad man replied cryptically. In his mind, he recalled events from a year ago. A year ago, somehow the demon realm and true demon realm had paid a price for the heavenly deduction realm to use its ultimate treasure. They deduced a fragment of the true spirit realm's future, implanted it into a strange soul, and attempted to smuggle it in. Had it not been for a sudden premonition that led him to discover it, chaos might have erupted. The true spirit realm was his domain. Even if the demon lord and the heavenly demon joined forces, they could not overcome him. With the world's will aiding him, he ultimately prevailed. That strange soul perished on the spot, but the fragment of the true spirit realm's future deduced by the heavenly deduction treasure fell into the true spirit realm. The opening of the Rain Curtain secret realm was likely a variable brought by that fragment. But as long as the meat stayed within the true spirit realm, it didn't matter who consumed it. The martial revival of the true spirit realm was still too slow. He hoped this fragment of the future would bring some change. The white-clad man's gaze pierced the endless void, seeing beyond the world. At a mountain peak within the Rain Domain's secret realm, to comprehend the sword intent apart from those who receive it through the infusion from a senior master, everyone else must rely on their own enlightenment. I could also impart my own sword intent to you, but then you would never be able to break free from its confines for your entire life. That would waste your talent. You have your own path to walk. Yun Tianqing said to Chen Qinglin, "Master, I will comprehend the sword intent on my own." He could inherit his master's martial arts and the secrets of the realm, and he might even comprehend an artistic conception similar to Yun Tianqing's in the future, but he would not accept the infusion from the Rain Sword Emperor. Good. To comprehend the sword intent, you must first understand the two universal realms of weapon mastery. Yun Tianqing nodded and continued. The first realm is wielding the heavy as if it were light. Upon reaching this realm, one can wield a heavy weapon as effortlessly as lifting a twig. The second realm is wielding the light as if it were heavy. As the name implies, this realm involves using a light sword to deliver the effect of a heavy one. The mysteries of these two realms are for you to discover on your own. The region you are from is still too remote, or it lacks even the heritage of these concepts. Take this profound heavy sword. The day you can perfectly execute your wind-chasing sword art, with it will be the day you have achieved something. Chen Qinglin took the profound heavy sword and realized it was a human-grade, top-quality artifact. Remember your master's words, these two realms are not only the essence of martial arts but also the realm of the heart. Saying this, Yun Tianqing's tone turned solemn. All right, 3 days have passed. You should all leave now. I have already accepted those two young ladies as my nominal disciples. From now on you may address each other as fellow disciples. They have also received my martial arts teachings. If you have any doubts, come to me. If they have any, I trust that you can resolve them. As he finished speaking, Yun Tianqing's figure vanished before Chen Qinglin. Then Chen Qinglin was expelled from the secret realm and found the other two women on the cliffside. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Before Chen Qinglin could greet them, Jiang Qingyue spoke first. "Senior brother Qinglin, please take care of me from now on." "You flatter me, junior sister. Where are you headed next, junior sister?" He had learned a bit about this junior sister Jiang over the past 3 days. She was not from this region but from the distant eastern mystic domain. "I will accompany you, senior brother and senior sister, to Clearwind Mountain, stay in Clearwind City for a while, and then set off on my travels. During this time I will rely on your care, senior brother." She said this with a mischievous smile at Chen Qinglin. "Is that so? Then let's go." Blockhead. Jiang Qingyue silently cursed. However, her goal for this trip had been exceeded. Not only had she obtained the marrow-transforming pill, but she had also been accepted as a nominal disciple by the Rain Sword Emperor and received his inheritance. She had become a fellow disciple of Chen Qinglin, so she didn't even need to make an effort to get along with him. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingyue was overjoyed. If not for the presence of others, she would have jumped for joy. They summoned the azure plume eagle and stepped onto its back again. At this moment, the sky had cleared after the rain, revealing a brilliant expanse. The weather was crisp and clear with a gentle breeze blowing. It was the perfect time to return. Having become Yun Tianqing's nominal disciple, Xie Jingyun had also taken the marrow-transforming pill. Her talent had become genius level, a meteoric rise. Now Xie Jingyun was considered the most talented disciple of Clearwind Mountain, with hopes of reaching the spirit aperture and Dharma form realms in the future. Even her appearance and bearing had surpassed her former self. She chatted with Chen Qinglin on the side, occasionally involving Chen Qinglin, who would only respond with a few words. Recalling the experiences of the past few days, he felt as if he had lived a lifetime. Chen Qinglin lifespan 15120 realm inner chi perfection martial arts returning to origin art perfection 4535400000 moonlit steps major accomplishment 1063930000 spirit concealment art major accomplishment 1196200000 rainstorm sword art proficiency 2233000 gentle rain sword art proficiency 983,000 winds fury sword art proficiency 262640000 sword skills riding the wind slash 22 wind conception draft 10 penetration conception 10 wind conception winds passing 22 wind conception conceptions wind conception 2245852000 penetration conception 10 66410000. He had only recorded the many sword arts of the Rain Sword Emperor. He had truly practiced only 3 sets. They were the human-grade upper-quality Rainstorm Sword Art and Gentle Rain Sword Art, as well as the Wind's Fury Sword Art collected by the Rain Sword Emperor, which was of human-grade top quality. The transformation of his soul had enhanced his proficiency gain, increasing it from the basic 2 points per attempt to 10 points. Influenced by his conception, the environment, and his master's teachings, his proficiency would skyrocket. Becoming a genius-level talent did not bring significant changes to his proficiency panel. However, it had multiplied his cultivation speed several times over and greatly enhanced his comprehension of conceptions and conception-based sword skills. He had yet to discover more changes in these past few days. Thus, with just over a day of practice on the 3 sword arts, he had trained them all to the level of proficiency. The soul pill had no effect on his cultivation, but the marrow-transforming pill, while altering his talent, also brought a surge of energy. Seizing this opportunity, he smoothly opened his thoroughfare and belt vessels, then in one go opened his conception and governing vessels. His true chi circulated through his body, in a grand cycle unceasingly, allowing him to reach the perfection of the inner chi realm. Regarding how to break through to the true condensation realm, he had previously thought that after the returning to origin art was fully perfected, his inner chi would condense into a single thread of true essence. Upon reaching inner chi perfection, he could use this thread of true essence to slowly break through to the true condensation realm. But for the current him, he could break through to the true condensation realm without perfecting the returning to origin art. However, he was unsure if there would be any difference in having true essence at the inner chi realm before breaking through. After consulting his master Yun Tianqing, he was strictly instructed to cultivate the returning to origin art to perfection before breaking through to the true condensation realm. This way, after the breakthrough, his true essence would be purer than that of an average true condensation cultivator. He roughly calculated that if he devoted all his effort to cultivating the returning to origin art, it would be perfected in about half a month. There was no need to rush. He harbored no deep blood feuds. He was merely an ordinary person with a longing for the martial path. The long-cherished dream of wielding a sword and roaming the world would finally come true in this world. Lying on the eagle's back, leisurely gazing at the sky, Chen Qinglin closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the sun. So much so that when Xie Jingyun and Jiang Qingyue looked at him, they found he had unknowingly fallen asleep. Their voices unconsciously lowered. Cheep! Awakened by the eagle's cry, Chen Qinglin snapped back to reality and realized they were already near Clearwind Mountain. They descended on the Azure Plume Eagle at the foot of Clearwind Mountain. The two accompanied Jiang Qingyue to rent a courtyard in Clearwind City, before returning to Clearwind Mountain to report in. Pitying the clog's teeth imprinting on the green moss, a gentle knock on the wooden door went unanswered for long. Ling Ling, by the stream not far from Cloudgather Courtyard, idly stepped on the moss-covered stones. Her gaze frequently drifted to the tightly shut red wooden door of that courtyard. It had been over a month now. Why hadn't her junior brother returned? Lately, Yueshing's sister Yan and her other senior sisters were all away, leaving no one to play with her. She sighed. With these thoughts, Ling Ling, still waiting in vain for Chen Qinglin, slowly returned to her own courtyard. Not far away in the air, Fu Xinxing watched this scene. He sighed inwardly and said to the person beside him, "Senior brother, is this really right, confining Linger on Clearwind Mountain? I've watched this child grow up. I've long considered her my own daughter. I too wish for Linger's happiness. After all, she is my daughter." The man beside him replied, equally melancholy. "Who lives in that courtyard? Do you know junior brother?" He pointed to the Cloudgather courtyard below. "That is a disciple I recently accepted, senior brother." "What is this disciple's temperament like?" the man asked again. "Though I've only recently taken him under my wing, I know him to be steady and kind-hearted. However, he is a martial fanatic. If he's not training, he's training," Fu Xinxing explained. "Is that so? A martial fanatic? gifted and diligent in this world and your disciple. If he achieves something it will be a good thing, the man said with implication. Senior brother, these two children are still young. They likely have no such thoughts. Whether they do or not, with you watching over them I am at ease. The man sighed again. Linger's illness is a congenital deficiency of her origin. Despite all the resources poured into her, she has only reached the mid-stage of internal qi. If she leaves Clearwind Mountain, given her constitution, any accident would be too late to remedy. Over the years my wife and I have often been away seeking medicine thanks to your care. Senior brother Ling, don't say that. Since I entered Clearwind Mountain I've been under your care, otherwise there would be no Fu Xinxing as I am today. Besides, this child is very well behaved. Knowing her own condition she never thought of leaving and never caused me trouble. Jinji is also very fond of Linger. Well behaved. I heard that this girl Linger has almost stolen all the spirit wine you hid, the very wine you brewed with such effort. Ling Daoming laughed. Let her drink it. It was brewed for Linger anyway, with some effect of strengthening the foundation. Junior brother, you are truly thoughtful. My wife and I owe you so much. Speak no more of such estranged words, senior brother. Ling Daoming suddenly changed the subject. I heard you've been getting quite close to junior sister Meng Yunling of Green Bamboo Peak lately. What is the old tree about to bloom? Don't tease me, don't tease me, Fu Xinxing said, his old face flushing. After a bit of banter Ling Daoming's expression turned serious. I must continue to trouble you with Linger's care. I've heard that solidifying origin flowers have appeared in Yendu City, Yen Prefecture. My wife and I are about to depart immediately. Senior brother, so hastily. Won't you see Linger? Though she never says it, I know she longs to see you both. Alas, if I see Linger I'm afraid we want Bear to leave. Please don't tell Linger that we ever returned. Senior brother Ling. I entrust this to you, junior brother. A streak of light shot across and vanished. Fu Xinxing looked at the direction Ling Daoming had gone, then at Ling Ling's side, and also disappeared. Ling Ling, who had just left Cloudgather Courtyard, seemed to sense something. She looked up at the sky but saw nothing. She thought to herself that she was overthinking. It was probably her master. She walked along the path with her head down, feeling a sense of solitude, until she bumped into Chen Qinglin's hand. Not watching where you're going, senior sister. After bidding farewell to Xia Jingyun, Chen Qinglin hurried back to Cloudgather Courtyard. On the way he spotted his little senior sister Ling Ling walking alone. He stopped in place, intending to surprise her. Unexpectedly Ling Ling walked straight ahead without looking. Chen Qinglin reached out and stopped her lowered head. Bumping into someone, Ling Ling was about to apologize when she heard Chen Qinglin's voice. She looked up. Junior brother, you're finally back. Joyfully she threw her arms around him, and now it was Chen Qinglin's turn to feel embarrassed. Scratching his head, Chen Qinglin didn't know where to put his hands. But recalling how lonely Ling Ling had looked wandering the mountain earlier, he didn't push her away. The unique fragrance of a young girl and her soft body followed, making Chen Qinglin's mind wander. Ling Ling initially didn't notice anything improper about her actions, but gradually her cheeks flushed red. She felt a little shy, yet for some reason she didn't let go of the person before her. They stood quietly for a while. Then, stealing a glance at him, she finally released him, her face still crimson. If there is any color in the world most beautiful, it is the blush at this moment. Ahem, what's wrong, senior sister? You seemed so downcast earlier, Chen Qinglin said, deliberately changing the subject to ease the awkwardness. Nothing, just bored being alone. After letting go of Chen Qinglin, Ling Ling didn't know where to put her hands, and her voice was so soft that only Chen Qinglin's sharp hearing could catch it. Are you heading back, senior sister? Yais. Ling Ling stood before Chen Qinglin, feeling strangely constrained. Since you're almost at my place and the courtyard isn't far, would you like to come in and sit? Sure. Ling Ling, who had been reluctant to go home after seeing Chen Qinglin, now stammered in acceptance of his invitation. Junior brother, you were away for so long this time. Was I? Perhaps it was my first time being away from home for so long. I wanted to stay a few more days. Speaking of which, I should thank you, senior sister. Thank me for what? My younger sister and brother really liked the gifts you picked for them. I'm glad they liked them. I was afraid they wouldn't. Most of all, my parents also loved your gift. Ah, really? On the mountain path, a young boy and girl gradually walked away, their figures disappearing around a bend. The next morning, as Chen Qinglin was practicing his sword, a voice transmission came from the jade token at his waist. Come to your master. He stopped his practice, wondering what his master wanted. Returning to his room to straighten his robes, he then headed to his master's residence. As it happened, neither master nor disciple favored very bright colors. Even their living courtyards were elegantly simple. Passing through a courtyard gate, he saw his master Fu Xinxing drinking tea under a peach tree. Beneath the peach tree was a stone table and several stone chairs. The tree was full of blossoms. With a gust of wind, petals drifted down. Seeing his master, Chen Qinglin stepped forward to pay his respects, then said, "Master, you called for me? Ah, Qinglin, sit down and speak." Seeing Chen Qinglin, Fu Xinxing beckoned him over to sit and talk. "I heard you recently went home. How are your parents doing?" "Thanks for your concern, master. They are both well. What do you think of your senior sister?" Fu Xinxing suddenly asked. "Which senior sister are you referring to, master?" "All three are wonderful. I mean your senior sister, Ling Ling. She's great." "What's the matter, master?" Chen Qinglin was puzzled. His master had called him over early in the morning just to ask this. Fu Xinxing suddenly understood why senior brother Ling used to look at him that way. "You, my disciple, had to learn all my flaws instead of my strengths." Rubbing his aching head, he paused for a moment before speaking. "There's something I need to tell you, but you must not share it with anyone else." Fu Xinxing sat upright, his expression turning serious. "Please speak your mind, master." Seeing his master's grave demeanor, Chen Qinglin dared not be negligent and listened attentively. "Your senior sister has been constitutionally deficient since birth. Her parents, also elders of Qingyun Peak, are rarely on the peak. They are constantly searching for spiritual pills and herbs to strengthen the foundation and remedy her congenital weakness. In the future, if you leave the sect, you must not take your senior sister along. Although she has the cultivation of the mid-inner chi stage, she can barely exert a fraction of her power. I fear she might fall ill while away, and we would be too far to save her. If you ever find miraculous pills that can replenish one's innate origin, you can return and tell me. Your senior sister Ling's parents will be grateful as well." After silently listening to his master's words, Chen Qinglin could never have imagined that his sunny, cheerful, and adorable little senior sister harbored such a grave health issue. Recalling previous unnoticed details, how even a trip to Qingfeng City thrilled her, he suddenly understood. "Keep what I've told you to yourself. Don't mention it to others, and don't show it in front of your senior sister." "I understand, master." "Good. It's been over a month since I last saw you. Do you have any questions?" "Yes, master." Having spent the morning with Master Fu Xinxing, Chen Qinglin left puzzled by his master's look of exasperated disappointment and returned to his Yunju courtyard. Practicing martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you regress. Although his talent ensured his martial path showed no signs of decline, Chen Qinglin trained even harder than others every day. He deliberately found a waterfall on Qingyun Peak and practiced there, with his mysterious heavy sword modeling his training ground after memories from his past life. From being swept away by the waterfall's torrent to standing steadily beneath it, and eventually training as if on flat ground within the cascading water. Eventually, he began practicing his swordplay submerged in the water. After over half a month, he had already grasped the meaning of handling a heavy object as if it were light. When he discovered that training underwater helped with the subsequent realm of handling a light object as if it were heavy and benefited other sword techniques, he went directly to practice in the Lake of the Rain Curtain secret realm. Yun Tianqing marveled at his methods, praising his ingenious ideas. Chen Qinglin also asked Yun Tianqing about how to resolve a naturally weak constitution, as Fu Xinxing had mentioned regarding senior sister Ling. The answer he received was unexpected. The marrow cleansing pill could solve the problem, but its medicinal properties were too potent for someone with a frail constitution. If combined with gentle spiritual herbs and pills like the firmament flower and high-grade body protection pill, it could be used safely. Knowing this, Chen Qinglin decided to keep an eye out for related information while away from the sect. Besides training, he also found time to visit Jiang Qingyue in Qingfeng City. With his level of swordsmanship, he could barely guide her through her doubts. However, Jiang Qingyue didn't stay long in Qingfeng City before departing for her next journey. Xie Jingyun and Chen Qinglin saw her off beyond the Qingfeng Mountains before returning to continue their cultivation. During this period, he gathered with the senior brother and 3 senior sisters twice to strengthen their bonds. Little senior sister Ling Ling visited him more frequently, coming over every few days. When she came, she would chat with him and then watch him practice his sword. Sometimes he couldn't just disappear, so he had to retreat to the small pool beneath the waterfall he had discovered earlier to cultivate. After escorting Ling Ling back, Chen Qinglin returned to his courtyard and activated its formation. Closing the door, he sat cross-legged inside and glanced at his status panel. Return to Origin Art Perfection 399-864-0000. He closed his eyes, quieting his mind and concentrating. He cycled the Return to Origin Art over and over again. Return to Origin Art Proficiency 10. Return to Origin Art Proficiency 10. After just 2 cycles, he felt a change in the true qi within his body. Part of the true qi gathered in a spot within his dantian, continuously compressing. Drip. A single crystalline droplet appeared in his dantian, and the surrounding true qi dispersed. Sinking his mind into the inner void, he sensed the heart of the rain-curtained secret realm and silently vanished from the room. Ready to break through to the condensed truth realm, Yun Tianqing appeared beside him and said, "Yes, master. Then follow me." With that, he led Chen Qinglin to a secret chamber. Yun Tianqing activated the formation, and the room was instantly flooded with vast amounts of spiritual energy, forming layers of white mist. "Break through here," Yun Tianqing said. "Thank you, master." Chen Qinglin sat cross-legged on the ground, recalling the key points Yun Tianqing had previously explained about breaking into the condensed truth realm. Seeing this, Yun Tianqing vanished from the spot, leaving Chen Qinglin alone in the chamber. Soon a tremendous attractive force emanated from Chen Qinglin's body, and the spiritual mist quickly enveloped his form. At the same time, Chen Qinglin was breaking through to the condensed truth realm in a world within the void outside the true spirit world. At the highest peak of this world, clouds as red as pitch black covered the summit. A domineering demonic shadow flickered within the black clouds. "Zhan Wushuang, do you think you've won? As long as a species possesses intelligence, there is endless darkness within their hearts. Not everyone is like you. Even in your heart, there is undoubtedly a dark side. Transmit my decree, order those hidden within the true spirit world to search for those who have received numerous fortuitous encounters and are rising swiftly from now on. Report their information back to the demon realm and amplify the darkness within their hearts. As you command, Demon Lord." "It's not over yet. The outcome remains uncertain, Zhan Wushuang." The colossal demonic shadow murmured to itself before fading into the demonic clouds. This was a vast world resembling the primordial era of the true spirit world, with giant silhouettes appearing everywhere. Within the mountain ranges, cities were herded like livestock, and in the nearby forests, human corpses hung like dried meat. In one realm of this world, the surface appeared like a celestial paradise. Deep beneath it, in unknown depths, a pair of blood-red eyes opened and an inexplicable sound echoed forth. Then the blood-red eyes closed and the underground fell back into darkness and silence. Meanwhile, the beings in the paradise above became busier. At the same time, the hidden demon and monster races within the true spirit world began to take different actions. The color of the water droplets deepened while the surrounding spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body. Through the replacement of the water droplets, his true qi gradually transformed into true essence. In a moment, Chen Qinglin broke through to the foundation establishment stage. His true qi completely transformed into true essence. Thanks to the rich spiritual energy environment within the spiritual energy chamber, Chen Qinglin smoothly passed through the process of converting true qi into true essence. For ordinary martial artists, the process of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage after achieving full inner qi is often not instantaneous. It requires time to convert all the true qi in their bodies into true essence. This is also a transitional stage between inner qi and foundation establishment. It is what external martial artists refer to as half-step foundation establishment, not fully reaching foundation establishment yet surpassing inner qi. However, this stage is unrelated to the martial artists of sex and aristocratic families. Even without entering the Rain Mist secret realm, there are still specialized spiritual energy chambers on Qingyun Peak for him to break through. However, breaking through to foundation establishment not long after entering the sect is somewhat inconsistent with his qualifications, and it does not match his low-key nature. Concealing one's strength in everything is his consistent style. He is not the type of person who is overly cautious. But in this world, only with enough hidden cards can one live longer and surprise the enemies. Now that his hidden spirit technique has reached perfection, as long as the ancestor of the Qingfeng Mountain spiritual aperture realm does not come out, no one can see through his cultivation. People would only think he is an excellent disciple in the midstage of inner qi. If he comprehends the essence of concealment, it is likely that the martial artists of the entire Deshen Kingdom would not be able to see through his cultivation. Martial artists in the spiritual aperture realm of Deshen Kingdom are already at the pinnacle. If there were a king in the Dharma appearance realm, the current situation would not exist. As all the true qi transformed into true essence during the breakthrough to foundation establishment, the true essence began to wash over his body, continuously making it more suitable for comprehending the world. With each breath, spiritual energy surged more violently into his body, then transformed into true essence to continue strengthening his physique, forming a perfect closed loop. After a day, the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the chamber calmed down, gradually revealing Chen Qinglin's figure. Although this figure was still the same person as before, it appeared more harmonious overall. Sensing that the fluctuations in the chamber had calmed down, Yun Tianqing knew that his disciple had completed the breakthrough. In a thought, his figure appeared in the spiritual energy training room. Chen Qinglin opened his eyes and exhaled a sword-shaped true essence stirring within the spiritual energy chamber. "Come out after the breakthrough, Master." Upon seeing Yun Tianqing, he scratched his head and said. Yun Tianqing said nothing, waved his hand, and the two disappeared from the spiritual energy chamber. Above the rain lake an exquisite boat appeared here at some point. The boat was made of some material, and the gentle rain falling on it produced a melodious sound that echoed throughout the vast sky. Suddenly, the figures of the master and disciple materialized in the cabin of the boat. "What does it feel like to break through to Foundation establishment?" Yun Tianqing inquired. "It feels like the world has become more dynamic, as if my body has undergone a transformation." Chen Qinglin truthfully responded with what he had observed. "That's right, when martial artists reach Foundation establishment, they truly see the world. At this realm you have truly stepped into the extraordinary gates of martial arts." Being able to sense some changes in the world, talented martial artists at this stage can often capture these subtle changes and then step into the realm of comprehension. I also reached Foundation establishment before comprehending the essence of rain and sword intent. The power of comprehension sets us apart from ordinary martial artists. In the same realm, martial artists who have not comprehended intent are completely on a different level from those who have only able to wait passively and be slaughtered. "Follow me." Yun Tianqing stepped out of the cabin and walked on the surface of the lake. Following him out of the cabin. "Show me your wind slash and come towards me." "Yes, master." Although Chen Qinglin did not know what his master intended to do, he still complied. With his strength, he could not harm Yun Tianqing at all. He unleashed his full power. The wind rose silent yet swift. The sword technique followed the trajectory of the wind, carrying a powerful sword aura, and suddenly appeared beside Yun Tianqing. Beyond ordinary vision, this sword, unleashed at Foundation establishment, was many times stronger. Yet Yun Tianqing from an incredible angle caught his sword with one hand, annihilating his sword aura. The aura is the external manifestation of true essence, possessing greater destructive power. Yet Yun Tianqing casually dismantled his killing move, leaving him unable to imagine the might of high-level martial artists. "It is not that your sword is not strong enough, but rather that your master is far beyond your level." Yun Tianqing explained further, "Your sword already has the power to threaten ordinary Foundation establishment complete martial artists. And your last two ultimate techniques, especially the piercing wind, can indeed kill ordinary Foundation establishment complete martial artists. If you further comprehend sword intent, it will be enough for you to traverse this realm. In this vast world, countless talents emerge. Do not be arrogant. Know that where you are is merely a remote area of the true spirit world. You have yet to encounter true geniuses. Continue to work hard." Yun Tianqing earnestly instructed, ensuring Chen Qinglin did not become complacent and stagnate. "Though your return to origin technique can also be cultivated in Foundation establishment, its grade is too low. Even if you fully cultivate it, progress will be somewhat slow. Your master will teach you the limitless radiance true sutra. This martial art is one that your master back in the day had never fully cultivated. As your master's disciple, I hope you can recreate the brilliance of this extraordinary martial art. Know that even your master's descendants have never fully passed down this martial art. Some martial arts cannot be learned without sufficient talent, even if passed down. Forcing cultivation often leads to nothing. Martial arts are not better when stronger, or the best are those that suit oneself. If it were not for your innate comprehension and talent, your master would not have considered fully imparting it to you. You must cultivate diligently. In the future, let your master see the prosperity of this true spirit world." Saying this, Yun Tianqing appeared somewhat worried. In the battle 1,000 years ago, it is bound to happen again. If Chen Qinglin has a bit more strength now, he will be able to protect himself. Yun Tianqing did not have any demands of him, only the thought of caring for his descendants. Cultivate diligently and observe this world well. Such kindness left Chen Qinglin somewhat silent, unsure of what to say. Looking at Yun Tianqing's ethereal figure, he could not help but tremble and say, "Master, is there truly no possibility of a peerless martial artist like you being reborn?" Hearing this, Yun Tianqing smiled and said, "Rebirth is not so easy, especially since I have long been dead for 1,000 years. What you see now is merely my soul's will." Chen Qinglin's eyes turned red, sorrow lingering in his heart. "Foolish child." Yun Tianqing gently stroked his head and said, "Compared to those ordinary people who pass away after 100 years in the true spirit continent, I have lived much longer than them, and I have grown accustomed to all the splendor and beauty. Do not be sad for me. Your master is still here. Next I will impart you the true scriptures. Pay attention." After saying this, Yun Tianqing lowered his finger and placed it on Chen Qinglin's brow. Chen Qinglin suddenly felt something surge into his mind. When he sorted through the knowledge in his head, he discovered that the grade of this extraordinary martial art was actually high up to the middle grade of the heavenly tier. Now he could only see Limitless Radiance True Sutra Foundation Establishment chapter. The other chapters were sealed within his mind. Your master has completely imparted the Limitless Radiance True Sutra to you. The content after the return to origin stage will naturally reveal itself when you reach the corresponding realm. Your master knows you have exceptional comprehension, but cultivating it early will not benefit you. This martial art, the foundation establishment and return to origin chapters belong to the top grade of the human tier, while the earth tier martial arts should be cultivated once you reach the spiritual aperture realm. I understand. Thank you, master. That's good. Now let your master tell you how to cultivate this martial art. The Dharma appearance is limitless. Those who wish to open up the world and shatter the void possess immeasurable power. The radiance is unrivaled in the world, harboring boundless thoughts and concealing them within. As Chen Qinglin received Yun Tianqing's teachings outside the small courtyard, Ling Ling and Xie Jingyun arrived together, discovering that the formation of the small courtyard had been activated. Knowing that he must have made progress in martial arts, the two kept watch outside. However, Xie Jingyun was unaware that Chen Qinglin could still enter the Rain Mist secret realm, thinking that the Rain Mist secret realm had already vanished. Staying together at the entrance of the small courtyard. Time slowly passed, and as the sky gradually darkened, the door of the small courtyard slowly opened. After receiving Yun Tianqing's teachings, Chen Qinglin exited the Rain Mist secret realm. What day is it today? Even senior sister Jingyun has come. Seeing Ling Ling outside, he had grown accustomed to her presence. However, Xie Jinjian's arrival today caught him off guard. Although Yun Tianqing had accepted her and Jiang Qingyue as nominal disciples and imparted some martial arts heritage to them, Jiang Qingyue at least had some understanding of the situation. Xie Jingyun, however, had not even met Yun Tianqing. She only received some inheritance at the stone statue, leading her to believe that the three of them had encountered a legendary fortuitous opportunity. Although Yun Tianqing later instructed him to occasionally guide their sword practice during his spare time, it was far too generous an expectation. Returning to Qingfeng Mountain with Elder Meng Yunling present, he was hardly qualified to offer guidance. I came to your place, junior brother, because I have a matter to consult you about. Xie Jingyun felt somewhat embarrassed as she spoke. She glanced at Ling Ling and hesitated. You two talk, I'll wait over there. Seeing Xie Jinjian's discomfort, Ling Ling understood that there was something Xie Jingyun found hard to say to Chen Qinglin and tactfully moved aside. He glanced at Ling Ling but remained silent. It was not his affair, and while he didn't mind, he was unsure of senior sister Jinjian's thoughts. He ushered Xie Jingyun into the small courtyard and inquired about the reason for her visit. Junior brother, a few days ago, when I was practicing the drizzle sword art in my courtyard, Master Yunling saw me. I told her I obtained it from a cave during our journey home together. Is that all right? Xie Jingyun voiced her concern. It's fine. Such fortuitous encounters happen occasionally. Qingfeng Mountain will treat it as the disciple's own discovery. As for Elder Meng, I know she brought you to Qingfeng Mountain since you were young, and it pains you to deceive her. But if you reveal the true nature of your encounter, that's when trouble arises. Thinking of the body-transforming pill, he knew that if such a pill were exposed, it would invite covetousness from others. The sword arts we practice now are also known on the continent. Although they are of a higher grade, they are merely top-tier mortal grade. Since Qingfeng Mountain even possesses supreme mortal grade martial arts, there should be no issue. If the sect presses you, senior sister, you could consider handing over the drizzle sword art after some thought. Chen Qinglin spoke slowly. Xie Jingyun knew little. She was merely a martial artist who had just entered the inner Qi realm. Even if someone tried to investigate, it would not be a major problem. He had already voiced similar concerns to Yun Tianqing in the Rain Veil secret realm. Having lived for countless years, Yun Tianqing could hardly fail to see through such matters. The young girl Jiang Qingyue harbored great secrets that even he could not fathom. She would certainly not expose this matter. Were it not for fear of implicating Chen Qinglin, the Rain Sword Emperor would not have minded passing on his sword arts. That was also the meaning behind the numerous martial arts sword diagrams engraved on the palace walls. Now that he had a true successor in Chen Qinglin, he had placed the secret realm into the void. Later generations would be unable to locate the Rain Veil secret realm. This was because Chen Qinglin had yet to grow strong, and Qingfeng Mountain could not withstand the revelation of such a secret realm. Thus the martial arts and sword techniques imparted to Jiang Qingyue and Xie Jingyun were mostly those that could be made public. Xie Jingyun, unaware of Yun Tianqing's identity, could not speak of it. The only slight trouble was their talent, but for disciples of Qingfeng Mountain's own sect such talent might even be a boon. Nevertheless, he cautioned Xie Jingyun not to reveal her talent. Even if she had to, she should delay it as long as possible to maintain the upper hand. After calming the somewhat flustered Xie Jingyun, he said, Senior sister, do you have any doubts in your recent sword practice? Though I am younger, I might have some advice on the matter. I do have some questions. Seeing Chen Qinglin's composure and methodical approach, Xie Jinjian's heart gradually settled. She began to list the problems she had encountered while practicing the sword art. In truth, Chen Qinglin had misjudged. Xie Jingyun had been practicing this sword art in secret. She rarely dared to ask her master Meng Yunling, which greatly hindered her progress. Even if she asked, Meng Yunling could not explain it as expertly as Chen Qinglin, who practiced the same art. One explained while the other remembered and comprehended. After a while, he remembered someone was still waiting outside. He told Xie Jingyun she could come to him with such questions in the future. Only then did the two go to the door to bring Ling Ling inside. All settled. Ling Ling said upon seeing them. It's nothing serious. Senior sister Jingyun and I discussed some sword techniques she was too shy to bring up in front of you. She won't avoid you in the future. Chen Qinglin explained briefly. Then he suggested, the path of the sword has no end. We will all encounter doubts in our sword practice. How about we gather once a month to share insights on our sword arts and discuss obstacles in our cultivation? It might yield different rewards. Oh, what a wonderful idea, junior brother. I'm sure Yueshing and the others will be interested. But where shall we gather? Such a brilliant plan would lose its charm without a proper venue. Ling Ling was indeed captivated by the idea of the gathering Chen Qinglin proposed, but she was troubled about the location. My courtyard isn't suitable. Senior sister Jinjian's green bamboo peak rarely allows men entry. What's there to think about? Junior brother Qinglin's place is perfect. The view from the cliff is refreshing. The clear pool nearby adds a picturesque touch, and we have Qinglin as our host. Before Ling Ling could fret, Xie Jingyun covered her mouth with a smile. Ling Ling looked around the surroundings. It was indeed a good spot with enough space. I think the scenery here is lovely, but the front yard feels a bit bare, like something's missing. Ling Ling agreed with Xie Jingyun but found the yard monotonous. That's easy. Let's ask sisters from other peaks for some peach and apricot blossoms to transplant here and decorate the place. Xie Jingyun grew excited and the two began discussing the gathering venue. Hey, have you forgotten something? I haven't said a word yet. Don't make decisions without asking me. I say, senior sisters, have you forgotten to ask for my opinion as the one concerned? Junior brother. Ling Ling's eyes lit up. I almost forgot about you. Make sure to stock up on snacks in your yard from now on. You wouldn't want to spoil everyone's fun, would you? Junior brother, just say yes, won't you? Ling Ling looked at Chen Qinglin with pitiful wide eyes, and even Xie Jingyun stared at him intently. He covered his face, unable to bear the sight. You two decide. Just don't overdo it. I need space for my sword practice. If you transplant too many, they'll get ruined. Then all your hard work will go to waste. Ah, junior brother is right. We might even need to spar with Yueshing and the others. Let Yueshing see my skills. We should leave an open space. Got it? Just wait, junior brother. Let's call it a day. Senior sister Jingyun, let's head back. You talk to senior sister Changyan and the others and I'll find Yueshing. Ask them what they think. With that she pulled Xie Jingyun. Ah, all right. Well, take our leave, junior brother. We might be disturbing you in the next few days. Xie Jingyun, equally excited, followed Ling Ling away. Ah, this? He had originally intended to give senior sister Jingyun some extra lessons and spark junior sister Ling Ling's enthusiasm for martial arts. How had it turned into this? The Yunju courtyard had been bustling these past days. Senior sister, shall we plant yuelu flowers here? I think May irises would be lovely. Or why not plant both? Put the peach trees here and over there. Yes, that's perfect. Ah, senior brother, you're so hopeless. Chen Qinglin watched with wide eyes as the surroundings of his little courtyard were transformed beyond recognition. Exotic rare blooms and curious herbs from the secular world, peach groves and apricot trees inexplicably transplanted from elsewhere. All were being said about the courtyard by the enthusiastic senior sisters. They parceled the land to suit their preferences, each staking out a neat plot to cultivate the strange and beloved trees and flowers they favored. With all that energy, would it not be better if they planted in their own courtyards? Chen Qinglin was sorely tempted to complain. Why plant them at my place? Do you plan to drop by every few days to admire your handiwork? There were senior sisters Xie Jingyun and Changyan of Qingzhou Peak, Lu Qing, and Zhu Zhu of Qingjing Peak, who had accompanied Su Yueshing or Shen Yutao of Qinglian Peak, who had heard and come on her own. Ling Ling, the junior sister of Qingyun Peak, and later Yunyu and Shui Qingqian, who joined in for the fun. The small courtyard where the junior disciple lived was undergoing a small transformation. Fu Xinxing, having noticed, came by to inspect. Once he understood what Ling Ling and the others intended, he allowed the students to make their changes. Seeing so many senior sisters gathered and feeling decidedly outnumbered, Chen Qinglin decided to summon the senior brother. Senior brother Ji Yongchun was promptly pressed into slave labor by the assembly of sisters. He had come out of courtesy for the junior disciple, and upon seeing so many senior sisters and junior sisters present, at first he found the scene pleasing until the sisters all implored him to help plant trees. That very night he complained to Chen Qinglin, asking whether more junior brothers might be fetched to lend a hand. After all, the gathering had been the idea of Chen Qinglin and two others. If it were composed entirely of female disciples, it would feel awkward. Why even need Chen Qinglin then? They could simply form a women's assembly of their own. The senior sisters readily agreed, provided that Chen Qinglin and Ji Yongchun did not invite any troublesome brothers or disciples. Every peak harbored all manner of people. Amid so many disciples, it was inevitable a few would be unconventional in temperament. Ji Yongchun only wished to bring a few dependable brothers to enjoy the occasion, while Chen Qinglin, secretly preferring fewer people, had no objections. This was not a Qingfeng Mountain organized assembly, but a self-arranged small conclave for sparring, tea, and conversation. Invite whom you please. Ling Ling even christened it the Yunju Gathering. Chen Qinglin, wait. Am I the head of this organization? I only lent a space, and that willingly. In the end, several outstanding young men from Qingyun Peak were promptly found to attend. Hearing that many beautiful senior sisters and junior sisters would be present, several brothers agreed eagerly, without a second thought. Once they arrived, Chen Qinglin watched the brothers vie for attention before the many sisters, experiencing a mingled pain and amusement as he shook his head quietly. How sinful! He then slipped away from the courtyard to cultivate. Master Yun Tianqing's instruction on the realm of making the heavy feel light he had attained, the converse. Making the light feel heavy, he had yet to achieve. The state of rendering the heavy as light is refined control of one's martial path, allowing perfect expression of learned techniques. He could already regulate his qi and blood perfectly when breaking through physical training, providing a solid foundation for this realm. There had been a barrier of understanding after Master Yun Tianqing's explanation, and this period of focused practice, he swiftly ascended that layer of comprehension. The opposite state, making the light feel heavy, is the closest approach to grasping a weapon's intent. Chen Qinglin surmised that it transforms minute force into an output surpassing its apparent strength through a particular method of application. Master Yun Tianqing had told him, this is the martial mystery, and also a realm of the heart. The martial secret draws one near to sword intent. The heart's realm bestows benefit for a lifetime. He understood the first part somewhat. The latter remained elusive, like a moon's reflection on water, visible yet untouchable. Seated beneath the waterfall, the tumult of water upon rock roared without cease. Yet within his spirit he felt increasingly tranquil. To seek stillness amid motion. To merge oneself with the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, at the Yunju courtyard, the renovation drew many Qingyun Peak disciples who mistook the commotion for some incident. Once they learned the truth, many wished to join, but Ling Ling declined on the grounds that the courtyard's owner was absent and could not give permission. With Fu Shengxing's disciples present, no major quarrel arose. Instead, the story spread and ignited a craze across Qingyun Peak as various groups formed their own assemblies. They invited friends from the other peaks of Qingfeng Mountain, and the usually quiet Qingyun Peak suddenly grew exuberantly lively. Those few brothers Ji Yongchun had first invited ultimately could not decline the face of their own seniors and juniors and departed from the Yunju courtyard. Those who remained were Ji Yongchuan Yun Yue Shui Qingqian Ling Ling, Xie Jingyun Chong, Yan Su Yuexing Zhu Zhu Shen Yutao, and Ji Yangchun's friend Feng Xiaoge. Including the absent Chen Qinglin counted in the tally, they numbered only 11. Compared with the earlier crowds of 40 or 50, it felt much quieter. As the idea spread, disciples from the various peaks formed their own gatherings. Some assemblies even attracted elders who came to expound the way to the participants. Consequently, the upcoming May freshman competition and the June outer door contests received less attention for a time, to the surprise of Qingfeng Mountain's sect master. After learning the circumstances, he praised the initiative, deeming it beneficial to the martial path, and encouraging disciples to exchange with one another so their cultivation might advance. This outcome exceeded the expectations of Chen Qinglin, the unwitting instigator. He did not much mind, he was deep within a profound comprehension. Discerning the whole from the infinitesimal, revealing the vast through the small, detecting the unusual in subtlety. This insight differed from the realm of making the heavy feel light. He took the most ordinary of swords and practiced freely beneath the waterfall, eschewing true energy as in his early training. Sword strikes were swallowed by the cascade, less ostentatious than water striking rock, and he trained these few days with measured calm. Lost in his own world, he repeated the iron sword techniques: horizontal iron slash, backlight reflection, wind chase, and thunder pursuit. Flashes of blade, a breeze upon the crown, overlapping sword shadows. Linked ornate slashes, mountain falling rocks sweeping across ranges. Over these days, the forms grew ever subtler, as if breaking past their former fetters. At a certain moment, the sword followed the heart. In a flash of inspiration, he executed an ordinary stance, the iron sword horizontal slant, and cut through the waterfall's flow, creating a momentary void, though no true energy or grand art accompanied the strike. The separated waters fell back upon him, running through his loosened hair. He closed his eyes and recalled that instant, then sprang forth from beneath the fall, tidied his hair, and secured it with a simple wooden pin. In that instant he attained the realm of making the light feel heavy. By virtue of his gift it settled within him whereafter he could slip into that state at will. The iron sword techniques transcended their former bounds and were reborn as a lower-grade human-tier sword method. Though categorized as low, the transformation carried unique significance for him. His vision sharpened and his movements flew like a hawk in flight. The green mountains merged into a single hue. Joy welled in his heart, mingled with a roving courage to roam the world. After a long while he returned from that rapture. He glanced back at the waterfall, then toward the Yunju courtyard, thinking this period of practice had come to an end. He should return and see how the senior sister's renovations had fared. I hope my little courtyard still stands. Several days had passed since the group had adorned the cloud abode courtyard. Time was gradually approaching the 5th month. In 3 more days, the registration for the new disciples' grand competition would begin. However, though Chen Qinglin was a new disciple, he had lost all interest in participating. Among their cohort, there were a few new disciples with superior aptitude, and even more so Xiao Muyu, a genius of the highest order. This was truly the finest batch of disciples that Clear Wind Mountain had received in the past 20 years. Yet they had never appeared before the eyes of the crowd. It was said that if not for senior Uncle Mo Yunhua of Green Lotus Peak intercepting him first, the sect leader had also intended to take him as a disciple. However, these were merely rumors of unknown origin. The one truly enraged was Xie Jinjian's master Meng Yunling. She had arrived a step too late that day and missed seeing Xiao Muyu. Consequently, she never showed a good face when meeting senior Uncle Mo Yunhua afterwards. In the span of about half a year, some disciples who lacked no resources had already broken through to the inner Qi realm. But those truly devoted to the martial path, such as the 5 with supreme talent Xiao Muyu, Hua Yunqing, Lu Yunqing, Chu Jingxiong, and Yen Kexing, were all tempering their control over their blood and Qi. They intended to achieve 90% mastery or above before choosing to break through. A temporary lead meant nothing. As for Chen Qinglin, the first to break through to the inner Qi realm, most disciples believed he had been unable to restrain himself and sought to steal the spotlight. Those so-called geniuses of Clear Wind Mountain did not regard him highly, deeming him unworthy of being their opponent. Only Su Yueshing, Xie Jingyun, and a few others knew a bit about Chen Qinglin and understood the terror of this junior brother. In Su Yuxing's eyes, this Chen junior brother was always like flowers seen through a mist, his true form elusive and unknowable. He was like an unpredictable wind drifting through heaven and earth. Today, he had finally managed to meet the expectations of his senior sisters. When Chen Qinglin returned to the courtyard, he saw a group of people sitting encircled among the flowering trees. Seeing him return, 11 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Indeed, 11 pairs, and the extra pair belonged to someone Chen Qinglin had met before. It was Hua Yunqing who had entered the sect alongside him. She was Xie Jinjian's junior sister, the disciple Meng Yunling had taken in that day. Today, unexpectedly, she had come along with Xie Jingyun. Her eyes, as she looked at him, were filled with nothing but curiosity. The other senior brothers and sisters, however, gazed at him with looks of deep grievance, startling Chen Qinglin so much that he wondered if he had done something to wrong them. Ahem! Why is everyone staring at me? Chen Qinglin rubbed his nose, completely baffled. Oh dear! Junior brother Chen, you finally decided to show your face. It was senior sister Chong Yen from Green Bamboo Peak, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Wasn't it that I wasn't needed? With senior brothers and sisters here, I figured you'd have more than enough hands. So it's our fault then for not leaving you any room to shine, Su Yueshing chimed in, echoing Chong Yen. Ah! That's not it at all. He wiped imaginary cold sweat from his brow, feeling a chill run down his spine. Words flew back and forth, making Chen Qinglin feel as though he had committed some heinous crime unforgivable to heaven and earth. Seeing their little junior brother's plight, Ji Yongchun and Feng Xiaoge were thoroughly delighted. But their joy was short-lived, as several senior sisters noticed them and proceeded to scold them in turn. Ha ha ha! Stop tormenting junior brother Qinglin. We got it done perfectly well in the end. Ling Ling let out a giggle, finding the expression on her junior brother's face utterly amusing. Oh my! We merely said a few words about junior brother Chen, and it seems we've struck a chord with you. Shui Qingqian teased Ling Ling. Ah! Don't talk nonsense. Ling Ling's face flushed crimson, and she sprang forward to cover Shui Qingqian's mouth. Shen Yutao and the others nearby laughed until their sides ached, their bodies swaying with mirth. Another round of horseplay ensued. Ji Yongchun and Feng Xiaoge exchanged a glance, inwardly feeling that all the suffering they had endured over the past few days was entirely worthwhile. Big senior brother and the others are here. Can't you all restrain yourselves a bit? Yunyu said, looking at them helplessly. Hearing this, the young women finally dispersed and sat down properly. Hua Yunqing wore a look of utter despair. She hadn't said a word yet. In the end, everyone had come to tease her. Seeing that the others had stopped their mockery, Chen Qinglin finally approached and began discussing the cloud abode gathering with his senior brothers and sisters. Little senior sister Lingling often resided on Azure Cloud Peak, so Chen Qinglin granted her access to the formation of his courtyard. This way the gathering could continue even when he was away from the sect. Based on today's date, they set the 27th of each month as the day for everyone to gather for tea-sword discussions and conversation. On this day each month, those present on Clear Wind Mountain would come of their own accord. If anyone wished to join later, they would need the consent of the group. Chen Qinglin added a few remarks clarifying the nature of the cloud abode gathering. This gathering was meant to be loose and free, not tight and obligatory. It was for discussing swordsmanship over tea, not for dividing interests. It was to be equal and harmonious, not hierarchical. Hearing Chen Qinglin's suggestions, everyone expressed their agreement. They then offered their own ideas and a discussion began. Chen Qinglin and Xie Jingyun talked about sword techniques, with Hua Yunqing listening in Ilingling, Shui Qingqian, Su Yueshing, and Shen Yutao gathered together speaking of matters, since they had come to Clear Wind Mountain. Jiangchun and Feng Xiaoga sparred with swords while Yunyu and Zhu Zhu ate pastries and commented on their swordsmanship. The exotic flowers and rare trees which the group had lavishly watered with spirit stones ground into powder now vied in fragrance and beauty. Petals fell in profusion, 100 flowers bloomed. Even those not in bloom added a stroke of green to this magnificent scene. In this tableau the group laughed and jested, talked and rejoiced. The swords were sharp and swordsmanship superb. They sipped tea and chatted, living life as they pleased. Cups clinked and passed around, unknowing that night was falling. The bright moon rose over the green mountains. On Azure Cloud Peak the sea of clouds undulated. The group paid it no mind. Instead their spirits only heightened. Yunyu and Shen Yutao played the zither, Jiangchun blew the bamboo flute, Feng Xiaoga and Chen Qinglin danced with longswords while the rest kept time or hummed nameless tunes. Harmony and joy abounded, the moonlight illuminating them, the stars keeping the beat. Teacups were empty, delicacies were finished. The sky broke with dawn and the east grew pale. After tidying up together, they departed with joy fulfilled, promising to meet again here next time. After everyone had left, Chen Qinglin felt a sudden emptiness. He leaped onto a treetop and fell asleep amidst the peach blossoms. In the following days gatherings large and small also began on Clear Wind Mountain. But most had become gatherings of various factions and cliques within the sect. The remaining disciples found them boring and disbanded on their own. In the end, only 2 or 3 true gatherings remained. The grand movement that had once swept through Clear Wind Mountain concluded in a way no one had expected. The ensuing new disciples' grand competition gradually drew everyone's attention, causing them to selectively forget this matter. Having slept for an entire day, Chen Qinglin felt refreshed and revitalized. He resumed his usual cultivation life, spending each day in training. 3 more days passed. Junior brother, you're also a new disciple. Registration for the new disciple tournament starts today. Aren't you going? Lingling asked, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Chen Qinglin practice his sword. No. Without any pause, the sword light remained swift, a certain momentum lurking within, waiting to be unleashed. As the sword moved like a dragon or serpent, it was as if he could see a storm rising from a faint whisper to a force that connected heaven and earth. For him, participating in such a tournament would be both a waste of time and an act of bullying. The highest cultivation among the new disciples was merely the initial stage of the inner chi realm, and even that was a recent breakthrough. He had already reached the condensed truth realm. Even judging by his outward appearance, he was at the mid-stage of the inner chi realm, let alone in terms of martial techniques. Among the new disciples, no one had even mastered a mortal-grade sword technique to perfection, and few had achieved any significant accomplishment with human-grade martial arts. Even those few disciples who were accepted as inner disciples upon entry, without breaking through to the inner chi realm, were likely no match for ordinary new disciples at the inner chi realm. Most importantly for him, it held no meaning whatsoever. Then, junior brother, don't you have any acquaintances among the new disciples? Don't you want to see them? Speaking of acquaintances, the faces that came to his mind were Qi Hanwen, Xian Shuming, and Zhong Qing. But it wasn't a matter of familiarity. They were simply people from the same place. So far from home, one tends to view fellow townspeople through a rosy lens, feeling a sense of kinship. Calculating the time they had known each other, it was only about half a month. It was impossible for a deep bond to have formed. Moreover, after that incident, any remaining feelings for Xian Shuming and Zhong Qing had vanished entirely. If he were to appear before them, they might even be terrified. As for Qi Hanwen, he had heard that in the past few months, due to his own actions, no one had bothered him anymore, allowing him to focus on martial arts training every day. His talent wasn't bad either. A month ago, he had already broken through to the 8th layer of body tempering. Going on like this, if one didn't consider the issue of improving blood and chi control to the 9th layer, breaking through to the inner chi realm before the age of 20 would be an easy feat. This was fine too. Everyone has their own life. Perhaps he was just cold-hearted by nature. Senior sister, do you want to go watch the new disciple tournament? Chen Qinglin asked. Senior sister has been staying on Qingyun Peak lately. I imagine you're getting a bit restless from all the stillness. If you think the new disciple tournament sounds interesting, why not invite senior sister Sue and the others to go along? Ling Ling didn't actually want to watch it that much. She had only brought up this new disciple tournament because she felt her junior brother spent too much time cooped up in the small courtyard practicing martial arts. That was why she had asked him the question, hoping to get him out for some fresh air. But this was just Ling Ling's thought. Practicing the sword daily, he found his own joy in it and even felt he didn't have enough time. After all, he had too many martial arts techniques to cultivate. Ever since he obtained the legacy of the Rain Sword Emperor, he no longer needed to do missions or the like. The contribution points he had earned from past missions had all been used to exchange for martial techniques in the martial arts pavilion. Now he couldn't even finish practicing all he had. It was admittedly a kind of blissful trouble. Since junior brother has no intention of going, then forget it, Ling Ling said very naturally. It had only been a casual question anyway. As for Yu Xing and the others, they weren't interested either. Unable to fathom Ling Ling's thoughts, he only felt that a woman's mind was truly hard to decipher. It was far more satisfying to practice the sword. Spending peaceful days like this wasn't so bad. Unfortunately, life would not remain tranquil forever. The calm surface of a lake would occasionally ripple due to the movements of a giant fish lurking in its depths. Yenzhou Yendu City. Yendu City was the capital of Dashuan, a great city rebuilt amidst the chaos of war. To this day, its city walls had reached a height of 40 to 50 zhang, and they were still rising every year. Within the city, it was a scene of bustling traffic, row upon row of buildings, colorful silks carved with dragons, beaded curtains of emerald jade, resplendent and magnificent. Words were insufficient to describe, unable to fully capture the spectacle within. In the Yendu City Imperial Palace at the Shangshuan Hall, the founding Emperor Yan Xian was here handling state affairs, reviewing memorials. If you have something to say, just say it. What's with this hesitating manner? You are one of those who have followed me in establishing Dashuan. Seeing the attendant official beside him wanting to speak, but seeming afraid to disturb him, Yan Xian spoke up. Your Majesty, reports have come in recently of beast tides occurring in many prefectures. Even some kingdoms within the Eastern Ridge domain are experiencing similar incidents. Local defenses are insufficient to cope. Please have a look. The attendant official presented the intelligence that had been sent back and reported. After hearing this, Yan Xian stopped reviewing the memorials, took the intelligence, opened it, and read it through. Squinting his eyes, he said, "The Eastern Ridge domain is full of lofty mountains and vast marshes. The Dashuan dynasty itself is surrounded by mountain ranges, and the number of mountains here is rare even for the Eastern Ridge domain. The lingering poison from 1,000 years ago is also hidden here in the Eastern Ridge domain. I am aware of some of it. For beast tides to be causing havoc in so many places at once, it is likely that remnants of the demon race are controlling them from behind the scenes. Yan-san, your servant is here. Issue orders all prefectures and regions are to actively prepare defenses. At the same time, contact the 3 sects and have them send people to assist in repelling, investigating, and resolving this matter." Having said this, Yan Xian appeared above the imperial palace. A faint light flickered in his eyes as he gazed towards the various prefectures of Dashuan. In every direction of Dashuan, demonic qi was rising, winds stirring and clouds gathering. This is no longer a matter of 1 or 2 prefectures. To think such a great disturbance has been stirred right under my nose. How long has it been since peace reigned? It seems some of my subjects are restless. Order the inspection department and the Xianyu Guard to conduct a thorough investigation across all of Dashuan. All prefectural and county city academies are to cooperate. Anyone found colluding with demons or betraying the state shall be executed without exception. Those who harbor demons and fail to report them shall be punished with the same crime and executed. I want to see that throughout this Dashuan, above and below, there is no hiding place for demons or monsters. Regardless of official rank, imperial relatives or commoners, whoever dares to violate this law may be executed first and reported afterwards. This decree also applies to the 3 great sects. 1 by 1 decrees were issued from King Yan's mouth, spreading to all directions. Soon the 3 great sects received the news and followed suit with a series of actions. Within a few days, the 3 great sects and the Dashuan dynasty jointly issued the demon extermination order. Anyone who slew demons or monsters could go to the 3 great sects or the Dashuan court to exchange for martial arts techniques, divine weapons, miraculous elixirs, and so on. As the news spread, it immediately stirred up 1,000 waves, and countless wandering heroes and bold figures emerged, traveling across Dashuan. "Brother White Wolf, why do you think the demon emperor has us cause trouble on the true spirit continent at this time? With just the few beasts we have on the true spirit continent, and with that person overseeing things, I'm afraid we can't stir up much of a commotion. Besides, those demons from the demon realm have been even harder to find lately. I wonder what they're up to. Deep within a certain mountain range, gigantic trees blotted out the sky, covering the valley below. In the valley, a blood-red crow was speaking to a massive white wolf below. The white wolf lay leisurely in the valley. It opened one huge wolf eye to glance at the crow, its blood-fanged wolf mouth opening and closing as it said, "Blood Crow, the demon emperor has his own plans. We only need to execute orders. Why so many questions? I'm just curious, brother White Wolf. You are mighty and powerful, and your clan is one of the top great clans in our true demon realm. Could you offer me some guidance?" Blood Crow said, flattering the white wolf with a fawning expression. The white wolf opened its wolf eyes again, stood up, and said seriously, "You are a clever one. All I can tell you is that you can stir up chaos on this world's continent, but you must not expose yourself. His Majesty wants the chaos on the true spirit continent to last as long as possible. How you achieve that is up to you. Thank you for the reminder, brother White Wolf. Your little brother understands." Blood Crow's crow face twisted into a terrifying smile as it spoke. "I won't disturb you any longer, brother White Wolf." With those words, a flash of blood light passed, and it vanished from the valley. Watching Blood Crow leave, the White Wolf lay back down and thought to himself, "Fool. With that person overseeing the true spirit world, anyone who stirs up chaos can't hide so easily." When His Majesty issued the order, this was to treat all the demon clans hidden in the true spirit realm as expendable pawns. In this true spirit realm, from the battle 1,000 years ago, that person was exceptionally favored by heaven. On the eve of the demon and devil realms breaking through the true spirit world's defenses, he broke through to a realm comparable to the demon emperor and the devil lord. With the support of the true spirit world, he defeated the demon emperor and the devil lord, and the two realms retreated. Those of us who didn't manage to escape in time could only remain in this world, hiding with utmost caution. This time it seems he intends to cruelly discard us, these remnants. I must make plans early. By myself am probably not worth the clan's effort to guide me back. I must find another way. In the past few centuries, talismans, profound formations, and some new elixirs have appeared in the true spirit realm. It seems they have made contact with other worlds. Perhaps there is a method to cross worlds. On Clearwind Mountain, the upcoming freshman competition was the talk of the town. Disciples everywhere were discussing it. I heard there are 5 prodigies among the new disciples this year. Do you think they'll participate? A junior brother Lu, you wouldn't know this. Senior brother, do you have insider information? Indeed. Among the 5 prodigies, Xiaomuyu has joined Green Lotus Peak, Hua Yunqing has joined Green Bamboo Peak, Lu Yunshang, and Chu Jingxiong have joined the main peak, Green Sword Peak, and Yenkashing has joined Qingjing Peak. These 5 junior brothers and sisters are all in seclusion training in martial arts and haven't signed up, so they won't be joining this freshman competition. Although these juniors are talented, they haven't yet broken through to the inner chi realm. In the past month alone, 3 new disciples from the Clear Cloud Courtyard have revealed themselves to be at the inner chi realm. There are also disciples who haven't shown their true cultivation, some of whom are preparing to stun everyone on the day of the competition. I see. Senior brother, you are well informed. Do you know who among the new disciples first broke through to the inner chi realm? Let me tell you. I have indeed heard. That junior brother is called Chen Qinglin. After his breakthrough, he was taken as a disciple by an elder of Azure Cloud Peak. You know about the gatherings on the peaks recently, right? Yes, what does that have to do with this junior brother? I heard this gathering was originally initiated by him on Azure Cloud Peak. Because too many senior sisters came, disciples from other peaks also wanted to join. But they were refused, and in their indignation they started their own gathering. You know how that turned out, junior brother. So will this junior brother participate? Asked junior brother Lu. Probably not. Why not? This Chen Qinglin is rumored to have already broken through to the midstage of the inner chi realm. If he participated, there would be no contest for first place. And he is a martial arts fanatic, always training in his own small courtyard. If my network weren't so vast, I wouldn't even know about him, sighed the senior brother. Senior brother, you know so much? Ha. It's nothing. A plump, blessed-looking senior brother was surrounded by a group of junior brothers, listening to him talk about the news on Clearwind Mountain, their faces full of admiration. What's so great about that? Saying that if he joins, the competition would be decided. In my opinion, senior brother Juan is the true first among the new disciples. You flatter me, junior brother. But this Chen Qinglin is indeed a step ahead of us for now. He's quite impressive. Senior brother Juan stopped a junior brother who wanted to argue. He had heard of this Chen Qinglin, a nobody without background or resources. A temporary lead meant nothing. Since it didn't conflict with his own interests, there was no need to start a conflict. He had founded the Knight Rider Society with family support. Surpassing Chen Qinglin in time was only a matter of effort. To him, it was just a stroke of luck for a nobody. Laughing and chatting with his society brothers, they headed off to the freshman competition venue together. Chen Qinglin naturally knew nothing of this. His mind was on something else entirely. At Fu Shengxing's courtyard, recently there have been multiple beast tides in Great Xian, all near the mountain ranges. The Prince of Yen has issued a demon extermination order, and the three great sects have already responded. Our sect will soon announce it to everyone. All inner disciples and above will likely have to descend the mountain to slay demons. Fu Shengxing said gravely to a few disciples. Beast tides. Near the mountains. Chen Qinglin's face paled. He asked urgently, Master, are there any reports of beast tides in Dingyuan County, Chongyang Prefecture, Zhangzhou? His voice filled with anxiety. Your Dingyuan County is near the Qingyan Mountains. No beast tides have been reported there yet, but it is a high alert area. But don't worry too much. The beast tides below the prefecture level involve at most second-rank demonic beasts, which the county can handle. Understanding Chen Qinglin's urgency, Fu Shengxing replied quickly. Master, I need to return home immediately. When the sect issues its mission, please assign me to that direction. Chen Qinglin said, preparing to take his leave. Wait, Qinglin. I've already taken a mission for you to support the area around Dingyuan County. Take this token to the Spirit Beast Peak and requisition a green feather eagle. It will be faster. Also, this token can unleash a strike at the Embrace Origin realm, and this human-grade mid-rank Dharma sword is a gift for you. Go now. Thank you, Master. Fu Shengxing handed a token to Chen Qinglin, who then hurried away. As for you all, I have preparations as well. Each of you go and aid your hometowns. Yes, Master. Linger, you don't need to join this mission. Stay safely on Azure Cloud Peak and wait for good news. Master, will junior brother be all right? Ling Ling looked at her senior brothers and sisters, finally fixing her gaze on the direction Chen Qinglin had gone. At that moment, she hated her own body for being useless, unable to follow her little junior brother this time. Chirp! A streak of cyan lightning shot out from Clearwind Mountain, heading straight for Chongyang Prefecture, Zhangzhou. Soon more cyan streaks flew in all directions. Panic gripped Clearwind Mountain, and the freshman competition was forgotten. Before long, the sect issued a notification, and the disciples finally understood the magnitude of the events in Great Xian. They flocked to the mission hall to accept tasks, heading toward their homes. Those who couldn't wait rushed straight to the Spirit Beast Peak or met with family elders in Clearwind City, then sped off in all directions. The same was happening at Overlord Blade Gate, Cloud Show Valley, and the great academies across Great Xian. Great Xian was suddenly on high alert. The inspection department and the Black Feather Guard raced across the land, suppressing those who sought to exploit the chaos. In the sky, Chen Qinglin looked down at the tragic scenes below, his heart burning with urgency. Please let them be safe. He prayed silently. At Green Rock Town, the atmosphere was solemn. The town guard had organized night patrols. Inside the town hall, Wei Zhan wore a grim expression. He had just received news that a large number of wild beasts had surged from the Qingyan Mountains, attacking nearby villages. Few survived the attacks. Now the surviving villagers were gathering in Green Rock Town. He had organized people to house them, designating a part of the town for shelter. But traces of strange beasts had also been spotted in the mountains near Green Rock Town. Panic was spreading within the town. Some families, having received word days earlier, had already left for Dingyuan County. To prevent chaos, he had to close the town gates, yet many still slipped away quietly. Thankfully, the Iron Sword Martial Hall was still here with 2 Inner Qi Realm martial artists. However, it was said that the old Hall Master Xiesong had failed to break through to the Inner Qi Realm and had suffered a severe loss of vitality. Age was catching up. Including himself, Green Rock Town had 3 Inner Qi Realm martial artists, all at the initial stage. But the main targets of the Beast Tide were the prefectures and counties. Only a few strange beasts and wild beasts would reach Green Rock Town, at most a couple of second-rank ones. There was still hope to hold the line. Report. A town guard ran in, panicked. Speak, quickly. Wei Zhan's expression stiffened, sensing something terrible. Town chief, the Beast Tide is outside the town. The messenger gasped. What? Wei Zhan shot up in shock and strode outside, saying rapidly, go to the Iron Sword Martial Hall immediately. Inform Hall Master Xie and ask the Iron Sword Martial Hall to come to the city walls. Go now. Yes. Outside Qingyan Town, a vast pitch-black tide of beasts surged toward it. Villagers who had yet to enter the town could only watch in despair as the stampede swept over them. Roars shook the heavens, and the thundering hooves of the charging beasts quaked the earth. On the town wall of Qingyan, Wei Zhan gazed at the approaching tide, his face pale. Beside him, Xiefeng, Xie Jingjiang, and their group, along with the remaining families, still in town, wore grim expressions. Some even began to waver, thoughts of retreat creeping in. Tigers, wolves, boars, leopards. First tier iron-armored beasts, golden blade beasts, man-eating eagles. Second tier dazzling beasts, twin-headed apes. How could this be? How could a late second tier dazzling beast appear in this tiny Qinglin town? But the beast tide had already surrounded Qinglin town. Even if they wished to flee, it was too late. Where could they escape to? In this wave, Wei Zhan caught sight of a dazzling beast lurking behind the horde. As he had surmised, there were only 3 second-tier beasts, 2 twin-headed apes, and 1 dazzling beast. Yet the dazzling beast was a late second-tier creature, its head adorned with multiple eyes that could emit blinding, soul-capturing light. Even martial artists at the late or perfected inner chi stage would avoid crossing paths with it. Glancing back at Qing Yintown, Wei Zhan closed his eyes, then opened them swiftly, issuing his command, "Hold Qing Yintown to the Death Brothers. Behind you are your families. We have nowhere to run. We must fight with all we have. Fight, fight, fight." A unified stirring cry rose. Wei Zhan saw faces etched with resolve. With no retreat left, they would fight with their backs to the wall. "Master Xie, young friend Jingjiang, it seems we will walk the path below together. It's a pity for Jingjiang though. Town chief, say no more. Death is but a single stroke. If I flee today, I fear I will spend my life haunted by this shadow, restless and terrified. Better to die here. If I flee today, I fear I will spend my life haunted by this shadow, restless and terrified. Better to die here. Good. At least we'll have company in death." On the wall, the gathered martial artists at this moment struggled to suppress their fear, knowing they could not hold, knowing what awaited them. Those who remained now standing on the wall understood there was no way back. Nothing but death. What a pity, they thought, gazing toward where their families were. A few body-refining first-layer martial artists from the Chen clan stood with Chen Qinglin in the Iron Sword Martial Hall sector. Terror gripped their hearts. Riverside Village had fallen a day ago, but members of the Chen clan were still in Qinglin town. However afraid, they had to fight. The beast tide drew closer. On the town wall, guards drew their bows and loosed arrows, raining down to bring down the flying birds and raptors. Meanwhile, martial artists at the mid to late body-refining stage fixed their eyes on the graded beasts and flying creatures striving to block them outside Qinglin town. If those flying beasts breached the town, disaster would strike. Outside the wall, the dug traps offered little resistance. The beasts trampled over their fallen comrades and surged forward. Iron-armored beasts rammed the wall, causing it to tremble. They could not be allowed to keep battering. Some martial artists leaped down to stop them, but their weapons failed to pierce the iron armor. Golden blade beasts followed their arms, slashing down like blades, slicing through ordinary steel in an instant. Against such graded implements, only divine-grade blades could hold. One after another, martial artists fell, blood staining the ground beneath the wall. Wei Zhan quickly stopped the impulse to descend, urging them to hold the wall and endure longer. Flying raptors reached the wall, attacking the defenders. Some even swooped into Qinglin town, targeting the townsfolk. The martial artists watched, gnashing their teeth, their eyes bloodshot with rage. Fortunately, Wei Zhan had stationed a squad of martial artists within the town. They shot down the raptors that broke through, urging the townsfolk to hide in cellars to increase their chances of survival. But worse was to come. As time passed, the town gate, battered relentlessly by the iron-armored beasts, groaned under the strain, on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Wei Zhan and the father-son duo of Xiefeng and Xie Jingjiang swiftly engaged the twin-headed apes, preventing them from slaughtering the other martial artists. The twin-headed apes, resembling apes, but with 2 heads, possessed immense strength, each wielding an iron tree over 5 zhang tall. If left unchecked, the body-refining martial artists and soldiers on the wall would be no match for them. Behind the beast tide, the dazzling beast watched, a flicker of cunning in its many eyes, standing upright like a human. It was clearly a beast with intelligence, or perhaps one that had demonized. Its form resembled a fox with 3 pairs of eyes on its head and 3 bushy tails swaying behind it. After observing for a while, the dazzling beast silently melted into the tide, heading toward the battlefield, where Wei Zhan, the Xies, and the 2 twin-headed apes clashed. On the field, the 3 fought, the 2 apes unleashing their full skills. After nearly half an hour, seizing the moment when the 2 apes separated, Wei Zhan managed to hold one at bay. Xiefeng and Xie Jingjiang briefly joined forces, unleashing sharp, fierce sword auras toward the ape, only for it to smash down with its massive iron tree. The blow shattered their sword auras and slammed one strike toward Xie Jingjiang. He met it with all his might, but his strength paled against the apes. He was sent flying, the iron club crashing onto the wall, crushing nearby soldiers and martial artists into paste. With no time to check on Jingjiang, Xiefeng seized the opening, unleashing the final move of the iron sword art, sweeping the mountains, cleaving off 1 head and 1 arm of the twin-headed ape. But before he could press his advantage, a blinding light flashed and a claw struck toward him. Xie Jingjiang, staggering back to his feet not far away, could only watch in despair, too late to help. "Old Xie! Master! Father! Xiafeng's mind was seized, he could not evade. The claw was about to tear him in two. Whoosh! Chirp! An arrow pierced the sky, striking the charging beast and pinning it to the ground. Before anyone could see clearly, a majestic sigh, an eagle circled overhead, and a cyan-clad figure leaped from it, unleashing a storm of sword light. The sword aura swept through, cleaving the twin-headed ape near Wei Zhan. Iron tree and body. In two. The dazzling beast pinned beneath the arrow pulled it out, its 3 pairs of eyes blazing with dazzling light. But the newcomer ignored it, entirely closing in with impossible speed. A flash of cyan light passed, and the dazzling beast ceased to think. The sword light pierced through the beast without pause, continuing to slash at the horde behind. A graze meant injury, a touch meant death. In an instant, a clearing appeared among the beasts that filled the field and town. The cyan-clad figure came to a stop, and only then did anyone see his face. The dazzling beast's head with its 3 pairs of eyes fell from its body. Rescuing Xiafeng and killing the dazzling beast took only a moment, yet the crowd was still immersed in grief. For a time no one reacted. Xiafeng himself was shaken with lingering fear. Who would choose death if they could live? With no time for pleasantries, the sword light once again plunged into the beast's tide. Where the cyan sword light appeared, the beasts bowed their heads, and a lament echoed from 10,000 creatures. Slay, slay, slay. Rage was vented fully. Sword aura ran rampant, no beast could stand. With this figure's arrival, the martial artists of Qingyuan town seized a glimmer of hope, fighting back with all their might. Half an hour later, the beast tide was gradually wiped out. Qingyuan town then began post-war arrangements. But this had nothing to do with Chen Qinglin. The newcomer was indeed Chen Qinglin. He had set out yesterday afternoon, encountering many strange beasts along the way, all of which he slew one by one. Thus he was a little late, but fortunately he arrived in time and saved Xiafeng. Are you all right, senior brother? He looked at Xie Jingjiang and handed him some healing pills. I'm fine, cough, thanks to your timely arrival, junior brother, or else. Xie Jingjiang had been on the verge of despair, but Chen Qinglin's timely appearance saved him. As for his injuries, they would heal after a period of rest. Junior brother, how long can you stay? Xie Jingjiang asked a question. Wei Zhan was too embarrassed to pose himself. This was crucial for Qingyuan town now. I will stay here until the beast tide is eliminated. After all, my family and all of you are in Qingyuan town. Chen Qinglin affirmed. I believe senior sister Xie will arrive soon as well. Is that so? That's wonderful. If you couldn't stay long, the town chief was planning to organize a retreat to Dingyuan County. Xie Jingjiang said, his face pale. My sister is coming back too. In such circumstances, can she make it safely? Hearing that Xie Jingyun was returning, he added with concern. Rest assured, senior brother. With the cyan feather eagle, it may be slow, but nothing will go wrong, Chen Qinglin said. He himself had a jade token from Fu Xinxing, and Meng Yunling would surely have prepared some trump cards for her disciple. That's good, that's good. Senior brother, take your time to recover. I want to go check on things. Wait, junior brother. Your parents are with my grandfather. When news of the beast tide broke, we brought over your and Qingshir's parents. They are fine, rest assured, junior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Don't mention it. If not for you today, not only would my father and I have perished, but the entire Qingyuan town would have been wiped out by this beast tide. We are the ones who should thank you. Since that's the case, I am relieved. I won't see my parents for now. I'll patrol the surroundings for any remnants. Tell my father and mother not to worry. Then he summoned the cyan feather eagle and flew out of Qingyuan town. Riding atop the azure-feathered eagle, Chen Qinglin surveyed the surroundings of Qingyuan town in search of any remaining monstrous beasts. With the eagle's extraordinary speed, he completed a thorough inspection of the entire 20-li radius within a short time. Chen Qinglin launched a sweeping purge against all monstrous beasts still lingering within this region. He would not allow another beast tide to strike Qingyuan town. He ignored ordinary unranked wild animals. Arriving above Linhe village, he found no trace of its former vitality. Only devastation lay beneath him. Not a single intact corpse remained. Chen Qinglin could not even locate one whole body among the ruins. All that remained were scattered bones. Whose villagers they once belonged to he could no longer tell. He slew the ferocious beasts still haunting the site, then erected a grand symbolic tomb for the villagers, interring every surviving bone fragment and personal garment recovered from the village. After standing in silent contemplation for a long while, he turned and departed. He continued patrolling the villages within Qingyuan town's jurisdiction, occasionally discovering scattered survivors, whom he protected by eliminating nearby threats, then gathered together for safety. He instructed them to find temporary shelter nearby, assuring them that Qingyuan townspeople would soon arrive to escort them back. It was nearly dusk before Chen Qinglin had inspected every village in the vicinity. The devastation defied description. Even 9 houses out of 10 emptied fell short of capturing its horror. Those not of our kind bear alien hearts. Every monstrous beast Chen Qinglin encountered met its end beneath his hand. It was regrettable that no demonic clans dwelled here, yet also fortunate for their absence spared this land further calamity. After the imperial edict of demon and monster extermination was issued, the Great Xian dynasty publicly disclosed historical records concerning the invaders of a millennium past demons and fiends. These revelations granted Chen Qinglin his first systematic understanding of demons and fiends. Though he knew nothing of their conduct in their native realms, all who crossed into this world were aggressors, and thus all deserved death. Riding home on the last golden rays of the sun, he reported the locations and numbers of surviving civilians to Wei Zhan, who pledged to dispatch personnel at dawn to bring them safely into Qingyan town. Only then did Chen Qinglin head for the Iron Sword Martial Arts Academy. In Yendu City, a thunderous proclamation pierced the entire capital edict of the Eastern Ridge Domain Lord. Is the Yen King present? A martial cultivator radiating overwhelming aura hovered midair above the imperial palace of Yendu City. Honorable Envoy, I am here. Yen Xian instantly appeared beside him, accompanied by several venerable elders with snow-white beards and hair. No need for such formality, Brother Yen. This edict comes directly from the Eastern Ridge Domain Lord, and I am charged with delivering it swiftly to all kingdoms. Please speak, Honorable Envoy. By order of the Eastern Ridge Domain Lord, the True Spirit Alliance has revised and now freely released the foundational body tempering manual throughout the realm. All kingdoms within the Eastern Ridge Domain are strictly forbidden from obstructing its dissemination, and must exert full effort to promote it. Having handed Yen Xian a copy of the martial manual, the envoy prepared to depart. Brother Yen, my duty is fulfilled. I shall now take my leave. Brother E, please wait. Yen Xian hurriedly interjected. Brother E, does the Eastern Ridge Domain Lord have any further instructions? None whatsoever. Simply ensure this matter proceeds without delay. This directive originates from His Excellency, the Peerless Spear Sovereign, the Domain Lord of the Eastern region himself. Do not misjudge its gravity, Brother Yen. Yang turned back to say the Peerless Spear Sovereign himself has issued this decree. Yen Xian was stunned, then instantly composed himself and solemnly pledged full compliance. After Yang departed, Yen Xian immediately convened the Grand Council Chamber to assemble all ministers of the Great Xian dynasty. Upon arriving at the rear courtyard of the Iron Sword Martial Arts Academy, Chen Qinglin saw an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard watering flowers beneath the fading light. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the Academy's Master Xiesong and quickly offered formal salutation. Senior Master. His heart tightened. How aged you've grown, Senior Master. Did your attempt to break through into the internal Qi realm fail? A pang of self-reproach rose within him. After failing to ascend to the internal Qi realm, Xiesong had passed leadership of the academy to his son Xiefeng, spending his days basking in sunlight and tending flowers. As was his custom, he watered flowers in the front courtyard when, seemingly hearing a voice, he slowly turned his clouded eyes scanning until after a moment's scrutiny, he finally recognized Chen Qinglin. You are... Ah, I remember now. You're Xiao Feng's disciple. Chen Qinglin, isn't it? Yes, Senior Master. Your health? Chen Qinglin trailed off, unable to continue. Xiesong, however, bore no bitterness. Calmly he replied, I owe much to your Qi aggregating pill. It granted this old man at my advanced age a genuine chance to break through into the internal Qi realm. In the end, age caught up with me. But even this fleeting opportunity makes life worthwhile. There is no need for guilt. A gentle, benevolent smile softened the deep lines etched upon Xiesong's aged face as he comforted his young disciple. As for you, little Feng never imagined he'd have the fortune to take you as his disciple. Your path forward lies entirely in your own hands now. Xiao Feng can offer you little further guidance. You have already far surpassed your master. Senior Master speaks too highly. Without Master accepting me as his disciple, there would be no Chen Qinglin today. What a fine young man. Come inside with me. You'll find your parents waiting. Yes, Senior Master. Supporting Xiesong, he entered the courtyard. The twilight, Chen Qingyun practiced the iron thread fist with precise disciplined movements while Xiefeng sat nearby offering guidance. Also present in the courtyard were Chen Qinglin's parents and others. Chen Xiao mimicked her elder brother with exaggerated seriousness, flailing her arms and legs, then delivered a forceful punch that sent her tumbling backward in a somersault. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Just then Xiesong and Chen Qinglin arrived, and seeing the scene they too broke into unrestrained laughter. Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Xiao scrambled to her feet and dashed straight toward Chen Qinglin. Big brother. Chen Qinglin swept her up in his arms. Only then did the others notice their arrival. Upon hearing his sister's cry, Chen Qingyun paused his practice and turned to look. Everyone in the courtyard saw him, and a joyful clamor broke out. Qinglin, son, junior brother. Others less intimately acquainted hesitated. uncertain how best to address him, and remained respectfully silent. "I'm home." Chen Qinglin spoke softly, his voice warm and steady. Harmony reigned. No further words needed. Magistrate Wei Zhan had already delivered numerous monstrous beasts slain by Chen Qinglin, including the dazzle-eyed beast, to the Iron Sword Martial Arts Academy. Uncertain where to store them, the beasts had been placed temporarily within the academy grounds. As for those killed by the academy's own disciples, they had already been reclaimed. After Xiefeng explained the situation, he led Chen Qinglin to the storage area. Of all the beasts, only the dazzle-eyed beast's eyes held any value for him. The rest were of negligible use. He retrieved the dazzle-eyed beast's eyes, leaving the remainder for his master Xiefeng and clan chief Chen Yuchang to distribute as they saw fit. He wasted no further time on the matter, instead informing them of the locations where he'd stored the monstrous beasts slain during his sweep across the 20-li radius. Xiefeng promptly dispatched attendants to retrieve them under cover of night. By the time the moon reached its zenith, the gathering gradually dispersed. Only then did Chen Qinglin open his long-neglected cultivation interface. Chen Qinglin. Lifespan 15,200. Cultivation Realm Midstage Qi Condensation. Martial Arts Infinite Radiant True Scripture. Qi Condensation Chapter Perfected 35964500000. Origin Returning Art Perfected. Concealed Spirit Technique Perfected. Moonstepping Steps Perfected 42342600000. Stormfall Sword Art Perfected 18793600000. Drizzle Sword Art Perfected 14698600000. Fury Wind Sword Art Perfected. Sword Techniques Riding Thwin / 4/10 Wind Essence. Hallway Gale 1/10 Piercing Essence 1/10 Wind Essence. Vanishing Wind 4/10 Wind Essence. Essence Comprehension. Wind Essence 4/10 585400000. Piercing Essence 1/10 and 100th 1664100000. Over the past month he had ceased learning new sword arts, choosing instead to refine and deepen mastery of all he already possessed. He resolved not to pursue any additional martial arts until both the Stormfall Sword Art and Drizzle Sword Art achieved absolute perfection. As his martial cultivation ascended, his demand for spiritual energy intensified. Yet breakthroughs in martial techniques alone yielded diminishing returns in terms of spiritual energy gain. The sole notable improvement was his accelerated cultivation speed. Yet the path ahead remained arduous and long. Complacency was unthinkable. The next morning Chen Qinglin took Chen Xiaoxiao and Chen Qingyun on the Azure Feather Eagle, letting them experience the sensation of soaring through the sky. In Qingyan Town, those who survived the beast tide felt a bittersweet joy of having narrowly escaped death. Yet many warriors and soldiers had perished forever resting by the city walls. The town's atmosphere was somber, but the beast tide was far from over. Even Dingyuan County still faced its threat. No villager dared to travel from the town to the county, leaving news scarce and isolated. Chen Qinglin decided to explore the towns near Qingyan Town before heading to the county. Having repelled this wave of beasts, Qingyan Town had also reaped significant opportunities. With so many beasts and mutated creatures slain, at Qingyan Town, a period of martial growth was imminent. More warriors would emerge, and the martial cultivation of those in the body-tempering realm would see improvement. After fulfilling the small wishes of Chen Xiaoxiao and Chen Qingyun, he sent them back to the Iron Sword Martial Hall. For now, it was safer for the families of the Martial Hall disciples to stay together. Riding the Azure Feather Eagle northward from Qingyan Town, he recalled 2 or 3 towns in that direction. Arriving at Qingshui Town, he found its situation relatively stable. Though it hadn't yet experienced the beast tide from above, he spotted mutated beasts emerging in the nearby mountains. The town was hastily fortifying, but with only the town chief and inner Qi realm cultivator, its defense seemed precarious. Without need to reveal himself, Chen Qinglin headed straight for the mountain region where the beasts appeared. He slew 2 second-tier mutated beasts and several first-tier ones, nipping the beast tide in the bud and feeding the Azure Feather Eagle in the process. As for the remaining first-tier beasts, they were unlikely to gather into a tide. Only second-tier ones possessed a spark of intelligence. First-tier beasts merely followed their instincts to hunt. He departed silently, leaving Qingshui Town unaware of his visit. Only a few might have glimpsed the shadow of the Azure Feather Eagle passing overhead. Yesterday on his way, he had reviewed the mission assigned by his master Fu Xinxing, which tasked him with assisting in Dingyuan County's defense. The Great Xian dynasty would send reinforcements later. Considering that many inner disciples hailed from various regions, the Qingfeng sect allowed them to first aid their hometowns. Since most inner disciples were at the inner Qi realm, they were not expected to repel the beast tide alone. Every county would have at least one condensed essence realm cultivator overseeing its defense. These condensed essence cultivators were either from the sect or the Great Xian dynasty. A prefecture city would have an embracing origin realm cultivator stationed, while a provincial capital needed no support as it already housed many warriors. Even embracing origin realm cultivators numbered more than one. The Yunsong and Yu provinces fell under the Qingfeng sect's defense perimeter. If a condensed essence cultivator was sent to Dingyuan County, they would likely be an outer sect elder or inner sect steward. He then visited 5 more towns, all in the direction of Qingyan Town. 2 like Qingshui Town had not yet faced the beast tide, and Chen Qinglin eliminated their threats preemptively. 1 town was locked in a brutal battle against the beast tide. Thanks to Chen Qinglin's arrival, he killed the most dangerous second-tier mutated beasts and demonic ones. As for the remaining 2 towns, Chen Qinglin witnessed their true horror upon arrival. 1 town was a complete hell on earth. The beast tide had breached its walls with bloodstains and severed limbs on the ramparts, bearing witness to the fierce battle that had occurred. Nearly everyone in the town had perished, every building reduced to rubble. The collapsed houses and unearthed cellars deepened his silence. Standing amidst such desolation, an unspeakable rage rose within him. The other town had also fallen to the beast tide, its walls spattered with blood. Yet there were few signs of struggle, as if there had been no resistance. The town held no imagined mountains of corpses or seas of blood. There was blood, but not much, perhaps a few dozen to 100 people's worth. As for the rest of the townsfolk, they had eerily vanished without a trace. Chen Qinglin called out and searched the town but received no response. Disheartened, just as he was about to mount the azure feather eagle to scout from above for clues, a small filthy figure poked its head out to look around. Upon seeing him clearly, the figure shouted loudly, making Chen Qinglin turn back. Approaching, he found it was a boy of about 10 years old. A stench of human excrement emanated from the child. "Everyone come out. It's a big brother. A real human. Someone's here to save us. Woo-woo." The boy called out in all directions, tears streaming involuntarily. After a while, a few people slowly emerged from their hiding spots. Seeing Chen Qinglin, they wept with joy. But Chen Qinglin sensed something amiss. What did the boy mean by a real human? Upon inquiry, he learned that the beast that had led the attack on this town could speak human language. Its strength far surpassed the town chief's, killing him instantly without any chance to fight back. Other warriors also faced massacre. The strange beast-like creature gathered the residents, searching house by scent. Finally, it led them all out of the town. Where they went, the survivors dared not follow and thus did not know. Initially, more people had hidden by masking their scents. But after a while, the sounds outside ceased and the hidden ones relaxed. A human voice from within the town claimed to be there to rescue them. Most of the hidden people, overjoyed, rushed out, only to witness a horrifying sight. The speaker was a massive wolf-like monster standing upright. Before dying, some shouted for those still hidden to stay put, crying out about a talking wolf monster. The few who had been slower to emerge thus survived. Mere descriptions of the event left them petrified with fear, unable to move, until Chen Qinglin arrived. "Young man, can you escort us to the county?" A middle-aged man spoke his words, sparking hope in the other's eyes. Chen Qinglin cast him a cold glance and ignored him. He had clearly seen that this man emerged from the same spot as the boy who had called out to him. What a brave little boy. He told these people to continue hiding in the town as it was now safe and they could move freely. Seeing Chen Qinglin ignore him, the middle-aged man dared not speak further, lowering his head sheepishly. When he heard Chen Qinglin's next words, he and the others looked up, glancing around. Was that excitement in their eyes? "Big brother, can you help me find my parents? They were taken." The boy looked up, asking timidly. His parents had smeared his body with feces at the first sign of the beast horde entering the town, hid him, and ordered him not to come out. "If your parents are still alive, I will help you find them," Chen Qinglin said, looking at the boy. "What's your name?" "Big brother, my name is Feng Yi. My father is Feng Shuwen, a teacher. Good'll remember." Chen Qinglin gave Feng Yi a serious look and quickly disappeared from the spot. Returning to the city gate, he observed carefully. Inside the town, faint human footprints remained, but outside only beast tracks were visible. Gazing at the beast footprints scattering in all directions, Chen Qinglin climbed the wall to survey the area. A deliberate deception. Using strategy, was this still a mere mutated beast? Or rather, this was a demonic beast. This was a thorny situation. The beast tide had already raged for 2 days in this town. Many traces had vanished without a trace. Chen Qinglin meticulously searched the mountains surrounding the town, seeking any anomaly. So many people had disappeared, as something must have been left behind. Even a single personal belonging would be a clue. All along his journey, anger had clouded his judgment. He forced himself to calm down and search again. To the northwest of the town lay a forest. The number of wild beasts here was pitifully small, almost non-existent. Yet the tracks of the beast horde were present. Compared to other directions, this forest held an extra layer of silence. Chen Qinglin searched this forest back and forth. Finally, in a corner of this woodland, he discovered something. It was covered by fallen leaves, only revealing a corner of its shape. Standing in the forest, he bent down to brush aside the leaves and picked up a shattered rattle. Gazing into the deep, dense woods, he closed his eyes and unfolded his wind conception. The ubiquitous gentle breeze filled the forest, rustling the leaves. He strained his senses to perceive any anomaly within this woodland. Finally, in a certain direction, he sensed a trace of an unusual beast's scent. He vanished instantly, soon after he arrived beside a large tree. He looked around the area and the ground, finding nothing. Looking up, he leaped to the treetops. When he descended, he held a strip of red cloth in his hand, his gaze fixed on the dark depths ahead. Following the direction where he found the rattle and the cloth, Chen Qinglin continued his pursuit. He crossed countless peaks and forded several rivers. After chasing in the wrong direction, he repeatedly backtracked to find the correct path. As Chen Qinglin ventured deeper, he lost track of his exact location in the mountains. The trees grew taller. Along the way, he discovered many rare herbs, and wild beasts also became more numerous. Only here did he finally find faint human footprints. He activated the concealed spirit art to its fullest, hiding his aura, and stealthily followed the tracks. Before long, the trail led him to a valley. On both sides of the valley stood towering peaks, their cliffs jagged and grotesque. The valley above was perpetually shrouded in clouds and mist. He looked at the entrance to the valley. The narrow crevice had been widened by some unknown means, with rubble scattered haphazardly on the ground. It had been widened only a day or two ago. Chen Qinglin drew his conclusion, knowing he had found his target. Instead of entering through the valley entrance, he silently climbed the peak, taking a detour to reach the top of the valley. The thick weeds, vines, and lush foliage provided natural hiding spots. The valley was divided into two layers. If Chen Qinglin had entered from the original entrance, he would have found nothing, just a scenic, deep valley. But from a height, he could see that beyond the front valley, there was another area hidden by clouds and mist. He patiently made his way over to investigate. Passing through the mist, a new vista opened before him. What met his eyes was a vast space filled with simple wooden houses arranged in an orderly fashion. The flat land was divided into plots of farmland. People could be seen coming and going on the intersecting paths between the fields. Peach groves and fruit trees dotted the landscape. Countless people lived here. But if one looked closely, they would see no spark of light in their eyes, only utter despair, as if they were walking corpses. Chen Qinglin almost thought he had stumbled upon a paradise. On the western side of the valley, a group of people were building houses. Unlike the numbness in the eyes of others, their eyes revealed only fear and confusion. Chen Qinglin estimated the western group to be about 50 to 60,000 people. It seemed they were not from just one town. There were other people too who, judging by their state, had been there for more than a day or two. This group numbered around 30 to 40,000. The beast tides had only started recently. Why were there so many people here? His confusion grew. Was it really just second-rank mutated beasts or demonic beasts that commanded the beast tides to attack the towns? Third rank? Possibly. Fourth rank? It seemed unlikely to appear in a place like this. Suddenly there was movement in the valley below. From behind a peach grove, a dozen people emerged. They swaggered over to the western group. After saying a few words, they began selecting young children and martial artists with vigorous blood energy, leading them towards the depths of the peach grove. The eyes of these chosen ones were filled with confusion and fear, knowing not what awaited them inside. Even the numb crowd showed a flicker of fear at this scene. The depths of the peach grove seemed like a bottomless abyss. The entry of several hundred people didn't stir a single ripple. Chen Qinglin changed his clothes. With a gust of wind, he silently appeared behind this group. His arrival went unnoticed by anyone. He followed them deeper into the peach grove until they reached a rock face. The leader produced something and placed it against the cliff. Instantly a deep cave appeared. It was a formation. From the outside the cave didn't seem wide, but inside it was spacious. Torches along the path illuminated the cavern. The mountain's interior had been hollowed out. Trembling, they walked for a short while until they arrived at a horrifying place. Here flesh and blood mingled into mud, and bones were piled high. An indescribable terror gripped everyone. From a side chamber carved into the mountain, the faint cries of infants could be heard. The dozen or so leaders brought them here and called out respectfully, "Great King, the two-legged beasts brought back the day before yesterday. We have selected those that suit your taste and brought them here. Would you like to dine now?" The group prostrated themselves on the ground. Hearing this, the hundreds of people behind them changed color. They scrambled backward, trying to flee the cave. The prostrate men did not stop their escape. It was as if they were accustomed to this scene. From the shadows, several figures emerged. They were 3 wolves standing upright. 2 were about a zhang tall and 1 was about the height of an average person. Their fur was a dark red. Hearing the men's words, the shorter wolf in the middle opened its maw and spoke, "Excellent. I am very satisfied with the tribute your Lin family has presented this time. The meals you have selected smell quite appetizing. This king is pleased. After I finish my meal, I will reward the Lin family. You individuals shall also receive my favor." "Gaga, Gak, thank you, great king. We will not disturb your meal." Saying this, the men prepared to leave. Meanwhile, those who had run to the cave entrance found it sealed by a formation. Though they could see the outside world, a transparent barrier prevented their escape. No matter how they pounded, it was futile. They collapsed to the ground in despair. Those who remained besides Chen Qinglin were people whose legs had given out from fear of the 3 monsters. Upon hearing the conversation between the men and the wolf monsters, some fainted dead away. A few body-tempering realm martial artists could still stand, but they knew their fate and only wished to preserve their dignity before death. "Oh, we have a guest." Unlike the others, Chen Qinglin remained calm and composed after the crowd dispersed, making him stand out. Sensing his cultivation level, the wolf monster found it was a mere inner chi middle-stage human martial artist. The wolf was intrigued. A little pre-meal exercise would whet its appetite. Chen Qinglin had already discerned the wolves' cultivation levels when they appeared. The 2 tall blood wolves were second-rank latest-stage mutated beasts, or rather demonified beasts equivalent to latest-stage inner chi martial artists. But the 1-man-high blood wolf in the middle was the most terrifying, a 3rd-rank latest-stage demonic beast. "Head for the entrance." He said this to the group still rooted to the spot. A human-rank mid-grade artifact, the Sansi sword, appeared in Chen Qinglin's hand. It was a gift from his master Fu Shenxing before he descended the mountain. Seeing Chen Qinglin step forward, the people felt a spark of hope and found the strength to move. They looked at his back and began walking back towards the cave's entrance. Then, the 2 1-hang-tall blood wolves lunged at him from left and right. Chen Qinglin's long sword parried the incoming claws, the blade slightly chipped as he deflected the blow, and delivered a horizontal slash, the sai and sword light cleaving the 2 beasts in half. They did not die, instantly writhing and howling on the ground. Chen Qinglin watched as a sanguine light flickered over their bodies, and the severed halves showed signs of drawing together. With 2 swift kicks, he sent the halves flying apart, the entire sequence unfolding in a flash. The man-high blood wolf reacted enraged. "You're not in the inner chi realm. You're in the condensed truth realm. It'll tear you apart and savor your flesh bit by bit. You can try." A howl. Woo. A terrifying howl erupted from the wolf's maw, its sonic waves enough to knock an ordinary person unconscious. Then a fearsome blood-red wolf claw lashed out, as if to shred Chen Qinglin to pieces. He dared not be negligent and countered with his own sword technique. Dust flew within the cave and the violent clash echoed through the chamber. The blood-red wolf shadow and the Saiyan human figure battled fiercely. It was Chen Qinglin's first time facing a 3rd-stage late-phase demonic beast, whose strength and defense far surpassed those of humans. He unleashed the Wind Fury sword art at its full power, lacerating the wolf's exterior. Wind howl. Like a raging gale, the unstoppable sword strike severed the blood wolf's left forelimb. The pain from its severed forelimb drove the blood wolf into a frenzy. A sanguine light flickered around it, and the severed limb and sword wounds healed. "You cannot kill me!" Roar. The wolf demon bellowed, its body beginning to swell. Soon it became a colossal blood wolf 10 zhang tall, its form nearly filling the cave. Its forelimb slammed down, aiming to crush Chen Qinglin into a meat patty. He activated the moonlit step, transforming into a streak of light to evade. He then channeled his true essence to its fullest, unleashing a terrifying sword aura that descended upon the wolf. "I don't believe there is an undying creature in this world. If I can't kill it once, Chen Qinglin will kill it 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times." Massive sai and sword auras continued to slash out sanguine light, constantly flashing on the wolf's body. The cave began to tremble. Roar. "Aren't you afraid the mountain will collapse and crush the humans in the cave?" The blood wolf roared. "Not killing you would be the true betrayal of them." Without a hint of hesitation, his sword strikes showed no mercy. Rumble. Rumble. Outside the cave, tens of thousands lived in numb drudgery. The newly arrived 50 to 60,000 were still in fear, wondering what had become of the few hundred, what fate awaited them, and when their turn would come. Living in constant dread. Suddenly a thunderous crash echoed from the peak. A massive hole had been blasted through the mountain behind the peach grove. A blood-red giant shadow leaped out, revealing a 10-hang-tall dark crimson-furred giant wolf in the grove. Then everyone saw a cyan light fly out from the hole in the mountain and land atop a peach tree. A young youth. "You may take these people away, just leave now." The blood wolf's cavernous maw opened and closed as it spoke in human tongue. If you do not die, you will never change your ways. Even if these people survive today, more will die in your jaws in the future. Chen Qinglin spoke each word deliberately, his heart both calm and seething with rage. Roar! Ungrateful wretch! Let's see who dies today. The blood wolf reverted to its Tenjiang form, its power now at the third stage perfection. The two clashed once more. The blood wolf fought recklessly its suicidal tactics, putting Chen Qinglin on the defensive. He lacked the wolf's formidable physique and regenerative abilities. The three-thought sword inflicted only limited damage on the giant wolf's body. After another clash, the sword in his hand changed. He stored the three-thought sword in his ring, and now wielded the human-grade supreme, mysterious heavy sword. The wind's essence surged along the blade, and the blood wolf sensed the threat, its massive eyes fixed on the great sword. The sanguine light around it intensified, dyeing its forelimbs blood-red. A strange essence emanated from the light. Wind riding slash. The wind fades. Chen Qinglin swung the mysterious heavy sword, repeatedly sending sigh and sword lights cascading down upon the blood wolf in rapid succession. Blood devours the world. A terrifying blood cloud appeared, seeming to devour the life force of all living things. It rapidly descended upon Chen Qinglin. This was the blood wolf clan's divine ability. It had awakened the bloodline of its true demon ancestor, the bloodthirsty demon wolf, and was just beginning its rise. Cannot fall here. You are the one who dies. How could someone so young in this remote corner of the true spirit continent have comprehended the essence? Roar, roar, I will not accept this. The Cyan greatsword collided with the blood cloud, plunging the area into an apocalyptic scene. Suddenly, an even more powerful sword light appeared. Chen Qinglin vanished from his spot, merging with the sword light, pierced straight through the blood cloud, gust through the hall. The Cyan sword light passed through the giant wolf's body, piercing its torso and heart. Then Chen Qinglin's figure materialized. Though he didn't understand how the blood wolf could use techniques imbued with essence, it was clearly not something it had comprehended on its own. Chen Qinglin mused. As he looked at the giant wolf, before he could even sigh in relief, its voice rang out. What a pity! The blood wolf said, staring at the hole in its chest. It suddenly grinned. Pity, it's not enough. As the words fell, a pile of blood essence stones appeared in its forelimb, and it swallowed them in one gulp. Chen Qinglin's sword aura slashed down, but the blood wolf's chest and new wounds healed together. Can you still unleash that attack? The blood wolf taunted. Without a word, Chen Qinglin unleashed his strongest technique again. Having cultivated the infinite radiant true scripture, his true essence was far deeper than an ordinary cultivator's, and his recovery rate was extraordinary. The battle raged for an unknown duration. The peach grove lay in ruins. Countless boulders had fallen from the mountain, and the surrounding cliffs were scarred with massive claw marks and sword slashes. Chen Qinglin had lost count of how many times he had killed the blood wolf. The blood essence stones in its grasp constantly replenished its energy, allowing it to recover swiftly. As another sword slash was shattered by a blood-red claw, a portion of the sword aura cleaved open a cliff face. From within came the cries of many infants. Chen Qinglin deflected the blood claw and moved closer to see a pile of babies, several hundred in number. The blood wolf, seeing he had discovered them, began to explain, trying to unsettle him, and the battle momentarily ceased. These are the products of your humans collaborating with us demons. I've lost count of how many batches this is, he. Human infants are far more delicious than adults. It pointed at the humans in the valley and then at the dozen or so who had led the way in the cave. See, these people here were brought by them. I am merciful, am I not? I didn't kill them. Just like you humans raise livestock, I wait for them to bear infants, so I can feast forever, he. I also enjoy reading human books. With my knowledge, I might even become an official in a human kingdom. Listening to these words, Chen Qinglin looked at the unknowing infants, then at the distant humans. Numb, terrified, fearful, and those who looked at him with hope in their eyes. And the dozen so-called partners of the blood wolf who dared not meet his gaze. Rage nearly consumed his heart, yet his expression remained unervingly calm. Only a gentle breeze swirled around him, betraying his inner turmoil. Your words have indeed angered me, Chen Qinglin said, his voice growing eerily calm. Then looking at the dozen, he said, You are even more detestable than this blood wolf, unforgivable, worthy of 1,000 deaths. I would rather have never comprehended this sword. As he finished, an endless breeze converged upon his sword, rapidly transforming into a gale, then a tornado that enveloped his body. The perpetual mist in the valley was drawn by the wind, as if connecting heaven and earth. It was like a natural tempest formed by the heavens and earth. The blood wolf, stricken with terror, tried to flee but was swept into the storm. Piercing screams and wails echoed as if being subjected to 1,000 cuts. When all was calm, the storm that had raged in the valley seemed like a dream, leaving only a few wisps of breeze. Chen Qinglin's figure reappeared, but the blood wolf's massive form and the dozen people were gone. They had been caught in the storm and torn to shreds. No matter how strong the blood wolf's regeneration, it perished under this technique. Vanished utterly from this world. Yet Chen Qinglin felt a pang of regret. He should not have let those dozen die so quickly. They were mere pawns. There must be someone behind them. He should have kept them for interrogation. Alas, consumed by rage, his only thought had been to send them to their deaths alongside the blood wolf. Still, he remembered what they and the blood wolf had said in the cave. The Lin family is it. I will remember this. Within the valley, a profound silence first descended. The commoners inside were stunned, making no sound. Even the earlier storm that swept through them had not stirred such emotional turmoil. Even as they were swept into the tempest, they thought it might be a release. The original peach grove was nowhere to be seen, and they stared blankly in that direction. Those on the western side of the valley farther away saw the towering tornado and knew a great battle had occurred, yet no one dared approach to see the outcome. Chen Qinglin raised his hand, glanced at the dozen or so rings in his grasp, and recalled the hundreds of people still inside the cave. The cave was reopened. Those near the entrance had survived, but those who had failed to retreat from the battlefield, where Chen Qinglin and the blood wolf clashed within the cave, had all fallen silent. He let out a silent sigh, saying nothing more. The blood wolf was the first formidable foe he had encountered since beginning his cultivation. He could not have held back at that moment. Had the blood wolf sensed any weakness in him, even more would have perished. This group saw the cave reopen and then spotted Chen Qinglin. They streamed out of the cave, weeping tears of joy at seeing the light of day once more. Chen Qinglin paid no heed to their emotions and began to plunder the blood wolf's hoard. Countless precious herbs were piled up, rare ores lay scattered haphazardly, but no spirit medicines or spirit iron were found. Instead, within the blood wolf's storage ring, he discovered several hundred first-grade spirit medicines, 22nd-grade ones, and even a spirit peach sapling, though none of the third grade. If there had been any third-grade spirit medicines, the blood wolf would have consumed them long ago. Why would it leave them behind? A few pieces of spirit iron were also found in the blood wolf's ring, though not many. It seemed spirit medicines were the primary items the blood wolf traded with its backer. Cutting through the boulder that sealed the inner chamber of the cave, Chen Qinglin stepped inside. Within the hidden chamber of the cave there was nothing else, only a blood pool conversion formation from which a rancid stench emanated. On the other side of the blood pool lay several blood essence stones, and Chen Qinglin instantly understood the origin of the blood essence stones the blood wolf used for recovery. A flash of sword light passed, and the blood pool vanished forever. After finishing his looting, he exited the cave and arrived before the stone chamber where the infants had been discovered. Controlling his strength, he carefully cut through the mountain rock and carved a simple stone door from the outside. He called over those nearby and had them carry out all the infants. The previously numb group gradually came to their senses while Chen Qinglin was ransacking the cave. They realized they had been rescued. When they first arrived, they had harbored fantasies that someone would one day save them from this valley. Now that day had finally come. Countless people collapsed to the ground, cried out to the heavens, or wept into their hands. Until they heard Chen Qinglin's command to bring out the infants, some snapped back to reality and rushed toward the stone chamber, with the rest following. They all knelt down, thanking Chen Qinglin. Without a word, he pointed to the stone chamber behind him where the infants were kept, instructing them to bring the babies out first. Those from the western side of the valley also learned of the situation and came over. "Do any of these infants belong to you?" Chen Qinglin asked the crowd. "Your Excellency, these infants were only brought here a few days ago. Our own children were devoured by those monsters. Woo-woo. We must thank you, Your Excellency, for rescuing us from this misery. If not for you." The speakers were too many and the voices became a clamor. Chen Qinglin quickly called for silence. From their words, he learned that none of these infants were born to the people in the valley. Disposing of them now posed a problem. Fortunately, the rings of the dozen or so individuals and the stone chamber contained some beast milk and breast milk, or otherwise, he would have been at a loss. For now, he could only have these people carry them and figure it out after leaving. "Do you all know where you are from? Pack up and I will lead you out," Chen Qinglin said. "Your Excellency, I am from Changhe County. I am from Dingyuan County, Baiquan Town." When asked, it turned out they came from all over, and some were not even from Changyang Prefecture but from other prefectures. Shocked by the vast reach of the mastermind, he also inquired of the tens of thousands who had arrived later. Half of these people were from Shuidong Town, the settlement he had traced, while the other half came from two other towns. Recalling something, Chen Qinglin asked the crowd, "Is there a private tutor named Fang Shuan among you? From Shuidong Town?" The people looked at each other until a couple finally stepped forward. Your Excellency, I am Fang Shuwen, a private tutor in Shuidong Town. This is my wife. Greetings, Your Excellency. Do you have a son hidden in Shuidong Town? Fang Shuwen was stunned by the question. How does Your Excellency know? That day when the beast tide surged into the town, my wife and I could only cover our son in filth. Chen Qinglin listened and said, Then it is indeed you. You can return and reunite your family. Is it true? Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, my wife and I kowtow to you. Overjoyed, the couple knelt and began to kowtow. No need for this. Rise. Chen Qinglin raised his hands slightly, and they could no longer bow. Your Excellency, could we stay and live in this valley instead of leaving? Someone then asked. Chen Qinglin looked at the man and those behind him who were watching, understanding that they wished to remain in this valley and not venture out. You may if you can survive the attacks of the spirit beasts. Ignoring their disappointment, he continued. This place lies deep in the mountains. Even if I clear the danger today, other spirit beasts and ferocious animals will eventually gather around. When the blood wolf was here, no beast dared enter the valley. With only you. He left the sentence unfinished, but they understood the implication. They dared not speak of staying any longer. After we leave, the great Xian dynasty will naturally make arrangements for you. Those who do not wish to leave can also settle in nearby towns. Chen Qinglin spoke the truth. This sudden beast tide had destroyed many towns and even counties. He had witnessed the fall of Shuidong Town and Shirling Town with his own eyes. Shuidong Town still had half its people surviving, but Shirling Town was left with only a few, becoming an empty city. All places in need of repopulation. Your Excellency, we understand. We will pack up and leave with you. Meanwhile, as Chen Qinglin organized the evacuation of the valley, in the deep mountains near Dingyuan County, countless beast hordes began to gather, with first and second grade spirit beasts visible at every interval. On a clearing behind the beast tide, a white fox fumed inwardly. That damned blood wolf could never arrive on time, just because it awakened its ancestral bloodline. The master tasked us both with stirring up the beast tide in this county. If we fail, how will it explain itself? But alone it truly could not conquer Dingyuan County. It was only at the early third grade, while the blood wolf had reached the peak of the third grade, so it could only grumble in silence. Yet the gathering of beasts could not continue indefinitely, or otherwise the beast tide would end before it even began. It decided to go to Blood Wolf Valley in person to urge the blood wolf. The next day, the valley remained overcast. The earlier cave had completely collapsed. Chen Qinglin gazed at the cave, recalling those buried within. I did not kill Bo Ren, yet Bo Ren died because of me. He raised his hands, staring at his palms, a feeling in his heart beyond words. Turning to look behind, everyone had packed their belongings. Unlike their previous numbness and fear, their eyes now brimmed with hope for the future. Let's move. Within the deep dark forest, a dense crowd was walking. Chen Qinglin had them carry the two Anarchy Realm wolf heads, one at the front and one at the back. This could deter fierce beasts and poisonous insects in the deep forest. If any beast dared to disturb, he would deal with it. However, this forest area was the territory of the blood wolf, and few strange beasts appeared. Occasional strange beasts he encountered were stored in his storage ring, becoming spare ingredients. It must be said the blood wolf's storage ring, wherever it came from, had quite a large space. It was a human-grade superior artifact with an internal space of 1,000 cubic meters, meaning a space 10 meters in length, width, and height. Among the storage rings of those dozen people, there was also a human-grade medium artifact storage ring with 125 cubic meters of space, which was acceptable. After walking for most of the day, Chen Qinglin stopped and looked up at the sky. Two cyan-feathered eagles circled overhead. He leaped out of the forest and stood on a treetop. As if seeing him, one eagle flew low, and a light blue figure appeared from it, landing beside Chen Qinglin. Senior Sister Xie, why are you here? It was Xie Jingyun. I arrived at Qingyan Town last night and heard you had resolved the beast tide attacking the town and were inspecting nearby towns. There's nothing much around Qingyan Town now, so I came to see. Is there anything I can help with? Xie Jingyun said, smoothing the hair before her forehead. Senior Sister, you've come just in time. There is something I need to ask of you. Look at these people below. They were just brought out from the demon beast lair. Please trouble Senior Sister to go and ask Town Chief Wei Zhan how to arrange things, or bring him here. I understand, Junior Brother. I will inform Town Chief Wei as soon as possible. How to settle these people depends on the court's opinion. Off, Junior Brother. Xie Jingyun leaped back onto the eagle and quickly disappeared from Chen Qinglin's sight. Only then did Chen Qinglin return to the group to escort them. The group continued until evening, when they stopped to rest. Xie Jingyun arrived with Wei Zhan, looking at the nearly 100,000-strong, seemingly endless line. He sincerely marveled that Chen Qinglin had silently saved so many people. After a day's walk, they had left the area frequented by strange beasts. Due to the beast tide gathering, this forest had few beasts left. Their journey encountered little obstruction. However, to reassure these people, Chen Qinglin decided to accompany them one more day before heading to Dingyuan County to assess the situation. He would leave matters here to Wei Zhan and senior sister Xie Jingyun. Meanwhile, in the Blood Wolf Valley, a white-furred fox appeared. Gazing at the now empty valley with clear battle marks, collapsed cave, and vanished Blood Wolf, the white fox reached out a paw to touch the sword scar on the rock face. The remnant sharpness turned into wind blades, cutting off a strand of its fur. Clearly, a great battle had taken place here, between the Blood Wolf and an unknown swordsman. It seemed Dingyuan County was no longer a place to go. The Blood Wolf was dead. It was the only Tier 3 demon beast in this region. Meanwhile, a condensed reality realm martial artist from Qingfeng Mountain had taken up a post in Dingyuan County, and here appeared a swordsman capable of killing the Blood Wolf. The fox pondered, then vanished from the valley, heading straight deeper into the mountains. As for the beast tide gathering at Dingyuan County, it couldn't be bothered. Staying would be seeking death. However, it was not over yet. It turned its head to look toward Dingyuan County. It needed to report first. Oh, surely the master would have plans. As for the beast tide at Dingyuan County, with the white fox long absent, the few intelligent Tier 2 strange beasts seemed to sense danger. They left the beast tide and disappeared into the forest. The remaining strange beasts and fierce beasts, without the deterrence of Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts, began to fight among themselves. Then gradually scattered. Dingyuan County remained unaware that an impending beast tide had thus dissipated. Another day passed and Chen Qinglin returned to Qingyan town. The group of nearly 100,000 had reached the outskirts of the mountains, about to leave the forest. There was nothing more for him to do. The follow-up work was left to Wei Zhan. He, on the other hand, returned to Qingyan town to check lest Wei Zhan keep worrying and hinting at him. In some underground chamber, Lin Chang and the others haven't returned yet. A voice sounded in the darkness. Not yet, Patriarch. In theory, news should have come the day before yesterday. Another voice replied from the dark. Pausing, the person in the dark seemed to be thinking. After a while he said, "In such critical times, failing to make contact in time likely means trouble." "Impossible, Patriarch. We are always cautious in our dealings. Apart from using our own people for deliveries and resource exchanges, everything else is done through others. Even if someone notices people disappearing, they won't suspect us. No one is targeting us. I'm not saying someone is targeting us. I know our operations are covert. I fear the demon beasts might have been discovered implicating Lin Chang and the others. What do we do now, Patriarch?" The other voice sounded anxious. "From now on, everyone in the Lin family must actively resist the beast tide, cooperating with the Great Shen dynasty and Qingfeng Mountain, even if it means dying on the beast tide battlefield. Also, isn't second brother traveling abroad? Tell him not to rush back. Have the fifth elder take several outstanding family disciples on a journey, preferably to other dynasties." The voice faded until the instructions were finished and the other person left. The place sank back into darkness and silence. "Alas! Qinglin, you're back. Did you meet senior sister?" At the martial arts hall, Chen Qinglin encountered Chen Qingshi as soon as he returned. "Yes, I did. She and Town Chief Wei are still out on business. I came back first to check." "I see. I thought senior sister Xie hadn't found you. Has anything happened in or around the town these past 2 days?" Chen Qinglin asked casually. "No, nothing much. There are fewer beasts appearing in the woods outside town. By the way, this morning someone from the county came looking for you and senior sister Xie. Since you weren't here, he asked master and us to tell you. He said to go to Dingyuan County when you have time. Something about an elder from Qingfeng Mountain." Chen Qingshi recalled. "Oh, it's probably an outer sect elder. But senior sister Xie and I don't know any outer sect elders in the sect." "I see, brother Qingshi. It's nothing. I'll find time to go to the county and see what's going on. Let's go inside first. Later come with me to meet the clan leader," Chen Qinglin said, and they entered the inner courtyard. Treading upon the bluestone paved path, he followed the street to a manor at the southern edge of the city. Before the gate stood 2 green stone lions, as if beholding the visitors passing to and fro. White bricks and stones formed the lofty courtyard walls, from within which verdant greenery emerged. Entering the main gate, he traversed a corridor painted with red lacquer. After several turns, he arrived at a martial arts training ground. Upon seeing the newcomers, they paused their activities to converse. This was the dwelling place of the Chen clan in Qingyan town. After Chen Qinglin returned to the Iron Sword Martial Hall to meet his parents and master, he came here with Chen Qingshi. "Brother Qinglin, it's been a while." The speaker was Chen Qingshi. This reckless youth, even after martial training, had not tempered his temperament, remaining impetuous each day. Yet his talent was passable as he was among the first 5 in the clan to step into the body-tempering realm. "Is the clan head here?" Chen Qinglin asked. "Yes, the clan head was just here a moment ago, left not long ago. He must have returned to his room. I'll take you to him, brother Qinglin." Chen Qingji replied swiftly. Hey. Qingji, you greet your brother Qinglin, but when I arrive, you don't even offer a word of greeting." Chen Qingshi joked from the side. Hee. We're all in Qingyan town, brother Qingshi. We see each other every day." Chen Qingji, hearing this, sidled up to Chen Qingshi, stepped onto a stone stair, and draped an arm over his shoulder. "You rascal! Let's go to the clan head together." "All right, brother Qingshi." Chen Qingji jumped down from the stone steps and led the way toward Chen Yuqing's courtyard. A group of 12 or 13-year-old youngsters, both boys and girls, trotted along following Chen Qingji. Chen Qinglin and the others exchanged smiles and followed, chatting and laughing as they trailed behind. It was not yet noon. The sunlight was not yet harsh, and the weather was relatively mild. On such an ordinary summer day, a group of youths chatted and laughed, radiant smiles flowing among them. Chen Qinglin felt a sense of peace and warmth, and at this moment he was immersed in the spirit of youth. Or rather, he was inherently a youthful youth. Chen Yuqing was dozing in the courtyard. Age had taken its toll on his energy. "Clan head! Clan head!" The voice arrived before the person. Chen Yuqing knew who it was just by the sound. He slowly sat up from his chair and saw Chen Qingji and several other young lads and lasses from the clan entering the small courtyard. They then gathered around him. "So reckless, what a sight," Chen Yuqing said, though he held great fondness for these children. "Fifth grandfather, brother Qinglin is back and we've brought him to see you," said a girl. Her complexion was not fair, her hair tied in 2 small braids, and on her round little face a pair of clear eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. She was shaking Chen Yuqing's hand as she spoke. "Oh, does Qinglin need something from me?" "Qingyu, let go of fifth grandfather's hand first. You'll shake it off." Chen Yuqing, hearing that Chen Qinglin had business with him, began to rise, addressing Chen Qingyu, who was tugging his arm. "No, I'm not," Chen Qingyu muttered, but she let go of Chen Yuqing. "It's nothing major, just came to see you, fifth grandfather. Please sit." The others following behind had also arrived, and Chen Qinglin, stepping into the courtyard, said this as he saw the scene. "Qingyu, Qingji, go inside and bring out some chairs," Chen Yuqing said to Chen Qingji, and Chen Qingyu, upon hearing Chen Qinglin's words. "Yes, fifth grandfather." With that, they and the others ran into Chen Yuqing's room. "Fifth grandfather, how have you been lately?" It had been a few days since his return, and it would be remiss not to visit the elder, especially since he had matters to discuss with Chen Yuqing. Good. Thanks to the silver and those 3 martial arts manuals you gave us before, not only I but the other clan members are also living well here in Qingyan town with the daily care from your master, and the town chief life is getting better and better. These youngsters are also quite ambitious. Since the day before yesterday, when your master called me to the hall and gave me that pile of exotic beast meat, several more have become martial artists. That's good to hear. The clan affairs are numerous. You must take care of your health, elder. These are some spirit pills I acquired abroad which strengthen the body and nourish the constitution. Take a few of these daily, elder. The Chen clan is just rising. You cannot let yourself become exhausted." Chen Qinglin produced several bottles of nourishing pills and handed them to Chen Yuqing. "Giving these pills to me, what about your parents Liangwu and Axiu?" Chen Yuqing hesitated, raising his wrinkled hand. "Don't worry, they naturally have theirs too. These pills are of no use to martial artists, and I have plenty here. Not only my parents, but also my eldest uncle, second uncle, and both aunts have their share. If you can't finish them, you can share some with others." Chen Qinglin explained with a smile. That's good. We are indebted to your kindness. Brother Qinglin, do we have any gifts?" A group of little girls had already carried chairs and sat nearby, several pairs of big watery eyes looking at him pitifully. "How could I forget you all?" Chen Qinglin smiled and brought out many novel items to distribute among them. Then he produced a pile of body-tempering pills, handing a bottle to each of his cousins who had broken through to the body-tempering realm, urging them to train diligently daily. For those who had not yet broken through, he gave the pills to Chen Yuqing, telling them they could receive one from the clan head upon their breakthrough. He regaled them with interesting tales, and took the opportunity to check their martial arts progress, correcting any errors in their cultivation. Chen Yuqing watched this scene with a face full of benevolence. A breeze blew, rustling the leaves in the courtyard. He had obtained many rare herbs from his expedition to the Blood Wolf Valley, all beneficial to ordinary people and effective for body-tempering martial artists. He kept some aside, and it was not until the hour of Weisher that he left the manor. It was the height of summer, but for a martial artist of the inner Qi realm such heat was insignificant. In Qingyan town, a giant eagle soared into the sky, charging towards the heavens and vanishing like a streak of light. The townsfolk were no longer surprised. They went about their business, leaving only the young children gazing with sparkling eyes. In their little minds, they fantasized about one day soaring into the sky atop the azure eagle. Chen Qinglin rode the azure-feathered eagle flying towards Dingyuan County. Who could it be? In Dingyuan County, the patrolling soldiers wore stern expressions, staring at the city outskirts without daring to be negligent. "Captain, look!" A sharp-eyed soldier spotted a green silhouette in the sky heading straight for Dingyuan County. Wei Yuan looked in the direction his subordinate pointed. Upon a closer look, he saw a cyan divine eagle flying towards them. He immediately relaxed and said, "Don't worry, this is the same divine eagle that came with Elder Shun to Dingyuan County. It must be someone from Clearwind Mountain. Go report to the county office." "Yes, Captain." Sure enough, the Psy and giant eagle landed not far from the city wall. A figure in a cyan robe descended and approached the city gate. Upon entering the county town, a squad leader at the city gate showed unexpected warmth, dispatching a soldier to escort him all the way to the opposite side of the county office, where a dwelling had been specially designated for the members of Qingfeng Mountain. Arriving there, the soldier who had guided him announced his presence to the gatekeeper before taking his leave. A figure emerged from the main entrance and led Chen Qinglin into the residence. Crossing the courtyard, they reached a front yard where a servant went in to announce his arrival. Only then did Chen Qinglin see someone come out to greet him. Upon seeing the visitor, he realized he did not recognize him. He rarely ventured out within the sect, often cultivating in his own small courtyard. Even within Qingyun Peak, there were many elders and senior brothers he did not know, let alone in the rest of the sect. Perhaps many within the sect were also unaware of his existence. The visitor appeared to be in his 40s with a beard and was at the initial stage of the condensing truth realm. "Elder," Chen Qinglin greeted first. "I heard you once went to Qingyan Town looking for this disciple. May I ask what business you had?" "Junior brother Chen, no need to be so courteous. Though we have never met, I have long admired your reputation. Upon hearing that you had returned to Qingyan Town this time, I came here specifically to meet you." "You flatter me, Elder. These past 2 days I have been patrolling the area and was unaware of your arrival. My surname is Shin, given name E. Shinshur is my clansman. I am many years your senior, so you may call me senior brother." Shen Yi spoke to Chen Qinglin, appraising the youth. Shinshur was his clansman, and it was this very youth whom his clansmen had brought to Qingfeng Mountain. Having broken through to the midstage of the inner Qi realm within just half a year of joining, and upon arriving in Qingyan Town, he had heard that this youth had slain a latest-stage second-tier dazzling beast. Moreover, according to accounts, it was not a prolonged battle but a near-total domination. Although this junior brother displayed mid-stage inner Qi cultivation, he suspected he might have already broken through to the late stage. And a latest-stage inner Qi cultivator with extraordinary combat prowess. The sect had sent him here to garrison, and he also wished to cultivate a good relationship with this junior brother. After his trip to Qingyan Town, he was even more convinced that this youth's future would not stop at the condensing truth realm. The spirit aperture realm was uncertain, but the embracing origin realm was a certainty. Though he himself had now reached the initial condensing truth stage, he knew that in this life, he had no hope of breaking through to the embracing origin realm. By befriending this youth, and with the bond of his clansman Shinshur, perhaps the future disciples of his family, who entered Qingfeng Mountain, might enjoy greater opportunities. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, yet only a breath had passed. Chen Qinglin, unaware of his musings, only felt that this elder was being excessively warm. But since he was the clansman of Steward Shinshur, he could not afford to slight him. Just as Shen Yi had thought, Chen Qinglin still cherished a debt of gratitude towards Shinshur, who had brought him to Qingfeng Mountain, even though Shinshur had merely been fulfilling his duty to discover promising talents for the sect. Addressing him as Senior Brother Shin, he followed Shen Yi into the hall. "Senior Brother Shin, are you newly arrived here?" "Indeed. In the past, when recruiting disciples, the county towns were handled by outer sect stewards at the perfected inner Qi realm. Only this time, fearing unforeseen circumstances, the sect specially sent me to oversee this place. But the sect may have underestimated the situation. I fear that among the beast tides attacking the county this time, there may be a third-tier demonic beast." Upon arriving here, Shin Yi, based on intelligence gathered from the county office and local righteous individuals, had determined that the beast tide involved a third-tier demonic beast. Fortunately, third-tier and higher spirit beasts had already developed intelligence and would not be easily controlled by demonic beasts. Thus Shen Yi was not concerned about third-tier spirit beasts. A third-tier demonic beast. Chen Qinglin frowned, thinking of the blood wolf. It was a formidable threat, he mused. However, as long as no fourth-tier demonic beast appeared, he had no fear. Concealing his cultivation was merely to keep some trump cards hidden, not because he could not reveal them. Moreover, with his current cultivation in the region of Dashuan, he feared no opponent below the embracing origin realm. Spirit Aperture Realm cultivators rarely appeared, and the Embracing Origin realm represented the pinnacle of combat power. He now ranked among the upper echelons of battle strength. Even if an Embracing Origin cultivator came, he was not without the desire to test his blade against them. Senior brother, are you familiar with Chongyang Commandery? Chen Qinglin thought of something and changed the subject. Chongyang Commandery. I have been there a few times, but I am not well acquainted. Shen Yi replied, though puzzled. If junior brother wishes to learn, I could invite the county magistrate to enlighten you. The county magistrate Han. It's not a significant matter. It wouldn't be worth troubling the magistrate. Oh, then speak, junior brother. Senior brother, do you know the factions within the city of Chongyang Commandery? I thought you were going to ask about something else. The distribution of power in Chongyang Commandery is something I can explain to you. The power structure in Chongyang Commandery is not complicated. The prefectural office of the imperial court is the greatest force. Next are the four great families led by the commandery assistant, the Lin Mengdu and Shui families. After them come the local gangs and minor clans. You need not concern yourself with these lesser ones. They are only led by inner chi martial artists. On the other hand, both the four great families and the prefectural office have condensing truth realm martial artists stationed there. Shen Yi recounted all he knew, detailing the top combat forces of Chongyang Commandery. Now there is also a garrison commander from the Dashuan dynasty at the Embracing Origin realm station there. That is all I know, junior brother. Do you have any other questions? Thank you for enlightening me, senior brother. I would like to know the esteemed names of the prefect and the commandery assistant, so I can advise my family members accordingly, to avoid any inadvertent offense in the future. Chen Qinglin explained after hearing this. I see. The prefect's name is Guantong, and the commandery assistant is Lin Jianda. I have crossed paths with them and shared a few drinks. If you ever need assistance, I have some influence there. Shen Yi spoke at length while Chen Qinglin silently repeated the name Lin Jianda in his heart. I have troubled you today, senior brother. Not at all. Meeting a fellow sect member outside the sect feels very heartwarming. If you have nothing else to do, feel free to come here often. It also helps me share the burden of defending against the beast tide. With you stationed here, senior brother, there is no real burden. If a beast tide occurs, you can send me a message. Chen Qinglin produced a communication talisman that could reach him and handed it to Shen Yi. Taking the talisman, the two chatted idly in the residence, discussing martial arts matters within the sect and tales from Shen Yi's youthful travels. Unnoticed, the sky had darkened and Chen Qinglin rose to take his leave. After he left, several people came to Shen Yi. Brother Shen, I heard you were entertaining a guest. May I have the honor of making his acquaintance? One of them said upon seeing Shen Yi. It was just a disciple of my Qingfeng Mountain, hardly worth Brother Bai's notice. But Brother Bai, you have arrived in Dingyuan County rather late. Oh, a fellow disciple of yours, Brother Shen. Why not introduce him? I have brought a student from Shanshui Academy this time. They could get to know each other. Arriving late is not a problem. With you here, Brother Shen, Dingyuan County is safe. Brother Bai, you are too late. He has already left. Shen Yi said with a smile. Then seeing Han Lang nearby, he added, County Magistrate Han is also here. It seems a banquet has been prepared to welcome Brother Bai. Alas, if Brother Shen does not come, how can it be a proper welcome? Since Brother Bai is here, how could I not come? But that depends on whether County Magistrate Han welcomes me, haha. Elder Shen is joking. The tavern has prepared wine and dishes awaiting both Master Bai and Elder Shen. Please. Unaware of what transpired afterward, Chen Qinglin, standing on his Qingyu eagle, pondered Shen Yi's words. The commandery assistant of Chongyang Lin Jianda, one of the four great families, the Lin family. Was it you? He had not yet informed Shen Yi of this matter, as he was still uncertain whether this was the same Lin family from the county city. He planned to hasten to Chongyang County City under the cover of night to investigate further. Fifth uncle, why must we leave the county city and go on a journey? Yanmei and I are only at the early stage of the inner chi realm, and Cheng Yuan is merely at the late stage, with the beast tide causing chaos. Yes, father, our Lin family. Enough chatter. The patriarch's decision is not for you to question. Hurry along. Yes. The replies came twice, their voices laden with weariness. Beside them a man remained silent, trudging forward with his head down. Fifth uncle. I told you not to speak. Move faster. You? No, fifth uncle. Look over there. Isn't that a person? Lin, he followed his niece's pointing finger, and indeed saw a silhouette hurrying through the night. It's nothing. Likely just a traveler. Pay it no mind. Lin, he spoke thus, yet a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Keep moving. The darkness obscured all vision. He wondered if the man had overheard their conversation. At such a distance, it seemed impossible. though he wished to avoid complications. If this person had caught even a fragment of their words, it would pose a threat. As the fifth elder of the Lin family, he was privy to certain deeds the clan had undertaken. He fully endorsed the patriarch's decisions, especially given the recent edict from the Yen king, which was highly unfavorable to them. The sudden eruption of the beast tide had caught them off guard. Had he foreseen this, he would never have allowed Lin Chong to transport the goods during such a time. Regret was futile. Over the years, this clandestine trade had allowed the declining Lin family to regain its footing, rising from the bottom of the four great clans of Chongyang County to the very top. In recent years, they had even secured the position of county magistrate. With an influx of resources, the younger generation of the clan had achieved ever higher cultivation levels. Even he, thanks to abundant resources, had broken through from the inner Qi realm to the half-step condensing truth realm. If things continued this way, he would truly reach the condensing truth realm in just a year or two. The Lin family had grown increasingly powerful, often performing charitable deeds outwardly and helping countless people. Those wretched commoners should count themselves fortunate to contribute to their cause. But now they would likely have to lie low for a while, and his breakthrough to the condensing truth realm would be delayed. How infuriating! He wondered what had happened to Lin Chong and the others. Yet, as he led Cheng Yuan Chengyan and Cheng Hao out, the patriarch had secretly dispatched men to investigate. Lost in thought, he pressed on with the three. After a while, Lin Chengyuan and the others could finally make out the figure's features. A youth of 15 or 16 carrying a long sword was heading toward Chongyang County City. Likely a fledgling wanderer. As they crossed paths, the youth met their gaze briefly before looking away and continuing on his way. The moment the youth passed behind them, Lin he struck. The blade flashed like a crescent moon, aiming to decapitate the youth. Too slow. Unexpectedly, Lin he's assault was effortlessly parried by the youth's scabbard, a low murmur escaping the latter's lips. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chengyuan and the other two were still reeling from their fifth uncle's sudden attack on the youth. They saw the youth easily block their uncle's blade. This is a misunderstanding. We can compensate. Lin he tried to explain, but the youth cut him off. No need for explanations. I heard what you said. What are you talking about? Heard what? Lin he's eyes narrowed. Exactly what you think. I was looking for your Lin family. Perfect timing. As he spoke, a gentle breeze stirred, sweeping over Lin Chengyuan and the other two. Before Lin he and the others could react, their limbs were crippled and their jaws dislocated. The youth casually tapped a few points, destroying their dantian and chi seas. The four writhed in agony on the ground. The youth gazed toward Chongyang County City and thought to himself, it seems there's no need to investigate Chongyang County any further. Time rewound to before encountering Lin he and his group. Chen Qinglin had guided the Cyan Feather Eagle to a halt 50 li from Chongyang County City. The eagle was too conspicuous, so he planned to enter the city alone for investigation, which was more prudent. He had not gone far when he caught voices carried by the wind. Though he did not eavesdrop intently, the breeze brought him snippets of Lin he's conversation. Their words were few, but he noted key phrases: Lin family, leaving the county city journey, and patriarch's decision. He remained impassive, intending to probe further. What followed was the so-called fifth uncle attacking him without reason, striking with lethal intent and no mercy. Pity, though both were at the condensing truth realm, the other fell short. What a stroke of luck! Effortless. He was now certain that the Lin family in Chongyang County City was the same clan mentioned by those in the Blood Wolf Valley. He looked at the four who writhed in pain, unable to speak, then at the night sky. Fate wills it so. Your Lin family ends here. He summoned the Cyan Feather Eagle, and with the four in tow rushed through the night to find the elder of Qingfeng Mountain stationed in Chongyang County City. After revealing his identity, Chen Qinglin stated his purpose. The elder dismissed the others, leaving only Chen Qinglin and himself in the chamber. Seeing this, Chen Qinglin recounted the matter of the Lin family. The elder of Qingfeng Mountain replied, "So you are junior brother Fu's disciple. I am He Zhongdao, elder of the Qingjing Peak. You may call me uncle." He continued, "This is a grave matter. We must inform Zhuqiuming, the garrison envoy of the patrol division. Furthermore, the patrol division possesses a secret art to compel confession, unavoidable, unless one is born with a mighty soul or has comprehended an artistic conception. Speed is of the essence. Please take me there, uncle." He had long known of the patrol division's truth-telling art, but his current status prevented him from meeting the garrison envoy directly. Moreover, with a sect elder present, coming here was the optimal choice. Chen Qinglin intended to uproot the Lin family, this cancerous tumor, with lightning speed. Good. Wait a moment, nephew. Such traitors to humanity must be eliminated on sight. However, it is best to invite brothers Wa here. He produced a command talisman and transmitted a message: brothers will come quickly. Do not alert anyone. I He Zhongdao have urgent matters to discuss. Having said this, He Zhongdao was keenly interested in how Chen Qinglin had discovered the matter and rescued the people. Chen Qinglin recounted 7 or 8 parts of the story, merely describing the Blood Wolf as having a peak inner chi realm with combat power at the half-step condensing truth realm. Though still somewhat exaggerated, it was the most plausible explanation Chen Qinglin could devise. Even so, He Zhongdao praised him, repeatedly declaring that junior brother Fu had taken on an excellent disciple. Not long into their conversation, garrison envoys Wu Qiuming arrived. He wore a solemn and dignified black robe with thick eyebrows, a square face, and resolute eyes exuding an air of calm composure. Seeing only He Zhongdao and a youth in the room, he said, "Brother He, what is so urgent?" Wu Qiuming asked. "Please sit, Brother Zhua. My nephew here has a matter to discuss." Chen Qinglin then recounted everything in detail. After listening, Wu Qiuming closed his eyes briefly before saying, "Young hero Chen mentioned capturing the 4 fleeing Lin family members. Are they still here? Please wait a moment, sir. I have brought them." With that, Chen Qinglin went out, retrieved the 4 from the cyan feather eagle's back, and brought them before Wu Qiuming. Seeing their injuries, Chen Qinglin explained that it was to prevent them from taking their own lives. Wu Qiuming did not reproach him. However, He Zhongdao pulled Chen Qinglin aside, saying they would wait outside. Chen Qinglin then understood that Wu Qiuming was about to employ the patrol division's truth-telling secret art, which was not for him to observe. He waited outside with He Zhongdao until Wu Qiuming's voice came from within. After a while, he invited them in. Once inside, Wu Qiuming began his interrogation. Among the 3 younger ones, Lin Qinghao and Lin Qingyan knew little, only that cultivation resources had increased significantly in the past 5 or 6 years. Lin Qingyuan was aware of the matter, but did not know how it operated. Lin He was the key. He had participated in numerous dealings with demon beasts, and confessed everything about how they controlled peripheral forces to abduct infants and commoners. Wu Qiuming listened, his fury erupting as he smashed the table where He Zhongdao had been drinking tea. He Zhongdao was equally enraged. Chen Qinglin had not imagined that the Blood Wolf Valley was merely one part of this trade, nor that so many heinous acts had occurred. Drop by drop, detail by detail, they had committed every evil. Though this family still wore human faces, they were beasts in human skin. The Lin family enjoyed a fine reputation in Changyang County City. They aided the distressed, reduced rents, defended the weak, and were warm and hospitable. County Magistrate Lin Jianda was also highly esteemed. The common folk called him a good official. It was all a carefully crafted facade. Lin He jolted awake, recalled what he had confessed, and turned pale with despair. Wu Qiuming had never imagined such atrocities occurring within the county city. Clenching his fists, he slowly rose and said, "Leave these scum here with you, Brother He. I will immediately dispatch troops. Tonight I will need the help of Brother He and your nephew. I would not dare refuse. This is a matter of our race. I will do my utmost. Garrison envoy, when deploying troops, please do not reveal the target. Only then can we catch them off guard and capture them in one fell swoop. I will remember your words, nephew Chen." With that, Wu Qiuming cast one last glance at the 4 Lin family members and hurried out, heading straight for the Changyang County Patrol Division. Chen Qinglin looked at these people and quickly prepared himself. Knowing the outcome often leads to bold deductions. Within the Changyang Prefecture, inside the Patrol Division, figures moved about as patrol officers donned their armor and weapons, swiftly assembling. "Summoning us at this late hour, the prefect must have some matter to address. It must be something grave, else why would we gather in the dead of night? Why all the speculation? Well, know soon enough." Only after every member of the patrol division had arrived did Wu Qiuming appear. He directed the patrol division to advance toward the Lin residence. Midway, the Changyang Prefecture's garrison commander approached Wu Qiuming to report on the assembly of the city defense forces. "My lord, we have sealed all city gates. The remaining garrison troops are in position. Please issue your orders." "Have you apprehended those I instructed you to detain?" Wu Qiuming inquired. "Reporting, my lord. All except those on leave have been taken into custody." "Your efforts are appreciated, Commander, and this humble officer dare not claim hardship in your presence, my lord." "Very well. Order your garrison to advance swiftly and surround the area. If a single person escapes, you will be held accountable." "Yes." The commander departed swiftly. Wu Qiuming glanced at the patrol division behind him and remarked, "I know you are still unclear about tonight's objective, but you will understand soon enough." Meanwhile, the movements of the patrol division and garrison forces alarmed the numerous factions within Changyang Prefecture. Suspecting a beast tide, they sent scouts to investigate, only to find no wild beasts outside the city. They pondered the cause in secret. The Lin family shared this confusion, never imagining the operation was directed at them. Only Lin Jiaming, the family head, felt a vague unease, yet he never suspected their own deeds had come to light. Indeed, there had been no prior warning. Given the Lin family's power and influence, they had allies within the city garrison, the prefectural office, and even the patrol division itself. Within the ranks of the garrison and patrol division, some noticed the rout and grew suspicious, seeking to slip away and tip off the Lin family. But it was too late. Casting aside all pretense, the patrol division and garrison forces marched directly to the Lin residence and encircled it completely. The Lin family was caught utterly off guard. Only those aware of their crimes turned pale. Zhuo Qiuming knew that given the Lin family's standing in Chongyang, they had informants planted in every major faction. Yet everything was too late. Even he had only learned of the matter at the last moment and mobilized the troops on a whim. Who could have foreseen it? Just as that youth had said, only by striking without warning could they deliver a fatal blow. Seeing the Lin residents surrounded, the watching families and factions were stunned. Commander, and is there some misunderstanding? Lin Jiaming addressed the leading general and Yuan. Only a few days ago, we shared a drink together. Head Lin, I am merely following orders. We can discuss this later. And Yuan replied. Though he had shared a few drinks with Lin Jiaming and his brother Lin Jianda, it was clear from Zhuo Qiuming's demeanor that the Lin family was doomed. He had to distance himself. Their past camaraderie was merely pretense. Who wanted any connection to them now? May I ask under whose orders, General? Given our past, you are acting on my orders. Before Lin Jiaming could finish, a deep, commanding voice interrupted. He turned to see the patrol prefect who had arrived from Yendu City a few days ago, Zhuo Qiuming. Lord Zhuo. Lin Jiaming tried to speak, but Zhuo Qiuming cut him off. Are you about to claim your Lin family is a house of virtue? Or boast of your contributions to Chongyang Prefecture? Or perhaps cite the achievements of your brother prefectural governor Lin Jianda? Lin Jiaming sensed disaster as Zhuo Qiuming listed these points. This was the annihilation of the Lin family. He knew well what he had done. Once exposed, the Lin family would face utter ruin. But now the discerning members of the family must have realized the truth. He had to buy them time. Lords, my Lin family may not be paragons of virtue, but we have committed no heinous crimes in Chongyang. My brother Lin Jianda, as prefectural governor, has always upheld the law with integrity. Lin Jiaming protested. I know you are stalling for time, Zhuo Qiuming retorted. But let the people of this prefecture hear the crimes your Lin family has committed, lest they accuse me of executing without just cause. In the 3rd month of the 17th year of Dashuan, your family gathered 3,000 people to trade with demonic beasts in the Qingyan Mountains, receiving 361st grade spirit herbs and 36 2nd grade. In the 10th month of the same year, you secretly manipulated the Shuesha gang in Fengshe County to collect hundreds of infants for trade with demonic beasts. In the 7th month of the 19th year, in the 11th month of the 22nd year, in the 5th month of the 24th year, just days ago, you sent Lin Chang and others to deliver hundreds of infants to the Blood Wolf Valley in the Qingyan Mountains. But this time your transaction was discovered. Have I wronged you? Zhuo Qiuming stared at Lin Jiaming, recounting the Lin family's years of dealings with demonic beasts and their crimes in Chongyang Prefecture. The family's factions and commoners watching erupted into an uproar. I knew it. The Lin family's rapid rise these past years was no coincidence. How could the Lin family do such a thing? So my daughter's disappearance wasn't a case of her wandering off. My son. The Lin family is finished. A thunderous crash. A figure hurtled through the air, smashing heavily into the Lin family compound. Cough. As the dust cleared, a man lay in a massive crater, spewing blood mixed with fragments of his lungs and heart. His internal organs clearly shattered. Ancestor. Lin Jiaming stared in disbelief at the familiar figure. Their ancestor Lin Hongchang was a peak condensing realm cultivator. Who but Zhuo Qiuming could have harmed him? Could it be? Realizing the implication, Lin Jiaming felt a surge of despair. As expected, He Zongdo's figure gradually materialized in the air. Its elder He of Clear Wind Peak. The patriarchs of the Mengdu and Shui families all recognized the newcomer. Lin Jiaming also identified He Zhongdao. I never imagined my humble Lin family would attract the attention of two esteemed figures from Clear Wind Peak and the Patrol Division. Brothers, you've said enough. Let's not waste time. He Zhongdao had no interest in hearing Lin Jiaming out and addressed Zhuo Qiuming instead. I appreciate your assistance, brother He. Zhuo Qiuming clasped his hands in thanks to He Zhongdao. Turning to the Lin family, his gaze icy, he declared, all troops hear my command. The Lin family has colluded with demonic beasts and harmed the people. By the king's decree, all who conspire with demons and betray humanity shall be executed without mercy. Every member of the Lin family shall be slain to the last, no quarter given. Yes. The killing intent shook the prefecture, piercing the heavens. Ah! You want to wipe out my Lin family? Even in death, it'll take a chunk out of you. Lin Jiaming's face twisted in fury as he prepared to resist. Did the countless commoners you wronged not say the same? Did you spare them? Zhuqiuming struck out in rage, reducing Lin Jiaming to a mist of blood, with a single palm strike shattering the buildings and people behind him. Then the patrol division and garrison forces stormed the Lin residence. Cries of agony, pleas for mercy, and curses filled the air without end. The once elegant rockery's clear springs, exquisite gardens, and intricately carved buildings collapsed into ruins amid the battle. Jeweled treasures buried deep underground and hidden chambers were all discovered one by one. In the night sky, Chen Qinglin did not intervene. He stood atop the azure-feathered eagle, watching the Lin family's downfall. His eyes betrayed not a flicker of emotion. With two embracing Origin Realm experts, Uncle He of Clear Wind Peak and Zhuqiuming, present, the Lin family, lacking a cultivator of that level despite centuries of legacy, could not muster even a ripple of resistance. As everything drew to a close, a piercing cry from the azure-feathered eagle rang out. He Zhongdao's Zhuqiuming and the three family patriarchs in the distance looked up. A majestic azure eagle swiftly merged with the night, vanishing from sight. The patriarchs of the Mengdu and Shui families gazed thoughtfully at the departing eagle. He Zhongdao and Zhuqiuming stood, together, their eyes fixed on where the azure-feathered eagle had disappeared. Zhuqiuming remarked, "Clear Wind Peak has produced another outstanding disciple." He Zhongdao remained silent, planning to return to the mountain and share tea with junior brother Fu, Xinxing, for a good long chat. A demonic beast surpassing the inner breath realm, its combat strength reaching half-step condensing realm. That junior disciple had rescued those commoners and rushed to Chongyang Prefecture, tonight orchestrating the Lin family's destruction. Tisk tisk, junior brother Fu truly has taken in a remarkable apprentice. Word has it that this lad has even founded a cloud-gathering society in his own courtyard. Perhaps I should encourage my disciples to frequent Qingyun Peak more often, at a place immeasurably far from Dashuan. At dawn, the great sun had just risen. Gentle sunlight spilled over a lake. The sunlight floated upon the water, and the water shimmered like gold in the light. A cloud-winged bird dotted with a few black feathers landed on the lakeshore. A figure in a black robe leaped down from its back. Arriving at this lake, she lowered her hood, and even she was somewhat enchanted by the beautiful scene before her. After bidding farewell to Chen Qinglin and Xie Jingyun, Jiang Qingyue had hardly paused for over a month, traveling eastward without rest. She passed through 5 or 6 dynasties and had already left the Dongling region. Now she was in the Donghu region. This region was named for its many rivers and lakes. For some unknown reason, she had encountered an unusual number of strange beasts along the way, and from time to time beast tides attacked human cities. This did not match her memories. She did not recall such a massive beast tide occurring during this period. Or perhaps it had always existed, but since it hadn't happened in the Eastern Profound region in her past life, she had never heard of it. Thinking this over, she felt it must be so. The Eastern Profound region was the heart of the Eastern Domain, its most prosperous area. With numerous king-level existences and the awe-inspiring Spear Emperor guarding it, no beast would dare to invade. Along the way, whenever she encountered a situation within her power, she would lend a hand. But if it involved a third-tier beast or higher, she could do little to help. Clop clop, 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 clop. On the lake's surface was reflected a man in a pristine white cloud-patterned robe. He lay on the back of a snow-white horse with wings, a nameless wild grass dangling from his lips. His eyes were closed as if his spirit was immersed in the world. Jiang Qingyue also heard the sound of hooves, but this lake was occasionally visited by others, so it was not unusual. She went about her own business. This lake was indeed refreshing, allowing one to momentarily forget their troubles. "Miss, may I trouble you for a moment?" A warm voice sounded beside her ear. Jiang Qingyue looked up and saw a handsome young man about the same age as her, 15 or 16 years old. He possessed an ethereal temperament, giving off a very comfortable feeling. Behind him followed a snow-white winged horse. She could not discern the man's cultivation level. It should be higher than her own. "What is it, young master?" Jiang Qingyue found this person somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Could it be that she felt a kinship simply because the young man was handsome? She silently scolded herself for being infatuated. Wasn't he just a slightly handsome youth? Recently, beast tides have been sweeping through the regions. I am traveling around and seeing that you seem to be a traveler. As well, miss, do you know where in this region the beast disturbances are most frequent? I wish to offer what little help I can. The white-robed youth slowly explained the reason for his inquiry, and Jiang Qingyue understood his intent. He was probably a disciple from some great sect or noble family out on a training journey. I have just arrived in the Donghu region myself, so I am not too clear on the beast tide situation here. However, if you head west from here, it won't be long before you reach the Dongling region. Along my journey, this region has experienced frequent beast tides. and I have witnessed many attacks on human towns. Seeing that it was merely a question about directions, Chen Qinglin recounted her experiences from the Dongling region. Yet the feeling of familiarity with this person grew stronger. The white-robed youth listened quietly, then said, "Thank you, miss. I shall take my leave now." He mounted his horse and rode away. Chen Qinglin couldn't help but ask, "May I ask for your name, young master?" The young man turned back from afar with a slight smile. "I am Mo Yuanyu. Farewell, miss." With that, the white horse spread its snowy wings and soared into the sky. Too shocked to dwell on the name, she watched the departing youth and called out loudly, "Young Master Mo, when you go to the Dongling region, you must go to Qingfeng Mountain in the Dashuan dynasty and seek out a man named Chen Qinglin." Whether the white-robed youth heard her or not, the snow-white winged horse flapped its wings once and transformed into a streak of white light, disappearing into the clouds. And Chen Qinglin finally understood where her sense of familiarity came from. It had nothing to do with the young man's handsome features. This youth would also become a renowned figure in later ages. He was the unparalleled prodigy of the Eastern Domain, who succeeded the Spear Emperor, the Misty Spear Emperor Mo Yuanyu. He was a man of few desires and a tranquil mind who loved to wander the world. After Chen Qinglin rose to prominence, Mo Yuanyu visited Qingfeng Mountain to converse with him, and they later became friends. Both hailing from the Eastern Domain and sharing similar interests, Mo Yuanyu once said he regretted not meeting brother Qinglin in their humble beginnings. However, their personalities were polar opposites. Mo Yuanyu loved to travel, while Chen Qinglin always stayed on Qingfeng Mountain. People wondered how these two ever managed to get along. After recalling this, Chen Qinglin understood why she had said what she did. She was somewhat curious to see what interesting things might happen if the two met in their youth. In a way, Chen Qinglin was also her senior brother. If there was any juicy gossip, wouldn't she be able to enjoy it up close? She was quite the lover of entertainment. Leaving Chen Qinglin aside for now, Mo Yuanyu, after hearing the black-robed girl's final words, felt a bit bewildered. It seemed as if the girl knew him, but he was certain this was their first meeting. They had never seen each other before, much less known one another. The girl's words did pique his curiosity. Since he was traveling anyway, going to the place she mentioned wouldn't hurt. A sword is a weapon, intent is will. Sword intent, however, is not the will of the weapon but the will of the self. When one's swordsmanship reaches a profound level, one can sense the texture of the sword in hand. Gradually transcending mere technique, one comprehends the state of unity between man and sword. Chen Qinglin stood silently on a cliff. The surrounding rock faces were covered with fine sword marks. During his battle with the blood wolf, the sharp aura of his sword had grown increasingly vigorous. Even the sword marks left from the fierce battle still exuded an irrepressible sharpness. And after returning yesterday from annihilating the Lin family, he had been standing on this cliff ever since. He felt his heart was clear and his thoughts were transparent. If someone looked from a distance, they would think a peerless divine sword stood there, not a person. The sword techniques he had once practiced continuously surfaced and rehearsed in his mind. Iron sword technique, wind riding sword technique, wind chasing sword technique, blood shadow sword technique, wind fury sword technique. Each rehearsal brought him new insights. Formless and form-bound, intentional and unintentional, following his own will. Suddenly, Chen Qinglin transformed into a beam of sword light, vanishing from the cliff in an instant. When his figure reappeared, he was already at the foot of the Green Mountain. Looking back at the cliff, he had just left a faint smile curved on Chen Qinglin's lips. He restrained the sharp aura around him and returned to his usual self. He summoned the azure plume eagle that was nearby and swiftly rode it towards Dingyuan County. Before returning to Qingyan Town, he had some matters to attend to in Dingyuan County. Recalling the journey back after the Lin family's destruction yesterday, he had passed by this high mountain. The towering peak, like a giant sword piercing the clouds, had stirred his thoughts. He had stopped on the peak, falling into a state of oblivion to both man and the world. Now he had officially caught up with his master Yun Tianqing, comprehending sword intent at the true condensation realm. Now, despite the vast gap between the true condensation and embryo nourishment realms, he could fight across realms. Of course, this refers to those in the embryo nourishment realm who have not comprehended any intent. The intent of wind combined with sword intent is the wind sword intent. The killing moves of the sword path executed with this were several times more powerful than before. His heart was at ease and heroic sentiments surged within him. Today I draw my sword for you who harbors grievances. Upon arriving at Dingyuan County, he did not go to see Shen Yi first. Instead, after being reported, he went to the backyard of the county office and met the county magistrate Han Lang. "Young hero Chen, what brings you to my humble abode?" Han Lang said upon seeing Chen Qinglin, feeling amazed that in just half a year this young man had grown to such an extent. Not to mention the other 3 disciples from the martial arts schools that joined Qingfeng Mountain at the same time, but even decades ago Dingyuan County had never seen someone as stunning as the young man before him. Lord Han, this is a book and a letter from Lord Zhuochoming, the inspector of Chongyang County, entrusted to me to deliver to you. Chen Qinglin did not linger. Upon seeing Han Lang, he handed over the materials entrusted to him by Inspector Zhuochoming along with the letter from the county governor Guantong. After Han Lang took the letter and book, he opened it right in front of Chen Qinglin and began reading. Seeing that Han Lang did not avoid him and read the letter openly, Chen Qinglin felt he could not just leave. After finishing the letter, Han Lang turned to Chen Qinglin and said, though it feels a bit awkward, I still wish to trouble you, young hero Chen. He continued, this basic body refinement technique has been ordered by the king to be disseminated throughout the country, so that ordinary citizens can practice it. I have an unusual request. Could you please assist in delivering this basic body refinement technique to Qingyan Town and the 5 towns nearby? Oh, the basic body refinement technique. This is a matter that benefits the nation and the people. I would be remiss not to comply. Chen Qinglin took a look at the basic body refinement technique and understood the significance it represented. It's truly great that young hero Chen is willing to help. I'll be counting on you. No need for formality, Lord Han. I shall take my leave now. All right, take care, young hero. After leaving the county office, he casually chatted with Shen Yi before exiting Dingyuan County. Originally, there were 7 towns on the way to Qingyan Town, but Shuidong Town and Shiling Town were breached by the beast tide. The citizens of Shuidong Town did not die on the spot. After being rescued by Chen Qinglin from the Blood Wolf Valley, they began to rebuild Shuidong Town under the leadership of the Wei Battle. However, in Shiling Town, not only were the citizens gone, but most of the buildings in the town had also turned to ruins. This is why Han Lang said for him to deliver the basic body refinement technique to the 5 towns around Qingyan Town. Along the way, he delivered the basic body refinement technique to the 5 towns and also visited Shuidong Town. Xie Jingyun planned to temporarily stay with Wei Battle in Shuidong Town to guard against the return of the beast tide. As for Qingyan Town, there wouldn't be any issues in the short term, and with junior brother Qinglin stationed there, she felt very assured. Upon seeing Chen Qinglin again, the citizens of Shuidong Town were very happy and insisted on expressing their gratitude. Fortunately, he moved quickly, or otherwise those people would have collectively bowed to him in gratitude. Returning to Qingyan Town, he handed over the book of the basic body refinement technique to the aide of Wei Battle and recounted what Wei Battle had said. The aide promptly ordered the book to be printed quickly and instructed that it be disseminated freely among the populace. Chen Qinglin also took a copy to read. He was unsure who authored the book, but it described the changes in the body refinement realm in an accessible manner. The meanings were profound and places that were difficult to understand without a master were explained in plain language. It even included a set of practice diagrams so that even illiterate people could follow along, making it a means of strengthening the body. This did not mean that the martial arts schools, which only accepted body refinement realm practitioners, would stop receiving disciples and close their doors. On the contrary, due to the increase in practitioners, the business of the martial arts schools improved. Self-practice could not compare to having someone guide you. Even the demand for educators increased, as simply practicing movements without specific mental methods was only a means of strengthening the body. Combining movement and stillness was necessary for ordinary people to enter the path of martial arts. As time passed, the basic body refinement technique brought smiles to the faces of some martial arts schools. In the past, martial arts schools recruited disciples without any means to test their qualifications, mostly accepting students based on fees paid. You pay a certain amount and I will teach you martial arts for that duration. Only when encountering a talented disciple would they consider taking them in. Countless hidden gems never had the opportunity to shine in their lifetimes. Now there was no need to discover them slowly on their own. With everyone practicing martial arts, excellent disciples would naturally feel their own changes. Over time, it would save the martial arts schools' families, and even the court and sects, a great deal of trouble, bringing forth many talented individuals. The only drawback was that martial arts resources were relatively scarce. With the same talent, those with resources made progress faster, while those without progressed more slowly. However, this was also unavoidable. 1 month later, Chen Qinglin and Xie Jingyun had not returned to Qingfeng Mountain. During this time, the beast tide had appeared 3 more times. Unlike before, when they attacked all the towns, this time they spread out and randomly attacked towns. However, with the Qingyu Eagle present, Chen Qinglin could reach Qingyan Town and the 5 nearby towns in the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea. Thus, nothing irreparable occurred. In fact, Chen Qinglin could fly through the air without the Qingyu Eagle. Since comprehending the sword intent, he had mastered the wind transformation sword technique. Using his understanding of the wind and sword intent, he could transform the wind into sword light to escape, but it required a significant amount of true essence. The consumption of true essence was still somewhat excessive for an ordinary person, and he was currently gradually perfecting it. Of course, for him, who had cultivated the infinite radiant true scripture, this amount of true essence was nothing. It was simply quite conspicuous, so it was still better to ride the Qingyu eagle. Additionally, after reviewing the basic body refinement technique, he used it as a foundation to create a top-tier ordinary-level sword technique, the Swift Wind Sword technique. He left it to the Chen clan, and upon hearing about it, Chen Yuqing directly regarded it as a clan inheritance. The Swift Wind Sword technique has no other advantages. Its only advantage is its extremely fast sword speed. As for surpassing the training speed of the basic body refinement technique, he was still unable to achieve that. Though named the basic body refinement technique, it was already the most outstanding technique at the foundational stage of the body refinement realm. Chen Qinglin speculated that it might have been created by the true powerhouses of the continent, and perhaps it was already spread throughout the entire continent. His younger brother Chen Qingyun had begun his training 2 months ago. With numerous resources backing him, he had already reached the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, likely possessing talent comparable to Chen Qinglin's before his transformation. Chen Qinglin could not help but think of his several senior brothers at the martial arts school. Without resources and talent, they had been struggling in the early to mid stages of the body refinement realm for years through hard work and practice. In the past month, thanks to the beasts killed by Xie Jingyun and Chen Qinglin, the martial arts realms of many had seen progress. 5th senior brother Zhao Dingming had broken through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm. 4th senior brother Li Lin was also at the 5th level. 3rd senior sister Wu Jianxue had reached the 6th level. 2nd senior brother Jiang Chong had broken through to the 8th level of the body refinement realm during the 6 months. He went to Qingfeng Mountain, and now with these resources he was steadily advancing towards the 9th level. The eldest brother Xie Jingjiang had finally fully recovered from his injuries after a month of recuperation, though he did not make much progress in martial arts. Most of the other disciples in the school also made breakthroughs. Master Xiefeng, who had been in the early stage of the internal Qi realm for many years, recently broke through to the mid-stage of the internal Qi realm. However, he could not compare to Xie Jingyun, who had undergone a transformation 2 months ago and had rapidly progressed since. Currently, although she was still in the mid-stage of the internal Qi realm, she had already opened the 12 meridians. Once she opened another channel in her body, she could break through to the late stage. This speed even shocked Xiefeng. He marveled at the power of top-tier talent and felt gratified that this was his daughter. This change not only benefited the Iron Sword Martial Arts School, but also raised the overall level of the entire Qingyan town. After repelling the beast tide and slaying the beasts, Chen Qinglin swept through the nearby mountains once more. When Xiefeng sent someone to retrieve the beasts killed by Chen Qinglin, there was no concealment, so everyone knew that the nearby mountains were now relatively safe. Many citizens entered the mountains to search for herbs, especially after the release of the basic body refinement technique. Even more surged in. For Chen Qinglin, only spiritual herbs were somewhat helpful, as he already had a vast number of rare herbs in his ring. This was already the result of him distributing some to the Chen clan. However, just because he found them unworthy did not mean others felt the same. In the past month, the people of Qingyan Town acted as if they were picking up money, with the topic of conversation revolving around how many herbs they had dug up. Among the 90,000 people he had saved, over 50,000 were from Shui Dongtown, and very few chose to leave. Of the remaining 40,000 or so, those whose hometowns were nearby returned home. Those too far away had no way to go back and temporarily settled in Shui Dongtown. There were about 10,000 people who, upon hearing that their savior was from Qingyan Town, and knowing that there were several internal Qi realm martial artists stationed there, packed their belongings and moved to settle in Qingyan Town. The initial influx of over 10,000 people was indeed somewhat challenging for Qingyan Town to accommodate. However, population equates to productivity, and Qingyan Town naturally would not push people away. Moreover, Qingyan Town was rapidly developing, and it was not inconceivable that it could become a county town in the future. After Wei Battle commanded Shui Dongtown to get back on track, internal Qi realm martial artists returned to Dingyuan County to oversee the affairs of the town. The over 10,000 people were those who came to Qingyan Town with him, and Chen Qinglin of course also experienced some changes. Chen Qinglin's lifespan stood at 15 out of 200, his cultivation at the late stage of the condensing truth realm. His martial arts included the boundless radiant true scripture, condensing truth chapter perfection at 5596-410. 0000, the Gale Sword Technique Perfection, the Wind Transforming Sword Art Perfection, the Moon Treading Steps Perfection, the Rainstorm Sword Technique Perfection, the Drizzle Sword Technique Perfection, the Wind's Fury Sword Technique Perfection, the Torrent Sword Technique Great Success at 37224000, the Surging Wave Sword Technique Great Success at 11640000, and the Wind and Rain Sword Technique Great Success at 234850000. His sword moves included Riding the Wind Slash, 40 Wind Intent Draft Wind, 12 Penetration Intent, and Wind Intent Winds Vanishing, 40 Wind Intent Storm, 50 Wind Intent Drizzle over the Green Peak, 20 Rain Intent and Wind and Rain, 20 wind intent and rain intent. His intent realms were wind intent at 50,835,0000 pennet. His cultivation had broken through to the late stage of the condensing truth realm. During this period, he had also comprehended two new intents, concealment intent and rain intent. The Gale sword technique and the wind-transforming sword art were both his creations. From nothingness, they emerged at the pinnacle of mastery. Any future breakthroughs would only broaden the horizons of these sword techniques and secret arts. The drizzle sword technique and the rainstorm sword technique had been cultivated to perfection, and rain intent was comprehended after mastering these two techniques. Thus, among the martial arts, he had previously practiced only the boundless radiant true scripture. Condensing truth chapter remained imperfect. From the inherited memories bestowed by Yun Tianqing, he selected two sword techniques to cultivate the top-tier mortal-grade torrent sword technique and the surging waves sword technique. Furthermore, after comprehending rain intent and sword intent, he went to see his master Yun Tianqing. Rain intent and sword intent were the primary intents that Yun Tianqing cultivated. Being able to comprehend these two intents at the condensing truth realm was enough to bring comfort to his master's heart. As expected, when Yun Tianqing saw that he had grasped sword intent and rain intent, his eyes brimmed with joy. He wished to assess Chen Qinglin's recent cultivation progress. After a thorough examination, he witnessed his new killing move Storm. Chen Qinglin also informed Yun Tianqing about the blood wolves, noting that beast tides had been surging across the Great Xian domain. It seemed as if many long-dormant demonic beasts had suddenly emerged. Moreover, the number of heretical cultivators had also increased during this time. Listening to Chen Qinglin's description, Yun Tianqing thought of the bloodthirsty demon wolf clan that had invaded the true spirit realm. The description matched perfectly. This demonic beast clan was notoriously troublesome, and the higher their cultivation, the harder they were to kill. Their regenerative abilities were terrifying, and their combat prowess was equally formidable. They were a major clan in the true demon realm. He never expected Chen Qinglin to encounter them in this remote region, and even eliminate the initially awakened bloodthirsty demon wolf. Yun Tianqing praised the sword move that had destroyed the blood wolf, believing its power to be truly terrifying, capable of drawing upon natural phenomena at such a cultivation level. He encouraged Chen Qinglin to continue his in-depth research on this move. This killing technique would become the bane of the bloodthirsty demon wolf clan, known for their formidable regenerative abilities. As for the sword move Storm, Chen Qinglin had some ideas, but Yun Tianqing's inheritance lacked suitable sword techniques. He had to shelve those thoughts for now, planning to return to Clear Wind Mountain when he had the chance. Master, your disciple has recently developed another technique. Please appraise it, Chen Qinglin said on the lake's surface, addressing Yun Tianqing, who stood with his hands behind his back. Oh, then I shall observe closely. A gentle breeze arose, accompanied by fine drizzle, nourishing the earth silently. The fine rain mingled with the constant drizzle of the rain curtain's secret realm. The sword rose. Sword aura transformed into a gentle breeze, and fine drizzle enveloping Yun Tianqing. Invisible sword intent weaved through the breeze and rain. Yun Tianqing carefully sensed the intricacies and could not help but express great admiration. If not for the fact that every drop of rain in the rain curtain secret realm was an extension of his will, he might have been caught off guard. What an exquisite sword move that nourishes all things in silence. Seeing Yun Tianqing receive the move, Chen Qinglin's assault did not cease. The gentle breeze and fine rain suddenly transformed into a violent storm. Chen Qinglin intended to disrupt the natural environment of this place. He had realized that Yun Tianqing within the rain curtain was manipulating the surrounding world. This was a battlefield perfectly suited to Yun Tianqing. Only destruction could prevail. The torrential rain, empowered by the gale, seemed poised to obliterate everything under heaven, scouring all existence. It formed towering waves as if to recreate the world. Excellent! Yun Tianqing was overjoyed after receiving this move. He recognized that both the earlier gentle breeze and fine rain and the current scene resembling a flood of destruction were from the same sword technique. These were different variations of the same move. The fusion of wind intent and rain intent was flawless, and there were surely more variations to come. However, Chen Qinglin did not continue his attack. Further variations existed, but they were no longer meaningful. This was his new intent-fused sword move, wind and rain. It was the fusion of wind and rain. From it one could derive the gentle breeze and fine rain, or the violent storm. Rain sparse, wind fierce. As his comprehension deepened, new variations would emerge. However, with rain intent only at 20, its power had yet to match that of the storm move. If storm represented the pinnacle of his sword path in terms of power, then wind and rain was the epitome of his sword path's versatility. Seeing Chen Qinglin stop, Yun Tianqing began to guide him on the shortcomings of the technique. With his lofty perspective, he pointed out many flaws that Chen Qinglin could not yet perceive. After listening, Chen Qinglin gained much insight and planned to continue refining the move. Yun Tianqing then imparted another sword technique to him, the top-tier mortal-grade wind and rain sword technique. He hoped that cultivating it would bring him further enlightenment and aid his sword move. Looking at Chen Qinglin, Yun Tianqing felt a deep satisfaction. He had taken disciples before, but none possessed Chen Qinglin's remarkable talent. In time, he would surely inherit his legacy perfectly, perhaps even surpass him. How he longed to see that day. Leaving the Rain Curtain's secret realm, Chen Qinglin decided to venture into the depths of the Green Rock Mountain Range. After a month of exploration, the outer reaches of the Green Rock Mountain Range near Dingyuan County showed no anomalies. It was very quiet, with even the number of encountered beasts greatly diminished. Many paid it no mind, assuming that the influx of people had simply killed off the beasts. But the more peaceful it seemed, the more Chen Qinglin felt something was amiss. He told his masters Xie Feng and Wei Zhan not to let their guard down, and expressed his intention to explore deeper into the mountains. Outside Green Rock Town, he said, "Senior Sister Jingyun, remain in the town and notify me if anything happens. The Azure Plume Eagle is nearby. He'll go investigate the mountain range." Chen Qinglin did not intend to bring the Azure Plume Eagle. It was better to go alone. Xie Jingyun had initially wanted to accompany him, but she was currently the only one who could contact him remotely. She needed to stay in Green Rock Town for communication purposes. Moreover, he might venture deep into the mountains where he could encounter third or fourth-tier strange beasts or demonic beasts, making it inconvenient for Xie Jingyun to follow. "Be careful, junior brother," Xie Jingyun said. "Rest assured, senior sister." Chen Qinglin turned and left. Only after his figure disappeared from sight did Xie Jingyun return to the town. The ancient trees towered skyward, growing ever taller and more colossal as one ventured deeper into the mountain range. Looking up from beneath their canopies, their branches seemed to stretch into the very heavens. Upon entering the Qingyan mountain range, Chen Qinglin pressed deeper into the wilderness, uncertain of what fate awaited him in this unknown realm. He did not soar through the skies on his sword light, but instead walked steadily into the forest's depths. Amid the myriad peaks and valleys, precipitous cliffs loomed everywhere alongside bizarre rock formations, crystalline streams, and tangled vines weaving chaotically together. Scaling mountains and crossing rivers, 3 cycles of day and night had passed since he first set foot into these mountains. All manner of strange beast herds thrived and multiplied here, and Chen Qinglin could spot some third-tier exotic beasts among their ranks. This was a domain ruled by beasts where human footprints were a rare sight. Only martial artists at the Condensing Truth Realm could hope to explore such a place. Though nothing seemed amiss at first glance, careful observation revealed that the beast herds, whether exotic or ordinary, were strikingly sparse in number. An uncanny feeling hung in the air. Given the abundance of this environment, it could easily sustain 10 times the current population of beasts and exotic creatures. This realization struck Chen Qinglin with greater certainty when he came upon a troop of iron arm monkeys, confirming that something had indeed transpired within the mountains. The iron arm monkeys included both exotic and ordinary beasts. Those that evolved into exotic beasts typically never left their troop, instead living alongside their mundane kin. A normal troop comprised at least 300 to 500 monkeys. Yet the iron arm monkeys Chen Qinglin encountered numbered merely 20 or 30. Among them, only one was a second-tier iron arm monkey. The rest were ordinary. This lone iron arm monkey sat by itself atop a towering ancient tree, its gaze fixed on a single direction, as it nursed a silent sorrow. Yes, sorrow. Chen Qinglin could actually discern a tinge of grief in the monkey's expression. Following the direction the monkey kept staring at, he decided to investigate further. Heading that way, the forest grew increasingly dim, with sunlight barely filtering through the dense canopy of leaves and branches. An eerie silence pervaded the surroundings, as if some great terror lurked in the shadows. After another half-hour of walking, his eyes beheld a massive rift valley, as though a peerless martial artist had cleaved the earth with a single sword stroke. At the center of the rift lay an enormous crater. Dark clouds gathered and chilling winds howled. Within this place lurked a demonic beast more terrifying than those of the Blood Wolf Valley, and Chen Qinglin hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether he should enter. But having come this far, he had no intention of retreating. The spirit concealment art enhanced by the concealment intent masked his form and aura. He slipped silently into the vast crater at the center. Before he could venture deeper, a tremendous roar erupted from within the pit. Roar! How dare you! Following the roar, Chen Qinglin saw a flash of white light burst forth from the crater, shattering rocks, and causing the ancient trees along the rim to crack and tumble into the abyss. Amid the mountains, 100 Zanglong black python emerged from the crater, spewing plumes of black mist in pursuit of the white light. Wherever the black mist touched, the nearby vegetation withered instantly. The white light darted aside and materialized in the air. It was a white-robed youth riding a winged horse, In his hand he held a snow-white spear, its tip glinting with cold light as fierce gale energy coalesced into a gigantic spear shadow aimed at the python. The python's entire body was clad in impenetrable black scales, and the spear strike left only a faint white mark upon them. The python and the youth engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly another black-clad figure appeared wielding a fiery crimson longsword that slashed toward the mounted youth. The timing of the ambush was exquisitely precise. The youth hastily spun his spear to parry but was sent flying by the strike. The python lashed its tail, descending upon the youth like a collapsing mountain. In that critical moment, a cyan sword light flashed, slicing into the massive black tail. Seizing the opportunity, the youth swiftly escaped danger. The black-clad figure, his face veiled, fixed his serpentine eyes upon the new arrival. Meanwhile, Chen Qinglin had alighted atop a mountain peak. "Another fool who doesn't know when to die?" The black-clad man with the crimson longsword sneered coldly at Chen Qinglin's sudden appearance. "Who are you?" the youth demanded, turning to face his earlier assailant. "You've ruined my plans. Today neither of you will escape. Brother Shen Python, keep them here or this territory will be lost to us." The black-clad man called out to the python. "Hiss! You destroyed the spirit conversion altar. I will devour you." The 100-jong black python roared, spewing another cloud of black venom that rapidly enveloped Chen Qinglin and the youth. "My thanks for your aid, brother. This beast sought to demonize the exotic beasts within these mountains. I pursued this man here and uncovered their scheme. Beware. This mist is lethal." The white-robed youth barely managed a warning as the python lunged. Chen Qinglin needed no reminder. The flora in this region had all withered in an instant. This was a fourth-tier demonic beast. He had sensed it during their earlier clash. Without hesitation, he unleashed a wind roar slash. A gale-force wind blew the venomous mist back while the black-clad man incinerated the mist drifting toward him with a fiery sword strike. Without a word, the white-robed youth raised his spear and charged at the python. Chen Qinglin in silent accord engaged the black-clad man. The man hovered in midair, his blade flashing as flames from his sword formed a massive net descending upon Chen Qinglin. An early-stage Embracing Origin Realm cultivator. This man was a martial artist at the Embracing Origin Realm, comparable to a fourth-tier demonic beast. Chen Qinglin transformed into a sword light, piercing through the fiery blockade. A raging storm. The world around them transformed. Wind and rain swept down, extinguishing the inferno that blazed across the sky. The wind-controlled sword art. Piercing gust. The cyan light pierced through the black-clad man's body in an instant. Sword intent. Such swift swordplay. The man barely managed to utter these words before his body exploded into several pieces, plummeting into the peaks below. Seeing his azure-robed opponent dispatch his foe so quickly, the white-robed youth refused to be outdone. A dense spear intent manifested. City-crushing strike. As the spear strike emerged, layers of dark clouds gathered behind him. With a single thrust, he sent the python's head crashing into the mountains. Cloud convergence. The mists of heaven and earth condensed around his spear. The world was reduced to a single spear, its infinitely condensed cloud spear intent carrying the power to pierce through all things, striking the 100-jong python from head to tail as it tried to rise. Boom! The python crashed down, its life force extinguished by the spear intent, leaving only a corpse. It slammed heavily into the peak before tumbling down into the valley below. The white-robed youth reappeared atop the peak, turning to look across at the figure emerging from the forest. The two youths locked eyes and smiled at each other. From their battle with the python, Chen Qinglin could tell that the youth was also at the condensing truth realm, albeit a minor realm higher, at the perfection stage of condensing truth. In the final two moves that slew the python, he had sensed the ethereal yet weighty cloud spear intent. Similarly, the white-robed youth had detected the wild and unrestrained wind sword intent from his opponent, and the rain intent that lingered after the storm had passed. But this was not the time for conversation. The white-robed youth mounted his winged horse and turned into a streak of white light, diving into the massive crater from which the python had emerged. Seeing this, Chen Qinglin transformed into a sword light and followed suit, plunging into the pit. Two figures, one cyan, one white, landed at the bottom. What met Chen Qinglin's eyes was a colossal python stone statue. Before the statue lay a formation. Within it were the corpses of humans and exotic beasts, some of the human bodies already bearing demonic beast features. The head of the python statue was broken as if shattered by a single blow. He glanced at the white-robed youth, then at the crushed beast carcasses that the python had apparently trampled while emerging. The corpses were grotesque, as if they had been artificially altered. The spirit conversion altar. Recalling the words the python had roared earlier, understanding dawned upon him. No wonder there were so few exotic beasts along his journey. They had been captured and brought here by the python and the black-clad man. Without a word, the white-robed youth struck the altar with his spear, shattering it completely. He then smashed the ground with his spear, splitting it open and causing everything except the original altar site to collapse. Cries of agony erupted from below. A dozen black-clad figures burst forth from the earth, scattering in all directions. A flash of the spear, and he stood still, spear in hand. The fleeing figures froze mid-step, collapsing to the ground. Once the dust settled, a warm smile finally appeared on the youth's face as he spoke to Chen Qinglin. The heavens are high with no distant ambition, the earth is thick with wandering souls. I am Mo Yuanyo, pleased to make your acquaintance. Thank you for your timely assistance earlier. You're welcome. Even without my presence, I suspect they would have been no match for you. Though the black-clad figure had seized the advantage with a surprise attack, the young man in white had witnessed the spear strike that slew the 100-jong giant python. Chen Qinglin understood that even if he had not appeared, neither the giant python nor the black-clad figure could have subdued this man. At most, he would have been slightly disheveled. Hearing Mo Yuanyu's introduction, Chen Qinglin smiled and replied with a doggerel of his own. Green trees spring forth from the earth. Deep in the forest, a guest arrives. I am Chen Qinglin, pleased to meet you, brother Mo. Chen Qinglin. Mo Yuanyu was taken aback upon hearing the name. What is it, brother Mo? Is there something amiss with my name? Seeing Mo Yuanyu's startled expression, Chen Qinglin was puzzled. No, I was just reminded of something. A strange person. Mo Yuanyu recalled the peculiar young woman he had encountered a month ago in the Donghu domain. Oh, does it have to do with my name? Chen Qinglin asked. Indeed it does, brother Chen. I hail from the Dongxian domain and have been traveling far and wide. Not long ago I heard that the gathering of heroes would be held in the Donghu domain, and my skills itched to witness it. Upon arriving in the Donghu domain, beast tides surged across the land. I decided to venture into the most afflicted areas to offer what little help I could. While asking for directions, I encountered a young woman in a black robe about our age. Mo Yuanyu recounted the strange girl he had met, explaining why Chen Qinglin's name had startled him. Chen Qinglin now understood why his name had caused such a reaction. He had a suspicion about the young woman in black. He had few friends. Indeed, outside of Qingfeng Mountain and Changyang Commandery, hardly anyone knew him, let alone beyond Dashuan or the Dongling domain. It must be Jiang Qingyue. What is this cheap junior sister doing spreading my name around? Chen Qinglin frowned, but he soon dismissed the thought. So that's it. I do know the young woman you encountered, brother Mo. But regarding this pit, since you arrived first, could you tell me what happened? Pointing at the grotesque corpses on the altar and the black-clad figures, Chen Qinglin was puzzled. He picked up a token dropped by one of the black-clad men. The Baoyuan realm cultivator he had slain carried a ring with a token engraved with the characters Zhangsheng. Similar tokens, albeit with different patterns, hung from the belts of the other black-clad figures. On the altar, among the human corpses with bestial features, similar tokens were also found. Brother Chen, allow me to explain. Those bearing these tokens are all members of the Zhangsheng sect. I discovered their traces while traveling to Mingzhou in the Dashuan dynasty. Thus, I followed the trail here. The Zhangsheng sect is a heretical cult that emerged a millennium ago. Their creed, heaven is unkind, all beings shall rebel. They specifically target those who have suffered injustice, resent their fate, or harbor vile natures. They advocate repaying one's suffering tenfold, 100-fold. They act with reckless abandon, slaughtering and killing wherever they go, massacring all living beings. Their goal is to annihilate the world and recreate humanity. If they merely avenged their own enemies, they might not be deemed a heretical sect. But the number of innocents who have died at their hands is staggering, and this sect harbors the ambition to overthrow the world. Mo Yuanyu's face twisted with disgust as he spoke. I followed the trail here and witnessed the black-clad man and the giant python transforming beasts and humans into monsters. I came from Hanzhong Commandery in Mingzhou, and the monstrous beasts I saw must have originated from this place. The people on the altar sought power by accepting bestial transformation. When I arrived, I shattered the stone statue with a single strike. Mo Yuanyu pointed at the headless python statue. And you, brother Chen, where did you come from? Thanks to your timely discovery, brother Mo. I came from Changyang Commandery in Zhangzhou. The beast tides there have been rampant but recently ceased, so I ventured deep into the mountains to investigate. I never expected to run into you, brother Mo. Chen Qinglin explained. What a coincidence. We arrived one after the other. The python and these villains were destined for doom. Mo Yuanyu said with a smile. The python's cave lies ahead. Shall we explore it together, brother Chen? You haven't explored it yet, brother Mo. Ah, to my shame. I struck the python and the black-clad men as they were transforming beasts and humans, but I haven't had time to investigate their lair. You know the rest, brother Chen. Mo Yuanyu paused, looking embarrassed as he steadied his spear. In that case, lead the way, brother Mo. The edges of the sinkhole were smooth rock walls, likely worn down over time by the python's constant movement. The two entered the python's lair. The entrance was spacious, leading into a vast cave. Dim light, humid air, and a faint blood-red mist hung in the atmosphere. A foul, rancid stench filled the air. The cave floor was covered in withered leaves, rotting vines, and overgrown weeds. Poisonous insects thrived in the debris. Massive stalactites hung from the cave ceiling. Mo Yuanyu released a sliver of spear intent, startling the bats and venomous creatures into scattering. Deep within the cave lay a vast platform. Scattered across it were animal bones, some still bearing remnants of undigested flesh. This was likely the python's usual resting place, evidenced by several enormous scales. Beside the platform stood a blood-red sapling bearing 5 crimson fruits. The sapling was surrounded by heaps of animal bones. Far more bones lay here than on the platform or the altar outside. But Chen Qinglin did not recognize them. He resolved to study texts on celestial treasures upon his return, lest he stumble upon a treasure trove and remain ignorant. Blood origin fruit. Chen Qinglin was unaware, but Mo Yuanyu immediately identified the blood-red sapling. Seeing Chen Qinglin's impassive expression, Mo Yuanyu sighed inwardly and said, I never expected to find such a celestial treasure here. Brother Chen, your composure is admirable. You remain unmoved. No, it's because I don't recognize this sapling, let alone its properties. Chen Qinglin admitted flatly, his expression unchanged. Ah, in that case, allow me to enlighten you, brother Chen. Mo Yuanyu was momentarily speechless, but his cheerful nature made him appreciate such straightforwardness. This blood-red sapling is called the blood origin tree, and its fruit is the blood origin fruit. For humans, it strengthens the physique, replenishes one's origin, and slightly enhances talent. For beasts, it enhances bloodline, breaks growth limits, and accelerates advancement. Among demonic beasts, the stronger the bloodline, the easier it is to awaken bloodline abilities. This mystic serpent grew to such a size and awakened its venom breath thanks to the blood origin fruit. Chen Qinglin showed no emotion, only curiosity at this newfound discovery. It was of little use to him, but it might suit senior sister Ling Ling, though the transformation pill could resolve her constitution and elevate her talent to prodigy level. But revealing the pill would invite envy, and its origin would be hard to explain. Moreover, despite his good relationship with little senior sister Ling Ling, he wasn't willing to part with such a precious pill for free. He already had plans for the remaining 2 transformation pills. Images of Chen Xiaoxiao and Chen Qingyun flashed through his mind. Humans are inherently selfish. Mo Yuanyu, seeing only curiosity in Chen Qinglin's expression, suddenly understood. In such a remote region, reaching the condensing truth realm at such a young age must mean brother Chen possesses extraordinary talent. The blood origin fruit is of little use to him. For people like us, it's rather mediocre. Too wasteful to refine, yet too precious to discard. A tasteless morsel, regrettable to throw away. Brother Chen, you've reached the late stage of the condensing truth realm at such a young age. Truly gifted. But if you have family or friends hindered by talent, this fruit might prove useful. Mo Yuanyu swept the 5 blood origin fruits into his hand and offered them to Chen Qinglin. Brother Mo, I cannot accept. I'll take 2 and you keep the remaining 3. Chen Qinglin took 2 fruits and pushed the other 3 back. He looked at the young man in white. This was someone worth befriending. Mo Yuanyu felt the same. From the moment he laid eyes on Chen Qinglin, he felt as though they were long-lost friends. A peculiar sensation. Brother Chen, where do you intend to go now that this matter is concluded? Upon exiting the giant serpent's lair, Mo Yuanyu inquired. Home. Chen Qinglin replied tersely with only 2 words. And you, brother Mo, do you have any further pressing affairs? Having slain the giant serpent, Mo Yuanyu had also destroyed the demonic spirit conversion altar. The beast tides in the regions of Mingzhou and Sangzhou bordering these mountains were drawing to a close. After returning, Chen Qinglin could actually go back to Qingfeng Mountain. After all, this place was not the beast's home turf, and it was time for this to end. Even if humans took no action, the alien beasts would intervene. The eruption of this beast tide was merely a surprise attack that caught everyone off guard. Had the disturbance truly grown, 2 vast higher powers would have long since stepped in to annihilate it. As things stood, Chen Qinglin surmised that the upper echelons of the world intended this as a training exercise. This was a brutal truth, especially for the common folk at the bottom. I forgot you're from around here, brother Chen. I have no pressing matters, but I always encounter them. Mo Yuanyu said with a smile. Traveling the world, he was bound to meet certain people and events. And whenever he witnessed tragic occurrences, his long spear would always fly forth of its own accord. How troubling. It seems you have no particular destination, brother Mo. If you don't find my humble abode too crude, why not return with me for a short stay, and let me fulfill the duties of a host? Chen Qinglin looked at Mo Yuanyu and extended the invitation. Excellent. I was waiting for you to say that, Brother Chen. Mo Yuanyu replied. But we cannot leave this place as it is. I request your assistance, Brother Chen, in dealing with this. Mo Yuanyu's tone shifted as he spoke. Chen Qinglin surveyed the surrounding ruins and nodded. The will of the cloud spear and the will of the wind sword intertwined and shone brilliantly. They surged forth. Sword light soared into the sky. Spear shadows swept across the world. The two unleashed their techniques upon the massive pit before them. In an instant, mountains crumbled and the earth split. Dust flew everywhere. The roar was incessant. When the dust and smoke cleared, the enormous pit had vanished, its cavity filled with rocks and debris. Only a patch of rubble remained to testify to what had transpired. As if sensing something, the two were about to speak. A white beastly silhouette fled from the ruins of the great pit, racing in the opposite direction from them. There's a fox that slipped through the net, and its color is quite pure, Mo Yuanyu remarked, watching the fleeing figure. As for the white-furred fox, it was truly unfortunate. It had originally agreed with the blood wolf to attack Dingyuan County. But the wolf never came, and the blood wolf itself was gone. Could only return to report to Lord Profound Serpent. To its surprise, Lord Profound Serpent did not blame it. Instead, it entrusted the fox with the task of tending the blood origin tree. Once the blood origin fruit ripened, it would be granted one. Thus the white-furred fox began capturing nearby alien beasts and wild animals to nourish the blood origin tree. Little did it expect that, before it could report the ripening of the blood origin fruit, someone would come knocking. Do you wish to keep it, Brother Mo? I have no such interest. This fox appearing here is likely a demonified alien beast or demonic beast itself. Since you have no interest, Brother Mo, that makes things easier. Chen Qinglin drew his long sword, and a flash of sword light streaked across the beastly silhouette, carving a sword scar over 10 zhang long into the mountain peak. The white-furred fox's figure halted. It tried to speak, but felt its vision go dark. The beastly form fell to the ground in two halves, revealing its original appearance. It was a white-furred fox. This was an unexpected gain. As the two had destroyed the pit together, they noticed a change where the will of the wind sword and the will of the cloud spear briefly intersected. It seemed the two wills had undergone a fusion, amplifying their power. They were about to discuss this when the fox appeared. At this thought, the two youths exchanged glances. Brother Chen, how about we spar once we leave these mountains? Mo Yuanyu said with an unreadable expression. I couldn't ask for more. Chen Qinglin knew Mo Yuanyu wanted to test something, and he too wished to see if in this world the two artistic conceptions could unleash that kind of power. It had taken 3 days to arrive, but the return journey required far less time. A day later, outside Qingyan town. Brother Chen, were you born here? Yes. Do you find something wrong, Brother Mo? Not at all. This town seems quite peaceful. You've traveled far and wide, Brother Mo, but rarely linger in towns or villages, I imagine. That's true. I haven't been traveling long, and I usually stop in prefectural or county cities. Xiaobai is too fast. I can always find a city before nightfall. Mo Yuanyu said, patting the winged horse beside him. The snow-white winged horse understood its master's praise and nuzzled Mo Yuanyu's hand. Then it is truly an honor that you grace such a small town, Brother Mo. Let's enter the town first. Very well. Chun Manor, including Chen Qinglin and Xie Jingyun Qingyan Town, now had 5 inner Qi realm martial artists. In the past month, no beasttide had occurred in Qingyan Town. Thus Chen Qinglin's parents and others had returned to the Chun Manor. Chen Yuqing had always kept the largest courtyard within the manor, and this time, with Chen Qinglin returning, Chen Liangwu simply moved into the manor. Chen Liangwu had gifted the previously purchased courtyard to his sister. The main reason was that his eldest son had urged him and Axiu to practice martial arts. Now lacking nothing, and with his son being a man of great capability, life was getting better each day. Chen Liangwu also wished to live a few more years to see the development of his descendants. Chen Liangwu wasn't that old, just 32 or 33. He had married Yang Xiu at 16, and she became pregnant the same year, giving birth to Qinglin the following year. In his youth, he too had dreamed of becoming a chivalrous hero. Besides, he knew that Qinglin seemed to have plenty of rare medicinal herbs and other martial arts resources. He was the boy's father. Using a bit wasn't too much to ask, was it? After a month of practicing martial arts with Axiu, he truly felt much healthier. When he asked Qingyun about it, the boy said he was close to becoming a martial artist himself. Who knows, Axiu and I might just have a second spring. Chen Qinglin was leading Mo Yuanyu home, unaware that his father was fantasizing about a second spring and planning to give him a younger sibling. Father, mother, I'm back. Chen Qinglin entered the courtyard, and saw his parents practicing martial arts with Chen Qinglin instructing them on the side. The boy's face was full of distress, afraid to speak yet unable to stay silent. It was too difficult. Seeing Chen Qinglin return, he breathed a sigh of relief as if a great burden had been lifted. "Brother, you're back. Liner, you're home. And who is this behind you?" Yang Xiao and Chen Liangwu stopped their practice upon hearing Chen Qinglin's voice. Seeing the extraordinarily handsome youth in white beside Chen Qinglin, they were also struck by his beauty and inquired, "This is a friend I met in the mountains named Mo Yuanyu. I've invited him to be our guest for a few days." Chen Qinglin introduced them. "Brother Mo, these are my parents, and beside them is my younger brother Chen Qingyun." He then introduced them to Mo Yuanyu. "Greetings, uncle and auntie. I felt an instant kinship with brother Qinglin, so I've come to impose on you for a few days. I hope you don't mind. Little brother, you seem to have just started practicing martial arts. As a first meeting gift, please accept this small token." Mo Yuanyu produced a blood origin fruit and offered it to Chen Qingyun. "Brother Yuanyu, this is too precious. We cannot accept it," Chen Qinglin said, pushing the gift away. Chen Qingyun, though unaware of its full value, knew it was an extremely valuable item and refused it. He shook his little head. "Brother Qinglin, this isn't a gift for you. We hit it off immediately, so your brother is naturally my brother too. Little brother, you may accept my gift, but you must ask your elder brother how to use it," Mo Yuanyu said with a smile. "And these are two warm jades that can nourish the body. Please accept them, uncle and auntie." He then addressed Chen's parents. "Young man, how can we accept such valuable gifts?" Chen's parents repeatedly refused. "Brother Qinglin, I regard you as a brother. Please don't let my goodwill go to waste." Mo Yuanyu looked at Chen Qinglin. "In that case, let's accept them all. Thank you, brother Yuanyu. That's the spirit. Don't be so hesitant. It doesn't suit you, brother Qinglin, unlike your sword. Thank you, brother Yuanyu." Mo Yuanyu placed the blood origin fruit into Chen Qinglин's hands, and the boy expressed his gratitude after hearing their exchange. "Since the gifts are accepted, please come inside, brother Yuanyu. Don't mind the humble surroundings and make yourself at home. Don't worry, I won't stand on ceremony. Uncle and auntie, please don't trouble yourselves. Brother Qinglin will take care of me." "Well, Qinglin, you take good care of your friend. Your mother and I won't disturb you," Yang Xiao said after a moment's hesitation. "Father, mother, don't worry about us. Qingyun, come with us," Chen Qinglin said. The green mountains beyond the town were extraordinarily enchanting. A certain peak within the Qingyan mountain range stood tall. The swords were sharp and the spears were piercingly cold. A gentle breeze blew, sounding the clarion call of battle. Sword and spear clashed in the air, producing crisp, ringing sounds. Sparks flew and light blazed brilliantly. On the mountain peak, two figures darted back and forth, their sword light and spear shadows covering the entire summit. Both combatants were filled with high morale, evenly matched in skill, a worthy opponent meeting another. Neither showed any sign of retreat. "Brother Qinglin, your swordsmanship is extraordinary. It seems I cannot defeat you in pure technique." After another clash of spear and sword, the two withdrew and Mo Yuanyu spoke. "Brother Yuanyu, your spear art is superb. I cannot gain even the slightest advantage either." Chen Qinglin had not encountered such a suitable opponent for a long time. "Brother Qinglin, next I hope you will not hold back. Likewise, I will not." "Good." Mist began to form at the tip of the spear, cloud-breaking spear, and around the sword blade wisps of gentle breeze swirled. Wind riding slash. Upon the mountain peak, the celestial phenomena shifted. Winds surged and clouds gathered. A storm that seemed to connect heaven and earth appeared, each gust of wind like a sharp blade. This was a blade storm empowered by sword intent. Suddenly, a soul-stirring layer of clouds emerged, rapidly turning from white to black, surging like a tide. The sky darkened, the aura vast and mighty, city-crushing. Spear intent flowed within it like a cloud dragon, swimming, appearing and disappearing. The spear intent of clouds clashed with the sword intent of wind. The two truly sensed a brand new artistic conception emerging between wind and cloud. With tacit understanding, their spear and sword no longer opposed each other, but their techniques harmonized. In an instant, at the point where wind and cloud merged, a brilliant pillar of light shot up into the sky. Sword intent, spear intent, wind intent, cloud intent. The power unleashed by their fusion increased geometrically. The white clouds in the sky dissipated, and the entire heavens and earth were as clear and blue as if washed. Its momentum was so vast, its power so far-reaching, that it surpassed the limit of power that a martial artist at the perfect embodiment realm could unleash. Seeing this, the two, shocked to linger, quickly departed from the place. Before long, a figure appeared at the spot. Standing in midair, surveying hundreds of li in all directions, Chen Qinglin, and the other had already vanished into the small town. Chen Qinglin possessed the concealment intent and Mo Yuanyu naturally had his own means of hiding. Thus the two respectively displayed their cultivation as latest stage inner chi realm and perfect inner chi realm. They hadn't expected to cause such a commotion. Spirit aperture realm. No, although it far surpasses the embodiment realm, it's still somewhat short of the spirit aperture realm. The figure muttered to himself, "When did a martial artist like this appear within my clear wind mountain territory?" The figure looked at the rapidly fading artistic conception in the sky and felt a sense of bewilderment. However, without ascertaining the cause, he could not just leave. An attack of this magnitude, whether from a human or a demon beast, was no ordinary being. He would stay in Chongyang County for a few days to guard against any unforeseen events. "Brother Qinglin, this commotion was a bit too much," Mo Yuanyu said with implication. "It is a bit." Outside Qingyan town, an old man with a white beard clad in a plain loose cloud-patterned robe arrived at the city gate. Interesting. A small town actually houses several inner chi realm martial artists. One at the perfect inner chi realm and two at the late stage. This level of martial force is even stronger than some county towns on ordinary days. The old man entered the town and following the street first arrived in front of a martial arts hall. The sounds of martial practice echoed from within the hall. The breathing of a group of disciples rose and fell rhythmically with their movements forming a unique cadence. Outside the martial arts hall, a steady stream of parents accompanied their children to enroll. Iron Sword Martial Hall. A small-town martial hall actually has 3 inner chi realm martial artists, and the one at the late stage is a little girl. Interesting. The old man smiled and stroked his beard, then stepped forward to inquire of the disciple on duty. "Young friend, this old man is passing through and has a matter to ask. May I?" "Please go ahead, elder." The disciple on duty, seeing a kindly old man, unconsciously felt trust and replied, "I see many martial arts halls in this town. Why does yours have the most people?" "You may not know, elder, but this place is called Qingyan Town. In Qingyan Town, only our Iron Sword Martial Hall has inner chi realm martial artists. The hall master and our senior brother are both inner chi realm martial artists. Moreover, the hall master's disciple and daughter have been accepted into Clear Wind Mountain. Our teaching ability is evident to all. If you have a grandson at home who wishes to learn martial arts, elder, you could also enroll him here." Speaking of this, the disciple on duty became animated, introducing the place to the old man in a continuous stream. "A disciple of Clear Wind Mountain." A smile appeared on the old man's face. He then inquired, "Young friend, I saw a manor in the town. May I ask who the owner of that manor is?" "You mean the manor in the south of the town? That's the manor where the Chen clan lives. It's also related to our martial hall. That manor was purchased by senior brother Chen, a disciple of our hall, for the Chen clan to reside in. He is also a senior brother who has been accepted into Clear Wind Mountain. Thanks to this senior brother returning in time, otherwise the beast tied back then. Thank you, young friend." After listening, the old man's expression was one of mingled amusement and chagrin. "I was wondering where such a young genius had sprung from, and it turns out he's a disciple of my Clear Wind Mountain. Excellent." With a light heart, he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, the disciple on duty, after pointing towards the south of the town and giving his introduction, turned back only to find that the old gentleman had already vanished from the spot. In the air, the old man looked at the woman practicing the sword inside the martial hall, then at the two deep in conversation in the southern manor, and then disappeared from sight. Chen Qinglin and Mo Yuanyu both glanced in the direction the old man had vanished. Letting out a breath of relief, they continued their discussion on martial insights. Chen Qingyun was practicing martial arts nearby with Mo Yuanyu occasionally offering pointers. Chen Xiaoxiao sat beside the two listening to their conversation. Although she could not understand a single word, and after Chen Xiaoxiao returned from playing with the clan children, Mo Yuanyu made up for the gift, a delicate hairpin. The hairpin was shaped like a spear, but with a few added decorative flourishes. It contained a portion of Mo Yuanyu's power infused within, acting as a protective charm. The girl Chen Xiaoxiao was utterly delighted with the exquisite hairpin. Coupled with Mo Yuanyu's friendly face, it was easy to feel affection for him. Chen Xiaoxiao felt as if sitting beside her big brother and brother Yuanyu. A gentle breeze caressed her face, and she was lying amidst the clouds. Before long, she fell asleep comfortably. The weather in late summer was somewhat hot, but in this small courtyard that heat was not felt. Chen Qingyun practiced his martial arts, which also did not feel as strenuous as before. He felt as if he were practicing amidst the clouds and sky, with thick solid clouds beneath his feet, and a gentle breeze guiding his sword techniques. His heart felt peaceful and his efficiency was much faster than before. The swift wind sword technique created by Chen Qinglin was now being wielded by him with considerable skill. As for the blood origin fruit that Mo Yuanyu had given him, Chen Qinglin helped refine it to enhance his physique, sealing most of its energy within his body. There was no pressing urgency requiring him to rapidly gain formidable power. Chen Qinglin still hoped he would take things a little more slowly. With Chen Qinglin's help, the part of the blood origin fruit that altered one's innate aptitude had been fully absorbed by Chen Qingyun. He now possessed superior talent. The marrow cleansing and body reforging pill could not be given to Qingyun yet. The inner Qi realm was the most suitable stage. Chen Qingyun had leaped to the 6th level of body tempering, while Chen Qingshi was still at the 5th level. He had the realm but was still somewhat lacking in combat techniques. However, for now it was enough. I am here. Not far from the small courtyard there was a small pond. The lotus flowers in the pond appeared exceptionally vibrant red under the sunlight. The Eastern Desolate Domain. This domain was filled with towering mountains and vast marshes devoid of any sizable plains. The mountain ranges were lofty with precipitous and rugged cliffs, while swamps and rivers were densely interwoven. Giant trees reaching tens or even hundreds of zhang in height could be seen everywhere. This domain was sparsely populated by humans, serving as a gathering place for exotic beasts. Within it, a beast emperor held dominion. A millennium ago, when invaders from beyond the realm descended, the beast emperor Yuan Tian led the exotic beasts of the eastern domain into battle. Thereafter they fought fiercely against the demons and evil spirits, earning illustrious military exploits. His battle intent soared to the heavens, growing stronger with each conflict. Legend had it that he had been acquainted with the unparalleled war emperor in their youth, and they had spent their early years together. The man and the monkey complemented each other, ascending to the pinnacle together, a tale celebrated far and wide. After the beast emperor Yuan Tian and other sovereign beasts contributed their efforts to repel the invaders from beyond the realm. The 5 domains of the true spirit world each allocated a portion of their territory as a sanctuary for the exotic beast clans to thrive and multiply. No one was permitted to disturb them, and this domain was one such place. Yet today guests had arrived in the Eastern Desolate Domain. A streak of crimson light traversed space, swiftly arriving above the domain. Boom! The heavens thundered in fury. Dozens of lightning bolts emerged from the void, rapidly striking toward the crimson streak. Boundless lightning descended, catching up to the light. In an instant, the crimson streak plummeted into the Eastern Desolate Domain below, unleashing a cataclysmic blow across thousands of miles. A massive crater spanning thousands of li appeared on the earth. The shockwaves continued to radiate outward. Had such an attack fallen upon a region inhabited by humans, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In a place like the Eastern Ridge Domain, if such an assault were to land, most of an entire prefecture would be annihilated. Heaven and earth turned upside down. No trace of human life remained. The thunderclouds in the sky arrived above the area, flickering with lightning, seeming hesitant and delaying their descent. Instead, a voice emerged from within the thunder. I mean, no offense to the ape emperor. I pursued this demon here today, and I am willing to compensate fully for the damage caused. No sound reached the outside, but a thought transmitted into the thunderclouds. Young Jiangting, since you meant no harm and were merely eliminating a demon, I shall spare you for now. Send the tribute afterward. This demon has cost my Eastern Desolate Domain countless children and shattered thousands of miles of land. I shall keep the corpse. You may return and report to Qin Tian. Thank you, Ape Emperor. This demon stirred up a beast tide in the Eastern Domain, claiming countless human and beast lives. Since your majesty wishes to act, I could not ask for more. A voice echoed in Jiang Ting's mind. Though he felt some pain over the compensation gifts, as long as he could slay this demon, he would be able to report back to His Majesty the astonishing Spear Emperor. Obtaining the bounty for this demon made it not a loss. In the crater thousands of li below, before the dust had even settled, a blood-red crow over 400 zhang tall raised its head and shrieked at the thunder. Jiang Ting looked at the demon with pity. Where else could it have fled, thinking it would survive here? Had it fallen into my hands, it might have lived a few more hours, but encountering the ape emperor. The blood crow shrieked at the sky, preparing to fight to the death for a slim chance of survival. Suddenly, in its vision, the sky went dark. A colossal golden ape palm materialized in the air, reaching down to seize it. The blood crow was terrified. Dread overwhelmed it. In an instant, it transformed into thousands of crows scattering in all directions. Yet the very heavens and earth seemed sealed, as if a transparent barrier blocked every crimson streak that collided against it. No matter how the blood crow tried to escape, it could not break free from this space. The ape's hand suddenly clenched tight. A piercing, wretched scream rang out, then gradually faded into silence. When the golden ape's hand unclenched, the blood crow was nowhere to be seen. In the center of the palm, only a massive blood-red meatball remained, which then vanished along with the hand from this realm. Not bad taste. Jiang Ting seemed to hear a chewing sound in his ear. He dared not listen further. Offering an apology, he vanished as a flash of lightning pierced the void, disappearing from the scene. The thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Sunlight broke through the clouds, and the thunderclouds vanished completely. Golden rays scattered across the land, revealing water emerging out of nowhere in the crater left by the Blood Crow's impact. The water poured in ceaselessly, and before long a vast lake had formed. The lake's surface shimmered with rippling light, a breathtaking sight. An extra lake makes the view much more pleasant. At the highest peak of the eastern desolate domain, there was a mountain filled with countless spiritual peaches, and fruits, a dazzling array of exotic flowers and rare herbs. A truly blessed and ethereal sacred mountain. A single glance revealed various exotic beasts living harmoniously together on the mountain. Yet the most numerous were the monkey troops inhabiting the peaks. Within this sacred mountain, a troop of monkeys watched the golden ape clad in golden armor on the stone platform. Suddenly they saw the golden ape chewing something, its golden eyes seeming to pierce through the void, glimpsing a scene that brought joy to the monkey. A human-like smile spread across its monkey face. The monkeys below, not understanding the cause, scratched their heads and joined in the cheer. Beneath the stone platform lay a massive waterfall, where many monkeys leaped and frolicked in the water, exuding pure joy. Brother Qinglin, I went out for a stroll yesterday and discovered a wonderful place. Chen Qinglin was cultivating in the courtyard, while Chen Qingyun practiced his swordsmanship nearby. Mo Yuanyu walked in and said, "Oh, what wonderful place." Chen Qinglin paused, glancing at Mo Yuanyu. Brother Qinglin, I traveled from Qingyan town northward for over 1,000 li into the mountain range and found a waterfall. Its momentum was grand, the scenery delightful, truly worth a visit. Mo Yuanyu spoke with evident satisfaction at the discovery. I want to go. Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at the mention of an outing appearing out of nowhere. This fellow Mo Yuanyu loved beautiful scenery and had taken to riding Little White around in recent days. Chen Xiaoxiao had grown familiar with him and enjoyed tagging along. Whenever Mo Yuanyu found a scenic spot, he would sometimes take Chen Qingyun and Chen Xiaoxiao out to play. After a few days, Chen Xiaoxiao's heart had grown a little wild. Tapping Chen Xiaoxiao on the head, Chen Qinglin said, "Xiaoxiao, how are you doing with the lessons the tutor assigned?" The Chen manor had long established a private school, and Chen Yuqing had hired a tutor from the town to teach the clan members reading and writing. Since Chen Xiaoxiao was not yet old enough for martial training, she was sent to learn literacy. If one practiced martial arts without knowing characters, even a martial arts manual in hand would be useless. Chen Xiaoxiao guiltily shrank her little head, too embarrassed to speak, but she still wanted to go along. So she looked pitifully at Mo Yuanyu, hoping he would plead with her big brother. Mo Yuanyu smiled at the sight and said to Chen Qinglin, "Brother Qinglin, one day won't matter. When you were absorbed in practicing swordsmanship, it was Qingyun and Xiaoxiao who entertained me. Even without merit, there's still effort. Yes, yes. Big brother, please take me. I promise to finish my homework when we get back. You do have some merit, so I'll allow it. Just make sure to catch up on your homework later," Chen Qinglin said, glancing at Chen Xiaoxiao. Beside them, Chen Qingyun said nothing, but the hope in his eyes showed he also wished to go. "Qingyun, you come too and keep an eye on Xiaoxiao." "Sure, big brother." "Eh, big brother is the best." Chen Xiaoxiao jumped up excitedly. "So brother Yuanyu isn't good?" Mo Yuanyu teased Chen Xiaoxiao. "Of course you are. Big brother is the best and brother Yuanyu is second best." Chen Xiaoxiao quickly defended herself. "Ha ha ha." Mo Yuanyu and Chen Qinglin laughed heartily. Then they led Chen Qingyun and Chen Xiaoxiao out of Qingyan town. 1,000 li north of Qingyan town, nestled amidst encircling mountains, a wide white waterfall cascaded from a high cliff, its waters fierce, and its roar like thunder. Where the white cascade met the azure rocks, it burst into a spray dozens of zhang high like mist and jade. Amidst the ethereal haze, 2 rainbow bridges arched, as if welcoming the arriving travelers. "How about it, brother Qinglin? Did I not deceive you?" Mo Yuanyu spoke as the Qingyu eagle and cloud-walking flying horse landed not far away. The scenery is serene and secluded, with a silver dragon descending from the heavens and a clear pool below. "It seems we can forage for our meal right here," Chen Qinglin remarked, finding the place delightful and pleasant for a visit. "Look, brother Qinglin, there is a clear spring here. With this water to brew wine, the spring's fragrance, and the wine's purity accompanied by plump fish, one would forget home in joy, ha ha ha." Hearing this, Chen Qinglin also felt a surge of interest. With a sweep of his sleeve, fine wine and delicacies, green melons and red fruits appeared atop a tall rock. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyun and Chen Xiaoxiao arrived and began looking around. They had already joined Qingyun catching fish in a smaller pool nearby. With such magnificent scenery, how could there be no music? "Allow me to play for you, brother Qinglin." Mo Yuanyu, also inspired, produced a jade chain on the rock. He plucked the strings a few times before beginning to play slowly. By the flowing stream Mo Yuanyo, clad in a plain elegant white robe, gently plucked the Qin strings. The melody echoed through the mountains, sometimes towering like lofty peaks, sometimes meandering like winding waters. The notes from his fingers seemed to evolve a natural world, enchanting all who heard. Chen Qinglin listened quietly to the music, as if transported to a realm of sound, where someone was narrating a tale to him. The piece ended and the Qin fell silent. "Brother Qinglin, how was it? Was it pleasing to the ear?" Mo Yuanyu asked. "Your Qin artistry is naturally superb, Brother Yuanyo, but it's a pity I know nothing of such elegant matters to judge." Chen Qinglin had never studied music. Listening was fine, but asking him to critique it was forcing his hand. "No matter, Brother Qinglin, speak your mind freely. This Qin is merely a pastime to cultivate my temperament, hardly fit for grand halls." Mo Yuanyu said, "In that case, let me share my feelings." The Qin's sound depicted towering mountains, gentle streams, rapids, and cascading waterfalls in succession. "Looking at our surroundings, I believe this was an improvisation, Brother Yuanyu. Truly exquisite music." "Ha ha." Brother Qinglin listened to this piece. Mo Yuanyo, pleased by Chen Qinglin's words, began to play again. When the piece ended before Mo Yuanyu could ask, Chen Qinglin commented, "Magnificent and vigorous like the spirit within you, Brother Yuanyu." The latter half of the Qin music was like the white clouds in the azure sky, light and free. The life you yearn for. "Excellent. Meeting you, Brother Qinglin, is truly a joy of a lifetime." With each new melody, Chen Qinglin shared his impressions. Beneath the waterfall, Chen Qingyun and Chen Xiaoxiao played joyfully. Days passed listening to the Qin and discussing martial arts, and 7 days slipped by unnoticed. In the Dashuan dynasty, the beast tides had ceased 10 days prior, and all had returned to tranquility. Disciples and elders of Qingfeng Mountain from Yuyun and Song prefectures began returning to the sect one by one. One morning, golden sunlight fell upon the small courtyard, making it shimmer with radiance. Mo Yuanyo, dressed once again in the cloud brocade white robe he wore when they first met, was bidding farewell to Chen Qinglin and the others. "Brother Qinglin, all feasts must end. Now that the beast tides have subsided, I must continue my journey. The greatest gain from this trip has been meeting you, Brother Qinglin. I must thank your friend, without her guidance, I would never have come to the Eastern Ridge Domain and would not have known you. You mentioned she is also from the Eastern Profound Domain. When my wanderings end, I will go and thank her, ha ha ha. Brother Yuanyo, will you return?" During these days together, Chen Xiaoxiao had grown fond of him, regarding him as a brother. Ruffling Chen Xiaoxiao's hair, Mo Yuanyu smiled. "I will. If I don't, you can ask your big brother to bring you to me, and he'll introduce you to new friends. Brother Yuanyo, take care." Chen Qinglin had many words, but only this farewell remained. "Goodbye, Brother Yuanyu." Chen Qingyun said with reluctance. "Qingyun, train hard in martial arts from now on. Next time we meet, I hope to hear of your fame first." Turning to Chen Qingyun, he then mounted the cloud-walking flying horse. "Farewell, Brother Qinglin. With your talent, you should not be confined here. Consider my suggestion. If you ever come to the Eastern Profound Domain, remember the jade token I gave you. It will lead you to me." With that, the white horse spread its wings and soared into the clouds. Chen Qinglin watched his departing friend, then looked at the jade token engraved with the character Mo in his hand, and led Qingyun and Xiaoxiao back inside. The books say all feasts must end, but they also say life is full of reunions. The Eastern Profound Domain. I will go. Chen Qinglin was intrigued by Mo Yuanyu's descriptions of the Eastern Profound Domain, but now was not the time. The time spent sparring and discussing martial insights with Mo Yuanyu had greatly benefited Chen Qinglin. The surging wave sword art and the torrent sword art had reached perfection. From rain to water, the rain intent had evolved into water intent, more encompassing, and his sword techniques had become more versatile. More importantly, through these discussions, he had finally touched upon that elusive intent. Chen Qinglin lifespan 15200, realm late, condensing truth, realm martial arts, infinite radiant true scripture, condensing truth chapter, perfected torrent sword art, perfected surging wave sword art, perfected wind and rain sword art, mastery 466. 4350000. Sword techniques, wind riding slash, 50 wind intent, passing breeze, 20 penetration intent, wind intent, wine vanishes, 50 wind intent, storm, 50 triple wind intent, fine rain emerges from azure peak, 40 water intent, wind and rain, 40 wind intent, water intent, intense wind intent, 50 165 425 0000 penetration intent, 26 4820000 concealment intent, 10-9-8-6-1-0-0-0-0 water intent, 43-1-4-4-0-0-0-0 sword intent, 15-50-231-0-0-0-0 infinite intent, 10-1-3-1-0-0-0-0-0. The infinite intent seemed to enhance all martial arts, and sword techniques infused with its power were astonishingly formidable. The infinite radiant true scripture condensing truth chapter was now fully perfected. The penetration intent derived from his mastery of archery had also risen to 20. Chen Qinglin wished to find sword techniques that could aid his penetration intent, but none were suitable for now. He had also been unable to spare time for training. Merely cultivating the wind and water element sword techniques was enough to occupy him. Now practicing low and mid-grade human-tier martial arts no longer benefited his wind intent or water intent. He was not worried about water intent, but his wind intent would likely require personal comprehension for some time. Thus he could focus on training in other sword techniques. Having organized the events of this period, there was still much to be done. Junior brother Qinglin, has your friend left? It's senior sister Jingyun. He departed this morning. He is not from this region, he came here due to the beast tide. Now that the beast tide has ended, it is time for him to continue his journey. I truly envy those who can go wherever they please. How unrestrained. Everyone has their own way of life, senior sister. There is no need to envy others. True, but now that the beast tide has been confirmed to have ended, figures like Uncle He from Qingjing Peak in Changyang Commandery City and Elder Shin from the outer sect in Dingyuan County have already returned to the sect. When do you plan to return, junior brother? I intend to go back the day after tomorrow. A few days ago, I received a message from senior sister Changyan asking if you and I, junior brother Qinglin, could make it to this Yunju gathering. Junior brother, this is a gathering you organized. You, the host, were absent last time. The Yunju gathering. I merely provided the venue. I am hardly the host. But this time I will participate. Last time the beast tide struck, and we had to defend this place. Besides, senior sister Jingyun did not attend last time either. Having just seen off Mo Yuanyu that morning, Xia Jingyun came looking for him by noon. The beast tide had ended and Qingfeng Mountain began summoning its disciples and elders stationed in various regions back to the sect. After receiving the message from Changyan, Xia Jingyun stated that she would return to the sect the day after tomorrow. This time she came to ask Chen Qinglin if he wished to go back to Qingfeng Mountain together. In the past few days, while Mo Yuanyu was around, she had been too embarrassed to disturb them. Chen Qinglin and Mo Yuanyu had been discussing martial arts and sparring their skills already at the condensed true realm level. It was not suitable to discuss this with her, so Chen Qinglin did not invite her. It was now the 23rd of June, and only a few days remained until the monthly Yunju gathering on the 27th. If senior sister Jingyun is leaving the day after tomorrow, I will accompany you back. Chen Qinglin thought for a moment. There was nothing to do in Qingyan town, so it was time to return to Qingfeng Mountain. Senior sister, I suspect you have more than this to ask. Have you encountered doubts in your swordsmanship? Chen Qinglin glanced at Xie Jingyun and said, Exactly. There are some things I do not understand, and I hope you can enlighten me. Though it was not her first time seeking his advice, Xie Jingyun still felt somewhat embarrassed. Senior sister, please do not stand on ceremony. Not only is your father my master, but on Qingfeng Mountain and in Dashuan we must support each other. I was overthinking. Indeed, there are some points in the drizzle sword art that perplex me. With that, Xie Jingyun recounted the problems she had encountered in her cultivation over the past few days. Chen Qinglin patiently explained them to her. Meanwhile, elsewhere, let us set aside the story of Chen Qinglin and Xie Jingyun in Qingyan town for now. Recently, Qingfeng Mountain had been quite lively. Before the annual Qingfeng Mountain Disciple recruitment ceremony, new disciples had already arrived in June. Most of these new disciples became inner disciples upon entering the sect. Now new faces appeared on every peak. All possessed exceptional talent, mostly of the upper grade and a few even of the supreme upper grade. This was the first time Qingfeng Mountain had received so many supreme upper grade disciples at once. A small number of children with mid to upper grade talent were also sent to the Yunqing courtyard. This was largely thanks to the basic body tempering technique implemented throughout Dashuan. While stationed in various regions, the sect's elders had discovered many promising seedlings. When Fu Xinxing returned, he brought with him a pair of 13 or 14-year-old twin siblings. Their parents had died in the beast tide, and by the time others arrived, only the two siblings were barely alive. Fortunately, both survived against all odds. After coming into contact with the basic body tempering technique, they quickly entered the path. A little over a month later, they had already reached the second level of body tempering as martial artists. A disciple in the sect noticed their extraordinary talent and reported it to Fu Xinxing, who was stationed in the commandery city. After testing their aptitude, Fu Xinxing was astonished to find that both siblings had upper-grade talent, and the brother Zhang Chun even had supreme upper-grade talent. After checking the backgrounds of Zhang Chan and Zhang Yu and finding no issues, Fu Xinxing formally accepted them as his disciples. Disciples with supreme upper-grade talent were usually claimed by whoever was quickest, whoever met them first and had them willing to take them as master. Fu Xinxing already had 5 disciples, but none were of supreme upper-grade talent. He had long wished to teach a disciple with supreme upper-grade talent. When Chen Qinglin was the first to break through to the inner Qi realm, he had thought he might get lucky. However, that disciple, despite having exceptional comprehension, was only of mid-upper grade talent. This time he had finally discovered a disciple with supreme upper-grade talent outside. Fu Xinxing naturally rushed to establish the master-disciple bond, hoping to earn the envy of others upon returning to the sect. For Chen Qinglin, Fu Xinxing was a good master. Although his rapid progress meant he had little to ask of Fu Xinxing, being his disciple, had spared him from many internal sect troubles, allowing him to cultivate in peace. For Fu Xinxing, he taught every disciple with dedication. Yet he also had his own selfish desires, to take on a disciple with better talent, to nurture a genius martial artist who could rival the true disciples of each peak. His current disciples were good, but they still fell short of the level of the true disciples of each peak. Thus he was undoubtedly overjoyed to have accepted Jiang Chen as his disciple. When Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu arrived at Qingyun Peak, everyone expressed sympathy upon hearing their tragic story. Consequently, they treated the new junior brother and sister very well, and Ling Ling was no exception. Deeply moved by the care from their master and fellow disciples, the two siblings felt grateful. As night fell, Chen Qinglin took out his disciple token and received a message from Master Fu Xinxing. He was about to gain a new junior brother and sister. Fu Xinxing asked when he could return to the sect, and expressed concern about whether matters in his hometown were resolved. Master had taken on 2 new disciples. Chen Qinglin was somewhat surprised. It was not yet time for new disciples to join. Still, it was always a joyous occasion for his master to gain more disciples. He would meet them naturally upon returning to Qingfeng Mountain in 2 days. He had kept 1 blood origin fruit for senior sister Ling Ling. The remaining 1 was used on his parents Chen Xiaoxiao and Chen Qingshi. His father, mother, and younger sister Chen Xiaoxiao were all ordinary people, naturally unable to withstand the full energy of the blood origin fruit. Chen Qingshi, who had grown up with him, was brought along with the other 3. With the help of Chen Qinglin and Mo Yuanyo, they refined the fruit's energy. This brought them immense benefits, greatly improving their talents. His father and mother finally became martial artists. Chen Xiaoxiao found her previous studies easier and was very happy. Chen Qingshi, previously at the 5th level of body tempering, now reached the 8th level. The excess energy of the blood origin fruit was sealed within the 4 of them by Chen Qinglin and Mo Yuanyu. It would gradually improve their physiques over time and be released for absorption as they progressed on the martial path. After arranging some matters, 2 days later, 2 green-feathered eagles took off from Qingyan town. At the takeoff point stood Xiefeng Linhua and others from the Iron Sword Martial Arts Hall. Also present were Chen Qinglin's parents and clan members. After seeing the 2 off, Chen Yuqing invited everyone to a gathering at the Chen Manor. The bonds between the 2 sides grew closer, and they discussed future cooperation. With Chen Qinglin's presence, the rise of the Chen clan had become inevitable. Xie Jingyun was also impressive, and it was foreseeable that the Iron Sword Martial Arts Hall and the Chen clan would develop rapidly. With their natural ties, they were indeed perfect allies. Xiefeng had some thoughts, but seeing that Chen Qinglin was wholly devoted to the way of the sword, he suppressed his intentions and said nothing. The weather was overcast as Chen Qinglin returned to Qingfeng Mountain, though at least it wasn't raining. His azure-feathered eagle had been eating well over the past 2 months and had grown noticeably larger. This time Chen Qinglin intended to purchase it. After arriving at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain with Xie Jingyun, he informed her and headed to the Spirit Beast Peak. Spirit Beast Peak had only been established in the last few centuries, and he had heard the reason from his master. 300 years ago, a small secret realm was discovered on Qingfeng Mountain, inhabited by spirit beasts such as azure-feathered eagles and azure-scaled horses. It was a minor spirit beast secret realm. Over 300 years, the populations of azure-feathered eagles and azure-scaled horses had gradually expanded, and today they had become one of the symbols of Qingfeng Mountain. Outside, anyone with a bit of status would recognize these 2 spirit beasts and know they belonged to Qingfeng Mountain. Moreover, each disciple could only use them for themselves and their family, and could only purchase one of each type in their lifetime. This was to prevent disciples from exploiting the sect. Entering Spirit Beast Peak, the flow of people was no less than at the mission hall. Disciples accepting tasks and going on errands came and went in an endless stream. Chen Qinglin had been here several times before, so there were a few who recognized him. "Junior brother Chen, you've just returned to the sect," said the attending disciple of Spirit Beast Peak. "Senior brother Ruan, I have indeed just returned. Are you on duty these days?" Chen Qinglin replied, seeing Ruan Qi greet him. Spirit Beast Peak, Spirit Plant Peak, and Artifact Forging Peak were different from the other inner peaks of Qingfeng Mountain. They often issued minor tasks that required the assistance of outer disciples and menial disciples. Thus, unlike other peaks, they were not solely inhabited by inner disciples. This was also the place where outer disciples and inner disciples interacted the most. It was not uncommon for menial disciples to catch the eye of an inner senior brother and escape their hardships. Yuanqi was an inner disciple of Spirit Beast Peak, and the Spirit Beast Hall often had inner disciples rotating shifts. During the month Chen Qinglin was away on his mission, Yuanqi had been on duty. Our sect seems much livelier along the way. Has some happy event gathered these days? Returning to Qingfeng Mountain, Chen Qinglin noticed a bustle on every peak with even outer disciples gathering in groups to talk. Junior brother, you may not know. Thanks to the basic body tempering technique issued by the Yen King, many disciples of exceptional talent were discovered during this beast tide. Every peak has gained something. For instance, on your Qingyun Peak, I recall your master Uncle Master Fu brought back 2 disciples. I see. No wonder it's so lively. Senior brother Ruan, I came this time to purchase the azure-feathered eagle as my mount. Could you give me a discount? Junior brother, have you made a great harvest during this beast tide? You've struck it rich. That's wonderful. You're still looking out for your senior brother's business. Congratulations, junior brother Chen. Haha. I did gain something, and I've grown fond of this azure-feathered eagle over time. Come with me, junior brother. I'll take you to register and certify the bond, and help you bind the azure-feathered eagle. Thank you, senior brother. By the way, I acquired some fine wine outside that might be of use. You can try it in your spare time. Chen Qinglin took out a gourd and handed it to Yuanqi. Yuanqi took the gourd, and as soon as he opened it, the fragrant aroma of wine filled the air. His eyes lit up and he took a sip, exclaiming, "Excellent wine. Thank you, junior brother." You're welcome, senior brother. I remember when I first took on a mission, you helped me choose the azure-scaled horse, and you've often looked out for me since. This wine is nothing. Good junior brother, rest assured. I'll keep an eye out for any spirit beasts you might need in the future. This wine was brewed by Mo Yuanyu and himself using a clear spring found over 1,000 li north of Qingyan town, along with some spiritual herbs and fruits. It had a decent effect on those at the inner Qi realm and below, but for the 2 of them it was merely a treat. Chen Qinglin had plenty of first-grade spiritual herbs and had brewed quite a bit. He had given some to his master at the Iron Sword Martial Arts Hall and to several senior brothers and sisters. He had also diluted some for his uncles and other close relatives. This time he also brought some spiritual wine brewed from second-grade herbs for his master Fu Xinxing. As for his senior brothers and sisters, they could have some at the Cloud Gathering. By the way, junior brother, is the Cloud Gathering you organized still accepting members? The Cloud Gathering? Are you interested, senior brother? It's just a gathering for equals to make friends and discuss swordsmanship. Nothing extraordinary. I'm surprised it reached your ears. Haha, junior brother, you've been away from the sect for a while. I'm not the only one interested now. Oh, there are others. But if you wish to join senior brother, well, need to consult the other members. I of course welcome you. Chen Qinglin had some understanding of senior brother Ruan's character and knew he had a good reputation, so he didn't mind. Haha, junior brother, you may not know, but what we need is exactly such a place for equal friendship. There are other gatherings in the sect, but most are hypocritical and not worth attending. Since I know you, some junior brothers and sisters from Artifact Forging Peak and Spirit Plant Peak asked me to inquire. We went to your Qingyun Peak last time, and were all very interested in the principles of your gathering. Rest assured, I won't bring any troublesome people. It's a pity you and a few junior sisters were absent last time and missed the opportunity. Yuanqi explained the situation to Chen Qinglin. Your Cloud Gathering is coming up this month, and you've returned just in time. Please ask around for me. If I get word, I'll bring the junior brothers and sisters from Artifact Forging Peak and Spirit Plant Peak. I see. I'll ask when I return to Qingyun Peak. It's not a big deal. Good. I'll await your good news, senior brother. He promised to consult the other 10 members of the gathering. Chen Qinglin then returned the spirit whistle used to command and control the azure-feathered eagle to the Spirit Beast Hall. Yuanqi did not take back the spirit positioning plate and gave it to him as a gift. After the bonding ceremony at Spirit Beast Peak, Chen Qinglin felt an additional connection with the azure-feathered eagle beside him. Now he could understand the eagle's thoughts and it could comprehend his commands. Chen Qinglin's azure-feathered eagle was noticeably larger than the others. Yuanqi didn't mind. Since Chen Qinglin would take it out looking about the same size as other azure-feathered eagles, he charged him the standard price of 1,000 spirit stones. After chatting with Yuanqi for a while and seeing other senior brothers and sisters arrive, Chen Qinglin left Spirit Beast Peak. He returned to Qingyun Peak with the azure-feathered eagle. A majestic azure eagle landed on the cliff beside the small courtyard, and Chen Qinglin dismounted. looking around the courtyard, was unchanged, but several pavilions had appeared in the flower grove in front of it. It must have been the work of his senior sisters. Seeing no one around, Chen Qinglin opened the long-sealed courtyard. In his ring, he had 7 spiritual peach trees obtained from the Blood Wolf Valley, and he could plant one in the yard. The remaining 6 would be planted beside the small courtyard. After planting the spirit peach tree, the night had grown deep, so he rested until dawn. The next morning, Chen Qinglin prepared to visit his master Fu Shengxing, bringing along the spirit wine he had made. Arriving at Fu Shengxing's courtyard, no one barred his entry as the servants within recognized him. Entering the yard, he saw Fu Shengxing instructing 2 children of 13 or 14 in martial arts. A boy and a girl. Likely his master's newly accepted disciples. "Master, your disciple has returned," Chen Qinglin said, bowing to Fu Shengxing. "Good that you're back. These are my newest disciples, your junior brother and sister Jiangchen and Jiangyu. Chainer, this is your 5th senior brother Chen Qinglin. You haven't met him before." Fu Shengxing introduced them. "Junior brother, junior sister, this is our first meeting. I am Master's 5th disciple, having entered a few months before you." Chen Qinglin greeted them and offered small gifts. "Greetings, 5th senior brother," the 2 said in unison, curiously eyeing him before thanking him as they accepted the presents. "Master, the spirit wine was brewed by a friend of mine, and I present it for your enjoyment," Chen Qinglin said, producing 2 gourds of spirit wine. Fu Shengxing tasted it and found it excellent, inquiring about the man named Mo Yuanyu. Learning that he had already left the great Shen dynasty, he felt a tinge of regret. "By the way, Master, there is something I must tell you." Fu Shengxing instructed Jiangchen and Jiangyu to continue their training and led Chen Qinglin into the inner chamber. "Master, during my journey when I met that friend, we also discovered a blood origin fruit in a cave," Chen Qinglin said. "Blood origin fruit? Qinglin, are you certain it is a blood origin fruit?" Fu Shengxing had not thought it a matter of great import, but Chen Qinglin's words struck him with astonishing news. Without further explanation, Chen Qinglin produced the box containing the blood origin fruit. Fu Shengxing took it, opened it, and confirmed it was indeed the fruit. Forgetting Chen Qinglin's presence, he quickly sent a message to the couple Ling Daoming and Jiangyu. Far away in the Yan capital of the great Shen dynasty, Ling Daoming and his wife had just exited the imperial palace. Due to the recent beast tide, they had exchanged for various physique-enhancing and health-nurturing elixirs within the royal court. Ling Daoming felt his sect token vibrate with a message. He stopped and took it out to examine it. "What is it, Daoming?" asked Jiangyu beside him. "Junior brother Fu is looking for me. I'm not sure what it is. Let me see." Ling Daoming explained, then used the token to sense the message Fu Shengxing had sent him. "Blood origin fruit?" Jiangyu was startled as her husband suddenly exclaimed, and the news shocked her deeply. "Blood origin fruit? Does junior brother Fu have news of such a spiritual fruit?" Jiangyu asked urgently. "Haha. Junior sister Fu says his disciple found a blood origin fruit, and it is now in his hands." Ling Daoming was overjoyed. A happiness he had not felt in over a decade. Jiangyu, upon hearing this, was overcome with emotion. She hugged Ling Daoming and wept. "This is wonderful. Our Linger can finally live and train like a normal person." Sob. "Junior sister, don't grieve. Let's go. We must return to Qingfeng Mountain at once." Yes, let's go immediately." The couple was ecstatic yet anxious. Hand in hand, they transformed into streaks of light, racing toward Qingfeng Mountain. The azure plume eagle they had brought along bewildered flew behind them back to the mountain. "Qinglin, for this blood origin spirit fruit, name whatever you need. As your master, I will spare no effort to obtain it for you." "There's no need, master. Ling Ling is also my senior sister, and she has helped me greatly since I came to Qingyun Peak. It is a good thing that she can recover. It is rare for you to have such a heart. When your senior sister Ling Ling's parents return, I will discuss with them, and we will not treat you unfairly. This is truly." Fu Shengxing was momentarily at a loss for words. "Master, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Having handed over the item, Chen Qinglin knew Fu Shengxing would handle the rest. "Very well, Qinglin, go on ahead. Senior brother Ling and the others have received the message. They should return before long. I will inform you of any developments." "Yes, master." As the door opened and 5th senior brother Chen Qinglin emerged, Jiangchen and Jiangyu watched with curiosity but asked nothing. After greeting them, Chen Qinglin left, directly descending Qingyun Peak. Not long after he departed, Ling Ling received a message from her master summoning her to the courtyard. "Yueshing master is calling me. It might be something important. I have to go." "All right, if Uncle Master Fu is summoning you, then go on." Linger, puzzled about why her master had suddenly called for her, Ling Ling bid farewell to Su Yueshing and made her way out of Qingjing Peak. Returning to Qingyun Peak, she went straight to Fu Shengxing's courtyard. "Master, what do you need me for?" Ling Ling asked upon seeing Fu Shengxing. Can't I call you back without a reason? Of course you can, master, any time you wish. Nothing too urgent. Your father and mother are returning. Haven't you missed them? They should be back by tonight. Fu Xinxing knew his senior brother Ling Daming's temperament. Upon hearing the news, the couple would surely travel day and night to hasten back to the sect. He summoned Ling Ling not only to reunite her with her long-absent parents, but also so that once senior brother Ling and senior sister Jiang returned, they could begin treating Ling Ling's ailment. Really? That's wonderful. Hearing that her father and mother were coming back, Ling Ling was thrilled. She had indeed not seen them for a long time and missed them dearly. By the way, your junior brother has returned. For your parents' return this time, you must thank him, Fu Xinxing said to Ling Ling. Junior brother Qinglin. He's back. He's been gone for almost 2 months. They'll go find him. With that, she turned to leave. Linger. Your junior brother is not on Qingyun Peak now. No need to rush. Stay here and wait for your parents to return. Chen Qinglin had mentioned he had matters to attend to, and had already left Qingyun Peak, so Ling Ling would not find him now. Junior brother Qinglin has gone out. Alright, I'll look for him tomorrow to play. Hee, little junior brother and sister, let your senior sister teach you martial arts. Hearing that Chen Qinglin was away, Ling Ling turned her attention to Jiang Chen and Jiang Yu. Setting aside Ling Ling's playfulness, Chen Qinglin, after descending Qingyun Peak, went to visit the senior sisters from other peaks who were gathered at the Cloud Construction Society. Su Yuexing and Zhu Zhu of Qingjing Peak, Uxia Jingyun Changyan, and Hua Yunqing of Qingzhou Peak, Shen Yutao of Qinglian Peak. As for the senior brothers and sisters of his own Qingyun Peak, he would visit them later upon returning. Having promised senior brother Wanqi, he wanted to ask and give an answer promptly. Meeting each senior sister in turn, those like Changyan and Shen Yutao had no objections to what Chen Qinglin proposed. Having often undertaken tasks, they knew Wanqi, and they welcomed the people from the Forge Peak and Spirit Plant Peak. It was good to have friends among the 3 peaks of Spirit Plant Forge and Spirit Beasts. Seeing that the senior sisters had no issues, Chen Qinglin was about to leave when he encountered Uncle Master He Zhongdao. Unable to decline his earnest invitation, he stayed for a talk at Qingjing Peak. By the time he returned to Qingyun Peak, night had already fallen. As night fell, Chen Qinglin refrained from disturbing the others. Earlier that day, he had sent a message to several senior brothers and sisters of Qingyun Peak, who were acquainted with Wanqi and had not declined. At the same time, Chen Qinglin received their invitation to catch up, as it had been 2 months since they last met. However, encountering Uncle Master, he had caused some delay. Now it was too late, or tomorrow was the 27th of June, and they would meet then. Chen Qinglin returned to the cloud-dwelling courtyard for his daily cultivation. Ling Ling was determined to wait until midnight. At the third watch, 2 figures finally arrived at Qingyun Peak, familiarly making their way to Fu Shengxing's courtyard. They were Ling Daoming and Jiang Yu, a married couple, both with pale faces. Since receiving Fu Shengxing's message, they had been traveling without regard for their energy consumption. Thus, they managed to return to Qingfeng Mountain's Qingyun Peak at this hour. It was as if a cyan-feather eagle were chasing them, not yet having returned to Qingfeng Mountain. They urgently knocked on the door. There they saw Fu Xinxing and Ling Ling waiting for them. Jiang Yu's tears fell uncontrollably at the sight of Ling Ling, and she embraced her, weeping bitterly. Ling Ling also felt like crying but held back, instead comforting Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, Ling Daoming steadied himself and approached Fu Xinxing to learn the details. Seeing that Ling Daoming and his wife had also returned, Fu Xinxing brought out the blood origin fruit and explained its origin to the 3 of them. Ling Ling stood frozen, not expecting that today she would not only see her parents, but also have her constitution issue resolved. Moreover, it was brought by junior brother Qinglin, who usually only focused on cultivation. For a moment she felt dazed, as if in a dream. Will I be cured? From now on I can leave Qingfeng Mountain and not stay in the sect for my whole life. At this thought, Ling Ling wept silently despite her usual cheerfulness. But only she knew that was a facade to keep her master and parents from worrying. Having worn the mask for so long, even she had forgotten that she was actually a quiet child. That was also why she enjoyed being with junior brother Qinglin. She loved solitude, yet the years of pretense often left her alone, though she disliked being alone. It sounded contradictory, but that was who she was. I must go to junior brother Qinglin. After standing still for a long time, this was her heart's desire. She was about to open the door. Linger, where are you going? Jiang Yu asked hurriedly as her daughter reached for the door. I need to go out for something. Hearing her mother's words, Ling Ling suddenly felt shy and stammered. Fu Xinxing, observing her actions, understood her intent. Over the years he had watched Ling Ling grow from a little girl into a graceful young woman. Her thoughts could not escape him. He hinted, it's too late now. Whatever you need to do, do it tomorrow, Linger. By tomorrow you'll be just like your senior brothers and sisters. Isn't that better? Yes, by tomorrow it'll be like all the other senior brothers and sisters. With that thought, Ling Ling suppressed her impulse and stayed. The next day, Chen Qinglin received a message from Yuan Qi and was about to open the courtyard gate to go down Qingyun Peak to welcome them. Those attending the cloud-dwelling gathering included Yuan Qi and his junior sister Lu Shanmei Su Hongjing from the artifact forging peak and Zhong Shui from the spirit plant peak. With a creak, Chen Qinglin opened the gate and saw Ling Ling. Not expecting Ling Ling to be outside, he was momentarily at a loss for words. After a while he said, "Senior sister, why are you here? How long have you been waiting?" Looking at Ling Ling, she seemed much healthier today, more spirited than before. "Thank you, junior brother," she said softly. Ling Ling did not answer directly. Instead, she kept repeating those words, and Chen Qinglin quickly stopped her. If she kept thanking him, this little senior sister would start crying. All right, I know you want to thank me. Let's go down the mountain. The senior brothers and sisters from other peaks might be arriving soon." Ling Ling said nothing, just stared at Chen Qinglin. "Senior sister, how about you wait here while I check down the mountain?" Feeling unnerved by her gaze, Chen Qinglin tried to slip away. As if imprinting his image in her eyes, Ling Ling stared silently for a moment before breaking into a smile. "I'll go with you, junior brother. Phew, senior sister, you seem much more normal now. Let's go." "Are you saying I was abnormal before?" "That's not what I meant. Oh, just hurry up and come on." Seeing Ling Ling back to her usual self, Chen Qinglin chatted and laughed with her as they left the cloud-dwelling courtyard. The cloud-dwelling gathering began with all 11 original members present. Besides Yuan Qi, Lu Shanmei, Su Hongjing, and Zhong Shui, others had also joined. Uncle Master He from Clear Still Peak had a disciple named Yan Kexing who was in the same batch as Chen Qinglin. Through Su Yuexing and Zhu Zhu, he had expressed his wish to join, and so he did. After 2 months apart, there was naturally much to discuss. Insights on cultivation encounters during the beast-tied poignant love stories they had witnessed. And of course, toasting and sparring were common. On the other side, Fu Xinxing and Ling Daoming discussed the blood origin fruit and decided that Chen Qinglin must not be shortchanged. Hearing that Chen Qinglin often practiced swordsmanship, Ling Daoming went to the sect leader and, using the couple's years of merit, obtained the human-grade supreme sword art, the Qingfeng sword technique. He also spent 50,000 spirit stones at the 100 Treasures Pavilion in Qingfeng City to purchase a human-grade high-quality sword, the Qingfeng sword, which was close to the quality of a human-grade supreme artifact. He prepared to give these as a gift to Chen Qinglin. Though Ling Daoming felt it was still insufficient, he had no more resources. He could only do this for now and make it up later. Fu Shengxing's figure suddenly appeared at the cloud-dwelling courtyard. "Uncle Master Fu! Uncle Master Fu! Master!" The crowd quickly greeted him. "No need for formalities, fellow disciples. I need to speak with Qinglin. He will return later," Fu Xinxing said. "Qinglin, come with me. Everyone continue." Fu Xinxing stepped out of the courtyard, and Chen Qinglin, after saying a word to Ling Ling, followed. "Master, what do you need from me?" "It's not me who wants to see you, but Uncle Master Ling." "Uncle Master Ling." Chen Qinglin guessed it was likely Ling Ling's father. Not far from the courtyard, Chen Qinglin saw a man and a woman waiting. From their features, Ling Ling's eyes closely resembled the man's, while her beauty clearly came from the woman. "This is your Uncle Master Ling and Aunt Master Jiang. They are also Ling Ling's parents." Then turning to Ling Daoming and his wife Fu Xinxing, introduced, "Senior brother, senior sister, this is my disciple Chen Qinglin, and he is the one who brought back the blood origin fruit." "Uncle Master Ling, Aunt Master Jiang," Chen Qinglin greeted after Fu Shengxing's introduction. "No need for such formalities, nephew. You may not know, but I have seen you before." Ling Daoming had seen Chen Qinglin during his last visit to see his daughter. "We are deeply grateful for your bringing the blood origin fruit. This kindness we will always remember." "Uncle Master Ling, there's no need for such words. Senior sister Ling Ling and I are fellow disciples, and obtaining the fruit was a stroke of luck. That it can cure her illness is a good thing." Chen Qinglin spoke sincerely. They were fellow disciples, and even if Ji Yongchun had the same ailment, he would have offered the fruit. "Regardless, my wife and I must thank you. Nephew Chen, this is the human-grade supreme sword art of our Qingfeng Mountains lineage, the Qingfeng sword technique. And this is a human-grade high-quality artifact, the Qingfeng sword. Please accept them as a gift. Over the years, due to our daughter Ling Ling, we have not accumulated much wealth. Please take these for now. If you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Ling Daoming spoke earnestly and sincerely. "There's no need, Uncle Master. This sword art and sword are more than enough." Chen Qinglin shook his head. After accepting the sword art and sword, he said, "Today there is a gathering at my courtyard, and senior sister Ling Ling is also there. Master, Uncle Master, Aunt Master, you are welcome to join." "No need, Qinglin. You don't mind me calling you that, do you?" Jiang Yu interjected. "Of course not. You young people enjoy yourselves, our presence would only make you uncomfortable. Ling Ling may be older than you, but having spent years on Qingfeng Mountain, she is still like a child at heart. We are deeply grateful for your care of her. Please continue to look after her, and you are always welcome to visit your senior sister. We won't disturb your gathering any longer. Qinglin, I have nothing more to say. Go back, Fu Xinxing said after Ling Daoming and his wife had finished. Yes, master. Chen Qinglin returned to the cloud-dwelling courtyard. Watching their junior brother's disciple Ling Daoming remarked, Junior brother, you have taken on an excellent disciple. He is upright in character, and his martial arts cultivation is among the best of Qingfeng Mountain's disciples. Cultivation? This young disciple had brought him so many surprises that he had overlooked Chen Qinglin's cultivation level. Now looking at him, he was utterly shocked. Inner Qi realm perfection. He had been so eager to find a gifted disciple, yet all along the one he sought was right behind him. Junior brother, what did master want with you? Ling Ling approached him as soon as he returned to the gathering. Nothing major. Let's continue our discussion. All right, junior brother, tell us the stories from the Beast Tide. Yes. Fifth junior brother, do tell. Third senior sister Shui Qingqian chimed in. It's a long story. It began when I discovered. Chen Qinglin understood Ling Ling's current state clearly. This was merely a momentary gratitude and a dependency born from their brief companionship. Women of the world are often emotional, mistaking fleeting gratitude for love. But little senior sister, that is not love. As autumn approached, the weather was no longer so scorching. The sunlight felt much warmer and a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. A white crane raised by some senior brother or sister was joyfully darting in and out among the clouds. For Chen Qinglin, however, life remained unchanged. After the cloud-gathering assembly concluded, he immersed himself in cultivation day and night, a routine that might have seemed dull and tedious to others. But unless one was Chen Qinglin, how could they understand the joy he found in it? On the other hand, after recovering from her illness, senior sister Ling Ling could no longer wander about as freely as before. Ling Daoming had ordered her to cultivate diligently from now on. Ling Ling had originally planned to go on a mission with Su Yuexing. That plan was abruptly thwarted. From a distance, Green Sword Peak resembled a sharp sword piercing the clouds. At this moment, within the grand hall of the sect leader Cui Jianyun was pondering over the selection of disciples to send to Jiangzhou. During this beast tide, the beastmaster on the Dashuan side was a 5th-rank dark flame tiger. Each of the 3 sects dispatched a grand elder, and the Yan royal family also deployed some of their imperial reserves. A total of 4 spirit aperture realm martial artists managed to slay the dark flame tiger in Jiangzhou. In the true spirit world, the human spirit aperture realm corresponds to the 5th and 6th ranks of alien beasts. For the alien beasts left behind in the true spirit world, martial artists of this realm also adopted the corresponding rank titles. This dark flame tiger clearly had not advanced very deeply into the spirit aperture realm. During the great battle, the fight against the dark flame tiger seemed to have triggered some formation at the bottom of the Lan River in Jiangzhou. A secret realm had actually appeared at the bottom of the Lan River in Jiangzhou. After slaying the dark flame tiger, the 3 sects and the royal family immediately secured the secret realm. However, some rogue martial artists had already entered. Through preliminary exploration over these past few days and information from rogue martial artists who had emerged from the secret realm, the 3 sects and the royal family had gained some understanding of it. This secret realm was not a void realm created by a sovereign-level expert. Instead, it was a natural cave-heaven realm formed by the true spirit world itself. According to martial artists who had entered, it contained mountains and rivers, as well as various alien beasts. Within the mountains of the secret realm lay a ruin of pavilions and towers. It appeared to be the former site of some sect. The 3 major sects and the royal family researched their records and determined that the ruin in this secret realm was the Qinglin sword sect, which had been located in Jiangzhou 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, when extraterrestrial demons invaded, it was rumored that they had attacked the Qinglin sword sect. The entire sect was thus destroyed, and its cave-heaven realm vanished. Afterward, many had searched for it, but to no avail. No one expected it to emerge today due to the chaos of the beast tide. Before its fall, the Qinglin sword sect was guarded by the Qinglin Sword King, a Dharma image realm martial artist. If one could obtain its inheritance, they would surely rise to prominence. However, the 3 sects, Clear Wind Mountain Cloud Elegance Valley and Overlord Blade sect, were roughly equal in strength. The Dashuan dynasty, having been established too recently, was not much different from them in power. Moreover, the secret realm did not allow martial artists over 25 years old to enter. Anyone exceeding the limit was reduced to dust at the entrance. After negotiations, it was decided that Clear Wind Mountain Cloud Elegance Valley Overlord Blade sect and the Dashuan dynasty would each send 20 disciples under the age of 25 to explore the secret realm. The secret realm would be jointly owned by the three major sects and the Dashuan dynasty opening once every 10 years. Cui Jianyun was now contemplating which disciples to send. The first consideration was naturally the true disciples of Clear Wind Mountain. There were two ways to become a true disciple, first by breaking through to the condensing truth realm before the age of 30, which allowed one to become a true disciple of a peak. The second was for those with exceptional talent who could become true disciples if taken in by a peak master. However, those in the first category were mostly over 25, while those in the second had yet to mature, leaving an insufficient number of suitable disciples. Cui Jianyun was troubled when he suddenly felt a gust of wind. Looking up, he saw a white-bearded elder appear before him. "Uncle Master Ning, what brings you here?" He quickly rose to speak. "Jianyun, what troubles you?" Ning Chuan asked. "Uncle Master, it's about the secret realm in Jiangzhou. I'm troubled over which disciples to select. I thought it was something serious. Just hold a sect-wide disciple assembly and pick 20 disciples, won't that do? Couldn't you think of that? What kind of sect leader are you?" Cui Jianyun listened with a wry smile as Ning Chuan scolded him, not daring to retort. He truly hadn't thought of it before. Uncle Master is wise. He'll summon the peak masters immediately to discuss holding a sect-wide disciple martial arts tournament. Despite the scolding, Cui Jianyun wasn't angry and spoke with a smile. "Boy, let me give you another piece of advice. When you discuss with the peak masters, make sure to emphasize that all inner disciples and above must participate." As he spoke, Ning Chuan recalled a disciple he had noticed in a small town in Songzhou. On returning to the sect, he had curiously asked the young man from Tranquil Peak stationed in Changyang Prefecture of Songzhou. He learned that the disciple spent all his time in bitter cultivation, seemingly uninterested in anything, never attending large events or tournaments. "What's the point of always cultivating in seclusion? Uncle Master is right. Such a grand assembly requires the participation of all disciples to select the best 20. It also lets me see what kind of disciples my fellow junior brothers have trained over the years. All right, handle it yourselves. I've finally emerged from seclusion. Don't bother me unless something earth-shattering happens." After speaking, Ning Chuan smiled faintly, glanced toward Azure Cloud Peak, and vanished from the Grand Hall. "Farewell, Uncle Master." Only after Grand Elder Ning Chuan had truly left did Cui Jianyun send word to all peak masters to convene in the Grand Hall. Soon streams of light rose from each peak and converged at the Grand Hall of Green Sword Peak, revealing the figures of the peak masters. "Senior Brother Cui, what's the urgency?" "Oh, all fellow brothers are here," said Mo Yang, the peak master of Green Lotus Peak. "Senior Brother Cui," greeted Ji Wanru, the peak master of Green Bamboo Peak. Zhang Yunsheng of Azure Cloud Peak, Su Xingyu of Tranquil Peak, Wei Zhang of Spirit Beast Peak, Xiahou Jie of Artifact Forging Peak, and Tian Yu of Spirit Plant Peak also began to chat among themselves. Once all 7 peak masters had arrived, Cui Jianyun explained his plan to hold a sect-wide disciple martial arts tournament due to the Jiangzhou secret realm matter. "Senior Brother Zhao, have you heard? The sect is going to hold a disciple assembly, and apparently all disciples must participate." "Of course I've heard, but you're slightly mistaken, Junior Brother. It's not all disciples, only those aged 25 and under can participate." 25 and under? I recall you're exactly 25, Senior Brother. It seems you'll make a name for yourself in the sect this time. Haha, thanks for the kind words. But I know my own abilities. You'll be satisfied with some modest results. Senior Brother is too modest. At the Cloud Abode Courtyard. "Junior Brother, have you heard about the sect disciple assembly?" Ling Ling asked after arriving at the courtyard with second senior sister Yunyu and third senior sister Shui Qingqian. "Sect disciple assembly? No. It's a recent announcement. It starts in 3 days. I'll let it start. Will you all participate, senior sisters? I can come and cheer you on." Shui Qingqian chuckled and said, "I told you fifth junior brother wouldn't know. Believe me now. With so few people here and no interaction with other disciples, it's no surprise he doesn't know." Yunyu nodded in agreement. "Oh, of course, second sister and I will participate, but you can't escape either, junior brother." Ling Ling said. "What do you mean, senior sister?" Chen Qinglin frowned after hearing this. He had no time for some disciple assembly. "Master has already signed you up. We're all going together in 3 days. What a impossible, master never mentioned this to me." Chen Qinglin felt that his 3 senior sisters were teasing him. "It's true, junior brother Qinglin." Yunyu took over the conversation. "Why?" Chen Qinglin was somewhat puzzled. "I don't know, the sect suddenly announced it." The sect leader and the peak masters jointly decided that all disciples under 25 must participate. All inner chi realm disciples, whether outer sect disciples who haven't entered the inner sect or core disciples of any peak, must join. Under master's tutelage, the senior brother being over 25 doesn't need to participate. The newly joined junior brother and sister are only at the body tempering stage, so they're exempt too. The roster is already set. Chen Qinglin, you and I are all on it, and the rewards are generous. It said the top 20 will receive mysterious prizes. Generous rewards. How generous? Finally something piqued Chen Qinglin's interest. First place gets a top-grade mortal martial art, a top-grade mortal artifact, and 100,000 spirit stones. Second place gets a top-grade mortal martial art, a high-grade mortal artifact, and 50,000 spirit stones. Third place gets a top-grade mortal martial art, a high-grade mortal artifact, and 30,000 spirit stones. 4th to 10th place get a high-grade mortal martial art, a mid-grade mortal artifact, and 10,000 spirit stones. 11th to 20th get a mid-grade mortal martial art, a mid-grade mortal artifact, and 5,000 spirit stones. 21st to 100th place get a mid-grade mortal martial art and 1,000 spirit stones. Shui Qingqian's eyes sparkled as she spoke. There's no reward after the top 100, but junior brother, the four of us can surely make the top 100. That's 1,000 spirit stones. Yes, yes. Ling Ling chimed in. The rewards are indeed quite generous. Chen Qinglin nodded. Then he asked, Senior sisters, do you know how many inner sect disciples we have on Clear Wind Mountain? Hearing Chen Qinglin's question, Shui Qingqian thought for a moment. Our Qingyun Peak has 13 elders. Excluding the newly accepted junior brothers and sisters at the body tempering stage, we have nearly 200 inner sect disciples. Removing those over 25, about 130 to 40 will participate in the sect's disciple assembly. Counting the inner sect disciples of the 8 peaks, there should be over 1,000 participants. Adding those who haven't joined the 8 inner peaks but are under outer sect elders, there might be 4,000 to 5,000. How can there be so many? Shui Qingqian startled herself as she counted. So senior sisters, are you sure you can still get those rewards? Having spent time together, Chen Qinglin knew his senior brothers and sisters' cultivation levels. Senior brother Ji Yangchun was at the peak of the inner Qi realm at 29. To become a core disciple of Qingyun Peak, he had to break through to the true condensation realm within a year. Second senior sister Yun Yu was at the late inner Qi realm 24. Third senior sister Shui Qingqian was at the mid-inner Qi realm 20. Fourth senior sister Ling Ling was at the mid-inner Qi realm 17. Given this second senior sister Yun, you might have a chance at the top 100. After all, there were 3,000 to 4,000 inner Qi realm disciples outside the 8 inner peaks. Though lacking master guidance compared to inner peak disciples, those disciples often fought and completed tasks outside. At the same mid-inner Qi realm, a 24 or 25-year-old inner Qi disciple would surpass the 2 senior sisters in combat experience and realm. As for third senior sister Shui Qingqian, Chen Qinglin thought she wanted that 1,000 spirit stones. Well, she should think of other ways. What? You ask, why not mention Ling Ling? The recently recovered junior sister Ling Ling was even less reliable than third senior sister Shui Qingqian. Do you still want that 1,000 spirit stones now? Shui Qingqian was stunned into silence. Chen Qinglin turned to Ling Ling. Junior sister, how about a 1-round trip to the sect disciple assembly? Wow, junior brother, your tongue is so sharp. How can you say such hurtful things? Don't we have any dignity? Don't be so blunt. After hearing Shui Qingqian's analysis, Ling Ling also fell silent. She and senior sister Shui had already planned what to buy and how to spend that 1,000 spirit stones. Yun Yue, after hearing this, also doubted whether she could make the top 100. At this rate, she estimated even the top 200 would be a struggle. The trio's gazes at Chen Qinglin grew somewhat hostile. Ha, what fine weather today. Noticing this, Chen Qinglin glanced at the sky. I suddenly have urgent business. My cultivation seems about to break through. I'm off 3 senior sisters. By the time Yun Yu and the others came to their senses, Chen Qinglin had already slipped away. The 3 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. This junior brother. The small incident didn't affect Chen Qinglin. He continued his relentless cultivation day and night. As time passed, the competition day soon arrived. On Qingyun Peak, just after the 5th watch at the start of the 6th. Hurry, junior brother, it's about to begin. Chen Qinglin looked up at the sky. The sun hadn't even risen yet. What kind of martial competition starts this early? He glanced at Ji Yangchuan, who had been dragged along despite having nothing to do, and felt a bit comforted. But this time Chen Qinglin had underestimated the disciples' enthusiasm for this assembly. Arriving at the mountain hosting the assembly, or rather not a mountain, it looked as if a sharp blade had sliced off 2/3 of it. The peak was completely gone. What appeared before Chen Qinglin was a massive platform. Many disciples had already arrived. For this sect disciple assembly, outer sect disciples were also allowed into the inner peaks, making the scene lively. After waiting tediously for nearly an hour, streaks of colorful light descended. The sect leader of Clear Wind Mountain Peak Masters and Elders gradually arrived. Then a melodious bell tolled. The sect disciple assembly officially began. Disciples from each peak appeared wearing attire representing their peaks. There were 9 preparation areas, 1 for each of the 8 inner peaks and 1 for ordinary inner disciples. Naturally, Fu Xinqing and others sat at the front of Qingyun Peak's preparation area. Behind them were the participating core disciples of Qingyun Peak. Then came Chen Qinglin and the other inner sect disciples. The Qingyun Peak Master sat with the sect leader and other peak masters. In the audience, there were seats for outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples. Since few outer sect disciples participated, they had no preparation area and sat with the ordinary inner disciples. I heard Senior Brother Ning also joined the assembly. I wonder how many rounds hell last. Hard to say. Senior Brother Ning only recently broke through to the inner Qi realm, still at the early stage, and hasn't practiced mortal martial arts for long. I heard nearly 5,000 inner Qi realm senior brothers are participating. Wow, so many. It seems not only Senior Brother Ning, but also Senior Brother Wan of the Dark Rider Society and Senior Brother Yen of the Cloud Dragon Society will struggle. Alas, we junior disciples have just joined. How can anyone make a name at this assembly? That's not certain. Oh, Junior Brother Qi has an insight. No great insight, Senior Brother will see as it goes. Is that so? Junior brothers, who do you think will claim first place in this tournament? Asked sect leader Cui Jianyun from the judging platform. In my view, the champion will undoubtedly emerge from among the true disciples of the peaks. Spirit Beast Peak Master Wei Zhang responded. Cui Yulan from Green Sword Peak has inherited Senior Brother Cui's talent mastering the Clear Wind Sword Art to perfection. Barely 20, she has already reached the consummate inner Qi realm. Her chances of victory are considerable. Haha, Brother Wei flatters me. I know you've taken in many outstanding disciples over the past 2 decades. Surely there are no few inner Qi realm consummate disciples under 25. My daughter's meager cultivation is nothing. From what I see, the silence of a few junior brothers and sisters likely means they're saving a surprise for me. Cui Jianyuan was naturally pleased to hear Wei Zhang praise his daughter. Yet, as he said, Cui Yulan had just turned 20, still far behind the true disciples aged 25. What about senior nephew Gu? Senior brother, you're still holding back. Senior nephew Gu Yunzuan has likely already broken through to the condensed truth realm, interjected Green Lotus Peak Master Mo Yang. Haha, junior brother Mo will see soon enough. Knowing in advance spoils the fun. Which peak do you think will win this competition? On the inner disciple preparation platform, discussions buzzed. Senior brother Gu Yunzuan and junior sister Cui Yulan of Green Sword Peak are both inner Qi realm consummate martial artists, and both have perfected the Clear Wind Sword Art. I heard senior brother Gu has not only mastered the Clear Wind Sword Art, but also holds other trump cards. Senior brother Zhang Shuhai of Azure Cloud Peak is also an inner Qi realm consummate. They say he's been in secluded cultivation for over half a year. His chances of winning are excellent. Senior sister Chiu Yuerong of Green Bamboo Peak is formidable too. Senior brother Feng Yongyan of Clear Tranquility Peak is no slouch. And senior brother Li Yulong of Green Lotus Peak. He's the sect's renowned handsome gentleman. At Green Sword Peak's preparation area, a man in a majestic golden robe declared, "Junior brothers are full of spirit." With his cultivation, he could naturally overhear their discussions. "Junior sister, who do you think will take first?" he asked, turning to Cui Yulan beside him. As a true disciple, she didn't need to wear the standard Green Sword Peak disciple attire. Her skin was fair as polished jade, warm and delicate. Her brows and eyes were like a painting, her gaze clear as autumn waters, her nose elegantly sculpted, her lips naturally red without rouge. She wore a simple blue and white long Ruchuan dress. Turning to the man, she said, "What's the point of guessing? Unless some senior brothers from other peaks have broken through, the outcome is already decided. Senior brother must be confident of victory. What do you think, senior brother? Indeed, this time the championship is mine and mine alone." "Gu Yunzuan, I won't lose to you again," muttered a man in blue robes at the Clear Tranquility Peak preparation area. At Azure Cloud Peak's preparation area, junior brother Yen has Uncle Master Fu taken on another disciple recently. A man in white robes spoke. Senior brother Zhang, indeed Uncle Master Fu, accepted a disciple named Chen Qinglin at the end of last year, and just last month took on 2 more from outside. Yen Dong naturally understood Zhang Zuhai's implication and added, "I heard junior sister Ling Ling's illness has recovered and Elder Ling and Elder Zhang have returned to Azure Cloud Peak. That junior brother Chen has formed something called the Cloud Dwelling Assembly in his courtyard, and has grown quite close to junior sister Ling Ling. Is that so? Seems like a capable junior brother," Zhang Shuhai said with narrowed eyes. "He's no match for you, senior brother. If I encounter this Chen, I'll be sure to test his mettle. Yan Dong said, we're from the same peak. Don't go too far, junior brother. Uncle Master Fu is watching. Rest assured, brother, I know my limits. Ling Ling held a special place on Azure Cloud Peak. Not only was her master Fu Shenxing an embracing Origin Realm elder, but both her parents were also at that level. She alone connected 3 elders of the peak. With only 13 elders on the entire peak, Zhang Shuhai, aspiring to be the young peak master, naturally recognized Ling Ling's significance. Though there were true disciples with higher cultivation, none matched his youth. Now a junior brother had appeared beside her, drawing so close. Zhang Shuhai glanced at Ling Ling, laughing with Chen Qinglin, a surge of displeasure rising within him, as if something of his had been taken, kindling a smoldering resentment. Some things are not yours to touch. Chen Qinglin was chatting with several senior sisters, when a sudden chill made him look up. He saw a senior brother in white smiling at him. Though it was a smile, Chen Qinglin sensed a trace of coldness within it. Another senior brother beside him wore an unfriendly expression. Glancing at their cultivation levels, Chen Qinglin smiled back casually and turned away unconcerned. Yunyu followed his gaze, saw the two, then looked back at Chen Qinglin, understanding that senior brother Zhang had only recently emerged from half a year of forced seclusion by Uncle Master Zhang. He used to harass junior sister Ling Ling, constantly ignoring the age gap between them. Talented, yes, but with such habits if not for Uncle Master Zhang's strictness. Dong! 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 3 heavy bell tolls echoed, reverberating in everyone's ears. The competition had begun. A massive light screen materialized above the peak platform, listing the names of disciples set to face off. Chen Qinglin quickly found his own. His opponent was an ordinary inner disciple. Ling Ling, Shui Qingqian, and Yunyu also located their opponents. All common inner disciples. It seemed senior sister Ling Ling had a chance to pass the first round. On hundreds of battle platforms, disciples took the stage. With nearly 5,000 participants, likely only one round would be completed today. Blades clashed, fists and feet collided fiercely, igniting a fervent wave. The sounds of weapons striking, cheers, falls, shouts, and joy. As the disciple assembly unfolded on the platform, some sought fame, others to test their cultivation, some to show off, others in dejection. Expressions varied. Sect leader Cui Genuan and the peak masters exchanged knowing smiles. Perhaps they should hold more sect-wide martial arts assemblies. This tested the disciples' learning and ignited their fighting spirit. 20 years had passed since the chaos on Clear Wind Mountain, and the disciple numbers had recovered. It was time to revive the grand sect-wide disciple assembly. Azure Cloud Peak. Chen Qinglin. Inner disciple Zhuang Yun greets you, junior brother. Without ceremony, after the referee's announcement, Chen Qinglin sent his inner Qi realm initial stage senior brother off the platform with a single punch. Then he turned and left. He went to watch Ling Ling's match from below the platform. Her opponent was also an inner Qi realm initial stage disciple. Though Ling Ling had reached the inner Qi realm midstage, she lacked combat experience. She struggled against her opponent, reacting hastily. In the end, she won a hard-fought victory by exhausting the opponent's true Qi with her own greater reserves. Descending, she saw Chen Qinglin and Shui Qingqian waiting and said with a smile, amazing, right? Chen Qinglin was speechless. Junior sister Ling is truly formidable. Unlike Chen, the third senior sister graciously stepped forward and praised her. What about second senior sister? Her match hasn't been scheduled yet, but it should be soon. Let's find her platform. All right. Yunyu had no issues winning easily without surprises. The first round of the sect disciple assembly concluded successfully for the 4 of them. Next, Chen Qinglin and the others watched the other members of the cloud-dwelling assembly perform, all doing fairly well. Unexpectedly, they encountered a vaguely familiar face. Ning Jingyuan stepped down from the platform dejectedly. Though prepared, the first round defeat still stung. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. A single failure doesn't define everything. The path of martial arts is long. Ning Jingyuan turned to see a young man approaching with several women. Ning Jingyuan looked at the youth and finally said, "How far can you go?" "It depends on how far you can dream." Ning Jingyuan smiled. "I hope you make it to the top 100. The top 100? I will?" Junior brother, who was that fellow disciple just now? An acquaintance. As expected, senior brother Wan Jing of the Yuhui Society, senior brother Ning Jingyuan of the Mutual Aid Society, and senior brother Yan Shengjie of the Yunlong Society all lost in the first round. It's because our cultivation time is short. If it were 2 years later, the situation would be different. Did you notice that person who was speaking with senior brother Ning just now? What about that person? I saw that senior brother at Yunqing Courtyard. I remember it was shortly after we first entered Qingfeng Mountain. Right, wasn't that junior brother with junior brother Xian and junior brother Zhong back then? So it's him. I remember who he is. Who is it? He was the first among our batch to break through to the inner chi realm. I saw his match just now. He defeated his opponent with a single blow. This was from a disciple who had just witnessed Chen Qinglin's match. Is that junior brother so strong? Why haven't we heard of his name? What do you know? That's called keeping a low profile. That junior brother doesn't socialize much. He only likes to practice martial arts alone. If you don't believe me, ask junior brother Qi. Junior brother Qi entered Qingfeng Mountain with him. Is that true, junior brother Qi? Yes, he did enter the sect with me, Qi Hanwen said, looking in the direction of Chen Qinglin. What kind of person is that senior brother? Brother Chen is very diligent in martial arts. Regardless, in the upcoming matches, I will firmly support this junior brother. He's the only survivor among our batch of new disciples. At the foot of Qingyun Peak, junior sister Linger, congratulations on passing the first round. I heard your body has fully recovered. That's wonderful. I was in secluded cultivation and didn't have time to visit, so I hope you won't hold it against me, junior sister. Senior brother Zhang, please just call me by my name or junior sister Ling. After the first round ended, it was already dusk. Ling Ling, Ji Yangshuan, and the other 5 returned to the foot of Qingyun Peak. Ji Yangchun brought Jiang Chan and Jiang Yu to watch Chen Qinglin's matches. The 7 of them were chatting and laughing as they arrived at the foot of Qingyun Peak. Upon seeing Zhang Shuhai and Yan Dong, they politely greeted them. After all, both were true disciples of Qingyun Peak. However, these 2 seemed to be waiting for them here on purpose. No need to be so distant, junior sister. Hearing Ling Ling's words, Zhang Shuhai was used to it and showed no anger. Senior brother Zhang, we are not close, so it's better to address each other this way. Alright, since junior sister Ling says, so then I'll call you that. I heard Uncle Master Fu has taken on a few more disciples. You 3 look unfamiliar, so you must be the ones. Zhang Shuhai spoke to Chen Qinglin, Jiang Chun, and Zhang Yue, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Qinglin. Greetings, senior brother. If master has no other new disciples, then it is the 3 of us. Chen Qinglin stepped forward, standing in front of Jiang Chun and Zhang Yu. Oh, so you are junior brother Chen Qinglin. I have been in secluded cultivation for most of the year since you new disciples entered, so I haven't had the chance to meet you. But junior brother, since you've just joined the sect, you should focus more on cultivation to go further on the path of martial arts. Zhang Shuhai said with implication. Senior brother is right. I should indeed spend more time on cultivation. I must hurry back to cultivate, so I'll take my leave now. Senior sister Ling Ling, let's go. Chen Qinglin detested hypocritical people and didn't want to engage further. He led Jiang Chun, Jiang Yue, and Ling Ling, bypassing Zhang Shuhai, and entered Qingyun Peak. Come on, little junior brothers and sister, let's go. Let's go back and cultivate. Watching Chen Qinglin and the others enter Qingyun Peak, the smile vanished from Zhang Zuhai's face. He stared coldly at their retreating figures. Senior brother, this new junior brother is so disrespectful. This junior brother Yen. Senior brother. You know what to do, don't need me to teach you. Of course I understand, senior brother. Good, rest assured. I won't treat you poorly in the future. Senior brother, just watch. A night passed and the second round of the competition was about to begin. Today the second and third rounds would be held. After the first round, 2-4-3-2 disciples remained. In the second round, Chen Qinglin didn't even need to draw his sword. He still won easily with a single punch. But his opponent in the third round was quite interesting. Not that this senior brother had high cultivation. He was only at the mid-inner chi realm. Rather, as soon as he stepped onto the arena, he said, Junior brother Chen Qinglin, right? I'll advise you, some people are not for you to touch. Senior brother, what do you mean? Chen Qinglin frowned, not understanding this senior brother's meaning. Junior brother, you understand well enough. Begin the match. Sorry, junior brother, I was entrusted with this. Bang. Ah! Chen Qinglin struck the senior brother in the face with lightning speed, then followed with a flurry of blows. The senior brother struggled with all his might but couldn't break free. Chen Qinglin held back with every move, not intending to kill him. Ah, not the face. I was wrong. Only the senior brother's cries echoed across the arena. The referee on the side was stunned, finding it hard to watch. He had thought this younger disciple would have a tough time today. Who would have thought? What a thoroughly satisfying battle. Chen Qinglin shook his hands, and that senior brother fell over and went to sleep. What great quality of sleep. I won, right? He looked at the inner sect steward serving as referee. Chen Qinglin of Qingyun Peak wins. Hearing this, Chen Qinglin turned and walked down the arena. Mid-inner chi realm, I hope this senior brother trains harder in the future. TSK. Looking at the bruised and unconscious disciple, the referee felt his own face ache. Someone carry this disciple down for treatment. Yes. Chen Qinglin walked off the arena to meet up with the others. He hated riddle talkers the most who couldn't speak clearly, and they wanted to teach him a lesson. In this unconventional battle, Chen Qinglin only wanted to say, "What a thrill!" He had a blast, feeling a sense of total release throughout his body. Arriving at Qingyun Peak's waiting area, second senior sister Yun Yu and third senior sister Shui Qingqian were comforting Ling Ling. Judging by this, had little senior sister Ling Ling's luck run out? Little senior sister, what's wrong? Losing is normal with your lousy skills. Getting through the second round was already great. Ah, woo-woo. Seeing Chen Qinglin, Ling Ling thought he was coming to comfort her and hadn't been crying. Ha ha ha. Shui Qingqian burst out laughing at this. Fifth junior brother, don't tease junior sister Linger, haha. Well, Yun Yu said, unable to suppress a laugh herself. What's the big deal? Senior sister, don't worry. When the rewards are distributed after the competition, I'll share 1,000 spirit stones with you. Chen Qinglin quickly tried to console her. Really? Ling Ling asked upon hearing this. Of course it's true. Then won't your reward be gone? Have a little faith in me, senior sister. Then I'll be waiting. Ling Ling stopped being upset and said, then I'll be waiting. Shui Qingqian mimicked Ling Ling's words and added, would only your little senior sister get some? Don't Yun Yu and I get any? Then senior sister, wish me well to advance a few more places, so I can get more rewards, and then you'll have some too. Chen Qinglin replied. Forget it, then I'll just rely on sister Yun Yu. Right, sister Yu? Shui Qingqian said, clinging to Yun Yu's arm. You girl, that's so cheesy. Yun Yu said, making a motion to push Shui Qingqian away. Yun Yu of Qingyun Peak, Shifeng of Qinglian Peak Arena 86. A booming voice rang out. Let go of me quickly, junior sister Shui, it's my turn. Wishing second senior sister a triumphant victory. Not long after, Shui Qingqian of Qingyun Peak, Qianxing of Spirit Beast Peak Arena 265. Junior brother, junior sister, I'm off. Good senior sister, take them down quickly, you won't need to rely on second senior sister. Get lost, Shui Qingqian said and headed to the arena. Little senior sister, wanna come watch together? Sure. In the third round of the Grand Assembly, most disciples at the early stage of Inner Qi realm were halted here. Third senior sister's opponent Qianxing was a disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak. These were the 8 inner peaks of Qingfeng Mountain. Disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak, Artifact Forging Peak, and Spirit Plant Peak, primarily focused on raising spirit beasts, forging weapons, and cultivating spiritual food and herbs. They provided Qingfeng Mountain with ample martial cultivation resources. Yet they were not known for combat prowess. Although occasionally a few formidable disciples emerged, the senior brother Qianxing was evidently not one of them. Chen Qinglin watched the two dueling on the arena. Both were at the mid-stage of Inner Qi realm, and their sword techniques were both of the human-grade mid-rank. Shui Qingqian's continuous rain sword art had reached the minor accomplishment stage. Qianxing's sharp gold sword technique was practiced adequately, likely just entering the proficiency level. He was no match for Shui Qingqian. As expected, the battle soon fell under Shui Qingqian's rhythm of the continuous rain sword art, and defeat was inevitable. Yun Yue, after watching Chen Qinglin and Ling Ling for a short while, had already won her match and rejoined them. The third round reduced the field from 1,216 to 608. Only Ling Ling lost in this round. She was still recovering from a serious illness, so it was an acceptable outcome for her. With no more matches, Chen Qinglin and the others went to the spectator stands. Jiangchuan, Jiangchun, and Jiang Yu were there. Junior sister Yun, junior sister Shui, and junior brother Qinglin, congratulations. 2 more wins and you'll have a chance to enter the top 100. Seeing the 4 approach, Jiangchun offered his congratulations with a smile. Congratulations, senior brother and senior sisters. Jiangchun and Jiang Yu also chimed in. Thank you, little junior sister. Shui Qingqian said, embracing Jiang Yu. As for winning 2 more rounds, only second senior sister and junior brother Qinglin have a chance. Though Shui Qingqian had won the 3rd round, she knew that with her strength, she might get through 1 more round with luck. If luck was against her, the next round would be her end. Junior sister, you are young. If you were to make it into the top 100, what would the senior brothers do? The Grand Assembly of Disciples hasn't been held at Qingfeng Mountain for 50 years. Now that it has resumed, there will surely be more opportunities in the future. Junior sisters Shui and Ling are still young. They can likely participate a few more times. The senior brother sure knows how to speak. Shui Qingqian was pleased and said happily, as long as junior sister is happy. Where is the master? We didn't see him in the preparation area earlier. Ling Ling asked in confusion. Master? Look, he's over there chatting happily with Elder Meng from Green Bamboo Peak. He has no time for us. Ji Yongchun pointed towards the green bamboo peak preparation area. Following his finger, Chen Qinglin saw his master Fu Xinxing laughing and talking with elder Meng Yunling. Xie Jingyun watched helplessly from the side. She was at the late stage of inner Qi realm and had easily won her first 3 rounds. She couldn't understand why her master Meng Yunling would be so delighted chatting about trivial matters with Uncle Master Fu. The air seemed thick with a cloying sweetness. Rolling her eyes, she looked around bored. As she glanced about, she saw Chen Qinglin and the others looking in their direction. Xie Jingyun waved at them and Chen Qinglin and the others waved back. She said something to a senior sister beside her and prepared to leave. Chong Yen, watching from nearby, quietly followed suit, as did others besides her and Xie Jingyun. Clearly they too couldn't bear the oblivious behavior of Meng Yunling and Fu Xinxing. A group of graceful female disciples arrived at the spectator stands, instantly becoming the center of attention. Since everyone's matches were over, they decided to visit Qingyun Peak. When Meng Yunling finally noticed the disciples behind her, she realized her earlier behavior was somewhat inappropriate. She shot Fu Xinxing a glare. "Yuan Mei, where have your other junior sisters gone? Only a few of you are left. They went to Qingyun Peak as guests of Uncle Master Fu's disciples. How improper, leaving without informing your master. Since the disciples have all gone to my Qingyun Peak, why not join us, junior sister Meng?" Meng Yunling didn't reply, but her silence implied consent. In the distance, Ling Daoming was discussing with several elders from Qingyun Peak, speaking of its outstanding disciples. Zhang Yu, however, noticed the scene on Green Bamboo Peak and tugged at Ling Daoming's sleeve, gesturing towards it. After looking, Ling Daoming smiled and said, "It seems a happy event is about to occur." "What happy event?" Elder Chu, overhearing Ling Daoming, asked. "Nothing, senior brother Chu." On Qingyun Peak, Ji Yongchun and Chen Qinglin were teaching the younger junior brothers and sisters martial arts. Yunyue, Shui Qingxian, and Ling Ling were chatting with senior sisters from Green Bamboo Peak. Meanwhile, Meng Yunling and Fu Xinxing had disappeared somewhere after arriving at Qingyun Peak. By the time the other Qingyun Peak disciples returned, the Green Bamboo Peak disciples gradually dispersed. Time passed to the 3rd day of the Grand Assembly. Today, the top 100 disciples of Qingfeng Mountain under 25 years of age would emerge. Even those who hadn't come to watch in the previous 2 days were present today. The 4th round. Chen Qinglin's opponent was a senior brother around 24 or 25 at the late stage of inner Qi realm. "I saw your match yesterday, junior brother. Please go easy on me today." Senior brother jests. As the match began, Sun Yonan looked at Chen Qinglin with a grave expression. Not sensing this junior brother's realm, he realized it was above his own. He unleashed the blazing fire blade art with full force, not hoping to defeat him, but at least to display his own strength on the arena. Suddenly, flames and blade chi filled the entire arena. Without the barrier, the momentum would have ravaged the surroundings. Blazing flame slash. A scorching blade chi surged towards Chen Qinglin. Witnessing this, Chen Qinglin remained unmoved. He easily identified the weakness in the blade technique. Divine Wind Howl. A human-grade low-rank Divine Wind Leg technique was executed. Its power had transcended the technique's own limits. It shattered the blade chi and flames in succession. With one move, the opponent was sent flying. Yet Sun Yonan, upon landing, felt no serious injury. Realizing the junior brother had held back, he said, "Thank you, junior brother." "You're welcome, senior brother." Zhang Shuhai of Qingyun Peak wins. "Junior sister, your swordsmanship is swift but lacks follow-through. You need more practice." After easily defeating a junior sister from Green Bamboo Peak, Zhang Shuhai said with grace, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Zhang. May I seek your advice in the future?" She asked, her eyes flirtatiously fixed on Zhang Shuhai. "Junior sister overestimates me. Your master is far more skilled. I'm hardly fit to guide you. Senior brother." Ignoring the junior sister's lingering disappointment, Zhang Shuhai returned to the Qingyun Peak preparation area. "Tisk, senior brother, you've broken another junior sister's heart." Junior brother Yen jokes, "This is no time for romantic dalliances. I thought you'd be as chivalrous as ever, but now you seem so indifferent." Junior brother, be careful with your words. They are fellow disciples. I was merely offering guidance. Yes, senior brother is right. I misspoke. Senior brother Chen has defeated his opponent with one move again, winning the 4th round. The 4th round reduces 608 to 304. One more win and senior brother Chen can compete for the top 100. Be bold. I think senior brother Chen can make the top 20. Then why not say hell take first place? That would be the best outcome. Qi Hanwen was delighted to see Chen Qinglin win the 4th round. Since entering the sect, he had never slacked off and had reached the 9th level of body tempering. "What are those junior brothers discussing over there so lively? Wang Jing, seeing a group of new disciples gathered in discussion, asked a lackey beside him. Senior brother Wan, let me go ask. Brother Li, no need to ask. I know of this junior brother. Oh, junior brother Feng knows. Senior brother Wan, they are talking about senior brother Chen Qinglin. After hearing the lackey's description, Wang Jing said in shock, how is this possible? I didn't even make it past the first round. How could he have reached the fourth? Ahem, senior brother, he's already past the fourth round. Wang Jing fell silent, thinking about how he had once wanted to surpass this junior brother. No, now he should be called senior brother. Ning Jingyuan, Wu Chang, Xian Shuming, and Zhongqing were also watching Chen Qinglin's match. Their conflicts had dissipated since meeting Chen Qinglin the day before. Ning Jingyuan had been closely following Chen Qinglin's arena matches. He realized he had still underestimated him. Sun Yonan, though not a disciple of the 8 inner peaks, had a considerable reputation among the inner sect. He was a latest-stage inner chi realm martial artist. Chen Qinglin defeating him with one move suggested he could contend for a top 20 position. Wu Chang felt relieved that their enmity had been resolved, or otherwise, without even needing that senior brother to act, merely hinting at displeasure would have many willing to do his bidding. Xian Shuming and Zhongqing had complex expressions. They were still at the 8th level of body tempering, while that person was at an unknown realm. This junior brother Chen, no senior brother Chen, was among the batch of disciples who entered with us. I didn't notice him back at Yunqing Courtyard. I never expected our batch to produce a hidden dragon like senior brother Chen. Junior brother Wu, prepare some gifts for me. Now that I've entered the intersect, I should choose a day to visit him. Understood, senior brother Yen. Third senior sister Shui Qingqian did not continue her streak of good fortune. She encountered a senior brother at the late inner chi stage and was eliminated in the 4th round. Yunyu came across a disciple from Qinglian Peak, and they were still locked in combat. The gap between the two was minimal, their realms and martial skills were evenly matched, so the outcome would hinge on combat technique and on-the-spot performance. Encountering such a formidable opponent in the 4th round was rather unfortunate for Yunyu. Junior brother, do you think second senior sister can win? It's a stalemate, it depends on who can hold out longer. Sword aura enveloped both of them, and shockwaves formed by streaks of sword energy interwove and clashed between them. As the battle grew more intense, the air around the arena seemed stirred by their sword aura, coalescing into a powerful current. The moment of decision was near. Chen Qinglin thought to himself. This current was affecting their sword techniques. It was the perfect opportunity. If it were him, he would not let it slip. Unfortunately, contrary to Chen Qinglin's expectation, neither seized the chance to settle the match. What a pity! An hour later, after prolonged struggle, their sword techniques began to falter. Soaring straight to the clouds, twin lotuses on one stem, their sword techniques collided, and Yunyu shattered the lotus with one strike, barely defeating her opponent. She herself was also on the verge of exhaustion. After the referee announced her victory, Shui Qingqian and Ling Ling hurried over to support her. Congratulations, senior sister. Are you all right? Pant. I'm fine, just a bit drained. If this round is this tough, then the top 100 is beyond me. You've done incredibly well, second senior sister. Let's head back first. The next round is about to start. Senior sister, make the most of the time to recover. Right, let's go back and recover. The battle moved to the 5th round. Chen Qinglin of Qingyun Peak, Yendong Arena 74. Junior brother Qinglin, you're up against senior brother Yen. Be careful. It seems this young junior's luck is about to run out. The other disciples of Qingyun Peak were regretful. Given his performance so far, this junior brother had seemed poised to enter the top 100. Unfortunately, he now faced senior brother Yendong, an internal conflict within Qingyun Peak. What a pity. As for the fact that they could not discern this junior brother's cultivation level, they paid it no mind. Many junior and senior brothers like to conceal their cultivation. And since this junior brother had joined Qingyun Peak less than a year ago, none believed he could defeat Yendong. Chen Qinglin rose and headed to the arena, walking alongside Yendong. Junior brother, if luck is on your side, you might still have a chance at the top 100. How about conceding? I have no desire to harm a fellow Peak disciple. Senior brother seems very confident. It appears you're unwilling to give up, junior brother. That's understandable. You're young and full of spirit, so such advice naturally falls on deaf ears. But be careful, junior brother. Your strength is not to be underestimated, and if I cannot hold back, I hope you won't take offense. Senior brother, do your best. If I lose, it's my own inadequacy. If by some chance I win, I ask for your understanding. Very well, let the arena decide the victor. Yendong sneered and strode swiftly onto the platform. Once Chen Qinglin had ascended and the match began. Without a word, Yendong unleashed his signature technique, the frost sword art. His figure flickered, and the long sword in his hand descended like a blade of icy heaven. In an instant, he thrust toward Chen Qinglin. Chen Qinglin flicked his fingers, deflecting the incoming sword, then struck Yendong's chest with a horizontal blow from his scabbard. Yendong flew backward, spitting a mouthful of blood. "Senior brother Yen, you're not up to it. Let the real master come himself." Enraged by these words, Yendong shouted, "Heavenly Frost Earth Soul." Instantly, hundreds of frost sword auras attacked Chen Qinglin from all sides, but Chen Qinglin remained unflustered, not even drawing his sword. Countless footprints appeared, shattering the frost sword auras in an instant. Another kick sent Yendong flying, blood spraying from his mouth. He crashed into the arena barrier, bounced to the ground, and lay there unable to rise for a long time. Without another word, Chen Qinglin cast a brief glance at Yendong, then left the arena after the referee's announcement. Yendong was no ordinary nobody. He was among the top disciples of the Clear Wind Mountain at the peak of the inner chi stage. His mastery of the frost sword art and his late inner chi cultivation had defeated countless opponents. Chen Qinglin's effortless victory astonished everyone, and many began to take an interest in him. They eagerly inquired about his background. "Junior brother Fu, is that your disciple?" Fu Xinxing was chatting with Meng Yunling when he heard a senior sister speak beside him. "What disciple?" He didn't react at first. "There, you really don't care about your disciple's performance, do you? Your eyes are only on junior sister Meng." Dong Yuding pointed at Chen Qinglin, who had returned to his senior sister's side. "Senior sister Dong is referring to Qinglin. He is indeed my disciple. Junior sister Meng knows him too. What about junior nephew Qinglin?" Meng Yunling asked. Having been teased often lately, she was no longer surprised. "Your disciple just defeated junior nephew Yendong. Aren't you surprised?" Dong Yuding rolled her eyes at them. "I thought it was something serious. Senior sister, just watch quietly. My disciple still has surprises in store for you." Fu Xinxing said nonchalantly. Ever since Chen Qinglin returned and he discovered his disciple had reached the peak of inner chi, he knew that in this tournament he would at least make the top 20, perhaps even the top 10. This was nothing to get excited about. "All right, you two, enjoy your sweet nothings." Dong Yuding rolled her eyes again, looking at them with disdain. "The sect has produced another outstanding disciple," Cui Jianyun said, pointing in Chen Qinglin's direction. "Indeed impressive. It seems he joined the sect only in the last year or two. Peak inner chi. Good, he has the strength for the top 10. It's been years. This disciple tournament has turned out well. After it's over, let's discuss holding sect-wide disciple tournaments on a regular basis." "An excellent idea, senior brother. I agree that Clear Wind Mountain should return to normalcy." After senior brother Chen's match, only 152 disciples remain. One more win and he'll be in the top 100. How does senior brother Chen cultivate? Ahem, first do this, then that. How should I know? Damn. You'd better not sleep too soundly tonight. At the observation area of Green Bamboo Peak. Wow. Yunqing, I didn't know your Cloud Gathering Association had such an impressive junior brother. Next time you meet, take me along. Don't keep it all to yourself, Yunqing. What do you mean, keep it to myself? That's not it at all. The Cloud Gathering Association hosted by senior brother Chen. I always go with senior sister Jingyun. To join you need the consent of all 11 founding members. It's not up to me. Good sister, talk to senior sister Xie and see if you can bring us along. We'll be grateful whether it works out or not. Yes, please. All right, I'll mention it to them when the next gathering starts. Yunqing, you're the best. Junior brother. What is it, senior sister? You're the only one left under master's tutelage. You must give it your all. And I still have 1,000 spirit stones deposited with you. I'm sorry, senior brother. I am no match for that junior brother Chen. Rest and heal your injuries first, junior brother. If I encounter this Chen, I'll seek justice for you. Zhang Shuhai cursed inwardly at the waste, furious that he had to personally deal with a newly admitted disciple. Outwardly, however, he soothed Yendong. Interesting. I hope you last long enough to face me. Second senior sister lost. It can't be helped. She expended too much stamina and true chi in the previous round. The opponent she faced this time was already stronger than her, let alone the fact that she wasn't in top form. No matter, I'll win it back later. Junior brother Qinglin, it's up to you now. Just watch, senior sisters. At high noon, the sun poured forth endless light and heat. The 4th and 5th rounds concluded by morning. The battles grew increasingly fierce. The 6th round arrived, the moment to decide the top 100 disciples of the assembly. Chen Qinglin stepped onto the arena. Across from him stood a senior brother from the artifact forging peak. He was muscular, towering in stature. Wielding a pair of massive iron hammers, he exuded an imposing aura. Junior brother Chen, drop by the artifact forging peak sometime, senior brother Hongjing, and I will host you. The senior brother from the artifact forging peak spoke warmly, extending an invitation. Thank you for the invitation, senior brother. I'll visit when I have time. Good. I know I'm no match for you, junior brother. Could you go easy on me and not make my defeat too shameful? Easily said. Begin the battle. As the fight commenced, the senior brother across from Chen Qinglin dropped the jest and grew serious. The iron hammers in his hand gleamed with metallic light as he suddenly swung them toward Chen Qinglin, bringing with them the sound of wind and thunder. It was formidable in show but had little effect on Chen Qinglin. He could easily spot several flaws in the senior brother's stance. Drawing his long sword, he engaged in a few rounds of skirmish, granting the senior brother ample face. Only then did he unleash the perfected wind-embracing sword technique, breaking through his defense and defeating him, securing a spot in the top 100 with ease. The 7th round pitted him against a senior brother from the Azure Sword Peak, whose strength was on par with Yendong, and Chen Qinglin defeated him just as effortlessly. The 8th round narrowed the field from 76 to 38, the 9th round from 38 to 19. With no effort at all, his mere surface-level inner chi perfection cultivation easily claimed a place in the top 20. By now, everyone was astonished at his rise, sweeping through numerous disciples like a dark horse. What was even more terrifying was his unrelenting momentum. No one had yet forced him to reveal his true strength. It was no longer a question of whether he'd make the top 10. Many disciples and elders believed he had the potential to contend for the top 3 or even first place. Whether it was the disciples of Cloud Clear Courtyard who had previously noticed him or those who had crossed paths with Chen Qinglin, all were awestruck by his power. Fu Shenxing now had no time to dally with Meng Yunling. The preparation area of Green Bamboo Peak was packed with elders. Xie Jingyun and the others, having lost their spots, came to Azure Cloud Peak to chat with Shui Qingqian and her companions. Their topic naturally revolved around Chen Qinglin at this moment. Though Xie Jingyun possessed extraordinary talent, time was too short for it to translate into strength. Regrettably, she fell in the 9th round, failing to break into the top 20. Even so, it astonished the Green Bamboo Peak crowd. No one had expected Xie Jingyun to be so formidable. It was only Chen Qinglin's rise that overshadowed her, or else there would have been plenty of talk about her. Are we seeing this right? Senior brother Chen easily defeated so many senior brothers and made it to the top 20. Hit me. Slap. Hiss. That hurts. You actually hit me. I guess it's real. Didn't you tell me to? I wonder where senior brother Chen hailed from before joining the sect. What are you planning? To latch onto him, of course. Now that senior brother Chen has soared in the sect, latching onto him directly is out of the question. But does he have any cousins or sisters? Hee. Hiss. Why didn't I think of that? I'll move my whole family to senior brother Chen's hometown. Can you guys be any shallower? Then what's your brilliant idea? Count me in. At Azure Cloud Peak's preparation area, junior brother, I knew you were formidable. But I didn't expect you to be this formidable. Ling Ling had known this junior brother was strong, but not to this extent. He was always training, and she had never seen him spar with anyone. Chen Qinglin smiled faintly, offering no reply. Qinglin. Shui Qingqian's tone suddenly turned coy. Speak normally, third senior sister. Chen Qinglin shuddered, his scalp tingling. Fine. Junior brother Qinglin, am I your senior sister or not? What do you want to say, senior sister? Chen Qinglin replied with a deadpan expression. Ahem. Junior brother, when you get your reward, senior sister Yun, and I don't want much. Just spare 100 or so spirit stones, so we can buy some special spices. Please. Why drag me into this? Said Yunyu. Second senior sister, just say yes or no. Well, it depends on what junior brother Qinglin says. Third senior sister, didn't you say you didn't want it before? Times change. Back then, second senior sister still had a chance. Now she doesn't. My shoulders suddenly feel sore. Hey, what are you doing? Shui Qingqian punched Chen Qinglin's shoulder and he exclaimed. Dream on. Want me to massage your shoulders? Give me a straight answer. Yes or no? No. Fine, you ungrateful junior brother. After all I've done for you. Shui Qingqian trailed off, unable to recall anything she had actually done for him. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Junior brother, I'll massage your shoulders after all. Enough, the next round is about to start. Qingqian, don't delay junior brother's match. Yunyu said. Just kidding, senior sister. I'll bring back the reward. The 10th round of the sect's disciple assembly. No longer were opponents assigned by the sect. Instead, a lottery system was adopted. 19 people stood on the central arena atop the mountain peak, ready to draw their opponents. Among these 19, aside from Zhang Shuhai, Chen Qinglin recognized no one. Likewise, Gu Yunzuan, Feng Yongyan, and the others were intrigued by Chen Qinglin. Except for Chen Qinglin, the other 18 all knew each other. They were the outstanding disciples of Clear Wind Mountain. Cui Yulan gazed at this junior brother from Azure Cloud Peak. At just 15 or 16, he already stood at the same height as them. In time, no, even now, he was already a greater prodigy than senior brother Gu. He was merely at a disadvantage due to his youth. Alright, you're all here. This stone box contains the jade tokens of all 19 of you. I shall begin the draw now. Spirit Plant Peak Yun Meng number 1. The drawing elder reached into the stone box, pulled out a jade token, and called out, Clear Serenity Peak Tao E number 2. Azure Sword Peak Gu Yunzuan number 3. Azure Lotus Peak Li Yulong number 4. Clear Serenity Peak Feng Yongyan number 5. Azure Sword Peak Chui Yulan number 18. Azure Cloud Peak Chen Qinglin number 19. Alright, the draw is complete. Number 1 faces number 18 and so on. Number 19 gets a bye, advancing directly to the next round. Lucky lad, take a rest for now. Thank you, elder. This disciple takes his leave. Chen Qinglin hadn't expected to get a bye, but it was a good thing nonetheless. Though for him a bye or not made little difference. But others didn't see it that way. What luck, junior brother Chen. I was hoping to test your skills. Zhang Shuhai emerged from the side, speaking. You'll have your chance. After you win this round, senior brother, you'll see me. I admit you're a genius, brilliant enough already, but Clear Wind Mountain isn't your era yet. Zhang Shuhai was now in a tight spot. He hadn't expected this newly initiated junior brother to be such a prodigy. His cultivation had already caught up to the established geniuses of Clear Wind Mountain. He had set his sights on Azure Cloud Peak, hoping to win Ling Ling, though that chance now seemed slim. But Yen Dong and the junior brothers working for him had already made their stance clear. If he didn't fight Chen Qinglin, his prestige would likely suffer. Even the junior brothers and sisters who had aligned with him would become disloyal and abandon him. The elders inclined toward him would also reconsider. It would be more costly than beneficial. This battle was inevitable. Senior brother, you can wait and see. I'll take my leave first. If you wish to duel, senior brother, win this round first. Junior brother, why are you back? Hasn't the competition already started? Ling Ling was somewhat surprised to see Chen Qinglin return to the arena so soon after leaving. I had a bye, Chen Qinglin replied flatly, as if it were of no consequence to him. A bye? Doesn't that mean you're at least in the top 10 now? More or less. Wow. Junior brother, such luck. Shui Qingqian was envious. He had entered the top 10 without even fighting. 10,000 spirit stones. Those are my 10,000 spirit stones. Senior brother Chen seems to have had a bye. Doesn't that mean he's in the top 10 without a fight? Exactly. Heavens. Has Qingfeng Mountain ever seen such a prodigy? We're both new disciples. How would I know? I feel like I'm witnessing a powerhouse rising. Where's that junior brother who said he'd move his whole family to senior brother Chen's house? Where did he go? It's me, what's up? When are you moving? I'll go with you. Ha! The 10th round of the Sect Disciple Assembly officially begins. First match. Yun Meng of the Spiritual Plant Peak versus Cui Yulan of the Azure Sword Peak. Please step onto the arena. Yun Meng of the Spiritual Plant Peak. Greetings, junior sister Cui. Yun Meng was a petite, somewhat adorable woman. She was not tall, with large bright eyes and a crisp, pleasant voice, yet she wielded a massive greatsword that belied her frame. The contrast was stark. Senior sister Yun, please enlighten me. Yun Meng activated the heavy mountain sword art, striking down with the force of a collapsing mountain peak. Green peak leans south. Heavy in momentum, heavy in blade, heavy in power. Cui Yulan did not expect the senior sister to unleash her ultimate move so early. She intended to evade. But unexpectedly, the technique had already enveloped all space around her. There was no escape. Wind barrier. Cui Yulan activated the clear wind sword art to defend. Unfortunately, Yun Meng had long planned this move. Cui Yulan's hastily assembled defense was shattered by the heavy blade. Peaks upon peaks. Ridges forming summits. At this moment, Cui Yulan had lost the initiative in battle. She could only block, stifled, without a chance to counterattack. Unfortunately, she had encountered one of the rare, highly skilled disciples from the Spiritual Plant Peak. Having gained the advantage, Yun Meng naturally would not let it slip. The might of her great sword swept forth, igniting the blood of countless disciples. This child, though at the same cultivation level as Yun Meng, and with equally matched sword art, cannot leverage her own strengths. Alas, I have spoiled her too much in my daily tutelage. Cui Jianyun sighed as he watched the scene. My disciple caught her off guard. Your niece was careless and lost the initiative. This victory is unworthy of merit, said Wei Zhang, the peak master of the Spirit Beast Peak. Yet the smile on his face was utterly irrepressible. A loss is a loss. It is time to let this child go out and gain some experience. Cui Jianyun was somewhat frustrated but not angry. Meanwhile, Yun Yu and the others were also watching this match. The upcoming battles of these senior brothers and sisters were bound to be spectacular and not to be missed. The first match of this round on the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. The referees at the Qi condensation stage had already stepped down, replaced by elders at the core formation stage. Senior Sister Yun Meng. Senior Sister Yun Meng. The disciples near this viewing stand burst into deafening cheers that echoed across the mountains. People always love an upset. Cui Yulan was very popular within the sect, while Yun Meng's fame was confined to the spiritual plant peak. On the arena, Yun Meng seemed to draw strength from these cheers. Her sword techniques became more powerful, heavier, and more profound. Earth-shattering, mountain-crushing. The momentum of a massive peak collapsing swept forth, and under this technique Yun Meng's sword energy was incredibly condensed and weighty. Cui Yulan was blasted away by the sword energy, her precious sword flying from her hand. When she came to her senses, Yun Meng's greatsword was already at her throat. Junior sister, my apologies. Thank you for yielding, Yun Meng said softly. Had everyone present not been martial artists, her words would have been inaudible. Spiritual plant peak. Yun Meng wins. I lost. Cui Yulan was dazed, not yet awake from the reality of defeat. On the Azure Sword Peak, she was surrounded like a star by many senior brothers, and they always went easy on her in daily sparring. Within the sect, she was welcomed wherever she went. Participating in this assembly, Cui Yulan believed that no one except her senior brothers Gu Yunzuin and Feng Yongnian was her match. She was at least in the top 3. Cui Yulan's usual aloofness stemmed from her belief that she had the best talent on Qingfeng Mountain. Even senior brother Gu Yunzuin was merely a few years older than her. Yet Yun Meng was one of the rare women of similar age and talent. She defeated her in front of everyone. It was a blow Cui Yulan could not easily accept. Junior sister, are you all right? Gu Yunzuin stepped onto the arena to help Cui Yulan up. I'm fine, let's go. Hearing the cheers all around praising Yun Meng, Cui Yulan forced herself to remain calm and followed Gu Yunzuin off the arena. She was after all Cui Jianyun's daughter. Her heart did not turn dark, but she etched the feeling of this defeat into her memory. Someday she would win it back. Other arenas were also in progress simultaneously. In the second match, Tao Yi of the Pure Serenity Peak faced Chang Yuzhen of the Green Bamboo Peak. The gap between them was small, and the outcome was still undecided. In the third match, Gu Yunzuin of the Azure Sword Peak faced inner disciple Wu Ziming. Gu Yunzuin won easily with a single move. He then quickly went to check on his junior sister's match, arriving just after her defeat. In the fourth match, Li Yulong of the Green Lotus Peak faced inner disciple Zhang Xinbai. Li Yulong was victorious. In the fifth match, Feng Yongnian of the Pure Serenity Peak faced Leng Tianzhua of the Azure Sword Peak. Though Leng Tianzhua was quite skilled, he was still far from Feng Yongnian's level. Feng Yongnian won. In the sixth match, inner disciple Wei Xingyan faced Qiu Yuerong of the Green Bamboo Peak. Qiu Yuerong won in 3 moves. In the seventh match, when Yuan Long of the Azure Cloud Peak faced Lin Jiaming of the Azure Sword Peak, the outcome was still undecided. In the eighth match, inner disciple Bian Zhengyang faced Zhang Shuhai of the Azure Cloud Peak. Zhang Shuhai won in 2 moves. In the ninth match, inner disciple Chai Zhenzu faced inner disciple Shen Zizhou. The battle was fierce and they were evenly matched. Disciples chose their favorite senior brothers and sisters to watch. On the Azure Cloud Peak standby seats, besides the Peak's participating disciples, there were also some junior and senior sisters from the Green Bamboo Peak. At that moment, they were drawn to something else. I heard someone set up a betting pool on who will take first place, said an Azure Cloud Peak disciple. Who's that so fearless? The sect master and peak masters are still watching. Ahem, it seems to be senior brothers from the Spirit Beast Peak and the Artifact Forging Peak. I also heard a few elders are backing them. Oh, then it's fine. Where is the pool? I want to see too. The disciple was clearly interested. It's right at the viewing stands. Look over there. Good fellow, any inside scoop? Give your senior brother some advice. Senior brother, I actually do have some. Speak quickly. The current consensus for those with the strength to win first place is senior brother Gu Yunzuin of the Azure Sword Peak. Odds are 2-1. Senior brother Feng Yongnian of the Pure Serenity Peak. Odds are 1-1. Senior sister Qiu Yuerong of the Green Bamboo Peak. Odds are 1-2. Senior brother Li Yulong of the Green Lotus Peak. Odds are 1-2. Of course now we've added senior sister Yun Meng of the spiritual plant peak. Odds are 1 to 3. And there's our azure cloud peak senior brother Zhang Shuhai. Odds are 1 to 2. And junior brother Chen Qinglin. Odds are 1 to 3. At this point, the azure cloud peak disciple glanced at Chen Qinglin. With these odds, it's practically decided that senior brother Gu Yunzuan will win first place. Senior brother Feng Yongyan also has a chance. Junior brother. Let's go. We have to get in on this. I've already bet on senior brother Gu Yunzuan planning to make a small profit. So I won't go with you. Good fellow, why aren't you supporting senior brother Zhang Shuhai and junior brother Chen Qinglin, but betting on senior brother Gu Yunzuan? Then senior brother, who are you planning to bet on? I'll take a look first. Take a look. The azure cloud peak junior brother was disdainful. Both junior-senior brothers, can you take us along? The two turned around to see a group of beautiful senior and junior sisters standing behind them. Of course, absolutely. Returning to the conversation between the two azure cloud peak disciples. Junior brother won't the sect master blame the spirit beast peak and artifact forging peak for setting up a betting pool? Ling Ling asked. Junior sister, rest assured. I asked master, he also placed a few bets. Before Chen Qinglin could answer, Shui Qingqian spoke. What's going on? Even master is involved. Apparently the sect master approved it. The sect master and the peak masters were guessing who would take first place, and it eventually evolved into this. The peak masters of Spirit Beast Peak and Artifact Forging Peak opened the pool. They said since Qingfeng Mountain is rarely this lively, they'd allow some mischief during the sect disciple assembly. Not just master but many elders also participated. Chen Qinglin was speechless, but betting on who would be first, himself at 1 to 3 odds. Senior sister Yun US senior sister, Shui senior sister Ling Ling senior sister Jing Yun, do you trust me? Chen Qinglin asked. What is it, junior brother? The four were puzzled. It's about the betting pool from Spirit Beast Peak and Artifact Forging Peak, Chen Qinglin explained. I see. Junior brother, you want to bet on yourself? Shoo! Keep your voice down. Are you confident, junior brother? The four exchanged glances and asked Chen Qinglin. That depends on whether you believe in me. Of course we believe you. Good. There are 20,000 spirit stones in this ring. Senior sister, help me bet it all on myself. I won't go over there. Gasp. Junior brother, you're this rich. That's not the point. Will you go or not? Yes, of course. Wait for our news, junior brother. Good. Both senior junior brothers, can you take us along? Ling Ling, Xie Jingyun, and the others had also gathered some senior and junior sisters who trusted them and came up behind the two. Of course. Absolutely. All senior and junior sisters follow me. I'll take you there. After several hours of fierce combat, the top 10 of this sect's disciple assembly finally emerged. Yun Meng from the Spirit Plant Peak. Feng Yongyan and Tao Yi from the Tranquil Peak. Gu Yunzuan and Lin Jiaming from the Green Sword Peak. Li Yulong and Shen Zizhou from the Green Lotus Peak. Xiao Yuerong from the Green Bamboo Peak. Zhang Shuhai from the Green Cloud Peak. And Chen Qinglin, who had a bye. The 10th round concluded as dusk fell. The crowd remained immersed in the thrilling battles, buzzing with discussions about the new top 10 disciples, each supporting their favorite. Beneath the gentle sunlight, the group returned to Green Cloud Peak. Junior brother, are you nervous about entering the top 10? Ji Yongchun remarked. There's nothing to be nervous about. Chen Qinglin felt that this sect disciple assembly held little significance for him. His current strength was enough to defeat most of the elders on Clear Wind Mountain. Mo Yuanius' words had indeed influenced him. His purchase of the Green Feather Eagle also reflected his intention to leave Clear Wind Mountain and journey out into the world. To him now, an ordinary human-tier Mitilo sword technique could be mastered in 3 or 4 days. The Green Cloud sword technique of his peak, a human-tier mid-grade art, had already been perfected in the days since his return. He had comprehended another artistic conception, the Cloud Conception. During his sparring sessions with Mo Yuanyo Chen Qinglin, had also gained an understanding of the Cloud Conception. By leveraging the perfected Green Cloud sword technique, he grasped that sliver of artistic conception and successfully comprehended it. Once his artistic conception reached 50%, only human-tier high-grade or above techniques were beneficial to him. To achieve perfection, he either needed to find new sword technique manuals or slowly grind away over time. Mo Yuanius' words were like a seed taking root in his heart. However, Fu Xinxing had already registered him, so there was no rush. For this sect disciple assembly, he would simply win glory for his master. And make him happy too. Junior brother is truly composed. It seems you are confident of victory. At the Spirit Beast Peak and Artifact Forging Peak betting pools, I've wagered most of my savings on you, junior brother. You must claim first place. We too, junior brother, do your best. Ling Ling, Shui Qingqian, and Yun Yu chimed in. Senior brother, we also bet on you to win. Jiang Chun said. Is that so? How much did you bet? All 10 spirit stones. Jiang Yu raised both hands. Now I feel the pressure. Ha ha ha. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the final day of the assembly finally arrived. Today the champion would be decided. Senior brother Gu. Senior brother Gu. And senior brother Feng is number 1. Senior brother Feng is number 1. And senior brother Chen. We support you. And entering the arena, Chen Qinglin was surprised to find he had many supporters. Perhaps it was his meteoric rise or the fact that he too was once an outer disciple. Not only the new disciples of Cloud Clarity Court, but most outer disciples were now his backers. This little fellow has quite a few supporters. Ling Daoming remarked sitting beside Fu Xinxing. Junior brother, yesterday I saw you at the Spirit Beast Peak and Artifact Forging Peak spectator stands. Who are you favoring, junior brother? Surely you, as his master, support your own disciple. Heir. Of course I do. I wagered 10,000 spirit stones. Fu Xinxing felt a pang of guilt. Although his disciple Qinglin was formidable, senior brother Cui's disciple Gu Yunzuan was renowned as a genius on Clear Wind Mountain. Thus he had wagered 10,000 spirit stones on Chen Qinglin, but placed 20,000 on Gu Yunzuan. That was something he couldn't reveal. Haha, I knew you wouldn't overlook Qinglin, junior brother. To be honest, my wife and I wagered a total of 30,000 spirit stones. Senior brother, that must be most of your and senior sister Jiang's savings. We trust Qinglin. If the betting weren't closed now, Fu Xinxing would have added more. As a master, he had wagered less than senior brother Ling, which was a bit embarrassing. On the central grand arena this time, it wasn't the elders drawing lots, but the 10 disciples drawing for themselves. Chen Qinglin reached into the stone box and casually picked a jade token. Taking it out, he saw it was number 7. The others also received their jade tokens. Handing it to the referee, elder Chen Qinglin learned his opponent. It was senior brother Lin Jiaming from Green Sword Peak. He also practiced the Clear Wind Sword technique. Chen Qinglin had obtained the Clear Wind Sword technique before the assembly and mastered this human-tier supreme grade art in just 3 days. Although he hadn't practiced much during the competition, this technique was sufficient for the current situation. Senior brother Lin, please enlighten me. Junior brother is too kind. Anyone who has reached this point is no weakling. There's no need for such formalities. Well said. At the start of the match, both used the exact same sword technique. The entire arena was filled with clear wind sword chi. Gentle breeze arrives. Gentle breeze arrives. Both simultaneously unleashed the killing move of the technique. 2 azure sword beams clashed, emitting a dazzling light that enveloped the entire arena. Suddenly the crowd saw a figure sent flying backward. Who had won? As the light dissipated, the scene on the arena became clear to all. Chen Qinglin stood sheathing his sword, while Lin Jiaming had already fallen unconscious. Glancing at the crowd, Chen Qinglin quickly strode off the arena. This is the Grandmaster level of the Clear Wind Sword technique. Cui Jianyun exclaimed in shock. What stunned him wasn't that the Clear Wind Sword technique had reached Grandmaster level. If he remembered correctly, this disciple had only obtained the technique from junior brother Ling 3 days ago. Mastering a human-tier supreme grade sword technique to Grandmaster level in 3 days. Unbelievable. Could it be that Clear Wind Mountain was about to produce someone like the founder? The founder of Clear Wind Mountain was a marquis at the Spirit Aperture Realm known as the Clear Wind Sword Marquis. To advance from the Embracing Origin Realm to the Spirit Aperture Realm, a martial artist must comprehend an artistic conception of heaven and earth. Only then could they break free from the Yuan Dawn constraints, transforming it into a void of air sea. Afterward, every 7 acupoints opened allowed them to use the artistic conception to open 1 internal void acupoint, gaining another void air sea. The more artistic conceptions one comprehended, the faster they could open acupoints. But comprehending an artistic conception was no easy feat, let alone mastering multiple. Most martial artists could not even touch the edge of an artistic conception in their lifetime. Within the Great Xian dynasty, almost all Spirit Aperture Realm martial artists had only a preliminary grasp of 1 conception, harboring at most 14 void air seas. The cultivation of the Spirit Aperture Realm, a preliminary grasp of an artistic conception, allowed opening 13 void acupoints. Minor mastery allowed opening 26 void acupoints. Grandmaster level allowed opening 13 void acupoints. Perfection of the artistic conception allowed opening 52 void acupoints. Only by transforming the artistic conception into an essence could one hope to open the final acupoint of the body. The location of this final acupoint varied among martial artists. Only by opening all acupoints could one break through the Spirit Aperture Realm and glimpse higher horizons. The marquises of the spirit aperture realm were invariably immensely powerful beings who had achieved grandmaster level in one artistic conception. Cui Jianyun saw in Chen Qinglin a true genius. The so-called geniuses of Clear Wind Mountain were mere child's play in comparison, utterly insignificant. His mind shook violently, and he finally understood why Uncle Master Ningchuan had ordered him to convene the full sect disciple assembly. He also understood the meaning behind that enigmatic smile Uncle Master Ningchuan had directed out the hall that day in the sect leader's hall. This youth had long since caught Uncle Master Ningchuan's eye. It seemed he would need to allocate more resources to this disciple in the future. After defeating Shun Zizhou, Feng Yongyan cast a glance at Chen Qinglin, who had finished earlier, his expression somber. Gu Yunzuan also concluded his match. His opponent was Yun Meng. He defeated him, easily avenging Cui Yulan in a way. Seeing Chen Qinglin, Gu Yunzuan paid him no mind, brimming with self-confidence. The fierce battle between Qiu Yuerong and Li Yulong continued. They were respectively the foremost figures below the condensing truth realm of Green Bamboo Peak and Green Lotus Peak. There was little difference between them. The match between Zhang Shuhai and Tao Yi was nearing its end. Tao Yi was no match for him. At noon, the sunlight blazed with dazzling brilliance. This round of battles finally concluded and the top 5 emerged. Gu Yunzuan, Chen Qinglin, Feng Yongyan, Qiu Yuerong, Zhang Shuhai. Zhang Shuhai gazed at the number in his hand, number 1. Nearby Chen Qinglin also saw the jade token he had drawn, number 4. The two not far apart both took note of each other's tokens. At last it had arrived. This battle. At this moment Zhang Shuhai seemed transformed, no longer uttering taunts, only tightening his grip on the long sword in his hand. Even if you will eventually surpass me now, you must first taste defeat. On the arena Zhang Shuhai began to gather his momentum. He would not underestimate the junior brother standing before him. Having reached the top 5, to underestimate an opponent was to underestimate oneself. As a true disciple, he too was qualified to cultivate the gentle breeze sword art. Clearwind Mountain possessed only 2 mortal-grade top-tier sword techniques. One was the gentle breeze sword art. The other was the heavy mountain sword art. The founding patriarch, the gentle breeze sword marquis, was renowned across the land for the gentle breeze sword art, so naturally most true disciples chose this technique. Except for that violent woman from the spirit plant peak. As the referee elder announced the start of the match, Xuanfeng Poyu. From the very beginning Zhang Shuhai unleashed the final move of the gentle breeze sword art. A Saiyan sword aura soared into the sky, forming a colossal Saiyan greatsword. An endless torrent of sword aura descended from the heavens and in an instant struck before Chen Qinglin. What a powerful sword technique. This was the thought of all the onlookers. Even the referee elder at the embodiment realm couldn't help but hold his breath. Worried by the peril. Excellent sword technique. Chen Qinglin held no fondness for Zhang Shuhai, but he expressed admiration for his execution of this move. Falling leaves and flying flowers. The sword technique from the gentle breeze sword art was also employed by Chen Qinglin. Chen Qinglin seemed to float amidst the countless torrents of sword aura, countless blades grazing past him. Not a single one touched him. Then with a single sword strike, he pointed at the Saiyan greatsword before Zhang Shuhai, and the endless sword aura abruptly ceased. Zhang Zuhai's sword technique was broken, and he fell to the ground disheveled and pale, devoid of any color. This was not solely due to using the final move of the gentle breeze sword art. It was also because Chen Qinglin had defeated him using only the most ordinary move from the gentle breeze sword art. How did you do it? Zhang Shuhai asked this question, and everyone present wished to know as well. The sound of the scene fell into a momentary silence. The sword intent of the gentle breeze sword art is at its end yet not ended, seeming present yet absent, interweaving the real and the illusory to overcome the enemy. Your path has gone astray. Chen Qinglin said this without directly answering. He then spoke frankly to Zhang Shuhai. Fame and gain are only won through the sword. Do not waste your talent, senior brother Zhang. With these words Chen Qinglin turned and left, leaving Zhang Shuhai murmuring to himself. At its end yet not ended, seeming present yet absent, interweaving the real and the illusory. Cui Jianyun and the Peak Masters were also reciting these words. These 12 words nearly fully interpret the essence of the gentle breeze sword art. This disciple's attainment in the gentle breeze sword art has surpassed ours. At this they exchanged glances, puzzled as to how Fu Xinxing, an unremarkable junior brother of Clearwind Mountain, had taught such a disciple. Could it be that junior brother Fu was hiding his talent? Achoo! Who's thinking of me? Fu Xinxing came to his senses with a look of surprise, pinching his nose. Who would have thought? This disciple he barely taught himself, though he had said to come to him with any doubts. But it was almost always he who sought out the disciple, and only then would the disciple ask a few questions about cultivation. Now the sword mastery he had displayed was already higher than his own. This brat, he hadn't been brushing me off all along, had he? At this thought, Fu Shangxing's teeth ached. Zhang Shuhai stumbled off the arena in a daze, unaware that Yan Dong and several junior brothers had come to his side. Yan Dong's injuries were not severe, and it seemed this junior brother had only meant to teach him a lesson with no intention to harm. Senior brother. Senior brother. Senior brother, are you all right? Ah, junior brother Yan. Only after Yan Dong called several times did Zhang Shuhai snap out of it. He looked up at Yan Dong and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry. Heh? Let's go sit over there and rest for a while, senior brother. Let's return to Qingyun Peak, junior brother Yan." Qingyun Peak. I'm heading back first. If you want to watch the remaining matches, you can stay. Senior brother. Before they could explain, Zhang Shuhai had closed himself off and walked out of this mountaintop. Yan Dong and the others exchanged glances, hesitant, and none accompanied Zhang Shuhai back. Junior brother Zhang, it seems your disciple has been struck down. If he can't get past this blow, he won't amount to much in the future. I'll let him be. Walking out of the arena, Zhang Shuhai saw no one following him and murmured to himself, "Fame and gain are only won through the sword, only through the sword." This time the bai went to Gu Yunzuan. After the battle between Chen Qinglin and Zhang Shuhai, Feng Yongyan and Qiu Yuerong stepped onto the arena. "Junior sister Qiu, you are no match for me," Feng Yongyan said slowly, as if stating a fact. "Senior brother Feng, that's not certain." Their battle unfolded not as spectacular as Chen Qinglin and Zhang Zuhai's from the start. Two streaks of sai and sword light constantly shuttled across the arena, interweaving like lightning. Faster and faster they fought, becoming indistinguishable to the eyes of body-tempering disciples. In their view, only two sai and figures flickered continuously until one figure flew out. When it landed on the ground, they knew who had won. After several hundred exchanges, Qiu Yuerong unsurprisingly lost to Feng Yongyan. Next, each of the three, Chen Qinglin, Gu Yunzuan, and Feng Yongyan, had to compete twice. In the first match, Gu Yunzuan and Feng Yongyan stepped onto the arena. "Junior brother Yongyan, we've met on the arena many times, haven't we?" 11 times, I remember clearly. We entered the sect at the same time, and in these 11 years we've competed 11 times. You have great tenacity. It seems I haven't put enough pressure on you. Perhaps. But this time you still won't be my match. If words were enough, what need would there be for swords? With that, the match officially began. Feng Yongyan dared not be careless, using the gentle breeze sword art. A move of gentle breeze caresses the face, thrusting at Gu Yunzuan. His subsequent attacks were relentless, clearly not wanting to give Gu Yunzuan a chance to react. Gu Yunzuan drew his long sword and parried each strike. He was very familiar with Feng Yongyan. No matter how Feng Yongyan varied his sword moves, they were all within his expectations. Feng Yongyan soon realized this. In that case, let's settle it in one move. Without gathering momentum, after retreating again, Feng Yongyan also executed a sword technique, Xuanfeng Poyu. The familiar sai and greatsword once again appeared before the crowd. Facing this move, Gu Yunzan's expression also turned serious. An identical sai and greatsword stood erect. Two torrents of sword light collided in the center of the arena. Then the two great swords exploded with a roar, countless sword auras flying wildly. Amidst the chaotic swords, two swift sword lights intertwined once more. The clamor subsided and two figures stood. Suddenly one figure fell. It was Feng Yongyan. The referee elder appeared beside him, checking his condition. Then he said, "Nothing serious, just overexertion. Some rest will suffice." Upon hearing this, the people from Qingjing Peak quickly helped Feng Yongyan down. Senior brother Feng still had another match. A brief rest. After one incense stick's time, Gu Yunzuan appeared again on the arena. He had apparently recovered to his peak. The difference was that his opponent had changed from Feng Yongyan to Chen Qinglin. "I never expected you to make it this far, junior brother, nor that my final opponent would be you. I know your gentle breeze sword art surpasses mine, but today's victor will still be me." Having said this, Gu Yunzan's body emanated a startling aura. "Condensed true realm?" The crowd exclaimed. "Haha, I knew it, a nephew Gu had broken through to the condensed true realm. Senior brother Wei, junior brother Xiahou, my apologies. A small prophet. Ha ha ha." Mo Yang laughed. "Senior brother Mo, rest assured we won't short you on spirit stones," Wei Zhang said. For him and Xiahou Jie, it was just a matter of winning more or less. They had long anticipated Gu Yunzan's championship. This was the house. For ordinary people, staying away from gambling was the wisest choice.